Some families carry memories, others carry ghosts. Long before you hear a single whisper from the Treba family, you can feel their presence, lingering in old houses, hidden in faded letters, and woven through generations of love, loss, and destiny. This is The House of the Spirits, the unforgettable debut novel by Isabel Allende. The story began as something deeply personal. A letter Allende wrote to her dying grandfather, a letter that slowly transformed into a sweeping tale of memory, magic, and the scars history leaves behind. First published in 1982, the novel became a worldwide phenomenon, helping launch a literary career that would eventually sell more than 70 million books across dozens of languages. If you've heard of Eva Luna, Paula, or The Japanese Lover, you already know the emotional power of Allende's storytelling. Widely regarded as one of the most read Spanish-language authors in the world, she has spent decades turning personal history into unforgettable fiction. The novel inspired a star-studded film adaptation in 1993, and, decades later, a new television adaptation that brought its haunting world to the screen once again. As you listen, remember, this is a third-person retelling of the story, not a word-for-word reading of the original book. And while the visuals in this video are created using today's technology, they may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. Stay close. Along the way, you'll discover fascinating facts about the novel, adaptation secrets, and behind-the-scenes stories that shaped its legacy. Now, step into a world where the living and the dead share the same memories, and where every generation inherits the echoes of the last. The story begins. The creature called Barabbas reached the child Clara by sea, or so she would later set down in her precise hand, already in the habit of recording important matters. Years afterward, when she went mute, she would add trivialities too, never guessing that her notebooks would one day help another reclaim the past and face down personal terrors. Barabbas arrived on a Holy Thursday, trapped inside a filthy cage, caked in his own waste, wearing the dazed expression of a helpless prisoner. Yet the proud set of his head and the sheer scale of his frame promised the legendary giant he would grow into. The autumn day gave no hint of what Clara would record next. Events that unfolded during noon mass at San Sebastian, with her entire family present. For mourning, the parish women had draped the saints in purple robes unpacked once a year from the sacristy cupboard. Beneath those funeral sheets, heaven's retinue looked like furniture waiting for movers, an impression that candles, incense, and the organ's soft moans could not overcome. Dark, terrifying bundles loomed where life-size saints once stood, each with its flue-pale face, its wig woven from some long-dead person's hair, its painted glass jewels, its Florentine gown. Only the patron saint benefited from the cover. During Holy Week, the faithful were spared Sebastian's indecently twisted body, arrow-pierced, weeping blood and tears like a suffering homosexual, whose wounds, kept miraculously fresh by Father Restrepo's brush, made Clara tremble with disgust. Penitence and fasting ruled the long week. No card games, no music that might stir lust or abandon. The strictest sadness and chastity were observed, even though the devil's forked tail pricked hardest at Catholic flesh just then. The fast turned out to be soft pastries, delicious vegetarian dishes, spongy tortillas, and enormous country cheeses, each family commemorating the Lord's Passion while avoiding any morsel of meat or fish under threat of excommunication, as Father Restrepo had made painfully clear. No one had ever dared disobey him. The priest owned a long, accusing finger for pointing out sinners in public, and a tongue well trained to whip up emotions. From the pulpit he would shout, pointing at a gentleman fussing with lint on his lapel, calling him the thief who steals from the collection box. Then he would swing his finger toward Doña Esther Treba, arthritis-crippled and devoted to the Virgin del Carmen, accusing her of being the shameless hussy who prostituted herself down by the docks, though she did not even know the word's meaning nor where the docks were. He commanded sinners to repent, calling them foul carrion, unworthy of the Lord's sacrifice, to fast, to do penance. Carried away by zeal, the priest skirted open disobedience of his ecclesiastical superiors, who had been shaken by modernism and opposed hair shirts and flagellation. He himself believed firmly in a good thrashing to conquer the soul's weaknesses, and his unrestrained oratory was famous. The faithful followed him from parish to parish, sweating as he described hell's torments. Bodies ripped apart by ingenious torture devices, eternal flames, hooks piercing the male member, disgusting reptiles creeping up female orifices, and countless other sufferings meant to strike the fear of God into parishioners' hearts. He described even Satan's most intimate perversions in his Galician accent, his mission being to rouse the conscience of his indolent Creole flock. Severo del Valle was an atheist and a Mason, but he had political ambitions and could not risk missing the most heavily attended Mass on Sundays and feast days, when everyone would see him. His wife Nevia preferred dealing with God without intermediaries, distrusted catholics deeply, and found descriptions of heaven, purgatory, and hell boring. Still, she shared her husband's parliamentary ambitions, hoping that if he won a congressional seat, she might finally secure women's vote, a fight she had waged for 10 years, permitting none of her numerous pregnancies to stand in her way. That Holy Thursday, Father Restrepo had driven his audience to their limits with apocalyptic visions. The Villa began feeling dizzy and wondered if she was pregnant again. Despite cleansings with vinegar and spongings with gall, she had borne 15 children, 11 still alive, but she had reason to think she was settling into maturity, since her youngest, Clara, was now 10. Her astonishing fertility seemed finally to be ebbing. She blamed her present discomfort on the priest when he pointed at her to illustrate a point about the Pharisees, those who tried to legalize bastards and civil marriage, thereby dismembering the family, the fatherland, private property, and the church, putting women on equal footing with men in open defiance of God's explicit law. With their children, Severo and Nevia filled the third row of benches. Clara sat beside her mother, who squeezed her hand impatiently whenever the priest lingered too long on sins of the flesh, knowing this would only make the child visualize aberrations that transcended reality with even greater accuracy. Clara was extremely precocious and had inherited the runaway imagination of all the women on her mother's side, evident from the questions she asked that no one could answer. The church had grown hot. The penetrating odor of candles, incense, and the packed crowd added to Nevia's fatigue. She wished the ceremony would end so she could return to her cool house, sit among the ferns, and taste the almond-flavored barley water Nana always made on holidays. She looked at her children, the younger ones tired and stiff in their Sunday clothes, the older ones beginning to squirm. Her gaze stopped on Rosa, her oldest living daughter, and as always she felt surprise. The girl's strange beauty had a disturbing quality. Even Nevia noticed that this child seemed made of a different material from the rest of the human race. Before Rosa was born, Nevia had already seen her in dreams and knew she was not of this world. So when the midwife screamed at the birth, Nevia was not surprised. Rosa emerged white and smooth, without a wrinkle, like a porcelain doll, with green hair and yellow eyes. The most beautiful creature born since original sin, as the midwife said while crossing herself. From her first bath, Nana washed her hair with chamomile, softening its color to old bronze, and put her naked in the sun to strengthen her translucent skin, especially delicate on her chest and armpits where veins and secret muscle texture showed. Nana's gypsy tricks were not enough, though. Rumors quickly spread that Nevia had borne an angel. Nevia hoped the unpleasant stages of growth would bring a few imperfections, but nothing of the sort occurred. At 18, Rosa remained slender and unblemished. Her maritime grace had only increased. The bluish lights of her skin, the tone of her hair, her slow movements and silent character, all suggested some inhabitant of the sea. There was something fish-like about her. If she had a scaly tail she would have been a mermaid, but her 2 legs placed her on the thin line between human and myth. Still, Rosa had lived a nearly normal life. She had a fiancé and would one day marry, at which point her beauty's responsibility would become her husband's. Rosa bowed her head, and a ray of sunlight pierced the Gothic stained glass, outlining her face in a halo. A few people turned to whisper among themselves, as often happened when she passed, but Rosa seemed oblivious. She was immune to vanity, and that day she was more absent than usual, dreaming of new beasts to embroider on her tablecloth. Half bird, half mammal creatures covered in iridescent feathers, with horns and hooves, so fat and with such stubby wings that they defied biology and aerodynamics. She rarely thought about her fiancé Esteban Truba, not from lack of love, but because of her forgetful nature, and because 2 years' absence is a very long time. He was working the mines up north, writing to Rosa regularly. She sometimes replied with lines of poetry and flower drawings copied onto parchment. Nevia regularly violated that correspondence without guilt, learning through it the hazards of a miner's life. The constant dread of avalanches, the pursuit of elusive veins, the pleading for credit against luck still to come. The trust that someday he'd strike a marvelous gold seam and become rich overnight, returning to lead Rosa by the arm to the altar, the happiest man in the universe, as he always wrote at his letter's end. But Rosa felt no rush to marry. She had nearly forgotten the single kiss they'd exchanged at goodbye, and could not recall her tenacious suitor's eye color. Influenced by the romantic novels she read exclusively, she preferred to picture him in thick-soled boots, skin-tanned by desert winds, clawing the earth for pirate treasure, Spanish doubloons, and Incan jewels. It was useless for Nevia to explain that mining wealth lay in rocks. Rosa found it inconceivable that Esteban Truba would spend years piling up boulders only to put them through some wicked incinerating process that might eventually spit out a gram of gold. So she awaited him without boredom, unperturbed by her enormous self-appointed task, embroidering the largest tablecloth in the world. She had begun with dogs, cats, and butterflies, but her imagination soon took over, her needle birthing a whole paradise of impossible creatures that took shape under her father's worried eyes. Severo felt it was time for his daughter to shake off lethargy, stand in reality, and learn domestic skills for marriage. But Nevia thought differently, preferring not to torment her daughter with earthly demands. She had a premonition that this heavenly being was not destined to last long in the vulgar traffic of this world. So she left Rosa alone with her embroidery threads and said nothing about that nightmarish zoology. A bone in Nevia's corset snapped, jabbing her ribs. She felt she was choking in her blue velvet dress with its high lace collar, narrow sleeves, and waist so tight that when she removed her belt her stomach would jump and twist for half an hour while her organs resettled. She had discussed this often with her suffragette friends. They all agreed that until women shortened their dresses and hair and abandoned corsets, it made no difference whether they studied medicine or had the vote. They wouldn't have the strength. But she herself was not brave enough to be first in abandoning fashion. She noticed the Galician voice had stopped hammering at her brain. They were in one of those long sermon breaks. The priest, a connoisseur of unbearable silences, used frequently and to great effect. His burning eyes scanned the parishioners one by one. Nevia dropped Clara's hand and pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve to blot a sweat drop rolling down her neck. The silence thickened. Time seemed to stop inside the church. No one dared cough or shift position, afraid of attracting Father Restrepo's attention. His final sentences still echoed between the columns. Just then, as Nevia would recall years later, in the midst of all that anxiety and silence, little Clara's pure voice cut through. She addressed the priest directly, asking in essence that if his hell story turned out to be a lie, then everyone was in serious trouble. Wasn't that so? The Jesuit's index finger, already raised to illustrate further tortures, stayed suspended like a lightning rod above his head. People stopped breathing. Those whose heads had been nodding suddenly woke up. Señor and Señora del Valle reacted first, swept by panic as they saw their children fidget nervously. Severo understood he had to act before collective laughter broke out or some divine cataclysm struck. He grabbed his wife by the arm and Clara by the neck, striding out and dragging them behind him, followed by his other children stampeding toward the door. They escaped before the priest could summon lightning to turn them all to pillars of salt. But from the threshold, they heard his dreadful offended archangel voice declaring that the child was possessed by the devil. Those words etched themselves into family memory with the gravity of a diagnosis. In years to come, they would have more than one occasion to recall them. The only one who never thought of them again was Clara herself, who simply wrote them in her diary and forgot. Her parents could not forget, even though they both agreed demonic possession was too great a sin for such a tiny child. They feared other people's curses and Father Restrepo's fanaticism. Until that day, they had never named their youngest daughter's eccentricities, nor ascribed them to satanic influence. Clara's strangeness was simply an attribute, like Louise's limp or Rosa's beauty. Her mental powers bothered no one and produced no great disorder, almost always surfacing in minor matters within the strict confines of home. True, there had been times when the salt cellar would suddenly shake and move among plates and goblets without any visible energy source or illusionist trick. Nevia would pull Clara's braids, waking her from mad distraction and restoring the salt cellar to stillness. The other children had organized a system. When visitors came, whoever sat closest would reach out and stop whatever moved on the table before guests noticed and were startled. The family continued eating without comment. They had also grown accustomed to the youngest daughter's prophecies. She announced earthquakes in advance, quite useful in that country of catastrophes, giving them time to lock up good dishes and place slippers within reach for nighttime escapes. At 6, Clara had foreseen the horse would throw Luis. He refused to listen and had had a dislocated hip ever since. Over time, his left leg shortened, requiring a special shoe with an enormous platform he made himself. After that, Nevia worried, but Nana reassured her that many children fly like birds, guess others' dreams, and speak with ghosts, but they all outgrow it when they lose their innocence. Nana explained that none of them reach adulthood like that. Just wait till Clara started to demonstrate, and she'd lose interest in moving furniture and predicting disasters. Clara was Nana's pet. Nana had helped at her birth and was the only one who truly understood the child's eccentricities. When Clara emerged from her mother's womb, Nana had cradled and washed her, and from that time felt a desperate love for this fragile creature, lungs always full of phlegm, always on the verge of losing her breath and turning purple, revived so many times by the warmth of Nana's huge breasts, the only real cure for asthma, far more effective than Dr. Cuevas's fortified syrups. That holy Thursday, Severo paced the drawing room, worrying about the scandal his daughter had provoked at Mass. He reasoned that only a fanatic like Father Restrepo could believe in satanic possession in the heart of the 20th century, this century of light, science, and technology, when the devil had finally lost his reputation. Nevia interrupted to say that wasn't the point. The seriousness lay in this. If word of their daughter's powers reached beyond their walls, and the priest began his own investigation, all their neighbors would find out. People would start lining up to look at her as if she were a monster, Nevia said. And Severo added, anticipating the damage to his political career, that the Liberal Party would go to hell, having a bewitched child in the family. Nana shuffled in, sandals flapping, petticoats rustling, to announce that men were unloading a dead man in the courtyard, and so they were. A 4-horse carriage had drawn up outside, trampling camellias and leaving manure on shiny cobblestones amid a whirlwind of dust, pawing horses, and superstitious men gesticulating against the evil eye. They had come to deliver Uncle Marcos's body and all his possessions. A honey-voiced man in black, frock coat, too large hat, began a solemn speech explaining the circumstances, but Nevia brutally interrupted him. She threw herself on the dusty coffin holding her dearest brother, shouting for them to lift the cover so she could see him with her own eyes. She had buried him once before, which explained her doubt whether this death was real. Her shouts brought servants streaming from the house and all her children running, Clara among them, hearing their uncle's name echo amidst mourning cries. 2 years had passed since Clara last saw Uncle Marcos, but she remembered him perfectly. His was the only clear image she retained from her whole childhood. To describe him, she didn't need the daguerreotype showing him dressed as an explorer, leaning on a double-barreled rifle with his foot on a Malaysian tiger's neck, the same triumphant pose as the Virgin standing on the vanquished devil at the main altar. All Clara had to do was close her eyes, and there he was. Weather-beaten, thin, with a pirate's mustache through which his strange shark-like smile peered. It seemed impossible he could be inside that long black box lying in the courtyard. Each time Uncle Marcos visited, he stayed months, bringing immense joy to his nieces and nephews, especially Clara, and causing a storm where domestic order blurred. The house became cluttered with trunks, animals in formaldehyde jars, Indian lances, sailors' bundles. People kept tripping over his equipment. Unfamiliar animals appeared from remote lands only to meet their death beneath Nana's irate broom. Uncle Marcos's manners were those of a cannibal, as Severo put it. He spent nights making incomprehensible movements in the drawing room, exercises to perfect the mind's control over the body and improve digestion. He performed alchemy experiments in the kitchen, filling the house with fetid smoke and ruining pots with impossible-to-remove substances. While the household tried to sleep, he dragged suitcases through halls, practiced strange, high-pitched sounds on savage instruments, and taught Spanish to a parrot whose native language was an Amazonic dialect. By day, he slept in a hammock strung between two columns, wearing only a loincloth that put Severo in a terrible mood, but that Nevia forgave because Marcos convinced her it was the same costume Jesus of Nazareth had preached in. Clara remembered perfectly, though she had been tiny, the first time Uncle Marcos came after a voyage. He settled in as if to stay forever, soon bored with ladies' gatherings, card games, and dodging relatives' pressures to take a law clerk job. He bought a barrel organ. He hoped to seduce his cousin Antonietta and entertain the public. The machine was a rusty box on wheels, but he painted it with seafaring designs and gave it a fake smokestack. It ended up looking like a coal stove. The organ played either a military march or a waltz, and between turns of the handle, the parrot, who had learned Spanish though still accented, drew crowds with piercing shrieks. It plucked slips of paper from a box by its beak, selling fortunes to the curious. Those little pink, green, and blue papers were so clever they divulged the exact secret wishes of customers. Besides fortunes, there were sawdust balls for children and a special powder to cure impotence, which Marcos sold under his breath to afflicted passerby. The organ was a last desperate attempt to win Cousin Antonietta after conventional courtship failed. Marcos thought no woman in her right mind could remain impassive before a barrel organ serenade. He stood beneath her window one evening, playing his military march and waltz just as she took tea with female friends. Antonietta didn't realize the music was meant for her until the parrot called her full name, at which point she appeared. Her reaction was not what he hoped. Her friends offered to spread the news to every salon. The next day, people thronged downtown streets hoping to see Severo del Valle's brother-in-law playing an organ and selling sawdust balls with a moth-eaten parrot, proof that even in the best families, embarrassment could be found. Facing this stain on family reputation, Marcos was forced to give up organ grinding and resort to less conspicuous ways. But he didn't renounce his goal. He did not succeed. From one day to the next, Antonietta married a diplomat 20 years her senior, who took her to live in a tropical country whose name no one could recall, somewhere suggesting nigritude, bananas, and palm trees, where she recovered from the memory of that suitor who had ruined her 17th year with his military march and waltz. Marcos sank into a deep depression lasting 2 or 3 days, at the end of which he announced he would never marry and that he was embarking on a trip around the world. He sold his organ to a blind man and left the parrot to Clara, but Nana secretly poisoned it with an overdose of cod liver oil, because no one could stand its lusty glance, its fleas, and its harsh, tuneless hawking of fortunes, sawdust balls, and impotence powders. That was Marcos's longest trip. He returned with enormous boxes piled in the far courtyard between the chicken coop and woodshed until winter ended. At spring's first signs, he had them moved to the parade grounds, a huge park where crowds gathered on Independence Day to watch soldiers goose-a-step as the Prussians had taught them. Inside the crates, loose wood, metal, painted cloth, Marcos spent 2 weeks assembling the contents using an English instruction manual, deciphering it through invincible imagination and a small dictionary. The finished product was a bird of prehistoric dimensions, furious eagle face, movable wings, a propeller on its back. It caused an uproar. The oligarchy forgot the barrel organ. Marcos became the season's star attraction. People took Sunday outings to see it. Souvenir vendors and photographers made fortunes. Public interest quickly waned. Then Marcos announced he planned to take off in his bird and cross the mountain range as soon as weather cleared. The news spread, making it the year's most talked-about event. The contraption lay belly down, heavy and sluggish, more wounded duck than newfangled American airplane. Nothing suggested it could move, much less fly across snowy peaks. Journalists and the curious flocked. Marcos smiled his immutable smile before the avalanche of questions, posed for photographers without offering technical or scientific explanation. People came from the provinces. The appointed day dawned cloudy, but so many had turned out that Marcos didn't want to disappoint. He showed up punctually, never once looking at the sky growing darker with thick gray clouds. The astonished crowd filled nearby streets, perched on rooftops and balconies, squeezed into the park. No political gathering would attract so many until half a century later. Clara would remember this holiday as long as she lived. People dressed in spring best, men in white linen suits, ladies in Italian straw hats. Elementary school children paraded with teachers, clutching flowers for the hero. Marcos accepted bouquets and joked they might hold on to them for his funeral in case he crashed. The bishop himself appeared with incense bearers to bless the bird unasked. Police on horseback with lances struggled to keep crowds back from the park's center, where Marcos waited in mechanic's overalls, huge racer's goggles, an explorer's helmet. He carried a compass, telescope, and strange maps he'd traced himself from Leonardo da Vinci's theories and Incan polar knowledge. Against all logic, on the second try the bird lifted off without mishap, with a certain elegance, skeleton creaking, motor roaring. It rose flapping wings and disappeared into clouds to a send-off of applause, whistling, handkerchiefs, drum rolls, holy water sprinkling. All that remained on earth, amazed crowd comments and experts attempting reasonable explanations of the miracle. Clara continued staring at the sky long after her uncle became invisible. She thought she saw him 10 minutes later, but it was only a migrating sparrow. After 3 days, the initial euphoria died down and no one gave the episode another thought, except Clara, who continued peering at the horizon. After a week with no word, people speculated he had gone so high he'd disappeared into outer space. The ignorant suggested the moon. With sadness and relief, Severo decided his brother-in-law must have fallen into some hidden Cordillera crevice, never to be found. Nevia wept disconsolately and lit candles to San Antonio, patron of lost objects. Severo opposed masses. He didn't believe in them as a way to heaven, much less back to earth, and maintained masses, religious vows, and the selling of indulgences were dishonest business. Because of his attitude, Nevia and Nana had the children say the rosary behind their father's back for 9 days. Meanwhile, volunteer explorers and mountain climbers searched tirelessly until they triumphantly returned with the mortal remains in a sealed black coffin. The intrepid traveler was laid to rest in a grandiose funeral. His death made him a hero, his name front-paged for days. The same multitude that had seen him off paraded past his coffin. The entire family wept as befitted the occasion, except Clara, who continued watching the sky with an astronomer's patience. 1 week after burial, Uncle Marcos appeared in person at the doorway, bright smile playing behind his pirate's mustache. Thanks to the women and children's surreptitious prayers, as he admitted, he was alive and well, sense of humor intact. Despite his aerial map's noble lineage, the flight had failed. He'd lost his airplane and returned on foot, but broken no bones. His adventurous spirit was intact. This confirmed the family's eternal devotion to San Antonio, but was not taken as a warning by future generations, who also tried to fly by different means. Legally, however, Marcos was a corpse. Severo had to use all his legal ingenuity to bring his brother-in-law back to life and full citizenship. When the coffin was pried open before authorities, it contained a bag of sand. This discovery ruined the volunteer explorers' untarnished reputation. From that day, they were considered little better than bandits. Marcos's heroic resurrection made everyone forget the barrel organ phase. Once again, he was a sought-after guest in city salons. His name was cleared. Marcos stayed at his sister's house several months. One night he left without saying goodbye, abandoning trunks, books, weapons, boots, all his belongings. Severo, even Nevia, breathed relief. His visit had gone on too long. But Clara was so upset she spent a week sleepwalking and sucking her thumb. The 7-year-old had learned to read from her uncle's storybooks and been closer to him than any other family member because of her prophesying powers. Marcos maintained his niece's gift could be a source of income and a good opportunity to cultivate his own clairvoyance. He believed all humans possessed this ability, especially his family, and that disuse was simply lack of training. He bought a crystal ball from the Persian bazaar, insisting it had magic powers and came from the East, though later found to be part of a fishing boat's buoy. He set it on black velvet and announced he could tell fortunes, cure the evil eye, and improve dream quality for 5 centavos. His first customers were neighborhood maids. One had been accused of stealing after her employer misplaced a valuable ring. The crystal ball revealed its exact location, rolled beneath a wardrobe. The next day a line formed outside. Coachmen, storekeepers, milkmen, later municipal employees, and distinguished ladies slinking alongside walls to avoid recognition. Nana received customers, ushered them to the waiting room, collected fees, keeping her so busy the family complained dinner was only old string beans and jellied quince. Marcos decorated the carriage house with frayed, dusty curtains once from the drawing room. There he and Clara received customers. The 2 divines wore tunics the color of the men of light, yellow. Nana had dyed them with saffron powder, boiling them in pots usually reserved for rice and pasta. Marcos also wore a turban and Egyptian amulet, had grown a beard and long hair, and was thinner than ever. They were utterly convincing, especially because Clara had no need to look into the crystal ball to guess what clients wanted to hear. She whispered in her uncle's ear. He transmitted the message to the client with any pertinent improvisations of his own. Their fame spread because all who arrived sad and bedraggled left, filled with hope. Unrequited lovers learned how to win indifferent hearts. The poor left with foolproof tips for betting at the dog track. Business grew so prosperous that the waiting room was always packed, and Nana began suffering dizzy spells from being on her feet so many hours. This time Severo had no need to intervene to stop his brother-in-law's venture. Both Marcos and Clara realized their unerring guesses could alter clients' fates. People always followed their advice to the letter and became frightened, deciding this was a job for swindlers. They abandoned the carriage house oracle and split the profits, though Nana had been the only one who cared about the material side. Of all the Del Valle children, Clara had the greatest interest and stamina for her uncle's stories. She could repeat every one, knew words from several Indian dialects, understood their customs, could describe exactly how they pierced lips and earlobes with wooden shafts, their initiation rites, the names of the most poisonous snakes and antidotes for each. Her uncle was so eloquent she could feel snake bites burning on her own skin, see reptiles slide across the carpet between jacaranda room divider legs, hear macaw shrieks behind drawing room drapes. She recalled Lope de Aguirre's search for El Dorado, knew unpronounceable flora and fauna names, understood about llamas drinking salt tea with yak lard, and could give detailed descriptions of Tahiti's opulent women, China's rice fields, or the northern white prairies where eternal ice killed lost animals and men, turning them to stone in seconds. Marcos had various travel journals recording his excursions, plus maps and books of stories and fairy tales stored in trunks at the third courtyard's far end. From there they were hauled out to inhabit his descendants' dreams until mistakenly burned half a century later on, an infamous pyre. Now Marcos had returned from his last journey in a coffin. He had died of a mysterious African plague that turned him yellow and wrinkled as parchment. Realizing he was ill, he set out for home hoping his sister's care and Dr. Cuevas's knowledge would restore him, but couldn't withstand 60 days at sea. He died at Guayaquil's latitude, ravaged by fever and hallucinating about musky women and hidden treasure. The English captain, Longfellow, was about to throw him overboard wrapped in a flag, but Marcos, despite his savage appearance and delirium, had made so many friends and seduced so many women that passengers prevented it. Longfellow had to store the body beside the Chinese cook's vegetables to preserve it from heat and mosquitoes until the ship's carpenter improvised a coffin. At El Callao, they obtained a better container. Days later, the captain, furious at all the troubles this passenger had caused, unloaded him without a backward glance, surprised no one was there to receive the body or cover expenses. He later learned that the post office in these latitudes wasn't as reliable as England's. All his telegrams had vaporized en route. Fortunately for Longfellow, a customs lawyer who knew the Del Valle family appeared, offered to take charge, and shipped Marcos and his paraphernalia by freight car to the deceased's only known address, his sister's house. This would have been one of Clara's most painful moments if Barrabas hadn't arrived among her uncle's things. Unaware of the courtyard commotion, she was led by instinct to the corner where the cage sat. Inside was Barrabas, or rather, a pile of bones covered with infected, indefinite-colored skin, one eye sealed shut, the other crusted over, rigid as a corpse in his own excrement. Despite his appearance, the child identified him immediately as a puppy. The animal became her responsibility. She removed him from the cage, rocked him, and with missionary care got water down his parched, swollen throat. No one had fed him since Captain Longfellow, kinder to animals than people, had dropped him on the pier with other baggage. While aboard with his dying master, the captain had fed him by hand and taken him on deck, lavishing every attention denied Marcos. But once on land, he was treated as baggage. Without competition, Clara became the creature's mother and soon revived him. Days later, after the corpse's arrival storm had died down and Marcos was laid to rest, Severo noticed the hairy animal in his daughter's arms. He asked what it was. Clara named him Barrabas. Severo ordered the gardener to get rid of it. It might be contagious. But Clara had adopted him, declaring he was hers, and that if he was taken away, she would stop breathing and die. The dog remained. Soon he was running everywhere, devouring draped fringes, oriental rugs, and table legs. He rapidly recovered and began to grow. After a bath, he turned out to be black, with a square head, long legs, short hair. Nana suggested cutting off his tail to refine him, but Clara had a tantrum that degenerated into an asthma attack, and no one mentioned it again. Barrabas kept his tail, which grew as long as a golf club and developed a life of its own, sweeping lamps and china from tabletops. His pedigree was unknown. He had nothing in common with strays or aristocratic thoroughbred racers. The veterinarian couldn't pinpoint his origin. Clara decided he was from China, since most of her uncle's baggage came from that distant land. The dog had a seemingly unlimited capacity for growth. Within 6 months, he was sheep-sized. At a year, colt-sized. The family desperately questioned whether he would ever stop growing, whether he really was a dog. They suggested he might be some exotic animal from a remote corner of the world, perhaps wild in his natural habitat. Nevia looked at his crocodile claws and sharp teeth, her heart leaping at the thought that if one bite could snap off any adult's head, gobbling up her children would be even easier. But Barrabas showed no ferocity. He had all the captivating ways of a frolicsome kitten. He slept by Clara's side with his head on her feather pillow and a quilt up to his neck, sensitive to cold. Later, when too big for the bed, he lay on the floor beside her, his horse-like hoof resting on the child's hand. He never barked or growled. He was black and silent as a panther, liked ham and every known marmalade. When company came and the family forgot to lock him up, he would steal into the dining room, slink around the table, and remove his favorite dishes with the greatest delicacy, none of the diners daring to interfere. Despite his docility, Barrabas inspired terror. Delivery men fled when he stuck his head into the street. Once he caused a riot among women queuing for milk, startling the dray horse who took off like a shot, scattering milk pails across the pavement. Severo had to pay for all the damage and ordered the dog tied up, but Clara had another fit, and the decision was indefinitely postponed. Popular imagination and ignorance about his past lent Barrabas mythological characteristics. He would not stop growing. If a butcher's cruelty hadn't ended him, he would reach camel size. Some believed him a dog-mare cross, expecting wings, horns, and sulfuric dragon breath like Rosa's embroidered beasts. Tired of broken china and rumors of him turning into a wolf at full moon, Nana applied the same method she'd used on the parrot. But the cod liver oil overdose didn't kill the dog. It simply gave him 4 days of diarrhea that covered the house top to bottom, which she herself had to clean. He was about 25 then, but felt he had only a little life left to build his future and attain the position he wanted. He worked like a beast, and the few times he sat to rest, forced not by choice but by Sunday afternoon tedium, he felt he was losing precious moments. Each idle minute meant another century away from Rosa. He lived in a wooden shack with a zinc roof, built with help from a few peons. One square room held all his belongings, with a crude window in each wall for the stifling desert air to circulate by day, and shutters against the glacial night wind. His furniture: a chair, a cot, a rough table, a typewriter, and a heavy safe hauled across the desert on a mule, containing miners' logbooks, a few papers, and a canvas pouch with the few sparkling gold pieces, the only fruit of all his effort. It wasn't pleasant, but he was used to discomfort. He had never taken a hot bath. His childhood memories were of cold, loneliness, and a perpetually empty stomach. There he ate, slept, and wrote for 2 long years, with no greater distraction than a handful of books read and reread, old magazines, English grammars from which he pieced together that language's rudiments, and a locked box holding his correspondence with Rosa. He typed all his letters to her, keeping copies filed alongside the few she sent. He ate what the miners ate and had forbidden alcohol within the mine, keeping none in his own house. Loneliness and boredom could lead a man to drink. Perhaps the memory of his father, open-collared, loosened-stained tie, clouded eyes, heavy breath, glass in hand, made him a teetotaler. Besides, he didn't hold liquor well. He got drunk in nothing flat, a discovery made at 16 not forgotten. His granddaughter once asked how he managed to live alone so long removed from civilization. The truth, he didn't know. But it must have been easier for him than for most. He had never been particularly sociable, had few friends, didn't enjoy parties. He was much happier alone. At that time he had never lived with a woman, so he could hardly miss what he hadn't grown accustomed to. He wasn't the type always falling in love, never had been. He was the faithful type, though the shadow of an arm, the curve of a waist, or the crease of a female knee could still put ideas into his head even now, so old he didn't recognize himself in the mirror, a twisted tree. He wasn't trying to justify his youth's sins by claiming he couldn't control his instincts. By then he was used to dead-end relationships with easy women, since no other kind was possible. In his generation, they distinguished between decent women and the rest, and divided decent ones into their own and others. He had never thought of love until he met Rosa. Romance struck him as dangerous and pointless. If a young girl caught his eye, he didn't dare approach, afraid of rejection and ridicule. He had always been very proud, and because of his pride he had suffered more than most. More than half a century had passed, but he still remembered the exact moment Rosa the Beautiful entered his life like a distracted angel who stole his soul as she went by. She was with her Nana and another child, probably a younger sister. He thought she wore a violet dress, but wasn't sure. He had no eye for women's clothes, and she was so beautiful that even in an ermine cape he would have noticed only her face. He didn't generally spend time thinking about women, but only a fool could have missed that apparition. Her incredible green hair framing her face like a fantastic hat, her fairy tale manner, her special way of moving as if flying. She crossed right in front of him without seeing him and floated into the pastry shop on the Plaza de Armas. Dumbstruck, he waited while she bought licorice drops, selecting each one with her tinkling laugh, tossing some into her mouth and handing others to her sister. He wasn't the only one hypnotized. Within minutes, a whole circle of men had formed, noses pressed against the window. That's when he reacted. It didn't cross his mind that with no fortune, no standing as a proper young man, and a most uncertain future, he was far from ideal suitor for that heavenly girl. He didn't even know her, but he was bewitched, and decided then and there that she was the only woman worthy to be his wife, and that if he couldn't have her, he would remain a bachelor. He followed her home, took the same streetcar and the seat behind her, unable to take his eyes off her perfect nape, round neck, and soft shoulders caressed by green curls escaped from her coiffure. He didn't feel the motion. He was in a dream. Suddenly she swept down the aisle, and as she passed, her astonishing gold eyes rested on his own. Part of him must have died. He couldn't breathe. His pulse stopped. When he recovered, he had to leap onto the sidewalk at risk of breaking bones and run toward the street she had already turned down. A cloud of violet disappearing behind a gate showed him where she lived. From that day he stood guard outside her house, pacing like an orphaned dog, spying, slipping money to the gardener, engaging maids in conversation, until he finally spoke to Nana, who took pity and became their go-between, conveying his love letters, flowers, and innumerable licorice drop boxes with which he tried to win Rosa's affection. He also sent acrostics. He didn't know how to write poetry, but a Spanish bookseller with a genius for rhyme supplied poems and songs, anything on paper. His sister Firula helped him get closer to the Del Valle family by uncovering distant links between their ancestors and his, seeking every opportunity to greet them as they came out of Mass. That was how he finally visited Rosa, but the day he entered her house and stood within speaking range, he couldn't think of anything to say, mute, hat in hand, mouth gaping, until her parents, well acquainted with such symptoms, came to his rescue. He couldn't imagine what Rosa saw in him, or why, with time, she accepted him as her husband. He became her official suitor without superhuman tasks because, despite her awesome beauty and innumerable virtues, Rosa had no other wooers. Her mother explained, no one felt strong enough to spend his life protecting her from other men's desire. Many had circled, even fallen head over heels, but until he came, none had made up his mind. Her beauty struck fear into their hearts. They preferred to admire from afar, not daring to approach. That had never occurred to him. His problem was that he didn't have a cent, though he felt capable, through love, of becoming rich. He looked for the quickest route within the limits of honest upbringing, and realized success required godparents, advanced studies, or capital. A respectable last name wasn't enough. If he had money to start, he would have tried gaming tables or races, but since he didn't, he had to think of work that entailed risks but promised fortune. Gold and silver mines were every adventurer's dream. They could plunge you into poverty, kill you with tuberculosis, or make you rich overnight. A question of luck. Thanks to his mother's name's prestige, he obtained a mine concession in the north, for which the bank gave a loan. He vowed to extract the last gram of precious metal, even if it meant crushing hills with his own hands and grinding rocks with his feet. For Rosa's sake, he was prepared to do that and much more. At autumn's end, when the family had calmed about Father Restrepo, who was forced to mitigate his inquisitional behavior after the bishop personally warned him to leave little Clara del Valle alone, and when they had all resigned themselves that Uncle Marcos was truly dead, Severo's political designs began to take shape. He had worked years toward this end, so it was a personal triumph when he was invited to be the Liberal Party candidate in upcoming congressional elections, representing a southern province he had never set foot in and had difficulty finding on the map. The party badly needed people, and Severo was anxious for a seat, so they had no trouble convincing the downtrodden southern voters to choose him. Their invitation was supported by a monumental rose-colored roast pig, shipped directly to candidate Del Valle's home on an enormous wooden tray, scented, gleaming, with a parsley sprig in its mouth and a carrot protruding from its rump, reposing on a bed of tomatoes. Its stomach was stitched closed, stuffed with partridges that were stuffed with plums. A decanter containing half a gallon of the best brandy in the country accompanied it. Becoming a deputy, or better, a senator, was a long-cherished dream of Severo's. Over the years, he had meticulously laid the groundwork through contacts, friendships, secret meetings, discreet but effective public appearances, and gifts of money or favors to the right people at the right moment. That southern province, however distant and unknown, was exactly what he had been waiting for. The pig arrived on a Tuesday. By Friday, when only skin and bones remained for Barabbas to gnaw in the courtyard, Clara announced another death would soon come to the Del Valle family, but by mistake, she added. Saturday she slept badly and awoke screaming in the night. Morning brought linden tea from Nana, but no one paid much attention. Everyone was busy preparing for their father's southern trip, and Rosa the Beautiful had developed a chill. Nevia ordered Rosa to bed. Dr. Cuevas said it was nothing serious. Sugared lemonade with a splash of liquor to bring down her fever. Severo visited his daughter, found her flushed and wide-eyed in butter-colored lace sheets, gave her a dance card as a present, and authorized Nana to open the brandy decanter. Rosa drank, wrapped herself in her woolen shawl, and fell asleep beside Clara, with whom she shared the room. That tragic Sunday morning, Nana woke early as always. Before Mass, she went to the kitchen. The wood stove's embers were still warm. She lit them. While water heated and milk boiled, she stacked plates, put oatmeal on the stove, strained coffee, toasted bread. She arranged 2 trays, one for Nevia, who breakfasted in bed, and one for Rosa, whose illness earned the same treatment. She covered Rosa's tray with a linen napkin embroidered by nuns, checked the courtyard for Barabbas. He had a penchant for leaping at her with breakfast, saw him playing with a hen, and began her long trip from the kitchen in the house's middle to the girls' room on the far side. At Rosa's door, she stopped, gripped by a premonition. She entered without knocking and immediately noticed the scent of roses, though they were out of season. That was how Nana understood an inescapable disaster had occurred. She set the tray down beside the bed, walked slowly to the window, opened heavy drapes, let pale morning sun in. Grief-stricken, she turned. Rosa lay dead upon the bed, more beautiful than ever. Hair strikingly green, skin new ivory, honey-gold eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Little Clara observed from the foot of the bed. Nana fell to her knees, took Rosa's hand and prayed. She prayed a long time until a terrible moan, like a lost freighter, rang through the house. The first and last time anyone heard Barabbas's voice. He mourned the dead girl all day, fraying the nerves of family and neighbors who came running at his shipwrecked howls. After one look at Rosa's body, Dr. Cuevas knew she had died of no ordinary fever. He searched the entire house, kitchen inch by inch, fingers in pots, flour sacks, sugar bags, dried fruit boxes, leaving destruction behind. He rummaged Rosa's drawers, questioned servants, harassed Nana until his search led to the brandy decanter, which he requisitioned. He shared doubts with no one but took the bottle to his laboratory. 3 hours later, his rosy face transformed into a pale mask. He walked to Severo, took his arm, and led him aside. There was enough poison in that brandy to fell an ox, he said between tight lips. But to be sure that's what killed the child, he would need an autopsy. Severo moaned. Did that mean cutting her open? Not completely, the doctor explained, just her digestive tract, not her head. Severo was overcome. Nevia was worn out from weeping, but when she learned they were thinking of taking Rosa to the morgue, she quickly regained her strength. She calmed only when they swore Rosa would go directly from the house to the Catholic cemetery. Then she accepted the laudanum the doctor offered and slept 20 hours. When evening fell, Severo made preparations. He sent children to bed, gave servants permission to retire early, allowed Clara, too upset, to spend the night in another sister's room. When lights were out and the house silent, Dr. Cuevas's assistant arrived, a sickly, myopic, stuttering young man. They helped Severo carry Rosa's body to the kitchen, setting it gently on the marble slab where Nana kneaded pastry. When Rosa's nightgown was lifted to reveal a mermaid's splendid body, Severo staggered out, drunk with grief, collapsed in an armchair, and wept like a child. Dr. Cuevas, who had seen Rosa come into the world, was also taken aback at the sight of her nude body. The young assistant began to pant, so overwhelmed that he would pant for years whenever he recalled Rosa naked and asleep on the kitchen table, green hair cascading to the floor. While they worked on their terrible task, Nana, bored with weeping and prayer, sensing something strange in her domain, wrapped her shawl and set out through the house. She saw a light in the kitchen, but door and shutters were closed. She continued through frozen, silent halls, crossing 3 wings until she reached the drawing room. Through the open door, she saw her employer pacing with a desolate air. The fire had long gone out. She stepped in and asked where Rosa was. Dr. Cuevas was with her, Severo replied, and offered her a drink. Nana remained standing, crossed arms holding her shawl. Severo pointed to the sofa. She approached shyly and sat beside him, the first time she had been this close to her employer since living in his house. Severo poured sherry, downed his in one gulp, buried his head in his hands, tearing his hair and murmuring a strange litany. Nana, stiff on the edge of her seat, relaxed when she saw him cry. She stretched out her rough, chapped hand and with an automatic gesture smoothed his hair, the same caress she had used to console his children for 20 years. He looked up at her ageless face, Indian cheekbones, black bun, the broad lap against which he had seen all his descendants burped and rocked to sleep, and felt this warm, generous woman could console him. He leaned his forehead on her skirt, inhaled her starched apron's sweet scent, and broke into a small boy's sobs, spilling tears held in throughout his man's life. Nana scratched his back, patted him, spoke in the half-language she used for the littlest ones, sang a peasant ballad until he calmed. They remained side by side, sipping sherry and weeping as they recalled happy days when Rosa scampered in the garden, startling butterflies with her beauty that could only have come from the bottom of the sea. In the kitchen, Dr. Cuevas and his assistant prepared dread utensils and foul jars, donned rubber aprons, rolled up sleeves, and poked in Rosa's most intimate parts until they proved beyond doubt that she had swallowed an extraordinary quantity of rat poison. This was meant for Severo, the doctor concluded, washing his hands. The assistant, overcome by the girl's beauty, could not resign himself to leaving her sewn up like a jacket, and suggested they fix her up. Both men worked on preserving her with unguents and mortician's pass until 4 a.m, when the doctor announced he was too tired and sad to continue. He left. Rosa remained with the assistant, who wiped bloodstains from her skin with a sponge, put her embroidered nightgown back over her chest to cover the seam from throat to sex, arranged her hair, and cleaned their mess. Dr. Cuevas walked into the living room and found Severo and Nana half drunk with tears and sherry. He told them she was ready. They had fixed her up a little so her mother could see her. He confirmed his doubts. In Rosa's stomach he had found the same lethal substance as in the brandy gift. Severo then recalled Clara's prediction and lost what remained of his composure, incapable of thinking his daughter had died instead of him. He crumpled to the floor, moaning he was guilty because of his ambition and bluster, that no one had told him to get into politics, that he was better off as an ordinary lawyer, that he was renouncing his accursed candidacy, resigning from the Liberal Party and all public works, and that he hoped none of his descendants would ever mix in politics, a trade for butchers and bandits. Dr. Cuevas took pity and got him drunk. Sherry was stronger than suffering and guilt. Nana and the doctor carried him to his bedroom, removed his clothes, put him to bed, then went to the kitchen, where the assistant was putting final touches on Rosa. Nevia and Severo woke late the following morning. Relatives had hung the house in mourning, curtains drawn with black crepe ribbons, walls piled with wreaths, sickly sweet odor filling halls. A funeral chapel was set up in the dining room. On the big table covered with black gold-fringed cloth lay Rosa's white coffin with silver rivets. 12 yellow candles in bronze candelabras cast dusky light. They had dressed her in the white gown and crown of wax orange blossoms saved for her wedding day. At 12 o'clock, the parade of friends, relatives, and acquaintances began filing in to express sympathy. Even confirmed enemies appeared. Severo interrogated each pair of eyes, hoping to discover the assassin, but in each, even the Conservative Party presidents, he saw the same innocence and grief. During the wake, the men wandered through sitting rooms and hallways speaking softly of business, maintaining respectful silence whenever family approached. When it was time to enter the dining room to pay last respects to Rosa, everyone trembled. If anything, her beauty had grown more remarkable in death. The ladies moved to the living room, arranging chairs in a circle where they could weep at leisure, unburdening themselves of their own troubles while weeping for another's death. The weeping was copious, but dignified and muted. Some murmured prayers. Maids moved back and forth distributing tea, cognac, homemade sweets, handkerchiefs for the women, and cold ammonia compresses for those who felt faint from lack of air, candle scent, and emotional weight. All the Del Valle sisters except Clara, still only a child, were dressed in black from head to toe, flanking their mother like a row of crows. Nivea, who had shed all her tears, sat rigid without sigh, word, or ammonia. She was allergic. Visitors stopped to pay condolences. Some kissed both cheeks. Others held her tight. She seemed not to recognize even her closest friends. She had seen other children die in early childhood or at birth, but none had caused this sense of loss. All the brothers and sisters said goodbye to Rosa with a kiss on her cold forehead except Clara, who refused to go near the dining room. They didn't insist, because of her extreme sensitivity and her tendency to sleepwalk when her imagination ran away. She stayed in the garden curled beside Barabbas, refusing to eat or have anything to do with the funeral. Only Nana kept an eye on her and tried to comfort her, but Clara pushed her away. Despite Severo's care to hush speculation, Rosa's death became a public scandal. Dr. Cuevas offered the most logical explanation, galloping pneumonia, to anyone who listened, but rumor said she had mistakenly been poisoned in her father's stead. In those days, political assassinations were unknown. Poison was a method only whores and fishwives resorted to, unseen since colonial times. Even crimes of passion were resolved face to face. A great uproar followed the attempt on his life. Before Severo could stop it, an announcement appeared in the opposition paper making veiled accusations against the oligarchy, asserting that conservatives were capable of this act. They could not forgive Severo del Valle for joining the liberals despite his social class. The police tried to trace the brandy decanter but learned only that its source differed from the roast pigs, and that the Southern voters had nothing to do with it. The decanter had been found outside the service door on the same day the pig arrived. The cook simply assumed it was part of the same gift. Neither police zeal nor Severo's own investigation with a private detective shed light on the assassin's identity. The shadow of suspended vengeance has continued over succeeding generations. It was the first of many acts of violence marking the Del Valle family's fate. He remembered perfectly. That had been a very happy day. A new load had appeared, the thick, magnificent seam that had eluded him through that time of sacrifice, absence, and hope, which might represent the wealth he had sought so long. He was sure that within 6 months he would have enough money to marry, and by year's end he would call himself a wealthy man. He was very lucky. In the mines, more men lost what little they had than made fortunes. That was what he was writing to Rosa that evening, euphoric and so impatient his fingers locked on the old typewriter, words jamming together. He was in the middle of the letter when pounding at the door cut off his inspiration forever. A peasant with a mule team had brought a telegram from his sister Férula, news of Rosa's death. He had to read the scrap of paper 3 times before understanding the extent of his grief. The only thought that had never crossed his mind was that Rosa could be mortal. He had suffered thinking she might marry someone else, that the cursed vein might never appear, that the mine might cave in, but never that Rosa would die, despite his proverbial pessimism that always led him to expect the worst. Without Rosa, life no longer had meaning. All the air went out of him like a punctured balloon. God only knew how long he sat staring at the desert until his soul gradually returned. His first reaction was rage. He pounded the flimsy wooden planks until his knuckles bled. Then he tore all of Rosa's letters and drawings and copies of his letters into 1,000 pieces, stuffed his clothing, papers, and canvas pouch of gold into his suitcase, and found the foreman to leave logbooks and warehouse keys. The mule driver offered to take him to the train. They traveled almost the whole night on animal backs, with thin Spanish blankets against freezing mist, advancing at a snail's pace through endless wasteland where only the guide's instinct guaranteed safe arrival, no points of reference. The night was clear and full of stars. He felt cold pierce his bones, cut circulation in his hands, seep into his soul. He thought of Rosa and wished with unreasoning violence that her death wasn't true, desperately begging heaven for it to be a terrible mistake, praying that revived by the force of his love she would rise like Lazarus. He wept inwardly, sunk in grief and icy night, cursing the slow mule, Férula the bearer of bad news, Rosa herself for dying, and God for letting her. until light appeared over the horizon, stars fading, first dawn shades dyeing the landscape red and orange. With light, he regained some strength. He began resigning himself to misfortune, no longer asking for resurrection, but simply to arrive in time to see her once more before burial. They doubled their pace. An hour later, the driver left him at the tiny train station, where he caught the narrow-gauge locomotive linking civilization and the desert where he had spent 2 years. He traveled more than 30 hours without stopping to eat, not noticing thirst, and reached the Del Valle home before the funeral. He arrived covered in dust, without a hat, filthy and bearded, thirsty and furious, shouting for his bride. Little Clara, then just a skinny child, came out to meet him in the courtyard, took his hand and drew him silently toward the dining room. There lay Rosa in the folds of white satin lining her white coffin, still intact 3 days after death, 1,000 times more beautiful than he remembered. In death, she had been subtly transformed into the mermaid she had always been in secret. He fell to his knees beside her, scandalizing all the relatives with his cry that she had slipped through his hands. No one could comprehend his frustration at having spent 2 years scratching the earth to make his fortune with no other goal than to lead this girl to the altar, and death had stolen her away. Moments later, the carriage arrived, an enormous black shiny coach drawn by 6 plumed chargers, driven by 2 coachmen in livery. It pulled away in the middle of the afternoon beneath light drizzle, followed by a procession of cars carrying family, friends, and flowers. The custom then was for women and children not to attend funerals, considered a male province. But at the last minute, Clara slipped into the cortege to accompany her sister Rosa. He felt the grip of her small gloved hand. She stayed by his side the whole way, a small, silent shadow arousing unknown tenderness in his soul. At that moment, he hadn't been told she hadn't spoken in 2 days. 3 more would pass before the family became alarmed by her silence. Severo del Valle and his oldest sons bore Rosa's white coffin with silver rivets and laid it in the open niche of the family tomb. Dressed in black, silent and dry-eyed, as befits norms of sadness in a country accustomed to grief's dignity, they worked. After mausoleum gates locked and family, friends, and gravediggers retired, he was left alone among the flowers that had escaped Barabas's hunger, and accompanied Rosa to the cemetery. Tall and thin as he was then, before Ferula's curse came true, and he began to shrink, he must have looked like some dark winter bird with the bottom of his jacket dancing in the wind. The sky was gray, threatening rain. It must have been quite cold, but he didn't feel it. His rage ate him alive. He couldn't take his eyes off the small marble rectangle where Rosa the Beautiful's name had been engraved in tall Gothic letters, along with the dates marking her brief sojourn. He thought about how he had lost 2 years dreaming of Rosa, working for Rosa, writing to Rosa, wanting Rosa, and how in the end he wouldn't even have the consolation of being buried by her side. He thought about the years left and decided without her it wasn't worth it. He would never find another woman with her green hair and underwater beauty. If anyone had told him then he would live past 90, he would have put a gun to his head and pulled the trigger. The caretaker's footsteps gave no warning. A hand landed on the narrator's shoulder, and he jolted, then erupted, bellowing at the man for daring to touch him. The poor soul scrambled backward, terrified. Rain began to fall, spotting the funeral flowers. The caretaker stammered an apology, mentioning the hour and the lockup. He tried explaining the rules about sundown, but the narrator cut him off, shoving crumpled bills into his palm and pushing him away. The man retreated, glancing back over his shoulder, clearly convinced he'd just bribed a madman, one of those cemetery ghouls he'd heard about. The night stretched into what felt like the longest of his life. He stayed beside Rosa's tomb, keeping her company through the hardest part of her journey, when the dead most need the living's love to let go of the earth. He remembered her perfect face, then cursed his luck. He blamed her for those years inside the mine, dreaming of nothing else. He didn't mention the shriveled old prostitutes who serviced the whole camp. But he did tell Rosa about the rough, lawless men, the chickpeas and green water, the cold nights and blinding days. All of it endured with her image as his banner, hacking at the mountain even when the load was lost, even when he was sick, all for the single goal of marrying her. And now she died on him, betrayed him before he could fulfill his dreams, leaving nothing but incurable despair. He told her she'd mocked him. They'd never been alone. He'd only kissed her once. He'd woven love from impossible cravings, from faded letters that couldn't hold the intensity of his feelings. He had no gift for writing emotions. Those years in the mine were an irremediable loss. If he'd known she was dying, he would have stolen what he needed, built her a palace of pearls and coral, kidnapped her, locked her up, loved her without interruption. She would never have drunk the poison meant for her father. She would have lived 1,000 years. He told her about the caresses he'd saved, the presents, the ways he would have made her happy, all the crazy things he never would have said if she could actually hear him, things he's never told another woman since. That night, he believed he'd lost the ability to fall in love forever. Never is a long time, though. He's learned that. He felt anger spreading through him like a malignant tumor, staining his best hours, killing tenderness. But beyond the rage, the strongest feeling was frustrated desire. The need to run his hands over Rosa's body, to penetrate her secrets, to release the green fountain of her hair. In desperation, he summoned the last image. Her in the virginal coffin, bride's blossoms in her hair, a rosary in her hands. He couldn't know that years later he would see her again, just like that, for a fleeting second. At dawn, the caretaker returned, offering hot tea from his flask. The narrator pushed it away and stormed out through the tombs and cypresses, cursing. That same night, while Dr. Cuevas and his assistant cut Rosa open in the kitchen, Clara lay trembling in the dark, eyes wide. She was terrified that Rosa had died because Clara had said she would. She believed her mind could produce deaths and earthquakes, not just move the salt cellar. Her mother's explanations about only seeing events in advance, not causing them, did nothing. Lonely and guilty, she thought that being with Rosa would make her feel better. She got up in her nightshirt, barefoot, and walked to the room she'd shared with her sister. Empty. The house was dark and quiet. Her mother drugged asleep, everyone else in their rooms. She slipped through the sitting rooms, frightened by the heavy furniture, thick drapes, flickering lamps, potted ferns. A crack of light under the drawing-room door tempted her, but she feared running into her father. So she headed for the kitchen, wanting Nana's comfort. She crossed courtyards, past camellias and miniature orange trees, went through dark corridors where gaslights burned against earthquakes and bats, and arrived at the service wing. The kitchen door and shutters were closed. Instinct told her something was wrong. Too short to see, she dragged a wooden box to the window and peered through a warped crack. Dr. Cuevas, the kind, sweet old man who delivered her and treated all her childhood illnesses, had transformed into a dark, fat vampire from Uncle Marcos's books. Beside him stood a pale young stranger, shirt stained with blood, eyes drunk with love. She saw Rosa's snow-white legs, her naked feet. Clara began to shake. The doctor moved aside, and she saw the dreadful spectacle. Rosa on her back on the marble slab, a deep gash down her front, her intestines beside her on the salad platter. Rosa's head was twisted toward the window, her long green hair hanging like a fern onto the blood-stained tiles. Her eyes were closed, but in the shadows and her own terror, Clara imagined a humiliated, pleading expression on her sister's face. Stock still on the box, she watched until the end. She watched them empty Rosa out, inject her veins, bathe her in vinegar and lavender. She watched them fill her with paste and sew her up with a curved needle. She watched Dr. Cuevas rinse his hands and dry his tears while the assistant cleaned blood and viscera. She watched the doctor leave, putting on his black jacket with infinite sadness. She watched the young man kiss Rosa on the lips, the neck, the breasts, between the legs, then wipe her, dress her in her embroidered nightgown, and pant while rearranging her hair. She watched Nana and the doctor return, dressing Rosa in white and placing the crown of orange blossoms saved for her wedding day. She watched the assistant lift Rosa with the tenderness of a groom carrying his bride across the threshold. She could not move until the first lights of dawn. Only then did she slide back into bed, feeling within her the silence of the entire world. Silence filled her utterly. She did not speak again for 9 years, until she opened her mouth to announce she planned to marry. In the shabby dining room among the battered remnants of once fine Victorian furniture, Esteban Triba and his sister Ferrula ate the same greasy soup they had every day, the same tasteless fish reserved for Fridays. The same stooped, half-blind servant who had tended them their whole lives moved between kitchen and table with enormous platters and solemn ceremony. Their mother, Doña Esther, did not join them. She spent mornings motionless in her chair by the window, watching her once elegant neighborhood decline. After breakfast, they propped her in bed at a half-seated angle, the only position her arthritis allowed, surrounded by pious books of miracles and saints' lives, where she remained until the same routine resumed the next morning. Her only outings were weekly trips to Sunday Mass 2 blocks away, conveyed in a wheelchair by Ferrula and the maid. Esteban finished picking whitish fish from bones and set down his knife and fork. He sat as stiffly as he walked, straight as a pole, head thrown slightly back and to one side, his sidelong glance carrying pride, distrust, and myopia. The gesture might have been unpleasant if his eyes weren't so astonishingly sweet and bright. His tense posture would have suited a shorter man trying to appear taller, but he stood nearly 6 feet, slender and big-boned, with thick spatulate fingers. He moved with energy and long strides, graceful despite his severity. His most salient trait was moodiness and a tendency to violence, something he'd had since childhood, when he used to throw himself on the floor foaming at the mouth, kicking like one possessed, needing freezing water to regain control. He'd since learned to manage those fits, but a short temper remained, needing little provocation to blossom into terrible attacks. He announced he wasn't returning to the mine. He decided the night before that it was senseless to continue a hermit's life hunting a quick fortune. He still had 2 years on the concession, enough time to finish exploring the marvelous lode, but even if the foreman robbed him or didn't work it as well, that was no reason to bury himself alive. He had no wish to get rich through such sacrifice. He had his whole life to make money, time enough to be bored and await death, without Rosa. Ferrula answered that he'd have to work at something. They spent almost nothing, she said, but their mother's medicines were expensive. Esteban looked at his sister. She was still a beautiful woman with rich curves and a Roman Madonna's oval face, but resignation's ugliness already showed through her pale skin and shadowed eyes. Ferrula had accepted the role of their mother's nurse, sleeping in the adjoining room, ready at any moment to run in with potions, hold a bedpan, or straighten pillows. She was tormented. She took pleasure in humiliation and menial tasks, believing she'd reach heaven through terrible injustice. So she cleaned her mother's ulcerated legs, sank into the stench, peered into the bedpan. And as much as she hated herself for these unconfessable pleasures, she hated her mother more for being their instrument. She waited on her without complaint, but subtly extracted the price. The fact remained that the daughter had sacrificed her life, become a spinster for that reason. She turned down 2 suitors on the pretext of her mother's illness. She never spoke of it, but everyone knew. She moved thickly and awkwardly, with the same sour character as her brother, but life and being a woman had forced her to clamp down on the bit. She seemed so perfect that word spread she was a saint, cited as an example for the devotion she lavished on Doña Esther, and for raising her brother when their mother fell ill and their father died, leaving them in dire poverty. Ferrula had adored young Esteban. She slept with him, bathed him, took him on strolls, sewed from dawn to dusk to pay for his schooling, and wept with rage and helplessness the day he took a notary job because her earnings couldn't support them. She'd taken care of him as she now did their mother, weaving him into her invisible net of guilt and unrepayable debts. The boy began moving away the day he first put on long pants. Esteban recalled the exact moment he'd realized his sister was an ominous shadow, when he received his first wages. He'd saved 50 centavos to fulfill a childhood dream, a cup of Viennese coffee. Through the Hotel Frances windows, he'd watched waiters pass with trays bearing tall glass goblets crowned with whipped cream and glazed maraschino cherries. On paycheck day, he'd cross back and forth outside before finding courage. Beret in hand, he'd stepped timidly into the luxurious dining room with its teardrop chandeliers, convinced everyone stared at his too-tight suit and old shoes. He sat on the chair's edge, burning, ordering in a thread of a voice. The coffee arrived, more impressive than imagined, accompanied by 3 honey biscuits. He stared in fascination, then picked up the long-handled spoon and plunged it into the cream with an ecstatic sigh. He wanted the moment to last to infinity. He stirred and stirred until the spoon's tip cracked the glass. Coffee leapt out, pouring onto his clothes. Horrified, he watched the entire goblet spill across his only suit as neighboring tables watched. Pale with frustration, he walked out 50 centavos poorer, leaving a trail of coffee on the springy carpet. When he reached home, soaked and furious, Férula told him acidly that this was what he got for spending their mother's medicine money on private whims. God had punished him. In that moment, Esteban saw clearly how his sister kept him down, made him feel guilty. He understood he would have to escape. Férula told him acidly that this was where Credula held him. Férula told him husband Dorfel. As he moved out from under her tutelage, Férula began to dislike him. His freedom to come and go stung her like a reproach. When he fell in love with Rosa and she saw him desperate, following her around the house pleading for help, interceding with the Del Valle family, she again felt important. They seemed reconciled briefly, but that didn't last. She realized she'd been used. She was happy when he left for the mine. From age 15, Esteban had supported the household and promised always to do so, but that wasn't enough for her. It bothered her to be locked up in walls that stank of medicine and age, kept awake by her mother's moans, attentive to the clock, bored and unhappy while her brother had no such obligations. Before him lay a bright, free destiny. He could marry, have children, know love. The day she'd sent the telegram about Rosa's death, she'd felt a strange shiver, almost of joy. Férula repeated that he'd have to work at something. He replied that she'd never lack for anything so long as he lived. She called that easy to say, drawing a fishbone from her teeth. He said he might go to the country, maybe to Tres Marias. She told him the place was in ruins. She'd always said the best thing was to sell it, but he was as stubborn as a mule. He answered that land is something one should never sell. It's the only thing left when everything else is gone. Férula disagreed. Land was a romantic idea, she insisted. What makes a man rich is a good eye for business. But he'd always said one day he'd live in the country, she noted. He replied that day had arrived. He hated this city. She asked why he didn't say it was because he hated this house. He answered brutally that too. She said with hatred that she wished she'd been born a man so she could leave as well. He said he would not have liked to be a woman. They finished eating in silence. Brother and sister had drifted apart. The only things uniting them were their mother's presence and the vague memory of childhood love. They'd grown up in a ruined home, witnessing their father's moral and economic deterioration, and then their mother's slow illness. Doña Esther had begun suffering arthritis early, growing stiffer until she could move only with the greatest difficulty, like a living corpse, finally settling for good into her wheelchair, her widowhood, and her despair. Esteban remembered his childhood and adolescence. Tight-fitting suits, the rope of St. Francis tied around his waist as a sign of unknown vows, carefully mended shirts, his loneliness. Férula, 5 years older, washed and starched his only 2 shirts every other day, so he'd always look fresh, and reminded him that on their mother's side they were heirs to the noblest surname of the viceroyalty of Lima. Truba had simply been a regrettable accident. Doña Esther had fallen hopelessly in love with that good-for-nothing immigrant, a first-generation settler who within a few years squandered first her dowry, then her inheritance. His blue-blood past meant nothing without enough money to pay the grocer. Esteban remembered going to school on foot because he couldn't afford the streetcar fare. He recalled how they'd lined his chest and back with newspaper under his clothes, no woolen undergarments, his overcoat in tatters, and how he'd suffered at the thought that his schoolmates might hear the papers crunch against his skin. In winter, the only heat came from the brazier in his mother's bedroom, where the 3 of them huddled together to save on candles and coal. His childhood had been privation, discomfort, harshness, interminable nighttime rosaries, fear, guilt. All that remained was his fury and outsized pride. 2 days later, Esteban left for the country. Ferrula accompanied him to the station, kissing a cold goodbye on his cheek. She waited as he boarded with his 2 leather suitcases, the same ones he'd bought for the mine, supposedly meant to last a lifetime. She told him to take care, to visit from time to time, that she'd miss him. But underneath, both knew they were destined not to see each other for many years, and both felt rather relieved. As the train pulled out, he shouted for her to let him know if their mother took a turn for the worse. She waved her handkerchief and told him not to worry. Esteban leaned back in the red velvet seat, grateful to the British for building first-class cars where a man could travel like a gentleman, away from chickens, baskets, and howling children. He congratulated himself for buying the more expensive ticket for the first time in his life. This was what marked the difference between a yokel and a gentleman. From that day on, no matter how tight his circumstances, he would always pay for small comforts that made him feel rich. He decided he didn't plan to be poor ever again, dreaming of the seam of gold. Through the window, he watched the fertile Central Valley, vineyards, wheat fields, alfalfa, marigolds, comparing it to the sterile, lunar desert of the north, whose terrifying beauty had fascinated him. He whispered that his life was changing, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. He got off at San Lucas Station, a wretched place. The wooden platform was empty, its roof eaten by weather and ants. Through an impalpable mist rising from rain-soaked earth, he could see the whole valley. Distant mountains disappeared behind clouds. Only the snowy volcano peak stood clear, lit by a timid winter sun. He looked around. In his childhood, the only happy time he could recall, before his father slid into ruin and alcohol, the 2 of them had ridden horses here. He'd played summers at Tres Marias, but it was so long ago he didn't recognize the place. He searched for the town and saw only a faded hamlet in the morning dampness. The station office was padlocked. A smudged, penciled note was tacked on the door, unreadable. The train pulled out behind him, leaving a column of white smoke. Alone in the silent landscape, he picked up his bags and stepped onto a muddy, stony path leading into town. He walked more than 10 minutes, grateful it wasn't raining, though he struggled with the heavy suitcases. As he neared the hamlet, he saw smoke from several chimneys and breathed relief. So lonely and decayed, he'd feared a ghost town. He stopped at the edge of town and saw no one. Silence reigned on the single street of modest adobe houses. He approached the nearest house, door open, called out loudly, and stepped inside. Dark except for the doorway. His eyes adjusted to reveal 2 children playing on the hard earth floor, staring with astonished eyes. Beyond them, a woman walked toward him, wiping her hands on her apron, instinctively fixing a lock of hair. She replied, covering her toothless mouth with her fingers. He explained he needed to rent a cart, but she only stood there with a vacant expression, hiding the children in her apron. He walked out, picked up his bags, and continued. He'd nearly circled the entire town without seeing anyone and was growing desperate when he heard hooves behind him, a rickety cart driven by a woodcutter. Esteban stood in front of it, forcing him to stop, shouting that he'd pay handsomely to be driven to Tres Marias. The man asked what took him there, calling it a lawless heap of rocks, a no man's land, but he agreed, helping load the suitcases among bundles of wood. Esteban sat beside him. Children darted out of doorways as the wagon passed. He felt lonelier than ever. About 5 miles outside San Lucas, along a ruined, weed-choked path full of potholes, a wooden sign hung from a broken chain, knocking against its post like a funeral drum. One glance made him understand it would take a Hercules to rescue the place from desolation. Weeds had swallowed the path. Everywhere he looked, rocks, thick underbrush, mountains. No suggestion of pasture or the vineyards he remembered. No one came to greet him. The cart moved slowly along tracks carved into the weeds. After a moment, he made out the main house, still standing, but nightmarish, full of rubble, chicken wire, garbage strewn across the floor. Half the roof tiles were broken. A wild tangle of vines grew through the windows and covered most of the outside wall. Around it stood windowless adobe huts, black with soot, never whitewashed. two dogs fought ferociously in the courtyard. The cart's rattle and the woodcutter's curses roused the inhabitants, who gradually emerged from doorways, staring with amazement and mistrust. 15 years since they'd seen an owner, they'd assumed there no longer was one. They couldn't recognize in this tall, imperious man the little boy with chestnut curls who'd played in this courtyard long ago. Esteban stared back and remembered no one. He saw various women of indecipherable age, skin dry and cracked, some pregnant, all barefoot in faded rags. At least a dozen children of all sizes, the youngest naked. Other faces peered from doorways, too timid to come out. Esteban stepped down, unloaded his 2 bags, and pressed coins into the woodcutter's hand. The man offered to wait. Esteban told him this was as far as he was going. He walked to the house, gave the door a single forceful push, and went in. Morning light entered through broken shutters and chinks in the ceiling. Dust and spiderwebs everywhere, thoroughly abandoned. None of the tenant farmers had dared move into the large, empty house. They hadn't touched the furniture. Everything stood exactly where it had been when he was a child, only uglier, more lugubrious, more rickety. The entire house was carpeted with thick grass, dust, dried leaves. It smelled like a tomb. A skeletal dog barked angrily until too tired to continue, then lay down to scratch its fleas. Esteban put his bags on a table and walked through the house, fighting off overwhelming sadness. He went from room to room, noticing how time, poverty, and dirt had worn everything away. This hole seemed far worse than the mine. The kitchen was wide and filthy, walls blackened with smoke, moldy and in ruins. Copper pots hung from their nails, unused for 15 years. The bedrooms had the same beds and huge wardrobes his father had bought, but mattresses were piles of rotten wool where bugs had nested for generations. He heard rats in the rafters. Floors were invisible under grime. In the drawing room, the German piano stood with one broken leg and yellow keys, sounding like an untuned harpsichord. On shelves, illegible books, pages chewed by damp. On the floor, remnants of ancient magazines, pages scattered by wind. Armchairs sat with springs sticking out. A mouse nest occupied the wing chair where his mother had liked to knit before illness turned her hands to claws. When he finished the tour, Esteban had a clearer view. An immense task lay ahead. If the house was in such bad repair, he could scarcely expect the rest of the property to be any better. For a second, he was tempted to pile his bags back on the cart and return where he'd come from. But he rejected that in a flash. If anything could alleviate the grief and rage of Rosa's loss, it would be breaking his back working this ruined land. He took off his coat, drew a deep breath, and went out to the courtyard. The woodcutter still waited. The tenants had grouped at a distance with typical country shyness. They looked at each other with curiosity. Esteban took 2 steps toward them and noticed a slight backward movement. He let his eyes wander over the shabby peasants, trying to force a friendly smile to the runny-nosed children, the bleary-eyed old people, the hopeless women, but it came out like a grimace. He asked where the men were. The only young man stepped forward, probably the same age as Esteban, but looking older. He said they'd left. When Esteban asked his name, the man replied Pedro II Garcia. Esteban announced that he was the patron now. The party was over. They were going to work. Anyone who didn't like the idea should clear out immediately. He warned that whoever stayed wouldn't lack for food, but would have to work good and hard. No deadbeats or smart alecks. They looked at one another in amazement, understanding barely half of what he said, yet recognizing their master's voice. Pedro II Garcia answered for them. They had nowhere to go, had always lived here. They would stay. A little boy squatted and began to defecate. A mangy dog ran up to sniff him. Revolted, Esteban ordered the child taken away, the courtyard hosed down, the dog killed. Thus began the new life that, in time, would make him forget Rosa. No one would convince him he hadn't been a good patron. Anyone who saw Tres Marias in decline and then as a model estate would have to agree. That's why he couldn't go along with his granddaughter's talk of class struggle. Those poor peasants were far worse off today than 50 years ago. He'd been like a father to them. Agrarian reform ruined everything. He used every cent saved for marrying Rosa, plus everything the foreman sent from the mine, to pull Trismerias out of misery. But it wasn't money that saved the place, it was hard work and organization. Word spread there was a new patron using mules to clear stones and plow fields. Men began arriving to offer their service because he paid well and gave meals. He bought animals, sacred to him, never killed even if they went a year without meat. The livestock prospered. He organized crews. After field work, they restored the main house. They weren't carpenters or masons. He taught them from books, even did the plumbing. They fixed roofs, whitewashed top to bottom, cleaned until it sparkled. He distributed furniture to tenants except the dining table, still intact despite worms, and the wrought iron bed that had belonged to his parents. He continued living in the empty house with no other furniture except those two pieces and a few wooden crates to sit on, until Ferula sent new furniture from the capital, large, heavy, ostentatious pieces built for generations, proof being that it took an earthquake to destroy them. He arranged them along walls with an eye to convenience more than aesthetics. Once the house was comfortable, he felt happy and began accepting that he might spend many years, perhaps his whole life, in Tres Marias. The tenants' wives took turns as servants and tended his orchard. He soon saw the first flowers in the garden he'd planned with his own hand, the same one there today, with minor changes. In those days people worked without grumbling. His presence made them feel secure. They saw the land restored to prosperity. They were good, simple men, no rebels among them, also very poor and very ignorant. Before he arrived, they tilled small family plots providing bare necessities to keep from starving, unless catastrophe struck. Drought, frost, plague, ants, snails. After he arrived, all that changed. One by one they rescued the old fields, rebuilt chicken coops and stables, planned irrigation so crops wouldn't depend on weather. But it wasn't an easy life. Very hard. Sometimes he walked to town and returned with a veterinarian who checked cows and hens, and while at it, anyone sick. It wasn't true that he assumed a vet's training was good enough for people, as his granddaughter claimed to make him mad. The fact was you couldn't get a doctor in that godforsaken place. Peasants went to an Indian curandera who knew herbs and suggestion. They had great confidence in her, more than in the vet. Mothers gave birth with help from neighbors, prayers, and a midwife who almost never arrived on time because she came by burro. But she was as good at delivering babies as pulling calves from wall-eyed cows. The gravely ill, whom no spell of the curandera or potion from the vet could help, were placed on a cart and taken by Pedro II Garcia or himself to a hospital run by nuns, where a doctor frequently helped them die. The dead ended in a tiny graveyard next to the abandoned church at the volcano's foot, now a proper cemetery. Once or twice a year he arranged for a priest to bless unions, animals, and machines, baptize children, and say belated prayers for the dead. The only amusements were castrating pigs and bulls, cockfights, hopscotch, and the incredible tales of old Pedro Garcia, may he rest in peace, Pedro II's father, who claimed his grandfather had fought in the patriot ranks that kicked the Spaniards out of America. He showed children how to let themselves be stung by spiders and drink pregnant women's urine as immunization. He knew almost as many herbs as the curandera, but got confused about their use, committing some irreparable mistakes. Still, he had an unbeatable method for pulling teeth, a combination of red wine and our fathers that plunged the patient into a hypnotic trance. He pulled one of Esteban's molars, and if alive today, he'd be his dentist. He soon felt at home. His closest neighbors were a good horse ride away, but he wasn't interested in social life. He enjoyed his solitude, and besides, he had a lot of work. He gradually became a savage, forgetting words, his vocabulary shrinking, growing very demanding. With no need to keep up appearances, his naturally bad character got worse. Everything made him angry. Children circling the kitchen to steal bread, hens noisy in the courtyard, sparrows invading cornfields. When his ill humor bothered him, and he felt uncomfortable in his own skin, he went hunting. He woke long before dawn, left with shotgun, game bag, and partridge hound. He liked riding in the dark, the cold air, the long wait in shadows, the silence, the smell of gunpowder and blood, the feel of the weapon drawn back against his shoulder, the sight of prey falling kicking. All this calmed him. When he returned with 4 wretched rabbits and a few partridges too full of holes to cook, half dead and covered in mud, he felt happy and relieved. Whenever he thought back on those days, he felt great sadness. His life had gone by very fast. If he had it to do over, there were a few mistakes he wouldn't make, but in general nothing he regretted. Yes, he'd been a good patron, no doubt about it. The first months, Esteban was so busy channeling water, digging wells, removing stones, clearing pastures, repairing chicken cops and stables, that he had no time to think. He went to bed thoroughly exhausted, woke at dawn, stopped just long enough for a meager breakfast before riding off to supervise the fields. He didn't return until sundown. Only then did he eat his one real meal of the day, alone at the dining table. The first months he kept his promise to always bathe and change for dinner, as he'd heard British colonizers did in the most distant hamlets of Africa and Asia, to keep dignity and authority. He put on his best clothes, shaved, played opera arias on the gramophone. But little by little rusticity conquered him. He accepted he had no calling as a dandy, especially since no one appreciated his efforts. He stopped shaving, cut his hair only when it reached his shoulders, continued bathing once a day only because the habit was ingrained, but grew indifferent to clothes and manners. He was slowly becoming a barbarian. Before sleep he read or played chess, having developed the ability to compete against a book without cheating and learn to lose without getting mad. Still, exhaustion wasn't enough to suppress his robust, sensual nature. He began having difficult nights. Blankets seemed excessively heavy, sheets too light. His horse played nasty tricks, suddenly becoming a formidable female, a hard, wild mountain of flesh he rode until his bones ached. The warm, aromatic melons in his orchard looked like enormous breasts. He astonished himself by burying his face in his saddle blanket, seeking in the sour smell of horse sweat the forbidden, distant scent of his first prostitutes. At night, he sweated through nightmares of rotten shellfish, slabs of raw beef, blood, semen, tears. He woke tense, his penis like an iron rod, angrier than ever. Hoping for relief, he plunged naked into the icy river until he couldn't breathe, but then felt invisible hands stroking his legs. Beaten, he floated aimlessly, feeling the current's hug, the kiss of tadpoles, the lash of rushes. Soon his terrible need became notorious. Nothing could quench it, neither the river, nor cinnamon teas, nor a piece of flint beneath his mattress, nor those shameful manipulations that drove boarding school boys mad, left them blind, plunged them into eternal damnation. When he began looking with concupiscent eyes at the birds in the corral, the children playing naked in the orchard, even at raw bread dough, he understood his virility wouldn't be soothed by priestly substitutes. Common sense told him he would have to find a woman. Once he made up his mind, the terrible anxiety began to ebb, his fury abated. That day he woke smiling for the first time in months. Old Pedro Garcia saw him whistling on his way to the stables and shook his head in wonder. All that day, the patron busied himself plowing a cleared field slated for corn. Afterward he went with Pedro II Garcia to attend a cow in labor whose calf was turned wrong. He had to stick his arm in up to the elbow, turn the creature, help pull its head through. The cow died anyway. He didn't get upset. He ordered the calf bottle fed, washed himself in a pail, got back on his horse. Normally it would have been dinner time, but he wasn't hungry. He was in no hurry. He'd already made his choice. He'd seen the girl many times carrying her sniveling little brother on her hip, a bag on her shoulder or water jug on her head. He'd watched her washing clothes, squatting on the flat river stones, her dark legs polished by water, rubbing faded rags with rough peasant hands. She was big-boned with an Indian face, broad features, dark skin, a sweet, peaceful expression. Her fleshy, ample mouth still had all its teeth. When she smiled, her whole face lit up, but that didn't happen often. She had the beauty of early youth, though he could see it would quickly fade, as it does with women born to have many children, work without rest, and bury their dead. Her name was Pancha Garcia. She was 15 years old. By late afternoon, with the air crisp, Esteban Trebiba went looking for her. He rode slowly through the green stretches between pastures, asking after her until he spotted her on the path to her hut, doubled over beneath a sheaf of hawthorn for the kitchen hearth, barefoot, head bowed. From high in the saddle he felt the urgent desire that had tormented him for months. He trotted up beside her. She heard him but kept walking without looking up, following the custom of her kind who bow before the male. Esteban bent down, removed her burden, held it in the air for a moment, then hurled it violently to the side of the path. He threw his arm around her waist, swept her up with an animal grunt, and placed her before him in the saddle. The girl did not resist. He kicked his heels and they galloped toward the river. They dismounted without speaking. He unfastened his broad leather belt. She stepped back, but he grabbed her with a single stroke. They fell among the eucalyptus leaves. He didn't remove his clothes. He attacked her savagely, thrusting into her without preamble, with unnecessary brutality. He realized too late, from the blood spattered on her dress, that she was a virgin, but neither her humble origin nor the pressing demands of his desire allowed him to reconsider. Pancha Garcia didn't defend herself. She didn't complain or shut her eyes. She lay on her back, staring at the sky with terror, until she felt him drop to the ground beside her with a moan. Then she began to whimper softly. Before her, her mother, and before her, her grandmother, had suffered the same animal fate. Esteban adjusted his trousers, fastened his belt, helped her to her feet, lifted her onto the horse's haunches. He whistled. She wept. Before dropping her at her hut, he kissed her on the lips and told her that starting tomorrow, he wanted her to work in the house. Pancha agreed without looking up. Her mother and grandmother had also been servants in the main house. That night, Esteban slept like an angel, without dreaming of Rosa. He woke full of energy, feeling taller and stronger, set off for the fields humming. When he returned, Pancha was in the kitchen stirring marmalade in a huge copper pot. That night he waited impatiently, and when the sounds of housework fell silent and the nocturnal scampering of rats began, he felt her presence in his doorway. He called her, not an order but an entreaty. Now he took time to savor her fully, making sure she felt pleasure too. He explored her slowly, learning by heart the smoky scent of her ash-washed clothes and coal-ironed fabric, the texture of her straight dark hair, her skin soft in hidden places and rough everywhere else, her fresh lips, her tranquil sex, her broad belly. He desired her calmly, initiating her into the most secret and ancient of sciences. He was probably happy that night and the few nights after, as the two of them cavorted like puppies in the huge wrought iron bed that had belonged to the first Triba, now wobbly, but still withstanding the thrusts of love. Pancha's breast swelled, her hips filled out. Esteban's ill humor lifted for a while, and he took a certain interest in his tenants. He went to visit them in their wretched huts. In the shadows of one, he found a box filled with newspaper where a newborn baby and a puppy lay in shared sleep. In another, an old woman slowly dying for 4 years, her shoulder blades jutting through open wounds in her back. In a courtyard, moored to a post, a teenage idiot with a rope around his neck, drooling and babbling, naked, with a mule-sized penis he beat incessantly against the ground. For the first time in his life, Esteban realized the worst abandonment of Tres Marias wasn't the land or animals. It was the people, who had lived unprotected ever since his father gambled away his mother's dowry and inheritance. He decided it was time to bring a bit of civilization to this outpost between mountains and sea. A fever of activity commenced, shaking Tres Marias from its stupor. He put people to work as never before. Anxious to rescue in months what had lain in ruins for years, he hired every man, woman, old person, and child who could stand. He built a granary and larders for winter storage, salted horse meat, smoked pork, set the women to making preserves. He modernized the dairy, just an old shed filled with flies and manure, and forced the cows to produce enough milk. He began construction of a 6-room schoolhouse, aspiring to the day when all children and adults would read, write, and do simple arithmetic, though he wasn't in favor of additional learning, for fear they'd fill their minds with ideas unsuited to their station. Unable to obtain a teacher willing to work so remotely, and failing to teach reading himself despite promises of lashings and caramels, he finally gave up the dream and relegated the schoolhouse to other uses. His sister Ferula sent all the books he asked for, practical texts from which he learned to give injections by pricking himself in the leg, and to build a crystal radio set. He spent his first profits on rough cloth, a sewing machine, a box of homeopathic pills with an instruction booklet, an encyclopedia, and readers, notebooks, pencils. He cherished the idea of a dining hall where each child would get one full meal a day so they'd grow strong and be able to start work young, but realized it was crazy to expect children to arrive from all ends of the property just for a plate of food. So he transformed the project into a sewing workshop. Pancha Garcia was chosen to decipher the sewing machine. At first she thought it was an instrument of the devil endowed with its own life and refused to go near it, but Esteban was unyielding and she mastered it. He also set up a modest general store where tenants could buy what they needed without the ox cart trip to San Lucas. He bought wholesale and resold at cost, introducing a voucher system that began as credit but gradually became a substitute for legal tender. With these slips of pink paper, tenants could buy everything in the store. Their wages were paid in them. In addition, each worker had the right to a small plot for free time cultivation, 6 hens a year per family, a measure of seed, a share of the harvest for basic needs, daily bread and milk, and a Christmas and Independence Day bonus of 50 pesos, distributed only to men except widows, since women were not considered heads of family. Laundry soap, knitting wool, and a special lung-strengthening syrup were distributed free. He didn't want anyone dirty, cold, or sick living on his land. One day he read in the encyclopedia about balanced diets, beginning his lifelong mania for vitamins. He threw tantrums whenever he saw peasants giving children only bread while feeding milk and eggs to pigs. He began holding required meetings in the schoolhouse to teach about vitamins and to pass along whatever news he picked up on his crystal set. He soon tired of chasing radio waves and ordered a shortwave radio with 2 enormous batteries. This apparatus let him intercept a few coherent messages amid a deafening roar from across the sea. Thus he learned about the war in Europe and followed troop advances on a map hung on the school blackboard, marked with pins. The tenants watched in amazement, without the foggiest idea why anyone would move a pin from blue to green. They could not imagine the world as a piece of paper on a blackboard, whole armies reduced to the head of a pin. They cared not at all about the war, inventions, industry, gold prices, or fashion extravaganzas. These were fairy tales that did nothing to alter the narrowness of their existence. The radio lost its luster when it became evident it was useless for forecasting weather. The only one who showed the slightest interest in the messages was Pedro II Garcia. Esteban spent many hours with him, first before the crystal set, then with the battery radio, awaiting the miracle of the distant anonymous voice that gave them contact with civilization. Even so, this didn't bring the 2 men closer. Esteban knew this unformed peasant was more intelligent than the others, the only one who could read or hold a conversation longer than 3 sentences, the closest thing to a friend within 50 miles. But his monumental pride prevented him from recognizing any virtues beyond those of a good peon. He wasn't one to encourage intimacy with subordinates. Pedro II hated him, though he'd never named the tortured feeling that gripped his soul, a mixture of fear and resentful admiration. His intuition told him he'd never have the courage to confront him face to face, because he was the patron. He'd have to endure his tantrums, inconsiderate orders, and self-importance for the rest of his life. During the abandoned years, Pedro II had naturally assumed command of the small tribes surviving on these forsaken lands. He'd grown used to being respected, giving orders, making decisions, having no more than the sky overhead. The patron's arrival changed all that, but he couldn't deny they were better off now, no longer hungry, better protected, safer. At times, Esteban thought he caught a glimmer of murderous hatred in his eyes, but there was never cause to rebuke him for insolence. Pedro II obeyed without complaint, worked without grumbling, was honest and loyal enough. If he saw his sister Pancha in the main house hall, walking with the heavy gait of a satisfied woman, he bowed his head and was silent. Pancha was young and the patron was strong. The predictable result began showing within months. The veins of her legs appeared like worms on her dark skin. Her movements slowed, her gaze grew distant. She lost all interest in the lusty thrashing in the wrought iron bed. Her waist swelled rapidly. Her breasts drooped with the weight of new life growing inside her. Esteban was slow to notice. He hardly looked at her anymore. His first enthusiasm having waned, he rarely caressed her. He simply used her as a hygienic method for relieving the day's tensions and obtaining a good night's sleep. But the moment came when her pregnancy was obvious even to him. He felt repulsed. He began seeing her as an enormous container holding a formless gelatinous mass he couldn't view as his own child. Pancha left the main house and returned to her parents' hut, where no one asked questions. She continued working in the main house kitchen, kneading dough and sewing, daily growing more deformed by her maternity. She stopped serving him at table and avoided him. They had nothing left to say. A week after she left his bed, he dreamed again of Rosa and awoke on wet sheets. He looked out the window and saw a slender little girl hanging wash on a wire. She couldn't have been more than 13 or 14, but fully developed. She turned and looked at him with a woman's expression. Old Pedro Garcia saw his patron whistling on his way to the stables and shook his head in wonder. Over the next 10 years, Esteban Truba became the most respected patron in the region. He built brick houses for his workers, hired a teacher, and raised everyone's standard of living. Tres Marias thrived without needing the gold seam. It even served as collateral to extend his mining concession. His bad temper became legendary, so exaggerated it made him uncomfortable. He forbade anyone to talk back, tolerated no opposition, viewed disagreement as provocation. His concupiscence intensified. Not a girl passed from puberty to adulthood without him subjecting her to the woods, the riverbank, or the wrought iron bed. When no women remained in Tres Marias, he chased those from neighboring haciendas, taking them at dusk wherever he could find a place. He didn't bother to hide, afraid of no one. Occasionally a brother, father, husband, or employer showed up to call him to account. But faced with his uncontrolled violence, such visits became less frequent. Word of his cruelty spread, provoking jealous admiration among men of his class. Peasants hid their daughters and clenched their fists helplessly. They couldn't confront him. He was stronger and he had impunity. Twice, bullet-riddled bodies of peasants from other haciendas were discovered. No one doubted the guilty party was from Tres Marias, but the rural police recorded that the victims had been caught committing theft. The matter never went further. Truiba polished his reputation as a rake, sowing the region with bastard offspring, reaping hatred, storing up sins he barely felt. He'd hardened his soul and silenced his conscience with the excuse of progress. In vain, Pedro II Garcia and the old priest from the nuns' hospital suggested that brick houses and milk didn't make a good employer. What mattered was decent salaries instead of pink slips, workloads that didn't grind bones to dust, and a little respect and dignity. Truba wouldn't listen. That smacked of communism. He muttered that these were degenerate ideas, Bolshevik ideas designed to turn tenants against him. What they didn't realize was that these poor people were completely ignorant and uneducated. Like children, they couldn't handle responsibility. How could they know what was best for them? Without him, they'd be lost. Look what happened every time he turned his back. Everything went to pieces. They started acting like donkeys. His people had it fine now. What more did they need? If they complained, it was sheer ingratitude. They had brick houses. He blew their kids' noses, cured parasites, gave vaccinations, taught reading. Was there any other hacienda with its own school? No. Whenever he could, he brought a priest to say mass. So he didn't see why the priest came talking about justice. The priest had no business butting into matters he didn't understand. Let him try to run this property. You had to use a strong hand. That was the only language they understood. The minute you got soft, they lost respect. He'd often been severe but always fair. He'd had to teach them everything, even how to eat. If it were up to them, they'd eat only bread. If he didn't keep an eye on them, they gave milk and eggs to pigs. They didn't know how to clean themselves, and they wanted the right to vote. How were they supposed to know about politics when they didn't even know where they lived? They'd vote for communists. Just like the miners in the north, whose strikes might push the whole country over the brink, now of all times, with copper at its peak. What he'd do up there was send in troops and let bullets fly. Unfortunately, only thing that worked in these countries was the stick. This wasn't Europe. What you needed was a strong government, a strong man. It would be lovely if everyone were created equal, but they weren't. The only one who knew how to work around here was him. He was the first up and last to bed. If it were up to him, he'd send it all packing and go live like a prince in the capital. But he had to stay. If he left for a week, it would all collapse and these poor creatures would starve. Remember what it was like when he arrived. A wasteland, a ruin of rocks and vultures, a no man's land. Pastures overgrown. No one had thought to channel water. They were satisfied to plant dirty little lettuce plants in their front yards. He had to come for there to be law, order, and work. How could he be anything but proud? He'd worked so well he'd bought 2 neighboring haciendas. This property was now the biggest and richest in the area, an example, a model hacienda. With the new highway alongside, its value had doubled. If he wanted to sell out, he could go to Europe and live off interest, but he wasn't going anywhere. He was doing it for them. Without him, they'd be lost. At heart, they were useless even for running errands. They were like children. Not one could do what he was supposed to do without him behind him driving him on. And then they started with the story that everyone was equal, enough to die laughing. To his mother and sister he sent crates of fruit, salted meat, hams, fresh eggs, hens live and in brine, sacks of flour, rice, other grains, huge wheels of cheese, and all the money they might need. Tres Marias and the mine were both producing as they should for the first time since God put them on the planet, as he liked to tell anyone who'd listen. He sent Doña Esther and Ferula all sorts of things they'd never hoped for, but in all those years he never found time to visit them, not even when passing through on trips north. He was too busy with the fields, new land, and various businesses he'd begun to eye. No time to waste at an invalid's bedside. Besides, the mails kept them in touch, and the train let him send anything. He had no need to see them. You could say everything by letter. Everything except what he didn't want them to know, such as the string of bastards springing up behind him like magic. No sooner did he roll in the pasture with a girl than she became pregnant. It had to be the devil's work. He'd never seen such fertility, and he was sure at least half the infants weren't his. So he decided that aside from Pancho Garcia's son, named Esteban like himself, whose mother was definitely a virgin when he'd possessed her, the rest might or might not be his. It was always better to think they weren't. Whenever a woman showed up at his door with a newborn baby, asking for his surname or assistance, he sent her away with a few banknotes pressed into her hand, and a warning that if she bothered him again, he'd send her flying with his whip, so she'd be cured of any wish to wiggle her tail at the first man she saw and then come accusing him. Thus he never knew the exact number of his children, and he wasn't interested. He figured that when he was ready to have children, he'd find a woman of his own class, with the church's blessing, because the only ones who counted were those who bore their father's surname. The others might as well not have been born, and he'd have none of that monstrous talk about everyone being born with equal rights. If that happened, everybody would go to hell, and civilization would be thrown back to the Stone Age. He remembered Nevia, Rosa's mother. After her husband retired from politics, terrified by poisoned brandy, she'd begun her own political campaign, chaining herself with other ladies to the gates of Congress and the Supreme Court, a degrading spectacle that made all their husbands look ridiculous. He knew she went out at night hanging suffragette posters, that she was capable of walking through the city in plain daylight with a broom in her hand and a tri-cornered hat on her head, calling for women's equal rights, to vote, attend university, and for all children, even bastards, to have full protection under the law. Truba proclaimed that woman was sick in the head. It would go against nature. If women didn't know that 2 and 2 was 4, how could they handle a scalpel? Their duty was motherhood and the home. At this rate, next they'd be asking to be deputies, judges, even president of the republic. In the meantime, they were sowing confusion and disorder that could lead to disaster. They printed obscene pamphlets, spoke on the radio, chained themselves to public places until police had to cut them free, even got arrested, which was what they deserved. It was a crying shame. There was always some influential husband, spineless judge, or firebrand congressman to set them free. What these cases really needed was a strong hand. The war in Europe had ended. The railroad cars piled with dead were a distant clamor, though not entirely quieted. Subversive ideas rode the uncontrollable winds of radio, telegraph, and steamers laden with dazed immigrants fleeing hunger and bombs. It was an election year, reason for concern. The country was waking up. Discontent was striking at the heart of oligarchic society. That year brought drought, snails, hoof and mouth disease, unemployment in the north. In the capital, the distant war's effects lingered. A year of poverty. The only thing missing to complete the sense of disaster was an earthquake. The upper class, in whose hands all power and wealth were concentrated, was unaware of the danger threatening their fragile equilibrium. The rich amused themselves dancing the Charleston new jazz rhythms, foxtrots, indecent Negro cumbias. Steamer crossings to Europe resumed after 4 years of war. New routes to North America became the rage. Golf brought society's cream together around a tiny ball struck with a stick, just as Indians had done 200 years before. Ladies wore long, cultured pearl strands to their knees, cloche hats hiding eyebrows, cut their hair like men, made up like prostitutes, stopped wearing corsets, smoked like chimneys. Men were in shock from American automobiles, arriving in the morning, sold by afternoon, costing small fortunes and amounting to explosions of smoke and clanking screws on roads built for horses. Whole inheritances were played at gambling tables alongside easy post-war fortunes. Champagne was uncorked. Cocaine was introduced for the wicked and refined. The collective madness looked as if it would never end. In the countryside, the new automobiles were as unreal as short dresses. Those emerging from snails and hoof and mouth disease simply viewed it as a good year. Esteban Truviba and other landowners gathered in their club to plan political strategy for the upcoming presidential elections. The peasants still lived as in colonial times, unaware of unions, Sundays off, or minimum wage, but delegates from newly formed leftist parties, disguised as evangelicals, were beginning to infiltrate haciendas with a Bible under one arm and Marxist pamphlets under the other, preaching both abstemious living and revolution. Those conspiratorial lunches would culminate in Romanesque debauchery or cockfights. By evening, the men stormed the Red Lantern, where 12-year-old prostitutes in Carmelo, the town's only homosexual, danced to an antediluvian Victrola under Sophia's watchful eye. She was too old for chasing, but still ran her business with an iron hand, keeping police from barging in and customers from refusing to pay. Of all of them, the best dancer was Transito Soto, also best at resisting drunk men's attacks. Indefatigable, never complaining, as if she had the Tibetan gift of placing her skinny adolescent frame in a client's hands while transporting her soul elsewhere. Esteban liked her because she wasn't squeamish about new ideas or the brutalities of love, sang with a hoarse bird's voice, and had once told him she was going to go far in life. He'd found that amusing. She'd said she wasn't going to spend her life in the Red Lantern. She was going to the capital to be rich and famous. Esteban went to the brothel as the only entertainment, but he wasn't a man for whores. He didn't like paying for something he could get otherwise. Still, he enjoyed Transitota. She made him laugh. One day after lovemaking, in a generous mood that hardly ever happened, he offered her a present. She instantly asked to borrow 50 pesos for a train ticket, a red dress, high-heeled shoes, perfume, and a permanent. That was everything she needed to start. She'd pay him back someday, with interest. He gave her the money because he'd sold 5 bulls that morning and his pockets were full, and because exhaustion made him sentimental. He said he was sorry he wouldn't be seeing her again. He'd grown accustomed to her. but she assured him they would see each other. Life was long and full of unexpected turns. The club's immense meals, cockfights, and brothel afternoons culminated in a plan to make sure the peasants exercised their right to vote. The patronos threw a big party with empanadas, wine, barbecued cows, guitar serenades, and political harangues, promising that if the conservative candidate won, everyone would receive a bonus. If he lost, they'd lose their jobs. They rigged ballot boxes, bribed police, then piled peasants onto wooden carts and hauled them off to vote under careful observation, with much joking and laughing. It was the one time they showed a trace of intimacy. Pal this and pal that. Don't worry, patron, I'm on your team. On election day, everything went according to plan. The armed forces upheld the democratic process. All was peaceful on a spring day, more sprightly and sunny than usual. In the club dining room, raising his wineglass when results were announced, Truba declared this country an example for this continent of Indians and Negroes who spent their time making revolutions. Here the Conservative Party won cleanly and openly. No general needed to keep order. This was a genuine republic. 3 days later, when things were back to normal, Ferrula's letter arrived at Tres Marias. The night before, Esteban had dreamed of Rosa, something that hadn't happened in a long time. In the dream, she appeared with weeping willow hair hanging over her shoulders like a botanical mantle down to her waist. Her skin was hard and cold, the color and texture of alabaster. She was naked, held a bundle in her arms, and walked with a shimmering green halo floating around her body. He saw her coming slowly toward him. When he reached out to touch her, she hurled the package to the ground, shattering its contents at his feet. He knelt and picked it up, a tiny girl without eyes, calling him Papa. He awoke anxious and was grumpy all morning. As he went into the kitchen for breakfast, he saw a hen pecking crumbs and kicked it, ripping its stomach open, leaving it to die in a pool of guts and feathers. This only increased his irritation. He felt like he was choking. He galloped off to supervise branding, stopping first at Pedro II Garcia's house. Pedro had gone to the San Lucas station and returned with Ferrula's letter. The envelope lay all morning on the entrance hall table. When Esteban came home, he bathed, covered in sweat, dust, the smell of frightened beasts, then sat at his desk to do accounts and order a meal on a tray. He didn't look at the letter until nighttime, when he checked the house as usual before bed, ensuring all lights out and doors locked. Ferrula's letter looked like all the others, but even before opening it, holding it in his hand, he knew its contents would change his life. He felt exactly as he had years earlier holding her telegram about Rosa's death. He opened it, temples pulsing with foreboding. The letter said briefly that Doña Esther Truba was dying. After so many years of care, Ferrula now suffered the torment of her mother not recognizing her, calling day and night for Esteban. She did not want to die without seeing him. Esteban had never really loved his mother or felt at ease with her, but the news shook him. He understood the excuses he'd always made wouldn't avail him now. The time had come to travel to the capital and face for the last time this woman always present in his nightmares, her rancid medicine smell, frail moans, interminable prayers, who had peopled his childhood with prohibitions and terrors, weighed his manhood with responsibilities and guilt. He summoned Pedro II Garcia, explained the situation, led him to the desk, and showed him the ledgers and accounts of the general store. He handed him a bunch of keys, all except the wine cellar key, and announced that from that moment until his return, Pedro would be responsible for everything. He would pay dearly for any mishaps. Pedro took the keys, tucked the ledgers under his arm, and smiled without a trace of happiness. "One does one's best, patron," he said, shrugging. The next day, for the first time in years, Esteban retraced the steps from his mother's house to the countryside. An ox cart took him and his suitcases to San Lucas station, where he boarded the first-class coach from the British railway days and crossed once more the vast fields at the Cordillera's feet. He closed his eyes and tried to sleep, but his mother's image haunted his dreams. Clara was 10 years old when she decided speaking was pointless and locked herself in silence. Her life changed markedly. Fat, kindly Dr. Cuevas attempted to treat her with his own pills, vitamin syrup, and borax honey throat swabbings, to no effect. He soon realized his remedies were useless and that his very presence induced terror. Whenever she saw him, Clara shrieked and ran to the farthest corner, huddling like a frightened animal. He abandoned his treatments and suggested Severo and Nevia take her to a Romanian named Rostipov, who was causing a sensation that season. Rostipov made his living as a vaudeville magician and had walked a wire from the cathedral pinnacle to the Galician Brotherhood's cupola with only a frail stick for balance. Despite his frivolous side, he had caused an uproar in scientific circles because he spent his free time curing hysteria with magic wands and hypnotic trances. Nevia and Severo took Clara to the consulting room he'd improvised in his hotel. Rostipov examined her carefully, then declared her case was not within his province to cure. The child was silent because she did not feel like speaking, not because she couldn't. Nevertheless, at her parents' insistence, he concocted lilac-colored sugar pills, prescribing them with the warning they were a Siberian remedy for deaf-mutes. But the power of suggestion failed. The second bottle was swallowed by Barabbas in a moment of oversight, fortunately with no appreciable results. Severo and Nevia tried household remedies, threatening and cajoling, even refusing to let her eat to see if hunger would force her to ask for food, but that too failed. Nana got the idea that a good fright might make the child speak. She spent 9 years inventing desperate strategies to scare Clara, the end result being to immunize the girl forever against terror and surprise. Soon Clara was afraid of nothing. She was unmoved by sudden appearances of livid monsters in her room or by devils knocking at her window. Nana dressed as a headless pirate, an executioner, a werewolf, or a horned devil, copying illustrations from horror magazines she couldn't read. She glided silently through hallways, jumped at the child in the dark, howled through doorways, hid live animals between her sheets. None of it elicited a peep. At times Clara lost patience, throwing herself on the floor kicking and shouting without pronouncing a single recognizable word, or scrawling insults on her blackboard. Nana would sob disconsolately in the kitchen, insisting it was for the child's own good. Nevia forbade continuing. The tension increased Clara's mental powers and disturbed the spirits around her. Besides, the parade of terrifying figures was destroying Barabbas's nervous system. The dog couldn't recognize Nana beneath disguises. He would urinate sitting down, leaving immense puddles, his teeth chattering. But Nana took advantage of any distraction to persist. Clara was removed from convent school and placed under private tutors. Severo brought an English governess, Miss Agatha, tall, amber-colored, with bricklayer's hands, but she was no match for the climate, spicy food, and the salt shaker's independent flights across the table. She returned to Liverpool. A Swiss girl fared no better. A French girl arrived, but was so rosy, round, and sweet that within months she was pregnant. Investigation revealed the father was Luis, Clara's older brother. Severo made them marry, and despite predictions to the contrary, they were very happy. After these experiences, Nevia convinced her husband that foreign languages weren't important for a telepathic child. Far better to continue piano and learn to sew. Little Clara read all the time, indiscriminately, magic books from Uncle Marcos's trunks, or Liberal Party documents from her father's study. She filled notebooks with private observations, recording events so they wouldn't be erased by forgetfulness. Clara the clairvoyant could interpret dreams, an inborn talent. The first to realize was Honorio the gardener, who dreamed of snakes between his toes, kicking until he squashed 19. He told her while pruning rose bushes, simply to entertain her. Clara wrote on her slate, "He would have money that would last only a short time, would make it without effort, play number 19. Honorio couldn't read, but Nevia read it aloud amid laughter. He did everything Clara said and won 80 pesos in an illegal numbers game. He spent it on a new suit, a drinking spree, and a porcelain doll for Clara. From that day, she had more work than she could handle deciphering dreams behind her mother's back. People asked, what does it mean to fly above a tower with swan's wings? To float to sea and hear a siren with a widow's voice? To give birth to twins joined at the shoulder, each with a sword? Clara would write that the tower is death, and whoever flies over it will be saved from accidental death. That whoever is shipwrecked will lose his job and suffer greatly, but be rescued by a woman with whom he'll open a business. That twins are a husband and wife forced to share a single destiny, perpetually wounding each other. Dreams weren't the only thing Clara read. She predicted the future and recognized people's intentions, abilities that increased with time. She announced the death of her godfather, Don Salomon Valdez, a stockbroker who hanged himself from his office chandelier. There they found him, exactly as she'd described. She predicted her father's hernia, all earthquakes and natural disturbances, the one-time snow fell in the capital, and the identity of a schoolgirl murderer long before police discovered the second corpse. But no one believed her. Severo didn't want her opining on criminals unrelated to the family. With a single glance, Clara realized Getulio Armando would swindle her father over Australian sheep. She saw it in the color of his aura. She wrote to her father, who ignored her until he'd already lost half his fortune while his partner sailed off newly wealthy. Clara's ability to move objects without touching them didn't disappear with menstruation. As Nana had predicted, it became more pronounced. She could move piano keys with the cover down, though she never learned to move the instrument itself. She spent most of her time on these pursuits, guessed an astonishing percentage of cards, invented fantasy games. Her father forbade reading the future in cards or invoking ghosts that annoyed the family and terrified servants, but Nevia understood that the more limitations and shocks her daughter suffered, the madder she became. She decided to leave Clara in peace with her spiritualist tricks, fortune-telling games, and cavernous silence, loving her unconditionally, accepting her as she was. Clara grew like a wild plant, despite Dr. Cuaves's European ideas about cold baths and electric shocks for the insane. Barabbas accompanied the child day and night, hovering like a gigantic shadow as silent as she was. He threw himself at her feet when she sat, slept beside her chugging like a locomotive, so attached that when she sleepwalked, the dog followed, imitating her posture. Under full moons, they glided down corridors like two ghosts. As Barabbas grew, his distractedness increased. He never understood glass. In moments of great emotion, he charged windows at a gallop to catch flies, crashing through in a din of breaking glass, surprised and disappointed. Window panes came from France by ship. The animal's mania became a problem until Clara thought to paint cats on the glass. As an adult, Barabbas stopped fornicating with piano feet. His reproductive instinct declared itself only when he sniffed a bitch in heat. Then no chain or door could hold him. He hurled himself onto the street, returning after 2 or 3 days with the poor dog suspended off him, impaled. Children had to be whisked away so they wouldn't see the gardener hosing the dogs with freezing water until Barabbas became unstuck, leaving her to die in the courtyard where Severo finished her with a coup de grace. Clara's adolescence passed calmly in her parents' large house with 3 courtyards. She was spoiled by her older brothers, by Severo, who preferred her to all his other children, by Nevia, and by Nana, who alternated sinister ghost attacks with tender attentions. Almost all her siblings had married or left. The big house, once so full, was nearly empty, many rooms locked. Clara spent free time reading, moving objects without touching them, chasing Barabbas, practicing prognostication, and learning to knit, the only domestic art she ever mastered. Ever since Holy Thursday, when Father Restrepo accused her of being possessed, a shadow hung over her head that her parents' love kept under control. Still, word of her unlikely talents circulated in whispers. Nevia realized people never invited her daughter anywhere, even cousins avoided her. But she compensated with her own total dedication, so Clara grew up happily, recalling her childhood as luminous despite solitude and muteness. All her life she would remember afternoons in the sewing room, where Nevia sewed clothing for the poor and told family stories, pointing to daguerreotypes. That serious man with a pirate's beard was Uncle Mateo, who went to Brazil for emeralds, but a fiery mulatta gave him the evil eye. All his hair fell out, his nails dropped off, he lost his teeth, had to see a sorcerer who gave him an amulet. Then his teeth grew back, his nails returned, his hair regrew. He was the only bald man who ever got a second head of hair. Clara smiled without speaking. Nevia had grown used to her daughter's silence and nourished the hope that if she kept putting ideas into Clara's head, sooner or later she would ask a question and regain her speech. The old woman would point out Uncle Juan, explaining how much she had loved him, and how a single burst of flatulence became his doom. During a fragrant spring picnic, with everyone in their finery, Juan had stripped off his white jacket to show off for the Harvest Queen, swinging from a tree branch. He performed 2 perfect push-ups and a somersault, but on the next flip he let out a loud rupture of gas. The silence that followed turned mortifying as the Queen began laughing uncontrollably. Juan went pale, pulled on his jacket, and walked away. No one ever saw him again. They searched consulates, even the Foreign Legion. But he vanished. Likely, the old woman guessed, becoming a missionary to lepers on Easter Island, the farthest place a man could go to forget and be forgotten. From that day, they called him Juan of the Fart. Nevia would then take Clara to the window, showing her the dried poplar trunk. The tree had been enormous, she said, so tall you could see the whole city from its top, though the only one who reached that height had no eyes. In the Del Valle family, any boy wanting long pants had to climb it as an initiation. The trunk was covered in marks from generations of young men. When blind Geronimo's turn came, he climbed without hesitation, unable to sense the void. He reached the top but couldn't carve his initials J. He came loose like a gargoyle and plunged head-first to the ground at 15 years old. The family wrapped him in a sheet and brought him to his mother, who spat at them, cursed like a sailor, and raged until nuns came to cart her off in a straitjacket. Nevia had the tree cut down before her own sons were born, refusing to let them grow up in the shadow of that scaffold. Sometimes Clara accompanied her mother and suffragette friends to factories, where the ladies in fur coats and suede boots stood on soapboxes to preach about oppression and rights to weary women in denim aprons, their hands red with chilblains. The child grasped the absurdity at once, scribbling in her notebook about the contrast. Afterward, the group moved to a tea room for pastries, discussing their campaign without ever letting the frivolous distraction dim their flaming ideals. Other times, Nevia drove to the slums with a car piled high with food and hand-sewn clothes. Clara wrote then that charity could never fix such monumental injustice. Her bond with her mother remained close and cheerful. Nevia treated her as an only child despite having given birth to 15 others. Nana had become an ageless woman, still leaping from corners to startle away Clara's muteness, still stirring quince jam over hellfire in the third courtyard. After the other children left, she poured all her tenderness into Clara, bathing her like a baby in jasmine-scented water, soaping every inch, massaging her with cologne, powdering her with a swan's down puff, brushing her hair into underwater plant softness. She dressed Clara, brought breakfast on a tray, forced down linden tea for nerves, and chamomile for stomach, and rue for bile, until the child became an angelic being wrapped in flowers, starched petticoats, and ribbons. Clara's childhood ended inside the house's walls, in a world of terrifying stories and calm silences. No clocks, objects with their own lives, apparitions at the table, past and future as one unit, the present a kaleidoscope of jumbled mirrors. For 9 years she was so happy she felt no need to speak. Everyone had lost hope until her 19th birthday. After blowing out the candles on her chocolate cake, she tried out the voice she had kept in storage. It sounded like an untuned instrument. She announced she would marry soon. Asked to whom, she replied, to Rosa's fiancé. The miracle shook the house. The family wept, called everyone, summoned Dr. Cuevas. In the uproar they forgot her words, until 2 months later when Esteban Trueba showed up at the door to ask for Clara's hand. Esteban Trueba stepped off the train carrying his own suitcases. The iron cupola built by the British hadn't changed. Same dirty windows, shoeshine boys, biscuit vendors, porters in caps bearing a foreign crown. He hailed a carriage to his mother's address. The city looked foreign now. A jumble of modernity, women with bare calves, men in pleated pants, workers drilling pavement, knocking down trees for poles, poles for buildings, buildings to replant trees. Itinerant vendors hawked grindstones and dancing dolls, garbage dumps and food stands, and factories. Cars crashing into carriages and sweat-drawn trolleys. A heavy breathing of crowds, scurrying, impatience, schedules. He felt oppressed. He hated the city more than he remembered. The open meadows, rain-clocked days, the vast solitude of his fields, the river's quiet, his silent house. He concluded the city was a shithole. The carriage carried Esteban toward the house of his childhood. He flinched at the neighborhood's decay. The rich had long since fled uphill, and the old square where he once played was now a garbage-strewn lot full of market carts. His family home stood in ruins. At the stained glass door with its exotic birds, a bronze knocker shaped like a woman's hand pressed a ball. He knocked, waited an eternity, then heard a string pulled from inside. His mother lived on the second floor. The first was rented to a button factory. He climbed creaky, unwaxed steps. An ancient servant he'd completely forgotten embraced him tearfully on the landing, just as she had when he was 15, returning from the notary office where he copied legal documents. Nothing had changed, yet everything felt different. Worn floors, broken windows patched with cardboard, dusty ferns, and rusted cans. A stench of urine and spoiled food that turned his stomach. What poverty, he thought. What did his sister do with all the money he sent? Férula emerged with a sad grimace, greatly changed. No longer the opulent woman he remembered. She'd lost weight, her nose enormous on an angular face, radiating melancholy and lavender and old clothes. They embraced in silence. He asked about their mother. She told him to come see. They walked through a corridor of identical dark small rooms, tomb-like, with stained wallpaper of faded flowers. A radio announcer sang praises of Dr. Ross's pills. Outside their mother's closed door, Férula stopped. Esteban opened it. In the darkness, a smell of medicine and decay hit him. Sweat, dampness, confinement, and something worse, decomposing flesh. A thread of light showed the wide blackwood bed where his father had died, its canopy angels frayed. His mother was propped half-seated, a monstrous pyramid of fat and rags topped by a tiny bald head with sweet, blue, startlingly alive eyes. Arthritis had locked her joints. Her fingers were fossil claws. A wooden beam held her pillow, its marks cut into the plaster tracing years of pain. He murmured, "Mama," and his voice broke into contained sobbing that erased every rancid memory. The poverty, the rage gnawing at him since childhood, leaving only rare, luminous moments. Her rocking him, checking his fever, reading with him, weeping when he left for work as a boy, weeping when he returned. Doña Esther reached out a hand not to greet, but to hold him back. She told him not to come closer, her voice still intact, a young girl's sung-like tone. Férula explained bluntly it was because the smell clung. Esteban pulled back the damask quilt. His mother's legs were two bruised elephantine columns covered in open wounds where larvae nested, rotting alive, the feet nail-less, swollen with pus and black blood and abominable animals feeding on her flesh. The doctor wanted to amputate, she said in her calm little girl voice, but she was too old, too tired of suffering. It was time to die, but she hadn't wanted to without seeing him again, having begun to think he was dead, and Férula wrote his letters. She told him to come into the light. She called him a savage. He murmured it was country life. She asked his age. 35, he said, a good age to marry and settle down so she could die in peace. He begged her not to die. She wanted grandchildren, someone to carry on the name. Férula had given up hope, but he must find a wife, a decent Christian woman. First he'd better cut his hair and shave. He nodded. He knelt and buried his face in her swollen hand, but the stench threw him back. Férula led him out. He inhaled deeply, the smell still clinging, and then the familiar rage rose like a blazing wave. Rage at all the time he'd gone without thinking of her, at letting her go uncared for, at not loving her enough, at being a miserable son of a bitch, And Jesus, she was dying, and he couldn't do a damned thing. 2 days later, Doña Esther died alone in that bed of pain. Ferrula was out at her Friday ritual, the tenements of the Misericordia district, where she knelt in alleyways shouting rosaries for the poor, atheists, prostitutes, and orphans while they threw garbage, dumped chamber pots, and spat on her, as she dripped with their slop and wept her humiliation, begging forgiveness for those who knew not what they did, feeling her bones turn to rubber, her legs to cotton, a summer heat pressing sin between her thighs. Take from me this chalice, Lord, flames of fear, of holiness. Esteban wasn't there either. He had gone to see the Del Valle family, to ask if they still had an unmarried daughter. After so many years of barbarism, he knew nowhere else to begin keeping his promise to his mother. If Severo and Nevia had accepted him back when Rosa the Beautiful was alive, there was no reason they should refuse him now, especially as a rich man with everything on deposit at the bank. That night he and Ferrula found their mother dead in bed, smiling peacefully. When Esteban Truba asked to be received, Severo and Nevia remembered Clara's words, the ones that had broken her long silence. So they weren't surprised when he asked about marriageable daughters. They tallied them up. Ana a nun, Teresa very ill, the others married except Clara, the youngest, still available though eccentric and unsuited to domestic duties. They honestly described her traits, including that she had spent more than half her life not speaking because she didn't feel like it, not because she couldn't, as the Romanian Rostipov and Dr. Cuevas had confirmed. But Esteban Truviba wasn't the type to be scared off by ghost stories, moving objects, or bad luck prophecies, and Clara's long silence struck him as a virtue. He saw no obstacle to producing healthy, legitimate children and asked to meet her. Nevia went to fetch her daughter, leaving the two men alone. Truba, with characteristic candor, immediately began presenting his financial situation. Severo interrupted, one thing at a time. First he had to see the girl, get to know her, and consider Clara's wishes. Nevia returned with Clara, whose blazing cheeks and blackened nails showed she'd been helping the gardener plant dahlia bulbs. Her clairvoyant faculties had failed her this once. Esteban jumped to his feet. He remembered a thin, asthmatic child, but before him stood a delicate ivory medallion with a sweet face, a mane of chestnut curls, and melancholy eyes that turned half-mocking when she laughed. She greeted him with a strong and shy handshake. She told him simply that she'd been expecting him. They spent hours talking about opera, European trips, politics, winter chills, drinking sweet wine, and eating puff pastries. Esteban watched her discreetly, feeling himself fall under her spell. He hadn't been this interested in anyone since the day he first saw Rosa the Beautiful buying licorice. Comparing the sisters, he decided Clara had the advantage in charm, though Rosa was far more beautiful. Night fell. Maids drew curtains and lit lamps. He realized his visit had gone too long. He said a stiff goodnight and asked permission to visit again. He admitted he was a simple country man, 15 years older, unsure how to act with a girl like her, blushing as he spoke. Clara asked directly if he wanted to marry her, an ironic gleam in her hazel eyes. Her mother was horrified and begged forgiveness, calling the girl impertinent. Clara insisted she wanted to know. She didn't want to waste time. Esteban smiled happily, agreeing he liked directness. Yes, he said, that's why he came. Clara took his arm and accompanied him to the gate. In their final glance, he understood she had accepted him. He was overcome with happiness, smiling as he got into his carriage, not understanding how such a charming girl could accept him without even knowing him. He didn't know she had seen her own destiny, summoned him with her thoughts, and already decided to marry without love. Out of respect for his mourning, they waited months. He courted her the old-fashioned way, not knowing she hated licorice and acrostics made her laugh. At year's end, they announced their engagement and exchanged rings before more than 100 friends at a Pantagruelian banquet. The old servants wore everyday black aprons to keep it looking like a simple family gathering, extravagance being considered vulgar by that austere society of Basque and Spanish descendants. Clara was a vision in white chantilly lace and natural camellias, happy as a parrot after her 9 years of silence, dancing with her fiancé beneath canopies and lanterns, oblivious to the spirits gesturing desperately from the curtains. At 10 o'clock, a servant rang a tiny glass bell. The music stopped. Guests gathered as a small priest read a complicated sermon. Clara didn't listen. When the din died down, she heard whispering spirits and realized she hadn't seen Barabbas for hours. She searched everywhere, but her mother's elbow brought her back to the ceremony. The priest blessed the rings. Esteban quickly put one on her finger and the other on his own. A scream of horror shook the guests. The crowd parted for Barabbas, blacker and larger than ever, staggering with a butcher's knife buried to the hilt in his back, bleeding like an ox, his colt legs trembling, eyes clouding in agony. He traced a wounded dinosaur's zigzag path. Clara fell back onto a silk love seat. The enormous dog approached, laid his ancient head in her lap, and looked up with lovesick eyes that slowly dimmed and went blind while white Chantilly lace, French silk, Persian carpet, and parquet floor absorbed his blood. Barabbas died without hurry, eyes fixed on Clara as she stroked his ears and murmured comfort until, with a final rattle, he fell rigid at her feet. Panic spread. Guests hurried out, stepping over blood, gathering their furs and hats. Only Clara remained with the animal on her lap. Her parents locked in terrified embrace at the evil omen, and her fiancé who couldn't understand the uproar over a dead dog. Seeing Clara transfixed, he carried her half-conscious to her room, where Nana's ministrations and Dr. Cuevas's pills kept her from falling back into muteness. Esteban and the gardener threw Barabbas's body into the car. Death had made him nearly impossible to lift. The following year was spent preparing for the wedding. Nivea took charge of the trousseau. The sheets, tablecloths, and underwear the nuns had sewn for Rosa a decade ago, still with the intertwined initials. She ordered clothes from Buenos Aires, London, and Paris, but Clara showed no interest, continuing her experiments with the three-legged table and divining cards. Esteban hired a team of bricklayers, carpenters, and plumbers to build the largest, sunniest house imaginable, meant to last 1,000 years and lodge generations of legitimate trubas. He hired a French architect, imported German stained glass, Austrian moldings, English bronze faucets, Italian marble floors, and American locks that arrived with wrong instructions. Ferrula, horrified by the expense, argued they'd be ruined like their extravagant father. Esteban countered he was rich enough and threatened to line doors with silver if she kept bothering him. She called it a mortal sin, spending on vulgarities what should go to the poor. Though he mistrusted modernity, Esteban wanted his house built like new European and American palaces. No courtyards, adobe walls, or dusty tiles. He wanted heroic floors, white columns, a majestic winding staircase, a white marble hall, enormous windows. Order, peace, beauty, civilization. His house would reflect himself, his family, the prestige he planned to give the surname his father had stained. He designed a French garden with topiaries, fountains, statues of gods, and a few feathered Indian warriors as his sole patriotic concession. He could not guess that this solemn, cubic, pompous house, sitting like a hat amid green geometry, would eventually be filled with Clara's inspirations, twisting staircases to empty spaces, turrets, unopenable windows, doors in midair, crooked hallways. Every time a guest arrived, she built another room. If spirits revealed hidden treasure or an unburied body, she knocked down walls, until the mansion became an enchanted, impossible-to-clean labyrinth. But when Truba built the house everyone called the big house on the corner, it bore his stately seal. Clara never visited during construction, as uninterested as she was in her trousseau, leaving all decisions to her fiancé and future sister-in-law. After their mother died, Ferrula found herself alone and purposeless at an age past hope of marriage. She threw herself into frantic charity work that gave her chronic bronchitis, but no peace. Esteban suggested travel, new clothes, some enjoyment, but she had grown too accustomed to austerity and fear. Her brother's marriage plunged her into uncertainty. She feared he would keep his distance, and he was her only comfort. She dreaded ending her days crocheting in a nursing home for spinsters. So she was overjoyed to discover Clara was incompetent at domestic tasks, vague and distracted when decisions were needed. A bit stupid, Férula concluded with delight. Clearly Clara would need help running the mansion. She subtly let Esteban know his future wife was helpless and that she, with her proven self-sacrifice, was ready to assist. Esteban never followed these conversational turns. As the wedding approached, desperate for a clear answer, Férula waited for a chance to speak alone with Clara. One Saturday afternoon she spotted her in the street and invited her to tea at the Hotel Française. Surrounded by cream puffs and porcelain, an all-female ensemble playing melancholy strings, Férula quietly observed her future sister-in-law. About 15, her voice still off-key from years of silence. After a long pause filled with pastries and jasmine tea, Clara straightened a wisp of hair, smiled, and tapped Férula's hand. She told her not to worry. She said Férula would live with them and they would be like sisters. Férula was startled, wondering if the mind-reading rumors were true. Her first reaction was pride. She would have refused just for the beauty of the gesture, but Clara didn't give her time. She leaned across and kissed her cheek with such candor that Férula lost control and began to cry. It had been years since she'd shed a tear. She was astonished at how badly she had needed tenderness. She wept for a long time, unburdening past sorrows and loneliness, still holding Clara's hand. Clara helped her blow her nose and fed her forkfuls of pastry and sips of tea between sobs. They wept and talked until 8 o'clock, sealing a pact of friendship. As soon as morning ended and the big house was finished, Esteban and Clara married in a modest ceremony. He gave her diamond jewelry, which she thought beautiful before packing it away in a shoebox and forgetting where. They honeymooned in Italy. 2 days on the boat, Clara was uncontrollably ill from the ship's movement, asthma tightening the small cabin. Esteban sat by her side, pressing cold compresses, holding her while she vomited, profoundly happy, desiring her with unjust intensity given her wretched state. On the 4th day she felt better. They went on deck. Seeing her wind-reddened nose, laughing easily, Esteban swore she would love him as he needed to be loved, even if he had to resort to extreme measures. He realized Clara did not belong to him. Her world of apparitions, moving tables, and fortune-telling cards meant she probably never would. Her impudent, nonchalant sensuality wasn't enough. He wanted far more than her body. Control over that undefined, luminous material inside her that escaped him, even when she appeared to die of pleasure. His hands felt very heavy, his feet very big, his voice hard, his beard scratchy, his old habits of rape and whoring deeply ingrained, but he was prepared to turn himself inside out to seduce her. They returned 3 months later. Férula waited in the new house, still smelling of paint and cement, filled with flowers and fruit as Esteban had ordered. When they crossed the threshold, Esteban lifted his wife in his arms. His sister was surprised not to feel jealousy. She observed he looked rejuvenated and told him marriage had done him good. She showed Clara around. Clara ran her eyes over everything and found it lovely, just as she had politely approved of sunsets, Venetian plazas, and diamonds. At her room's door, Esteban asked her to shut her eyes and let her inside. He told her to open them. She saw blue silk walls, English furniture, balconies onto the garden, a canopied bed with gauze curtains like a sailboat on calm silken water. She called it very lovely. Then he pointed to where she stood, his special surprise. Clara looked down and gave a frightful cry. She was standing on Barabas's black back, split down the middle, transformed into a rug. His head still intact, glass eyes staring up with the helpless look taxidermists specialize in. Her husband caught her before she fainted. Férula said she had known Clara wouldn't like it. The hide was quickly removed to the basement corner, alongside Uncle Marcos's magic books and other treasures, where it resisted moths and neglect until rescued by later generations. Soon Clara was pregnant. Férula's affection became a passion, waiting on her, caring for her, tolerating her eccentricities. Having spent years watching her mother rot alive, looking after Clara felt like heaven. She bathed her in jasmine and basil water, rubbed her with cologne, powdered her with a swan's down puff, brushed her hair until soft and shiny as an underwater plant, just as Nana once had. Before his newlywed impatience cooled, Esteban had to return to Tres Marias, absent for over a year. Despite Pedro II Garcia's vigilance, the property sorely missed its owner. The place that had once seemed like paradise now felt like a prison. Expressionless cows chewing cuds, peasants repeating the same motions, the unchanging snowy cordillera, the frail volcano smoke. While he was gone, life in the big house settled into a gentle routine without men. Ferrula rose first, from her invalid mother habit, but let Clara sleep late. Mid-morning she served breakfast in bed, threw open the blue silk curtains, filled the French porcelain bathtub painted with sea nymphs, giving Clara time to greet the spirits and dip toast in thick chocolate. Then Ferrula drew her out with motherly caresses, telling good news from the paper. Less every day, so she filled gaps with neighbor gossip, domestic trivia, made-up anecdotes that Clara found lovely and forgot within minutes, allowing Ferrula to repeat them endlessly. Ferrula took Clara strolling for the baby's good, shopping so the child would lack nothing, lunch at the golf club so everyone could see how beautiful she had become, to see her parents so they wouldn't feel forgotten, to the theater so she wouldn't stay shut inside. Clara let herself be shepherded with sweetness that was not stupidity but distraction, concentrating on telepathic attempts to reach Esteban, her messages didn't arrive, and perfecting her clairvoyance. For the first time, Ferrula felt happy, closer to Clara than to anyone, even her mother. Someone less original would have tired of her excessive pampering and domineering nature, but Clara lived in another world. Ferrula abhorred when Esteban returned from the country, breaking their harmony. When he was home, she had to disappear into shadows, more prudent with servants and in her care for Clara. Every night after the couple retired, a peculiar, inexplicable hatred overwhelmed her, filling her soul with regret. To distract herself, she reverted to saying the rosary in the slums and confessing to Father Antonio. She confessed her sin, struggling to name it. Her flesh was withered, she told him, but not her spirit. The devil was tormenting her. The priest reminded her of infinite mercy. She described the thoughts that ran through a single woman's mind. A virgin who had never been with a man, not for lack of opportunities, but because God had sent her mother a long illness and she had to nurse. The sacrifice was recorded in heaven, the priest said. Even if she sinned in thoughts? It depended, he said. She admitted she couldn't sleep, felt she was choking, walked through the garden and inside the house. She went to her sister-in-law's room, put her ear to the door, sometimes tiptoed in to watch her sleep. She looked like an angel. Ferrula wanted to climb into bed with her, feel the warmth of her skin and her gentle breathing. The priest urged prayer. She wasn't finished, she said. She was ashamed. When her brother was back from the country, it was even worse. Prayer's useless. She sweated, shook, finally got up and walked through the dark house, gliding so floors wouldn't squeak, listening through their bedroom door. Once she even saw them because the door was ajar. She couldn't say what she saw, but it must be a terrible sin. Ferrula insisted it wasn't Clara's fault. She was as innocent as a child. Her brother led her into it. He was damned. The priest asked what they were doing. Ferrula spent half an hour on details, a gifted narrator who knew exactly where to pause, painting scenes so vivid the listener felt present. She could sense from the half-open door the quality of their trembling, the whispered words, the secret smells. She unburdened herself, then returned home with her impassive mask, resuming orders. Move this, change the flowers, wash the windows, silence those damn birds whose noise would keep Clara awake and might frighten the baby into being born with wings. Nothing escaped her watchful eye. She was always moving, unlike Clara, who found everything lovely, equally happy with truffles or leftover soup, a feather bed or a chair, scented baths or none at all. As her pregnancy advanced, Clara seemed to be letting go of reality, turning inward in a secret conversation with her baby. Esteban wanted a son to carry his name, but Clara had announced it was a little girl named Blanca, and so it was. Dr. Cuevas calculated an October birth, but early November arrived and Clara still swung her enormous belly in semi-somnambulance, ever more distracted, exhausted, asthmatic, indifferent to everything, even her husband. Sometimes she didn't recognize him, asking if she could help him when he stood by her side. The doctor ruled out miscalculation. Clara had no intention of giving birth normally, so he opened her belly and extracted Blanca, uglier and hairier than usual. Esteban jumped, convinced destiny had given him a monster instead of the legitimate heir he'd promised his mother. He examined the child and verified all necessary parts were in place, at least those visible. Dr. Cuevas consoled him. The repulsive appearance came from a longer than usual stay in the womb, the cesarean, and her natural constitution. Clara was delighted. She seemed to have wakened from a stupor, discovering joy. She took the child and would not let her go, nursing constantly without schedule or modesty, like an Indian. She refused to swaddle her, cut her hair, pierce her ears, hire a nursemaid, or use laboratory milk. She rejected Nana's cow's milk with rice water. If nature wanted humans raised on that, she said, women's breasts would secrete it. Clara spoke to the child in perfect Spanish, as if conversing with an adult, the same way she addressed plants and animals. The combination of mother's milk and conversation transformed Blanca into a healthy, almost pretty child who bore no resemblance to the armadillo she'd been at birth. A few weeks after the birth, Esteban confirmed that maternity had not diminished Clara's enthusiasm for making love, just the opposite. And Ferrula, too busy caring for the child with formidable lungs, impulsive nature, and voracious appetite, had no time for rosaries in the slums, confession, or peeking through half-open doors. At an age when most children were still in diapers, Blanca looked like an intelligent midget. She stumbled but kept her balance, spoke correctly, fed herself, because her mother treated her like an adult. She had all her teeth and was just beginning to open wardrobes when the family decided to spend summer at Tres Marias, a place Clara had only heard about. Ferrula thought the idea risky, exhausting, unnecessary. Esteban could go alone while they stayed civilized in the capital. But Clara was enthusiastic. The country was a romantic idea, because she had never been inside a stable, as Ferrula put it. Preparations took 2 weeks. The house became a clutter of trunks and valises. They hired a special train car for the unbelievable baggage and servants, the caged birds Clara couldn't leave behind, and Blanca's toy chests full of mechanical clowns, porcelain figurines, dolls with real hair and movable joints. Amid this disorganized crowd, Esteban felt defeated, especially when he discovered a life-size statue of St. Anthony, cross-eyed, wearing embossed sandals. He regretted his decision, wondering how he had packed only 2 bags while they amassed a carload of dishes and a parade of servants. At San Lucas they took 3 carriages, conveying them to Tres Marias in a cloud of dust like gypsies. All the tenants waited in the courtyard under foreman Pedro Segundo Garcia, speechless at the traveling circus. As they unloaded, no one noticed a little boy about Blanca's age with a runny nose and parasite-swollen belly, beautiful black eyes with an old man's gaze. He was the foreman's son, Pedro Tercero Garcia. In the tumult of settling in, Blanca pulled off her clothes and ran out naked to play with him. They played among the packages, hid beneath furniture, exchanged wet kisses, chewed the same bread, ate the same snot, smeared themselves with the same filth until, wrapped in each other's arms, they fell asleep under the dining room table. Clara found them at 10 o'clock at night. Everyone had spent hours searching with torches. Teams of tenants combing riverbanks, granaries, fields, stables. Ferrula had knelt before St. Anthony. Esteban was hoarse from calling. Clara had vainly tried to read the future. The little boy lay on his back, Blanca curled with her head on his round belly. Many years later, they would be found in the same position. From the first day, Clara understood there was a place for her at Tres Marias. She was not impressed by the brick houses, school, and abundant food. Her ability to see the invisible detected the workers' resentment, fear, and distrust. She guessed certain things about her husband's character and past. Still, the patron had changed. Everyone could see he had stopped going to the Red Lantern. His cockfights, gambling, violent tantrums, and his bad habit of tumbling girls in the wheat fields. They attributed this to Clara, and Clara had changed too. Her listlessness vanished. She stopped finding everything so lovely and seemed cured of speaking with invisible spirits and moving furniture supernaturally. She rose at dawn with her husband. While he supervised the fields and Férula took charge of housework and Blanca, Clara divided her time between the sewing workshop, the general store, and the school, treating mange and lice, teaching the alphabet, singing I Have a Dairy Cow, teaching women to boil milk, cure diarrhea, bleach clothes. At sundown, Férula gathered the peasant women and children to say the rosary. They came more out of kindness than faith. Clara then used the meetings to repeat the slogans she had heard her mother shout when chained to Congress. The women listened with embarrassed smiles, the same reason they prayed with Férula, not to displease the patron's wife. Those cries only made them laugh. They asked since when a man didn't beat his wife. If he didn't, he either didn't love her or wasn't a real man. Since when was a man's paycheck shared, when everyone knew he was in charge? Since when did a woman do the same things as a man? Besides, she was born with a wound between her legs and without balls, right, Senora Clara? Clara was beside herself. The women nudged each other, smiling with toothless mouths and wrinkled eyes, knowing that if they put Clara's ideas into practice, their husbands would beat them. Deservedly, as Férula declared. Esteban soon found out about the second half of the meetings and became enraged. The first time he was angry with Clara, she saw one of his famous tantrums. He shouted like a madman, pacing and slamming furniture, arguing that if she intended to follow her mother's footsteps, she'd face a real man who'd pull her pants down and give her a good spanking. He categorically forbade her to go to any meetings. He wasn't some ninny whose wife could make a fool of him. Clara let him scream until he was exhausted. Then, inattentive as ever, she asked if he knew how to wiggle his ears. The vacation stretched on. Autumn covered the fields with fire and gold, then brought rain and mud. But Clara showed no sign of wanting to return to the city despite Férula's sustained campaign. Over the summer, Férula had complained about stifling evenings spent shooing flies, dust clouds that covered the house like a mine shaft, dirty bathwater that turned her perfumed salts into Chinese soup, flying cockroaches between the sheets, half-drowned spiders in her water glass each morning, insolent hens laying eggs in her shoes and shitting on her lingerie. When the weather changed, new calamities arrived. Mud in the courtyard, darkness by 5 o'clock with nothing but long solitary nights, wind, endless winter colds that eucalyptus plasters couldn't stop from cycling through the family. She was tired of struggling against the elements with nothing to break the monotony but watching Blanca grow. The child looked like a cannibal, playing with that dirty little Pedro Tercero, with no one of her own class, picking up bad manners, running around with flushed cheeks and scabbed knees. She sounded like an Indian. Férula was tired of pulling lice and applying methylene blue to her mange. Despite her muttering, she maintained rigid dignity. Unchanged bun, starched blouse, keys at her waist. She never perspired, never scratched herself, always smelled faintly of lavender and lemon. Until one day she felt an itching on her back, so strong she couldn't refrain from discreet scratching, but nothing helped. She went to the bathroom and removed her ever-present corset. As she loosened the stays, a dazed mouse fell to the floor, having spent the entire morning trapped between the corset's hard points and her oppressed flesh. Férula had the first attack of nerves in her life. Everyone came running to find her standing in the tub, livid, half undressed, screaming and pointing at the tiny rodent struggling to its feet. Esteban said it was menopause, nothing anyone could do. They paid no more attention when she had the second spell. On Esteban's birthday, a Sunday morning dawned sunny. There was great commotion, the first party at Tres Marias since Doña Esther was a girl. They invited relatives, friends, landed gentry, town notables. A week before, they prepared half a steer roasted in the courtyard, kidney pie, chicken casserole, corn dishes, egg fruit, harvest wines. Guests began arriving at noon by coach and horse, the adobe house filled with laughter. Férula excused herself and ran to one of those immense bathrooms where the toilet sat alone in a desert of white tiles. She was seated on that throne when the door opened. The mayor of the town walked in, already unbuttoning his fly, slightly tipsy. When he saw her, he became paralyzed with confusion, then crossed the entire room with a twisted smile, extending his hand to introduce himself. Férula later exclaimed, when she could speak without tears, that it was impossible to live among such uncouth people. If the rest wanted to stay in that uncivilized purgatory, that was their prerogative. But she was returning to the city to live like a human being. She did not leave. She did not want to be separated from Clara. She had come to adore the very air Clara exhaled, and though she no longer gave her baths or slept in the same bed, she found 1,000 ways to express her tender feelings, dedicating her existence to this. That woman so hard on herself and others could be sweet and smiling with Clara, and, by extension, with Blanca. Only with Clara did she allow herself to give in to her overwhelming desire to serve and be loved, to express the secret, delicate yearnings of her soul. Long years of solitude had distilled her emotions down to a few terrible, magnificent passions that possessed her totally. She had no gift for small perturbations, mean resentments, concealed envies, ordinary kindness. She was born for the greatness of a single love, exaggerated hatred, apocalyptic vengeance, sublime heroism, but could not shape her fate to her amorous vocation, so it lived flat and gray, trapped between her mother's sick room, wretched tenements, and tortured confessions. Nearly 45, her splendid breeding and distant Moorish ancestors kept her fit and polished. Black silky hair with a single white lock on her forehead, strong slender body, resolute step. Yet the emptiness made her look far older. Those years with Clara were probably the only happy period of her life. Clara was the one in whom she confided her most subtle feelings, to whom she consecrated her enormous capacity for sacrifice. She once was bold enough to confess how she felt, and Clara wrote in her notebook that Férula loved her far more deeply than she deserved or could ever repay. Because of that excessive love, Férula did not want to leave Tres Marias. Not even after the plague of ants began, a humming in the pastures that became a dark shadow devouring corn, wheat, alfalfa, marigolds. They sprinkled gasoline and set them on fire. The ants reappeared, invigorated. They painted tree trunks with quicklime. The ants kept climbing. They entered the garden, ate through cantaloupes, got into the dairy. By dawn the milk was sour and full of tiny corpses. They got into the chicken coops and ate the chickens alive, leaving feathers and pathetic little bones. They cut paths through the house, tunneled through pipes, took over the pantry. Everything cooked had to be eaten immediately. Pedro II Garcia fought with fire and water, buried honey-soaked sponges to attract them for surprise killing, all in vain. Esteban went to town and returned with every pesticide known, powders, liquids, pills. He sprayed and sprinkled everywhere. No one could eat vegetables without stomach cramps. The ants continued to multiply, growing more impudent and decisive. Esteban sent a telegram to the city. 3 days later, a tiny gringo named Mr. Brown arrived with a mysterious suitcase, an agricultural technician specializing in insecticides. After cooling off with wine and fruit, he opened his suitcase on the table, removed an arsenal of unfamiliar tools, trapped an ant, and carefully observed it through his microscope. Pedro II Garcia asked what he was looking for. They were all the same. The gringo didn't answer. A week passed, identifying species, lifestyle, burrows, habits, even secret desires. The ants had begun crawling into children's beds, finished off winter food reserves, and started attacking cows and horses. Mr. Brown explained they would need spraying with one of his special products to sterilize the males, stopping reproduction. Then another poison would bring fatal illness to the females. That would end the problem. Esteban, whose patience was giving way to fury, asked how long. 1 month, said Mr. Brown. Pedro II Garcia observed that by then the ants would have eaten all the people. He asked permission to call in his father, who for 3 weeks had been claiming a cure for plagues. Probably an old man's tale, but no harm trying. They brought in old Pedro Garcia, who shuffled in looking so dark, small, and toothless that Esteban was surprised at time's relentless passage. The old man listened with his hat in his hand, looking down, chewing air with empty gums. Then he asked for a white handkerchief. Ferrula brought one from Esteban's wardrobe. Old Pedro crossed through the courtyard into the orchard, followed by everyone, including the foreign midget, smiling scornfully. These poor savages, oh God. The old man squatted with difficulty and began collecting ants. When he had a fistful, he put them in the handkerchief, knotted its four corners, and placed the little bundle in his hat. Old Pedro Garcia announced he would show the ants the way out. He climbed onto a horse and ambled slowly, mumbling advice, recommendations, prayers of wisdom, enchanted formulas to the insects. The others watched him disappear off the edge of the property. The gringo sat on the ground and laughed like a madman until Pedro II grabbed and shook him, warning him to go laugh at his grandmother. That old man was his father. Pedro Garcia returned at dusk. He dismounted slowly, told the patron he had led the ants to the edge of the highway, and went inside, tired. The next morning, there were no ants in the kitchen, pantry, granary, stable, chicken cops, pastures. The family and tenants searched all the way to the river. Not a single ant remained. The expert was furious, demanding to be shown how to do that. Old Pedro Garcia explained. By talking to them, telling them to go, that they were a nuisance. They understood. Clara was the only one to whom the procedure seemed completely normal. Ferrula latched onto it as proof they were living in an inhuman hole, where God's laws and scientific progress had made no inroads. Any day now, they would all be traveling by broom. But Esteban told her to be still. He didn't want anyone putting new ideas into Clara's head. In recent days, Clara had reverted to her visionary tasks, speaking with apparitions, writing in notebooks. When she lost interest in the schoolhouse, sewing workshop, and women's meetings, and once again found everything ever so lovely, they knew she was pregnant again. Ferrula shouted it was her brother's fault. He hoped so. Clara was in no condition to spend her pregnancy in the country, so they prepared to return to the city. Ferrula traveled ahead with most of the baggage and servants to open the big house. Several days later, Esteban accompanied his wife and daughter back, leaving Tres Marias in Pedro II Garcia's hands, whose responsibilities had brought him no privileges, only more work. The trip used up all of Clara's remaining strength. She grew paler and more asthmatic, dark rings under her eyes. The jouncing of horses and train, the dust, her natural queasiness drained her energy before his eyes. He couldn't help her. When ill, she didn't like anyone to talk to her. At the station, he had to hold her up because her legs were giving out. She said she thought she was going to elevate. Terrified at the idea of her flying over passengers' heads, he shouted, "Not here!" But she meant rising to a level that would leave behind the discomfort and fatigue seeping into her bones. She entered a long period of silence, several months, using her little slate as in her mute days. He wasn't worried, expecting she would return to normal as after Blanca. He had come to understand that silence was her last refuge, not a mental illness as Dr. Cuevas claimed. Ferrula looked after her obsessively, refusing to leave her alone, neglecting Blanca, who cried all day wanting to return to Tres Marias. Clara walked through the house like a silent, overweight shadow with Buddhistic indifference. She didn't even look at him, walked by as if he were furniture. When he spoke, she acted as if she were on the moon, not hearing or not knowing who he was. They had not resumed sleeping in the same bed. The lazy, empty days and irrational atmosphere set his nerves on edge. He kept busy, but it wasn't enough, always in a bad mood. He went out daily to check business affairs, began speculating in the stock market, studying international finance, investing, starting companies, importing. He spent time at his club, got involved in politics, joined a gym where a trainer forced him to exercise muscles he hadn't known existed. He was advised to get massages, but hated mercenary hands touching him. None of this filled his days. He was uncomfortable and bored. He wanted to return to the country, but didn't dare leave. Clearly there was need for a man among so many hysterical women. Besides, Clara was putting on too much weight, her belly monstrous on her fragile frame. She was embarrassed to be seen undressed, but she was his wife, and he couldn't allow that. He helped her bathe and dress, if Ferula didn't beat him to it, and felt infinitely sorry for her as delivery approached. He lay awake thinking she could die giving birth, closeting himself with Dr. Cuevas to find the best way to help her. They agreed if things didn't look good, another cesarean would be better. But he didn't want her sent to a hospital, and the doctor refused to operate in the house again. No proper facilities. Yet hospitals were sources of infection. More people died in them than were saved. One day shortly before her delivery date, Clara came down from her refuge without warning and began to speak again. She asked for hot chocolate, then asked him to take her for a walk. His heart skipped. The whole house filled with joy. They opened champagne, he put fresh flowers in all the vases, ordered camellias, her favorite, and carpeted her room with them until they gave her asthma and had to be hurriedly removed. He ran to buy her a diamond brooch from the Jewish jewelers. Clara thanked him effusively and found it ever so lovely, but never put it on. He supposed she locked it away somewhere unlikely and forgot it, like almost all the other jewels he bought her over the years. He called Dr. Cuevas, who came under the pretext of tea, but examined Clara. The doctor told him and Ferula that though she seemed recovered from her mental crisis, they should expect a difficult delivery because the child was very big. Clara stepped into the sitting room. She must have heard. She said everything would turn out fine, no need to worry. He joked that he hoped for a boy to give his name. Clara replied it was not one but two. The twins would be called Jamie and Nicholas respectively. That was too much for him. He blew his stack from the pressure of recent months. He got furious, arguing those were names for foreign merchants. No one in either family had ever had such names. At least one should be called Esteban, like himself and his father. But Clara explained repeating names caused confusion in her notebooks. Her decision was inflexible. To frighten her, he smashed a porcelain jar, the last vestige of his great-grandfather's splendid days, but she was unmoved. Dr. Cuevas smiled behind his teacup, making him more indignant. He slammed the door and went to the club. That night he got drunk. Partly from need, partly for vengeance, he went to the city's most famous brothel. He wanted to make clear he wasn't a man for whores. He had only resorted to them during periods forced to live alone. He didn't know what got into him. He was annoyed with Clara, in a bad mood, had excess energy, was tempted. The Christopher Columbus was flourishing. He stepped into a sitting room with French provincial furniture where a native matron imitating a Parisian accent reeled off prices and asked if he had anything special in mind. He admitted his experience was limited to the Red Lantern and a few wretched miners' whorehouses. Any young, clean woman would be fine. The madam said she liked him and would bring the best in the house. At her summons, a woman appeared sheathed in too tight black satin that could barely contain her exuberant femininity, her hair combed over one ear, giving off a terrible musky scent that floated like a moan. She said she was glad to see him, patron, and then he recognized her, because her voice was the only thing unchanged about Tránsito Soto. She led him by the hand to a room shut like a tomb with dark curtains. There he undressed her personally, undid her dreadful hairdo, and observed that with the years she had grown taller, put on weight, become more beautiful. He told her she had made some progress. She replied it was thanks to his 50 pesos. They helped her get started. Now she could return them readjusted, because with inflation they weren't worth what they once were. He laughed and said he'd rather have her owe him a favor. He finished removing her petticoats, and verified that almost nothing remained of the slender girl with jutting knees and elbows from the Red Lantern, except her tireless sensual appetite and her voice like a hoarse bird. Her body was hairless, her skin rubbed with lemon and witch hazel, as soft as a baby's. Her nails were painted red, and she had a snake tattooed around her navel that could move in circles while the rest of her body stayed still. While she demonstrated this skill, she told him the story of her life. Tránsito explained to the patron what would have become of her if she had stayed at the Red Lantern. She would have lost her teeth, would be an old woman now. A person got used up fast in that profession and had to look out for herself. She'd never liked street walking, too dangerous, requiring a pimp, otherwise nobody respected you. But why give a man something so hard to earn? Women were thick that way, daughters of rigidity. They needed a man to feel secure, but didn't realize the one thing they should fear was men. Whores were the worst, throwing their lives away for some pimp, smiling when he beat them, feeling proud when he was well-dressed, forgiving everything because he's a man. Not her. No one had ever supported her, so she would never support someone else. She worked for herself. It had been a struggle. The madams preferred dealing with pimps, showed no consideration. He observed that they seemed to appreciate her here. She was the best in the house. She admitted she was, but the business would fall flat without her. The rest were dish rags. They only got old men now. They ought to modernize. Bring in civil servants with midday free young people, students. Better furnishings. Liven the place up. Clean it thoroughly. Customers would trust it more. Worry less about disease. The place was a pigsty. Pick up the pillow and a tick would hop out. The madam had no head for business. He asked if she did. Of course, she had a million ideas, brought enthusiasm. She wasn't like those girls who complained and blamed bad luck. Couldn't he see how far she'd come? She could have the best house in the country. He was enjoying himself. He recognized ambition because he had stared at it so many times in the mirror while shaving. He told her it was an excellent idea. Why not open her own business? He would advance the money, fascinated at broadening his commercial interests in that direction. He must have been drunk. Transito declined, caressing her snake with a lacquered fingernail. No point trading one capitalist for another. The thing was to form a cooperative and tell the madam to go to hell. What she wanted was a whores cooperative, or whores and fags, to be more encompassing. They would lay out everything, the money and the work. What did they need a patron for? They made love with a violence and ferocity he had almost forgotten after so much gentle sailing on the blue silk sea. In that chaos of sheets and pillows, clasped in a living knot of desire, screwed into each other to the point of fainting, he felt 20 again, happy to hold this bold, swarthy woman who didn't fall apart when you got on top of her, a strong mare you could ride without second thought, who didn't make his hands feel heavy or his voice hard or his feet gigantic or his beard too scratchy. Someone like himself, who could take bad words in her ear and didn't need tender arguments or flattery. Afterward, sleepy and happy, he rested by her side, admiring the solid curve of her hips and the shudder of her snake. He told her they would see each other again, giving her a tip. She replied that was what she had said before. Did he remember? The truth was he had no intention of ever seeing her again. He planned to forget all about her. He wouldn't have mentioned this episode if Transito Soto hadn't played such an important role in his life much later, because he wasn't a man for whores. But this story could not have been written if she hadn't intervened to rescue them and, in the process, their memories. A few days later, while Dr. Cuevas prepared to open Clara's belly again, Severo and Nivia del Valle died, leaving numerous children and 47 living grandchildren. Clara found out in a dream before anyone else but told only Ferrula, who calmed her by explaining that pregnancy produced jumpiness and bad dreams. She redoubled her attentions, rubbing Clara's stomach with sweet almond oil to prevent stretch marks, her breasts with honey to keep nipples from splitting, feeding her powdered eggshell for good milk and strong teeth, reciting Bethlehem prayers for a healthy delivery. 2 days after the dream, Esteban came home early, pale and disheveled, grabbed Ferrula by the arm, and led her into the library. He told her curtly that his in-laws had been killed in an accident. He didn't want Clara to find out until after giving birth. They had to build a wall of censorship, no newspapers, radio, visitors. Keep an eye on the servants. But his good intentions were shattered by the strength of Clara's premonitions. That night she dreamt her parents walked through a field of onions, and Nivia had no head. She knew exactly what had happened. She woke up agitated and asked Ferrula to help her dress. She had to go find her mother's head. Ferrula ran to Esteban. Dr. Cuevas, even at risk of harming the twins, gave her a potion that should have put her to sleep for 2 days but had no effect. Señor and Señora del Valle died exactly as Clara dreamed, and exactly as Nivia had joked they would, pointing at her husband's ancient sunbeam and saying one of these days they would kill themselves in that damned machine. Severo had always had a weakness for modern inventions. He bought the first car to arrive in the country, a mechanical wonder moving at the suicidal speed of 15 or even 20 kilometers an hour, astonishing pedestrians and drawing curses from those splattered with mud. Eminent scientists explained the human organism wasn't made for such speeds. Gasoline could consume the entire city. Even the church became involved. Father Restrepo railed against these satanic machines. But Severo ignored the scandal. He used the same car for more than 10 years, refusing to change models. Inside, the Sunbeam had lace curtains and 2 glass vases with fresh flowers, polished wood and Russian leather bronze hardware gleaming like gold. Despite its British origin, it was baptized with the Indian name Covadonga. Its brakes never worked very well. Severo traveled with a large rock. On an incline, one passenger held the brake while another jumped out to place the stone in front of the wheels. On that fatal Sunday, the brakes gave out completely. The car took off downhill. Severo tried to swerve, tried to stop, but the devil had taken charge. It smashed into a cart loaded with construction iron. One plate came through the windshield and decapitated Nevia, a clean cut. Her head shot out of the car. Despite searches by police, forest rangers, and neighbors with bloodhounds, after 2 days no trace was found. By the 3rd day, the bodies had begun to stink and had to be buried incomplete at a magnificent funeral attended by the whole Del Valle tribe and delegations of women paying last respects to the country's first feminist. Her enemies said if she had lost her head during her lifetime, there was no reason she should find it in death. Clara, locked in her house, drugged by Dr. Cuevas, did not attend. Out of consideration for everyone who had tried to spare her, she said nothing. But once the funeral was over, Clara convinced Ferrula to go with her to look for the head. No amount of pills and potions could stop her. Ferrula understood it was no longer possible to say it was a bad dream. Better to help before Clara became completely unhinged. They waited for Esteban to leave. Ferrula helped her dress and called a hired carriage. Clara's instructions were imprecise. She told the driver to go straight. She would tell him the route, guided by her instincts for seeing the invisible. They left the city, came into open country. At Clara's command, they turned onto a service road among birches and onion fields until she ordered him to pull up along underbrush. She said it was here. Ferrula objected they were much too far from the accident. Clara insisted, getting out with difficulty, holding her enormous belly. She asked the driver to step through the brush and hand her the woman's head lying on the ground. He inched beneath the thorny brush until he found Nevia's head like a lonely melon. He picked it up by the hair and crawled out on all fours. While the man leaned against a tree and vomited, Ferrula and Clara cleaned the dirt and pebbles from Nevia's ears, nose, and mouth, arranged her unkempt hair, but could not close her eyes. They wrapped the head in a shawl and returned to the car. Clara told the driver to hurry. She thought she was giving birth. They arrived just in time to get her into bed. Ferrula moved through the room, handling every last preparation while a servant ran for the doctor and the midwife. The jostling carriage, the turmoil of recent days, and the doctor's potions had given Clara a skill she'd lacked the first time. She clenched her teeth, gripped the sailboat's masts, and threw herself into the task. Out onto the calm blue silk sea came the twins, Jamie and Nicolas, sailing into the world under the wide-eyed gaze of their grandmother's head watching from the bureau. Ferrula grabbed each newborn by the wet hair at the nape and pulled them free, using all she'd learned watching colts and calves born at Tres Marias. Before the doctor and midwife could arrive, she shoved Nevia's head under the bed to avoid impossible explanations. When help finally came, there was nearly nothing to do. The mother rested comfortably, and the tiny 7-month-sized babies, fully formed and healthy, slept in their debilitated aunt's arms. Nevia's head became a problem with nowhere to hide. Ferrula wrapped it in cloth and placed it in a leather hat box. They discussed a proper burial, but that would require endless paperwork to reopen the tomb for the missing piece, and scandal would erupt if word got out that Clara had found what the bloodhounds missed. Esteban Truiba, terrified of public ridicule, chose a solution that denied gossip any ammunition. His wife's strangeness was already local target practice, her object moving, her impossible predictions, the uncovered story of her childhood muteness, and the curse on Father Restrepo. 2 years at Tres Marias had quieted the rumors, but Treba knew that even a trifle, like his mother-in-law's head, would restart the whispers. So the hat box went to the basement, awaiting a more propitious moment for Christian burial. Clara recovered quickly from the double birth and handed the children to her sister-in-law and to Nana, who joined the household after her own employers died, to continue working for the same blood. Nana had been born to hold others' children, wear their cast-offs, eat their leftovers, live on borrowed joys and griefs, grow old under strange roofs, and die in a borrowed bed. Nearly 70, her zeal remained unbending. Tireless in her rounds, unchanged by time, still strong enough to dress as a ghost and startle Clara during mute spells, to fight the twins and spoil Blanca as she'd spoiled her mother and grandmother. She mumbled constant prayers under her breath, since no one else in the house believed. She prayed for the living and the dead alike. In old age, she forgot whom she prayed for but kept the habit, convinced it would help someone. Her piety was the only thing she shared with Férula. In everything else, they were rivals. One Friday afternoon, 3 translucent ladies knocked at the door, eyes like sea mist, old-fashioned flowered hats, a strong scent of wild violets that soaked every room for days. The 3 Mora sisters. Clara waited for them in the garden with a baby at each breast and Blanca playing at her feet. They looked at one another, recognized one another, smiled. Thus began a passionate spiritual relationship that would last their lifetimes, and if predictions held, still flourishes in the hereafter. The Mora sisters studied spiritualism and supernatural phenomena. They possessed what they claimed was irrefutable proof, a photograph of themselves with a misty winged ectoplasm overhead, that souls could take physical form. Through mysterious channels open only to initiates, they learned of Clara, established telepathic contact, and recognized an astral sister. Discreet inquiries gave them her earthly address. They arrived with decks of cards soaked in beneficent liquids, geometrical figures, and homemade tools for unmasking fraudulent parapsychologists, and a tray of ordinary pastries. They became intimate friends, meeting every Friday to summon spirits and exchange recipes and premonitions. They found a way to transmit mental energy across the city, giving each other moral support. The Moras knew many people interested in such matters, who gradually joined the Friday meetings. Esteban Truba watched them cross his house and insisted on conditions. Respect his library, don't use the children for psychic experiments, and be discreet, no public scandal. Férula disapproved of Clara's activities. To her they clashed with religion and good manners. She observed from a distance, crocheting, ready to intervene if Clara went too far in trances. She noticed her sister-in-law always exhausted after serving as medium, speaking in pagan tongues with a voice not her own. Nana also kept watch, pretending to serve coffee, startling spirits with her starched petticoats and clicking prayers in loose teeth, not to protect Clara but to guard the ashtrays. Clara explained her guests didn't smoke, but Nana had already decided they were all evangelical scoundrels except the 3 enchanting Mora sisters. Nana and Férula despised each other. They squabbled over the children's affection and fought to care for Clara during her episodes. Their silent war played out in kitchens, courtyards, hallways, but never near Clara, both agreeing to spare her that anguish. Férula had come to love Clara with a jealous passion more like a demanding husband's than a sister-in-law's. Over time she lost prudence and let her adoration show in ways Esteban noticed. Whenever he returned from the country, Férula persuaded him. Clara was in one of her bad spells, so he couldn't share her bed and entered her room rarely and briefly. She backed her arguments with Dr. Cuevas's recommendations, later revealed as invented. She found 1,000 ways to come between husband and wife, and when all else failed, encouraged the children to beg for their parents' attention. She suggested putting Nana away in an asylum for old housekeepers. Without being able to name the cause, Esteban began feeling uncomfortable in his own house. His wife grew remote, strange, inaccessible, no way to reach her, not even with gifts. His timid affections failed, and so did the unbridled passion that overcame him in her presence. His love had grown into obsession. He wanted Clara to think of nothing but him, to have no life outside that excluded him, to tell him everything and own nothing he hadn't given her. He wanted her completely dependent. But reality was different. Clara seemed to fly unmoored like her Uncle Marcos, seeking God through Tibetan sciences, consulting spirits with a jolting three-legged table, deciphering otherworldly messages that predicted rain. Once spirits announced hidden treasure beneath the chimney. She knocked down the wall, then the staircase and half the main sitting room. Nothing. The spirit, confused by her architectural alterations, had misidentified the location. The doubloons weren't in the Trouba mansion, but across the street at the Ugartes, who refused to demolish their dining room. Clara couldn't braid Blanca's hair for school. She left that to Ferula or Nana. But she had a wonderful relationship with her daughter based on the same principles as her relationship with Nevia. They told stories, read magic books from enchanted trunks, consulted family portraits, shared anecdotes about windy uncles and blind uncles who fell like gargoyles, watched the Cordillera, and counted clouds, and spoke a made-up language without T's and with R's instead of L's. Meanwhile, Jamie and Nicolas grew apart from the feminine pair, adhering to the belief that boys must become men. They grew strong and cruel in childhood games, chasing lizards to slice tails, mice to race, butterflies to wipe powder from wings, and later punched and kicked each other on instruction from the Chinese laundrymen, who'd introduced martial arts to the country, but ended up washing clothes after no one believed he could split bricks. Years later, the twins finished their manhood by escaping school, diving into the lot behind the garbage dump, trading some of their mother's silverware for forbidden love with an enormous woman who cradled them both in Dutch cow breasts, drowning them in the soft wetness of her armpits, crushing them with elephantine thighs, sending them both to heaven with the dark, hot, juicy cavern of her sex. But that came much later, and Clara never knew, so she couldn't write it in her notebooks that bore witness to life. The narrator found out from other sources. Clara took no interest in domestic matters. She drifted from room to room, never surprised to find everything spotless and in perfect order. She sat to eat without wondering who cooked the food or where it came from, oblivious even to the person serving it. She forgot servants' names and sometimes her own children's, yet she always managed to be present. A cheerful, beneficent spirit whose slightest footfall wound the clocks. She dressed in white, the only color that didn't alter her aura, in simple dresses Ferula sewed for her, preferring them to the ruffled sequined gowns her husband bought to show her off. Esteban despaired because Clara treated him with the same kindness she gave everyone else. She spoke to him in the same cajoling tone she used with her cats, unable to tell when he was tired, sad, euphoric, or eager for intimacy. Yet from the color of his rays she could spot a brewing swindle and diffuse his tantrums with a few mocking words. It exasperated him that she never seemed truly grateful for anything and never needed anything he could give her. She was as distracted and smiling in bed as elsewhere, relaxed, simple, but absent. He knew her body was his for all the acrobatics he'd learned from hidden books, but even the most abominable contortions with Clara felt like a newborn's thrashings. He couldn't spice them with the salt of evil or the pepper of submission. In rage, Trouba sometimes reverted to old sins, rolling with peasant women in riverside rushes while Clara stayed in the city. But these episodes left only bitterness. They brought no lasting pleasure, especially since he knew his wife would be appalled by his mistreatment of the other woman, not by his infidelity. Jealousy simply wasn't in Clara's vocabulary. He tried the Red Lantern a few times, but stopped because he couldn't perform anymore, swallowing humiliation with excuses about wine or colds. He didn't return to Transito Soto, sensing she embodied a dangerous addiction. A terrible desire boiled inside him, a fire impossible to quench, a thirst for Clara that no night, however long or passionate, could satisfy. He fell asleep exhausted, heart near bursting, yet even in dreams he knew the woman beside him wasn't really there. She existed in some unknown dimension he could never reach. Sometimes he lost patience, shaking her awake and shouting the worst accusations, only to end up weeping in her lap, begging forgiveness. Clara understood, but could do nothing. Esteban Trouba's exaggerated love for her was without doubt the most powerful emotion of his life, greater than his rage and pride. Half a century later he would still speak of it with the same shudder and urgency, calling her name from his old man's bed until the day he died. Ferrula's comments increased Esteban's anxiety. Every obstacle his sister placed between him and Clara drove him mad. He even hated his own children for taking their mother's time. He took Clara on a second honeymoon and weekend hotel escapes, all useless. He became convinced Ferrula was entirely to blame, that she'd planted an evil seed to prevent Clara from loving him and was stealing kisses that belonged to him. He grew livid, finding Ferrula bathing Clara. He grabbed the sponge, thrust her out, pulled Clara from the tub mid-air, shook her, forbade her to be bathed again, calling it a vice at her age, then dried her off himself, feeling like a fool. If Ferrula tried to serve Clara chocolate, he snatched it away on the pretext she was treating her like an invalid. If she kissed Clara goodnight, he pulled her back, saying it wasn't right. If she chose the best portions for Clara from the serving tray, he rose from the table in a temper. Brother and sister became rivals, scrutinizing each other with hatred, concocting fine-edged arguments to disqualify each other in Clara's eyes, spying, growing ever more jealous. Esteban stopped going to the country, putting Pedro II Garcia in charge of everything, including his imported cows. He stopped seeing friends, stopped golf, stopped working, watching his sister day and night to block her every path to Clara. The house's atmosphere grew dense, dark, unbreathable. Even Nana walked around haunted. The only one completely unaffected was Clara, who in her distraction and innocence had no idea what was happening. Their hatred took a long time to explode. It began with concealed uneasiness and small offenses, but grew until it filled the house. That summer Esteban had to go to Tres Marias because Pedro II Garcia fell off a horse at harvest time and ended up in the hospital with a cracked skull. As soon the foreman recovered, Esteban returned to the city without telling anyone. On the train he felt a terrible foreboding and an unspoken desire for something dramatic to happen, not knowing the drama had already begun the moment he desired it. He arrived mid-afternoon but went directly to his club playing poker and dining without quelling his anxiety. During dinner, a slight earthquake struck. Crystal chandeliers swayed with their usual tinkling, but no one looked up. Everyone kept eating. Musicians kept playing without missing a note. But Esteban jumped up as if it were an omen. He finished his meal in a hurry, asked for his check, and left. Ferrula usually kept her nerves under control, but never got used to earthquakes. She'd conquered fear of Clara's ghosts and country mice, but earthquakes shook her to the bone and left her trembling long after they passed. That night she hadn't yet gone to bed and came running into Clara's room. Clara had drunk her evening tea and slept peacefully. Seeking company and warmth, Ferrula climbed into bed beside her, careful not to wake her, whispering silent prayers that the tremors wouldn't become a full quake. Esteban Triviva found her there. He entered the house silently as a thief, went up to Clara's room without turning on lights, and appeared like a tornado before the two sleeping women who thought he was in Tres Marias. He leaned over his sister with the same rage he'd feel if she were his wife's seducer. He pulled her from the bed, dragged her down the hall, pushed her down the stairs, and thrust her into the library while Clara shouted from her doorway, not understanding. Alone with Ferrula, Esteban vented all his fury as an unhappy husband, shouting things he never should have said, calling her everything from a dyke to a whore, accusing her of perverting his wife with spinster caresses, driving her crazy, distracted, mute spiritualist with her arsenal of lesbian arts. He accused her of taking pleasure with Clara while he was away, of besmirching the children's names, the house's honor, and their dear departed mother's memory. He said he was sick of her evil tricks and was throwing her out. She should leave immediately, and he never wanted to see her again. He forbade her to come near his wife and children. He promised she would never want for money. As long as he lived, he'd see she had enough to live decently, as he'd once promised. But if he ever caught her prowling around his family, he'd kill her on the spot. He swore it in their mother's name. Ferrula shouted back her curse, that he would always be alone, his body and soul would shrivel, and he would die like a dog. She left the big house on the corner forever, dressed only in her nightgown, taking nothing. The next day, Esteban Trujillo went to see Father Antonio and told him what had happened without going into detail. The priest listened passively, with the bland expression of someone who has heard it all before. He asked what Esteban wanted. Esteban replied that once a month the priest should make sure his sister received a certain envelope. He didn't want her to have financial worries. He explained he wasn't doing this out of kindness, but because of a promise. Father Antonio took the first envelope with a sigh and began a blessing, but Esteban had already turned to leave. He gave Clara no explanation for what had come between his sister and himself, only that he had thrown Ferrula out and strictly forbade Clara to mention her name in his presence, suggesting that decency would also silence her behind his back. He removed all of Ferrula's clothing and any reminders of her from the house, resolving that as far as he was concerned, his sister was dead. Clara understood there was no point in asking questions. She went to the sewing room for her pendulum, spread a city map on the floor, and held the pendulum above it, waiting for oscillations to reveal Ferrula's address. After trying all afternoon, she realized the system wouldn't work unless Ferrula had a fixed address. The pendulum having failed, she went out by carriage hoping instinct would guide her. That also failed. She consulted her three-legged table, but no spiritual guide appeared. She called with her mind, consulted her tarot cards, all to no avail. Finally, she resorted to traditional techniques, asking friends and delivery men who might have crossed Ferrula's path. No one had seen a trace. Eventually, her investigation led her to Father Antonio's door. The priest told her not to look. Ferrula didn't want to see her. Clara realized that was why none of her infallible divining methods had worked. The Morris sisters had been right. You can't find someone who doesn't want to be found. Esteban Truba entered a very prosperous period. His business deals seemed touched by a magic wand. He felt pleased with life, and he was rich, just as he had once set out to be. He'd acquired concessions for other mines, was exporting fruit abroad, had founded a construction firm, and Tres Marias had greatly expanded into the best hacienda in the area. He remained untouched by the economic crisis convulsing the rest of the country. In the northern provinces, the collapse of nitrate fields had left thousands destitute. Hungry tribes of unemployed workers, women, children, old people, took to the roads searching for work and formed a belt of misery around the capital, settling under planks and cardboard amid garbage and despair. They wandered begging for work, but there were no jobs. Slowly the rugged workers, thin with hunger, shrunken with cold, ragged and desolate, stopped asking for work and asked for alms instead. The city filled with beggars, then with thieves. That year brought terrible frosts. Snow fell in the capital, touted as festive decoration, while every morning blue, frozen bodies of small children were discovered in the shanty towns on the city's outskirts. There was not enough charity for so many poor, defenseless people. That was the year of exanthematic typhus. It began like any calamity striking the poor, but quickly took on characteristics of divine punishment. Born in the poorest quarters because of harsh winter, malnutrition, and dirty water, it joined forces with unemployment and spread in every direction. Hospitals could not cope. The sick wandered through streets with missing eyes, picking lice from their hair and throwing them at the healthy. The plague spread to every house, infecting schools and factories. Everyone lived in fear, inspecting themselves for first signs. Those who caught it began shaking with icy cold that lodged in their bones, gradually falling prey to deep lethargy. They gazed like madmen, eaten alive by their own fever, filling with sores, shitting blood, hallucinating fire and drowning, falling to the ground with bones like wool, legs like rags, bile in their mouths. Their bodies became raw meat, red pustule next to blue, next to yellow, next to black, as they vomited up their own intestines and cried out to God for mercy, begging to die because their heads were bursting and their souls escaping in a blur of shit and fear. Esteban proposed taking his whole family to the countryside to protect them from infection, but Clara refused. She was busy tending to the poor in a task with neither beginning nor end. She left early morning and sometimes returned close to midnight. She emptied the house's wardrobes, children's clothes, blankets from beds, her husband's jackets. She packed food from the pantry and established a shipping system with Pedro II Garcia, who sent cheese, eggs, smoked meat, fruit, and chicken from Tres Marias for her to distribute. She lost weight and looked emaciated. She began walking in her sleep again. Ferula's absence was a cataclysm in the house. Even Nana, who had always wished for this moment, was upset. When spring came and Clara could rest, her tendency to escape reality and lose herself in daydreams grew more pronounced. Without her sister-in-law's impeccable skills for ordering the chaos, she still paid no attention to domestic matters. She left everything to Nana and the other servants and immersed herself in apparitions and psychic experiments. Her notebooks that bore witness to life grew confused. Her calligraphy lost its convent elegance, degenerating into mangled scribbles sometimes too tiny to read and sometimes so large that 3 words filled a page. In the years that followed, a group of Gurdjieff students, Rosicrucians, spiritualists, and sleepless bohemians gathered around Clara and the 3 Mora sisters. They ate 3 meals a day in the house and alternated between urgent consultations with the 3-legged table spirits and reading verses from the latest mystic poet to land in Clara's lap. Esteban allowed this invasion because he'd long realized it was pointless to interfere in his wife's life. But he was determined that at least his sons would be kept at a safe distance from her magic, so Jamie and Nicolas were sent to a Victorian English boarding school where any excuse sufficed for pulling down a student's pants and caning his buttocks. This happened especially to Jamie, who mocked the British royal family and at 12 displayed an interest in reading Marx. Nicolas inherited his great-uncle Marcos's adventurous spirit and his mother's propensity for astrological charts and future reading, but this was only an eccentricity in the school's rigid code, so he fared far better than his brother. Blanca's case was different. Her father did not interfere with her education. He believed her destiny was marriage and a brilliant social life, where conversing with the dead, kept frivolous, could be an asset. He maintained that magic, like cooking and religion, was particularly feminine. Perhaps for this reason he felt sympathy for the 3 Mora sisters while despising male spiritualists almost as much as priests. Clara took her daughter everywhere, Blanca hanging from her skirts. She included her in Friday sessions and raised her in intimacy with spirits, secret society members, and the impoverished artists whose patroness she was. Just as she had gone with her mother in her mute days, she now took Blanca on visits to the poor, weighed down with gifts and comfort. She would explain to Blanca that this was to assuage their conscience, but it didn't help the poor. They didn't need charity, they needed justice. This was the point of her worst arguments with Esteban, who held a different opinion. He argued that justice wasn't everyone having the same amount, the lazy the same as workers, the foolish the same as the intelligent. Even animals didn't live like that. It wasn't about rich and poor, but strong and weak. He agreed everyone should have the same opportunities, but those people didn't even try. It was easy to stretch out a hand for alms. He believed in effort and reward. That's how he'd achieved what he'd achieved. He'd never asked anyone for a favor and had never been dishonest, proving anyone could do it. He'd been destined to be a poor, unhappy notary's assistant. That's why he wouldn't have Bolshevik ideas brought into his house. Clara could go do her charitable work in the slums for all he cared. It was good for building young ladies' character, but she shouldn't start coming in with the same half-cocked ideas as Pedro III Garcia, because he wouldn't stand for it. It was true that Pedro III Garcia talked about justice in Tres Marias. He was the only one who dared speak back to the patron, despite beatings from his father every time he was caught. Since childhood, the boy had made surreptitious journeys to town to borrow books, read newspapers, and converse with the local schoolteacher, a fervent communist later shot dead by a bullet between the eyes. He also stole away at night to the San Lucas bar, meeting union leaders who fixed the world's troubles between sips of beer, and Father José Dulce Maria, a Spanish priest with revolutionary ideas that had earned him relegation by the Society of Jesus to that hidden corner, though that didn't stop him from transforming biblical parables into socialist propaganda. The day Esteban Churiba discovered the administrator's son was slipping subversive pamphlets to his tenants, He summoned him to his office and, in the father's presence, gave him a lashing with his snakeskin whip. He delivered a first warning without raising his voice, fire in his eyes. The next time he caught him bothering people, he'd lock him up. He didn't want rebels on his land. He was in charge and had the right to surround himself with people he liked. He didn't like the boy, and now he knew it. He put up with him because of his father's faithful service, but things could turn out very badly for him. Then he ordered him out. Pedro III Garcia closely resembled his father, dark-skinned, with the same hard features sculpted in stone, the same big sad eyes, the same dark stiff hair standing up like a brush. He had only two loves, his father and the patron's daughter, whom he'd loved since they slept together naked beneath the dining room table in early childhood. Nor had Blanca escaped the same fate. Every time she went on vacation to Tres Marias, arriving in a whirl of dust atop coaches piled with chaotic baggage, her heart pounded with impatience and longing like an African drum. She was always first to jump down and run toward the house, and she always found Pedro III Garcia where they'd seen each other for the first time, standing barefoot in the doorway, half hidden by shadow, timid and sullen in his worn pants, his old man's eyes scanning the horizon awaiting her arrival. They ran to each other, hugging, kissing, laughing, affectionately punching and rolling on the ground, pulling each other's hair and shouting with joy. Nana would shriek and try to pull them apart, telling the young lady to let go of that raggedy child. But Clara would tell Nana to let them be. She knew better. They were only children, and they liked each other. The children ran off to hide and share everything stored up during the long months apart. Pedro blushingly handed over whittled animals he had made for her, and Blanca gave him a penknife that opened like a flower and a tiny magnet that picked up rusty nails from the ground. The summer she arrived with half the contents of Uncle Marcos's trunk of magic books, she was nearly 10. Pedro III still struggled with reading, but his curiosity and desire accomplished what his schoolmistress's canings could not. They spent that summer reading among the river rushes, pine forests, and wheat fields, discussing Sinbad and Robin Hood, the Black Pirate's bad luck, stories from the Treasury of Youth, words not in the Royal Academy Dictionary, and illustrated plates of the cardiovascular system showing a skinless man with all his veins and arteries exposed, but wearing underpants. Within weeks, the boy learned to read voraciously. They entered the wide, deep world of impossible stories. Gnomes, fairies, island castaways eating comrades after dice rolls, tigers tamed by love, fascinating inventions, geographical and zoological curiosities, genies in bottles, dragons in caves, imprisoned princesses. They often visited old Pedro Garcia, whose senses had worn away with time. He had gradually grown blind, his eyes filling with a sky-blue film he described as clouds taking over his sight. He was grateful for visits from Blanca and his grandson Pedro, though he'd forgotten that fact. He listened to stories from the magic books, which they had to shout into his ear because he said the wind was invading his ears and making him deaf. In return, he showed them how to protect themselves from poisonous insect stings, demonstrating his antidote's effectiveness by placing a live scorpion on his arm. He taught them to search for water, hold a dry stick in both hands, walk tapping the ground in silence, thinking only of water and the stick's thirst, until suddenly sensing moisture, the stick would tremble. That's where to dig, he said, but he didn't need that system for digging wells around Tres Marias. His bones were so thirsty that whenever he walked above underground water, no matter how far down, his own skeleton told him where it was. He taught them about grasses and herbs in the fields, making them smell, taste, even caress them until they could identify each by its healing properties. This one to calm the mind, that one against diabolic influence, this for shining eyes, that for the stomach, this to stimulate blood flow. His knowledge was so vast that the doctor from the nuns' hospital used to ask his advice. Nevertheless, all his knowledge couldn't cure his daughter Pancha's chicken fever, which dispatched her to the hereafter. He had made her eat cow dung, then horse manure, wrapped her in blankets, sweated her illness out until nothing remained but skin and bones, then massaged her with brandy and gunpowder, all useless. Pancha's life ebbed away in an interminable diarrhea that destroyed her body and left an insatiable thirst. Defeated, Pedro Garcia asked the patron for permission to take her to town on a cart. The two children went with them. The doctor at the nuns' hospital examined Pancha and told the old man there was nothing to be done. If he'd brought her earlier and not induced the sweating, he could have treated her. But now her body could hold no liquid. She was like a plant whose roots had gone completely dry. Pedro Garcia took offense, continuing to deny his failure even when he returned to the hacienda with his daughter's body wrapped in a blanket, accompanied by the two frightened children, unloading her in the courtyard, grumbling about the doctor's ignorance. They buried her in a special plot in the tiny graveyard alongside the abandoned church at the volcano's foot, because she had been the patron's wife in a manner of speaking. She had given him the only son who bore his name, though not his surname, and a grandson, the strange Esteban Garcia, destined to play a terrible role in the family's history. One day old Pedro Garcia told Blanca and Pedro III the story of hens who joined forces against a fox who came into the chicken coop every night to steal eggs and eat baby chicks. The hens decided they'd had enough. They waited for him in a group, and when he entered they blocked his path, surrounded him, and pecked him half to death before he knew what happened. The fox escaped with his tail between his legs, all the hens chasing him. Blanca laughed and said it was impossible. Hens are born stupid and weak, foxes astute and strong. But Pedro III did not laugh. He spent the whole evening absorbed in thought, ruminating on the story, and perhaps that was the night the boy began to become a man. Blanca's childhood passed without major surprises. The hot summers at Tres Marias, where she discovered a love that grew as she did, alternated with the routine of the city, not unlike other girls her age and class, though Clara's presence added eccentricity. Every morning Nana appeared with the breakfast tray to shake her from sleep, watch her put on her uniform, stretch her socks, place her hat just so, help with gloves, arrange her handkerchief, ensure she had all her books, all while mumbling prayers for the dead and loudly advising Clara not to be deceived by the nuns. Nana warned that those women were all depraved. They chose the prettiest, smartest girls from the best families, shaved the novitiates' heads, and set them up for a lifetime of baking cakes and tending other people's old folks. The chauffeur took the girl to school, where the first activity was Mass and obligatory communion. Kneeling in her pew, Blanca inhaled the intense smell of incense and lilies, suffering the combined torment of nausea, guilt, and boredom. It was the only thing she disliked. She loved the high-vaulted stone corridors, the immaculate marble floors, the naked white walls, and the iron Christ standing watch in the vestibule. She was a romantic, sentimental child with a preference for solitude, few friends, and a propensity to be moved to tears when roses bloomed, when she smelled the rags and soap the nuns used as they bent over their tasks, and when she stayed behind to experience the melancholy stillness of empty classrooms. She was considered timid and morose. Only in the country, skin tanned by sun, belly full of ripe fruit, running through fields with Pedro III. Was she smiling and happy? Her mother said that was the real Blanca, and the city one was Blanca in hibernation. Because of the constant agitation in the big house on the corner, no one except Nana noticed Blanca becoming a woman. She entered adolescence overnight. She had inherited the Truba's Spanish and Arab blood, their regal bearing and haughty grin, the olive skin and dark eyes of her Mediterranean genes, all colored by her mother's heritage, from which she drew a sweetness no Truba had ever known. She was a tranquil soul who entertained herself, studied hard, played with dolls, and showed no inclination for her mother's spiritualism or her father's rages. The family jokingly said she was the only normal person for many generations, a miracle of equilibrium and serenity. Around 13, she began developing breasts, lost weight, her waist thinned out, and she shot up like a transplanted tree. Nana pulled her hair back in a bun and took her to buy her first corset, first silk stockings, first grown-up dress, and miniature towels for what she continued to call demonstration. Meanwhile, her mother continued making chairs dance through the house, playing Chopin with the piano lid shut, declaiming the beautiful verses of a young poet she'd taken under her wing, never noticing the split seams of the schoolgirl's uniform or that her daughter's apple face was subtly changing into a grown woman's face, because Clara paid more attention to auras and fluids than to pounds and inches. One day she saw Blanca walk into the sewing room in her party dress and was astonished to discover that tall, dark lady was her little Blanca. She put her arms around her, covered her with kisses, and warned that she would soon begin to menstruate. She tried to explain what it was, but her daughter laughed and told her not to worry. She'd already had it once a month for the past year. Their relationship underwent no major changes with the girl's development, based on the solid principle of mutual acceptance and the ability to laugh together at almost everything. That year's summer arrived early with a sultry heat covering the city in nightmare glare. The family decided to advance their departure for Tres Marias by 2 weeks. As always, Blanca eagerly awaited seeing Pedro III again, and as every year, the first thing she did on climbing down from the coach was run to look for him with her eyes glued to where she knew he'd be standing. She saw his hidden shadow in the doorway and jumped from the vehicle, hurtling toward him with the eagerness of all her months of anticipation. But to her surprise, the boy turned on his heel and fled. All that afternoon, Blanca went to each of their special meeting spots, asking for him, shouting his name, even looking at old Pedro Garcia's house. Finally, at sundown, she went to bed defeated without eating supper. In her huge brass bed, shocked and hurt, she buried her face in the pillow and cried inconsolably. Nana brought her a glass of milk and honey, understanding in a flash the reason for her grief, and said with a twisted smile that it was about time. She was too old to be playing with that flea-ridden brat. Half an hour later, her mother came in to kiss her good-night and found her sobbing the last gasps of melodramatic sorrow. For a moment, Clara ceased to be a distracted angel and stood beside a simple mortal who suffered, at 14, the first torments of love. She wanted to inquire, but Blanca was very proud or already too much of a woman and would tell her nothing. So Clara just stood beside her bed and caressed her till she calmed down. That night, Blanca slept fitfully and woke at dawn surrounded by her large bedroom shadows. She lay staring at the coffered ceiling until the first rooster crowed. Then she rose, opened the curtains, and let the soft morning light and the world's first sounds enter. She walked to the wardrobe mirror and stared at herself for a long time. She removed her nightgown, and for the first time in her life, looked at her body in detail. And as she did, she realized that because of all these changes, her friend had run away. She smiled a new, delicate smile, a woman's smile. She put on her old clothes from the previous summer, which were almost too small, wrapped herself in a shawl, and tiptoed out to avoid waking the family. Outside, the fields shook off sleep, and the first sun rays cut the Cordillera's peaks like saber thrusts, warming the earth and evaporating dew into a fine white foam that blurred the edges of things and turned the landscape into an enchanted dream. Blanca set off toward the river. Everything was still quiet. Her footsteps crushed fallen leaves and dry branches, producing a light crunch, the only noise in that vast sleeping space. She felt that the shaggy meadows, golden wheat fields, and far-off purple mountains disappearing into the clear morning sky were part of some ancient memory, something she had seen exactly like this before, as if she had already lived this moment in a previous life. The night's delicate rain had soaked earth and trees. Her clothing felt slightly damp, her shoes cold. She inhaled the perfume of drenched earth, rotten leaves, and humus, awakening an unknown pleasure in all her senses. Blanca arrived at the river and found her childhood friends sitting at their familiar spot. That year, Pedro III hadn't grown as much as she had. He was the same thin, dark child as always, with the same protruding belly and old man's expression in his black eyes. When he saw her, he stood up, and she guessed she was at least half a head taller. They looked at each other disconcertedly, feeling for the first time in their lives that they were practically strangers. For what seemed an infinite time, they stood immobile, adjusting to changes and new distances. But then a sparrow trilled, and everything reverted to the previous summer. Once again, they were two children running, hugging, laughing, falling to the ground and rolling over, crashing against pebbles, murmuring each other's names, elated to be back together. Finally, they calmed down. Her hair was full of dry leaves, which he removed one by one. Pedro III took her hand, saying he wanted to show her something. They walked along, savoring the world's reawakening, dragging feet through mud, picking tender green stalks to suck out sap, looking at each other and smiling without speaking, until they reached a distant field. The sun was just appearing over the volcano, but the day hadn't settled in yet, and the earth still yawned. He told her to throw herself flat on the ground and be very quiet. They crawled, coming close to clumps of underbrush, made a short detour, and suddenly Blanca saw it, a beautiful bay mare giving birth alone on the hillside. The children didn't move, trying to keep even their breath silent. They watched her pant and push until the colt's head appeared, and then the rest of its body. The little animal fell to the ground and the mother began licking it, leaving it clean and shiny as waxed wood, coaxing it with her muzzle to stand. The colt tried to get up, but its fragile newborn legs folded and it fell, looking helplessly at its mother, who neighed a greeting to the morning sun. Blanca felt her breast shoot with joy, and tears came to her eyes. She whispered that when she grew up she was going to marry him, and they would live here in Tres Marias. Pedro stared at her with his sad old man's look and shook his head. He was still much more a child than she, but he already knew his place in the world. He also knew he would love this girl as long as he lived, that this dawn would live in his memory, and that it would be the last thing he would see before he died. They spent that summer oscillating between childhood, which still held them, and their awakening as man and woman. Sometimes they ran like little children, stirring chickens, exciting cows, drinking fresh milk until they had foam mustaches, stealing fresh baked bread from the oven, climbing trees to build secret houses. Other times they hid in the forest's thickest recesses, making beds of leaves and pretending they were married, caressing until they fell asleep exhausted. They were still innocent enough to remove clothes without curiosity and swim naked in the river as they always had, but certain things they could no longer share. They learned to feel shame in each other's presence. They no longer competed to see who could make the biggest puddle when urinating, and Blanca didn't tell him about the dark matter staining her underwear each month. Without anyone telling them, they realized they couldn't act so freely in front of others. When Blanca dressed as a young lady and sat on the terrace sipping lemonade with her family each afternoon, Pedro III watched from afar without coming closer. They began hiding when they wanted to play. They stopped walking hand in hand within sight of adults, ignoring each other to avoid attention. Nana sighed in relief, but Clara started watching them more carefully. The vacation ended and the Trubas returned to the city, laden with candy jars, preserves, fruit boxes, cheese, pickled chicken and rabbit, and baskets of eggs. While everything was packed into cars that would take them to the train, Blanca and Pedro III hid in the granary to say goodbye. In those 3 months they had come to love each other with the ecstatic passion that would torment them for the rest of their lives. Their love had already gained the depth and certainty that characterized it later. Atop a pile of grain, breathing pungent dust in the diffuse golden morning light filtering through the chinks, they kissed, licked, bit, and sucked each other, sobbed and drank each other's tears, swore eternal love, and drew up a secret code for communicating during the coming months of separation. Everyone who witnessed the moment agrees it was nearly 8 o'clock at night when Férula appeared without warning. They all saw her in her starched blouse, ring of keys at her waist, old maid's bun, exactly as they had always seen her. She entered the dining room just as Esteban began carving the roast, and they recognized her immediately, even though 6 years had passed and she looked very pale and much older. It was a Saturday. The twins, Jamie and Nicholas, had come home from school for the weekend, so they too were at the table. Their testimony is very important, as they were the only family members completely removed from the 3-legged table, protected from magic and spiritualism by their rigid English boarding school. First, they felt a sudden draft in the dining room, and Clara ordered the window shut, thinking it was wind. Then they heard the tinkling of keys and the door burst open. Férula appeared, silent and with a distant expression, at the exact moment Nana came in from the kitchen carrying the salad platter. Esteban Truba stopped with the carving knife and fork suspended midair, paralyzed with surprise, and the three children cried out to their aunt almost in unison. Blanca managed to rise to greet her, but Clara, seated beside her, reached out and held her back. Clara was the only one to realize on first glance what was happening, despite nothing in her sister-in-law's appearance betraying her state. Férula stopped 3 feet from the table, looked at everyone with empty, indifferent eyes, and advanced toward Clara, who stood up but made no effort to go closer, only closing her eyes and breathing rapidly as if about to have an asthma attack. Férula approached her, put a hand on each shoulder and kissed her on the forehead. All that could be heard in the dining room was Clara's labored breathing and the metallic clang of the keys at Férula's waist. After kissing her sister-in-law, Férula walked around her and went out the way she had come, closing the door gently behind her. The family sat frozen as if in a nightmare. Suddenly Nana began shaking so hard that the salad spoons fell off the platter. The sound of silver hitting the floor made everyone jump. Clara opened her eyes. She still had difficulty breathing, tears running down her cheeks and neck, staining her blouse. She announced that Férula was dead. Esteban Triba dropped the carving implements on the tablecloth and ran out into the street, calling his sister's name into the night, but there was no trace of her. Meanwhile, Clara ordered a servant to fetch their coats, and by the time her husband returned, she was halfway into hers, holding the car keys in her hand. She told Esteban they should go to Father Antonio. They rode in silence. Esteban drove, his heart contracted, searching for the priest's old church in the poor quarters of the city where he hadn't been in years. The priest was sewing a button on his threadbare cassock when they arrived with the news of Férula's death. He exclaimed that it was impossible. He had been with her 2 days ago and she was in good spirits. Clara begged him to take them to her house. She knew what she was saying. Férula was dead. At Clara's insistence, Father Antonio accompanied them. He led Esteban down narrow streets until they reached where Férula lived. Through all those years of solitude, she had lived in one of the tenements where she used to say the rosary against her intended beneficiary's wishes in her youth. Esteban had to park several blocks away as the streets narrowed until only bicycles and foot traffic could pass. They walked deeper into the neighborhood, avoiding puddles of dirty water and piles of garbage where cats dug like silent shadows. The tenement was a long passageway of ruined houses, small, impoverished cement dwellings, each with 1 door and 2 windows, painted in drab colors, their peeling walls half-eaten by damp, linked across the passageway by wires that by day held laundry, but now swung empty in the dark. A single fountain in the center was the only water source for all families, and 2 lanterns lit the way. Father Antonio greeted an old woman waiting by the fountain for her pail to fill. He asked if she had seen Señorita Férula. She replied that Férula should be in her house, though she hadn't seen her these past few days. Father Antonio pointed to one of the houses, sad, flayed, dirty, but with 2 pots hanging by the door holding small tufts of geraniums, the flower of the poor. The priest knocked. The old woman shouted from the fountain to go in. The señorita never locked her door. There was nothing to steal anyway. Esteban called his sister's name but didn't dare enter. Clara crossed the threshold first. Inside was dark, and they were immediately met by the unmistakable aroma of lavender and lemon. Father Antonio lit a match. The weak flame cut a circle of light in the shadows, but before they could take a step, the match went out. He told them to wait. He knew the house. He groped his way and a moment later lit a candle. His figure stood out grotesquely, his face deformed by light from below, his giant shadow dancing against the walls. Clara later described this scene in her notebooks in minute detail. The 2 dark rooms with damp-stained walls, the small dirty bathroom without running water, the kitchen with only a few dry crusts of bread and a jar with a little tea. The rest of Férula's quarters fit precisely with the nightmare that had begun when her sister-in-law appeared in the dining room to say goodbye. It reminded Clara of a used clothing store or a struggling theater company's dressing room. Hanging from nails on the wall were old dresses, feather boas, squalid fur, imitation rhinestone necklaces, 50-year-old hats, stained petticoats with threadbare lace, dresses whose sheen had long disappeared, inexplicable admirals' jackets and bishops' chasubles, all thrown together in grotesque fraternity, dust of years nested within. On the floor lay a jumble of satin shoes, debutantes' handbags, belts studded with fake stones, suspenders, even a military cadet's shining sword. Dreary wigs, pots of rouge, empty flasks, and an unruly collection of impossible objects scattered everywhere. A narrow door divided the only two rooms. In the other room, Férula lay on the bed. Festooned like an Austrian queen, she wore a Mathetan velvet dress and yellow taffeta petticoats. On her head, firmly jammed around her ears, shone the incredible curly wig of an opera star. No one was with her. No one had known she was dying. They calculated she must have been dead many hours. The mice were already nibbling her feet and eating her fingers. She was magnificent in her queenly desolation, and on her face was an expression of sweetness and serenity she never had in her grievous life. Father Antonio explained that she liked to wear used clothing from second-hand shops or picked from garbage, that she would make herself up and put on wigs, but never hurt a fly. Until the last she always said the rosary for the salvation of sinners. Clara firmly asked to be left alone with her. The two men went out into the alleyway where neighbors were gathering. Clara took off her white wool coat and rolled up her sleeves. She approached her sister-in-law, gently removed the wig, and saw that she was nearly bald, aged and helpless. She kissed her on the forehead, just as Férula had kissed her only hours earlier in her own dining room, and then calmly improvised the rites of the dead. She undressed her, washed her, meticulously soaping every crevice, rubbed her with cologne, dusted her with powder, lovingly brushed her 4 remaining strands of hair, dressed her in the most eccentric and elegant rags she could find, and put back her soprano's wig, returning to her in death the infinite attentions Férula had given her in life. While she worked, fighting off asthma, she told her about Blanca becoming a young lady, about the twins, about the big house on the corner, and about the country. She confessed how much they had missed her, how she'd needed her help with domestic matters, how the boys were terrible, but Blanca was lovely, how the hydrangeas Férula had planted with her own hands at Tres Marias turned out beautiful. Some blue because Clara put copper coins in the fertilizer, a secret of nature. She thought of Férula every time she arranged them in a vase, but also when there weren't any hydrangeas. She always thought of her, because the truth was that since Férula left, no one had ever loved Clara as she did. She finished arranging her, stayed a few minutes talking and caressing her, and finally called in her husband and Father Antonio to make burial arrangements. In a cookie tin, they found the unopened envelopes of money Esteban had sent his sister once a month for all those years. Clara gave them to the priest for charitable works. Sure, that was what Férula would have wanted. The priest stayed with the dead woman so the mice wouldn't treat her disrespectfully. It was nearly midnight when they left. Férula's neighbors had gathered in the doorway to discuss her death. Esteban and Clara made their way through the huddle of curious faces, shooing away dogs sniffing among the crowd. Esteban walked quickly with his big strides, practically dragging Clara, not noticing the dirty water spattering his impeccable gray trousers from the English tailor. He was furious that his sister, even dead, could still make him feel guilty, just as she had when he was a boy. He recalled his childhood when she surrounded him with dark solicitude, wrapping him in debts of gratitude so huge he could never repay them. He felt again the indignity that had tormented him when with her. He despised her spirit of sacrifice, her severity, her vocation for poverty, and her unshakable chastity, felt as a reproach toward his own egotistical, sensual, power-hungry nature. He cursed her silently, refusing to admit even in the farthest corner of his heart that his wife had ceased belonging to him ever since he threw Férula out of his house. He shouted why she had to live like this when she had more than enough money. Clara gently answered, because she didn't have anything else. During the months they were separated, Blanca and Pedro Tercero exchanged burning letters. He signed with a woman's name. She hid them as soon as they arrived. Nana intercepted 1 or 2 but couldn't read, and even if she could, she wouldn't have broken their secret code. Fortunately, because her heart wouldn't have withstood the shock. Blanca spent the winter knitting a Scottish wool sweater in her sewing class, with the boy's measurements in mind. At night she slept with her arms around it, inhaling the wool's scent, and dreaming it was him beside her. Pedro III spent his winter writing songs on the guitar to sing to Blanca, and whittling her likeness on any scrap of wood, unable to separate his angelic memories of the girl from the storms raging in his blood, turning his bones to pulp, lowering his voice, causing hair on his face. He was torn between his body becoming a man's and the sweetness of a feeling still tinged with childhood's innocent games. Both awaited summer with aching impatience. When it finally arrived and they met again, the sweater Blanca had knit didn't fit over his head. In the intervening months he had left childhood behind and acquired a man's dimensions. The tender songs he'd composed now sounded ridiculous to her. She had a woman's bearing and a woman's needs. Pedro III was still thin, with stiff hair and sad eyes, but his voice had acquired a hoarse, passionate timbre that would one day make him famous singing revolution songs. He seldom spoke, rough and awkward in social dealings, but gentle and delicate with his hands. He had the long fingers of an artist, used for whittling, pulling laments from guitar strings, drawing, just as easily as holding reins, raising an axe for chopping wood, or guiding a plow. He was the only one in all Tres Marias who dared confront the patron. His father, Pedro II, told him 1,000 times not to look Esteban in the eye, not to answer back, not to argue, and to protect him had more than once given him a sound beating to knock sense into his head. But his son was a born rebel. At 10, he already knew as much as his Tres Marias schoolteacher. At 12, he insisted on traveling to town for high school. Rain or shine, he left his small brick house at 5 in the morning by horse or foot. He read and reread the magic books from Uncle Marcos's enchanted trunks, and continued nourishing himself with other volumes lent by union organizers and Father José Dulce Maria, who taught him to cultivate his natural poetic gifts and translate his ideas into songs. The priest would say enigmatically between sips of wine used at Mass, served to celebrate Pedro's visits, that the Holy Church was on the right, but Jesus Christ was always on the left. One day Esteban Truba, resting on the terrace after lunch, heard the boy sing about a bunch of hens who organized to defeat a fox. He called him over, demanding to hear it. Pedro III lovingly picked up his guitar, rested his foot on a chair, and began to strum. His eyes never left the patron's face while his velvet voice rose passionately above the siesta's soporific air. Esteban Truba was no fool and immediately understood the defiance. He remarked that the stupidest things could be set to music. The boy would be better off learning love songs. The boy responded that he liked it, repeating the priest's saying about union and strength. If hens could overcome a fox, what about human beings? He picked up his guitar and shuffled out before Esteban could think of anything to say, though anger had reached his lips and his tension was rising. From that day on, Esteban Truba kept his eye on him and didn't trust him. He tried to prevent him from continuing his schooling, inventing all sorts of men's work for him, but the boy simply rose earlier and went to sleep later to finish everything. That was the year Esteban whipped him before his father for bringing tenants new ideas circulating among unionists: Sundays off, minimum wage, retirement and health plans, maternity leave, elections without coercion, and most seriously, a peasant organization to confront the owners. That summer, when Blanca arrived at Tres Marias for vacation, she almost failed to recognize him. He'd grown 6 inches and left behind the pot-bellied little boy of childhood summers. She got down from the car, smoothed her skirt, and for the first time in her life did not run to meet him, only nodded in greeting, though her eyes told what couldn't be said in front of everyone, and anyway she'd already told him in unbridled coded letters. Nana watched from the corner of her eye and laughed mockingly. When she walked in front of Pedro III, she sneered that it was time he learned to stay with his own class instead of nosing around señoritas. That night, Blanca ate with the family in the dining room, showing no sign of her usual restlessness during the extended after-dinner conversation, while her father sipped cognac and talked about imported cows and gold mines. She waited for her mother to excuse her, then calmly stood up, wished everyone good night, and went to her room. For the first time in her life, she locked it. She sat on her bed without removing her clothes and waited in the dark until the twins' raucous shouts and servants' footsteps subsided, and the whole house settled into sleep. Then she opened the window and jumped out, falling onto the hydrangea bushes Aunt Ferula had planted long ago. The night was clear. She heard crickets and frogs. She took a deep breath, and the air brought the sweet scent of peaches drying in the courtyard for preserves. She waited for her eyes to adjust to the darkness and began to walk. But furious barking stopped her. The 4 guard mastiffs left unleashed at night, raised on chains and caged by day. She had never seen them close up and was sure they wouldn't recognize her. Panic swept her for a moment, but then she remembered old Pedro Garcia saying thieves never wear clothes, so dogs won't attack. Without hesitation, she pulled off her clothes as fast as she could, threw them over her arm, and continued walking calmly, praying the animals wouldn't smell her fear. She saw them spring forward barking, but kept her rhythm. They came closer, growling with suspicion. One bolder than the others came close to sniff her. She felt his warm breath against her back, but paid no attention. They continued barking and growling, accompanying her part of the way, then went away frustrated. Blanca sighed with relief, realized she was covered in sweat and shaking. She leaned against a tree until the exhaustion that had turned her knees to jelly passed, then quickly dressed and ran toward the river. Pedro III waited at their meeting place, where years earlier Esteban Truby had stolen Pancha Garcia's humble virginity. When she saw him, Blanca blushed violently. During the months of separation, he had been toughened by becoming a man, while she had been preserved within walls and convent school, nursing romantic fantasies while knitting with Scottish wool. But the image of her dreams had nothing to do with this tall young man walking toward her, murmuring her name. He reached out and touched her neck by her ear. Blanca felt something hot run through her bones, loosening her limbs. She closed her eyes and surrendered. He pulled her gently toward him and wrapped his arms around her. She pressed her face against the chest of this man she didn't know, so different from the scrawny boy she'd caressed months before. She inhaled his new scent, rubbed against his bristly skin, ran her hands over his lean, strong body, and felt a full, all-encompassing peace, nothing like the agitation taking possession of him. They sought each other with their tongues as they always did, though it seemed a new invention, and fell kneeling as they kissed in desperation, then rolled onto the soft bed of damp earth. They were discovering each other for the first time, and there was no need for words. The moon crossed the whole horizon, but they didn't see it, too busy exploring their deepest intimacy, insatiably entering each other's skins. From that night on, Blanca and Pedro III met every night in the same place at the same time. By day she embroidered, read, or painted insipid watercolors under Nana's approving glance, now that Nana could finally sleep in peace. But Clara sensed something strange. She saw a new color in her daughter's aura and felt sure she knew why. Pedro III performed his usual tasks in the field and continued going to town to see his friends. By nightfall he was dead with fatigue, but the idea of seeing Blanca gave back his strength. He was 15 years old. That summer passed, and years later they would both recall those passionate nights as the happiest time of their lives. Meanwhile, Jamie and Nicolas used their vacations for everything forbidden at their British boarding school. They shouted until hoarse, fought at the slightest provocation, and came to resemble filthy little urchins with scabby knees and lice-filled heads, replete with warm, fresh fruit, sun, and freedom. They left early morning and came home at sundown, hunting rabbits with slingshots, riding until worn out, and spying on women washing clothes by the river. 3 years went by until the earthquake changed things. After that vacation, the twins returned to the city ahead of the rest of the family, accompanied by Nana, the city servants, and most baggage. The boys went straight to boarding school, while Nana and the other employees readied the big house on the corner for the owner's arrival. Blanca stayed behind in the country with her parents for a few more days. Then Clara began having nightmares, walking in her sleep and waking up screaming. During the day she went about half in a dream, seeing premonitions in animal behavior. Hens not laying daily eggs, cows acting frightened, dogs howling, rats and spiders and worms coming out of hiding, birds leaving nests and flying off in great formations, her pigeons screaming with hunger in treetops. She stared obsessively at the frail column of white smoke from the volcano and peered at changes in the sky's color. Blanca made soothing teas and warm baths. Esteban resorted to homeopathic pills, but her nightmares continued. She announced an earthquake was coming, growing paler and more agitated each day. Esteban replied there were always quakes. She insisted this time would be different. 10,000 dead. He laughed and said there weren't even that many people in the whole country. The cataclysm began at 4 a.m. Clara woke a little before it, having dreamed of exploded horses, cows hurled into the sea, people crawling under stones, gaping caverns swallowing whole houses. She rose livid with terror and ran to Blanca's room. But Blanca had locked her door and slipped out the window toward the river as she did every night. The last few days before returning to the city, her summer passion took on dramatic quality, and with new separation imminent, the two young people seized every opportunity for their desires. They spent nights at the river, immune to weariness and cold, thrashing with desperate strength, and only at first light did Blanca return and climb through her window, falling into bed as cocks crowed. Clara arrived at her daughter's door and tried to open it, bolted. She knocked, and when no one answered she ran outside, saw the window wide open and Ferula's hydrangeas trampled. In a flash she understood the color of Blanca's aura, the bags under her eyes, her listlessness, silence, morning sleepiness, and afternoon watercolors. And in that instant the earthquake began. Clara felt the ground shake and couldn't keep her footing. She fell to her knees. The roof tiles gave way and crashed around her with a deafening roar. She saw the adobe walls crumple as if chopped by an axe. Then the earth opened just as in her dream, an enormous crevice swallowing chicken coops, laundry troughs, and part of the stable. The water tank swayed and smashed to the ground, spilling 1,000 gallons on surviving hens flapping desperately. In the distance, the volcano shot flames and smoke like a furious dragon. Dogs broke loose and raced madly. Surviving horses stomped the air and neighed in terror before bolting into open fields. Poplars teetered like drunks and fell with roots in the air, crushing swallows' nests. Most terrible was the roar from the earth's center. That hard-breathing giant heard at length, filling the air with fear. Clara tried to drag herself toward the house, calling Blanca's name, but the earth's death-rattling shutters prevented movement. She saw peasants running from their houses terrified, imploring heaven, throwing arms around each other, pulling children, kicking dogs, pushing old people, trying to salvage poor belongings in that din of brick and tile flying from the earth's bowels, an interminable end-of-the-world noise. Esteban Truba appeared in the doorway at the instant the house snapped in half like an eggshell and collapsed in a cloud of dust, flattening him beneath rubble. Clara pulled herself toward him, shouting his name, but there was no reply. The first tremor lasted nearly a minute, the strongest ever recorded in that country of catastrophes. It leveled almost everything standing. Whatever remained was finished by secondary tremors continuing until sunrise. At Tres Marias, they waited for daybreak to count the dead and dig out those buried alive beneath the avalanche. Many still moaning, among them Esteban Truba, whose location everyone knew, though no one expected him alive. 4 men under Pedro II's guidance removed the hill of dust, tile, and adobe that had fallen on him. Clara had lost her angelic distraction and helped remove stones with a man's strength. She assured them he was still alive and could hear them, which gave them courage to continue. Blanca and Pedro III appeared at first light unhurt. Clara hurled herself at her daughter and slapped her face, then embraced her tearfully, relieved to know she was alive and have her by her side. She cried out, pointing, that her father was in there. The young people joined in, and after an hour, with the sun already shining on that anguished landscape, they lifted the patron from his tomb. He had so many broken bones they couldn't be counted, but he was alive and his eyes were open. Pedro II said they had to take him to town to see a doctor. While they discussed how to transport him without his bones popping through his skin like a broken bag, old Pedro Garcia approached. Thanks to his blindness and age, he had survived the earthquake without getting upset. He bent beside the wounded man, feeling him with his hands, looking with his ancient fingers until there was not an inch he hadn't covered or a bone he hadn't felt. He concluded that if they moved him, he would die. Esteban Truba, still conscious, heard the words clearly. He remembered the ant plague and decided the old man was his only hope. He stammered that Pedro Garcia knew what he was doing. The old man had a blanket brought, and between his son and grandson they laid the patron on it, lifted him carefully, and raised him onto an improvised table in what was once the courtyard, now just a small clearing in that nightmare of debris, animal corpses, crying children, moaning dogs, and praying women. They rescued a wineskin from the ruins, which Pedro Garcia divided 3 ways. A third to wash the injured man's body, a third for Esteban to drink, and the other third he drank parsimoniously himself before beginning to set Esteban's bones one by one, patiently and calmly, pulling here, adjusting there, putting each back in its proper place, splinting them, wrapping them in strips of sheet to keep them immobile, mumbling litanies to healing saints, invoking good luck and the Virgin Mary, and putting up with Esteban Truba's screams and blasphemies without ever altering his beatific blind man's expression. By touch he restored the body so perfectly that the doctors who later examined Truba couldn't believe such a thing was possible. Dr. Cuevas said he wouldn't even have tried. The earthquake's destruction plunged the country into a long period of mourning. It wasn't enough that the earth shook until everything was flung to the ground. The sea drew back for several miles and returned in a single gigantic wave that sent boats to mountaintops far from the coast, removed whole villages, roads, and animals, and submerged several southern islands more than a foot below the surface. Buildings fell like wounded dinosaurs. Others collapsed like houses of cards. The dead numbered in the thousands, and not a single family had lost none of its own. Salt water from the sea ruined crops. Fires razed whole regions of cities and towns. Finally, lava began to flow, and as a crowning punishment, ash fell on villages close to the volcano. People stopped sleeping in their houses, terrified such a disaster could recur, improvising tents in open spaces, or sleeping in squares and streets. Soldiers had to take control of the chaos, shooting anyone caught stealing, because while the faithful crowded into churches begging forgiveness for their sins and beseeching God to stay his fury, thieves ran through ruins, slicing off ears with earrings and fingers with rings, not stopping to ascertain whether victims were dead or only trapped. A wave of germs unleashed all sorts of epidemics across the country. The rest of the world, too busy with another war, barely noticed that nature had gone berserk in that remote corner of the globe, but even so, shiploads of medicine, blankets, food, and building material arrived, all of which disappeared in the mysterious labyrinths of various bureaucracies and were still available for purchase years later, when canned vegetables from the United States and powdered milk from Europe could be bought in the most exclusive stores at the same price as any other gourmet food. Esteban Truba spent 4 months wrapped in bandages, stiff as a board from splints, patches, and hooks, in a dreadful torment of itching and immobility, consumed by impatience. His character deteriorated to the point where no one could stand him. Clara stayed in the country to look after him, and when communication was restored and things began returning to order, they sent Blanca to her convent school as a boarder because her mother couldn't be responsible for her. In the capital, the earthquake caught Nana in her bed, and even though it wasn't as strong as in the south, the fright killed her just the same. The big house on the corner creaked like a walnut, its walls filled with cracks, and the huge crystal chandelier in the dining room fell to the floor ringing like 1,000 bells, breaking to smithereens. Aside from that, the only serious effect was Nana's death. When the first moment's fear passed, the other servants realized the old woman hadn't run out into the street with them. They went in to look for her and found her in her cot, her eyes popped out and the little hair she had left standing on end in sheer terror. Because of the ensuing chaos, they couldn't give her a proper funeral as she would have wished and were forced to bury her in a hurry, without speeches or tears. None of the many children she had raised with so much love attended her funeral. The earthquake signaled such an important change in the Truba family's life that from then on, they divided all events into before and after that day. At Tres Marias, Pedro II Garcia once again assumed the post of foreman, since the owner couldn't get out of bed. To him fell organizing the workers, restoring order, and reconstructing the entire property's wreckage. They began by burying their dead in the graveyard at the volcano's foot, which had miraculously escaped the lava wave that ran down the evil mountain's sides. The new tombs gave a festive air to the pathetic little graveyard, and they planted rows of birches for shade for those visiting their dead. They rebuilt the little brick houses one by one exactly as before, along with the stables, dairy, and granary. Then they prepared the earth for planting, thankful that lava and ash had fallen on the other side, sparing the property. Pedro III had to give up his excursions to town because his father needed him for the work. He came unwillingly, letting his father know he was breaking his back to restore the patron's wealth, while the rest of them would remain as poor as before. His father replied that was the way it had always been. You couldn't change God's law. Pedro III countered that yes, you could. There were people doing it right now, but they didn't even get the news here. Important things were happening in the world. He followed up with the communist teachers or Father José Dulce Maria's speech. Pedro II didn't reply and continued working without pause. He looked the other way when his son, taking advantage of the patron's injury, broke the grip of censorship and introduced into Tres Marias the forbidden unionist pamphlets, the teachers' political newspapers, and the Spanish priests' strange biblical interpretations. On Esteban Truba's orders, his foreman began reconstructing the main house exactly as before. The old men didn't even change the adobe walls for modern bricks or modify the narrow windows. The only improvement was hot water in the bathrooms and replacing the old wood stove with a kerosene device, though no cook ever managed to adjust to it, and it ended up in the middle of the courtyard as a plaything for the hens. While the house was being built, they erected a shelter of wooden planks with a zinc roof where they settled Esteban in his sickbed. From there, through a window, he could watch the work progress and shout instructions, boiling with rage at his protracted immobility. Clara changed enormously during those months. She had to work closely with Pedro II Garcia to save what they could. For the first time in her life, she took charge of material things without any help. She could no longer rely on her husband, on Ferrula, or on Nana. She awoke from a long childhood in which she had always been protected and surrounded by attention and comforts, with no responsibilities. Esteban Truba became convinced that everything he ate disagreed with him except what she prepared herself. So she spent a good part of each day standing in the kitchen plucking chickens to make invalid soup and kneading bread. She had to be his nurse, washing him with a sponge, changing bandages, removing bedpans. Every day he grew more irate and despotic, ordering her to put his pillow here, no higher up, bring wine, no white wine, open the window, close it. This hurts. He's hungry. He's hot. Scratch his shoulder. Lower. Clara came to fear him far more than when he was a healthy, strong man who disrupted her peaceful life with his scent of the eager male, his hurricane voice, his relentless warfare, and his pompous airs, imposing his will and shattering his whims against the delicate balance she tried to keep between the hereafter spirits and the needy souls of the here and now. She came to despise him. As soon as his bones knit and he could be moved a little, Esteban felt the torturous desire to embrace her. Every time she stood beside him, he grabbed at her, confusing her in his invalid's disturbed state of mind with the robust peasant women who had served him in both kitchen and bed in his early days. Clara felt too old for that sort of thing. Misfortune had spiritualized her, and age and her lack of love for her husband had led her to think of sex as a rather crude amusement that made her joints ache and knocked the furniture around. Within a few hours, the earthquake had brought her face to face with violence, death, and vulgarity, and put her in touch with the basic needs to which she had been oblivious. Her three-legged table and her capacity to read tea leaves were useless in protecting tenants from epidemics and disorder, the earth from drought and snails, the cows from foot and mouth disease, the chickens from distemper, clothing from moths, her children from abandonment, and her husband from death and his own rage. Clara was tired. She felt alone and confused, and when it came time to make decisions, the only person she could turn to was Pedro II Garcia. That loyal, silent man was always there within reach of her voice, providing certain stability amid the catastrophe that had shaken her life. At the end of the afternoon, Clara would often look for him to give him a cup of tea. They sat beneath the eaves in wicker chairs, waiting for night to come and relieve the day's tension. They watched darkness fall softly and the first stars begin to twinkle, listened to frogs croaking, and kept their silence. They had much to say to each other, many problems to resolve, many agreements pending, but both understood that that half-hour of silence was a well-deserved reward. They sipped their tea slowly to make it last, and each thought of the other's life. They had known each other for more than 15 years and had spent their summers in proximity, but in all that time they had exchanged only a handful of sentences. He had seen her as a luminous summer apparition, removed from the brutal demands of the world, different from all other women he had known. Even then, with her hands sunk in dough, or her apron bloody from chicken to be served at lunch, she struck him as a sort of ghost in the day's reverberation. Only at dusk, in the calm of those moments shared over tea, could he see her human side. He had secretly sworn her his loyalty and, like an adolescent, sometimes fantasized about giving his life for her. He valued her as much as he detested Esteban Trueba. When the men came to install a telephone, the house was still far from livable. Esteban Trueba had fought for 4 years to get one, and they delivered it just when he didn't even have a roof to protect it from weather. The apparatus didn't last long, but it was useful for calling the twins and listening to them talk as if from another galaxy amid the deafening roar and the operator's interruptions. The operator participated in their conversations. By telephone they learned that Blanca was ill and the nuns didn't want to be responsible for her. She had a persistent cough and frequent fevers. The dread of tuberculosis was in every home then, not a family that hadn't lost someone to consumption, so Clara decided to fetch her. The same day Clara was leaving, Esteban Trueba smashed the phone to bits with his cane. It was ringing, and though he shouted that he was coming, that it should be still, the machine continued, so in a rage he fell on it, showering blows and breaking the clavicle old Pedro Garcia had taken such trouble to restore. It was the first time Clara had ever traveled by herself. She had made the same trip year after year, but always inattentively because someone else worried about mundane details while she dreamily watched the landscape. Pedro II Garcia took her to the station and helped her to her seat. When she said goodbye, she leaned over, kissed him gently on the cheek, and smiled. He pressed his hand to his face to protect that fleeting kiss and did not smile. He was filled with sadness. Guided more by intuition than by knowledge or logic, Clara reached her daughter's school without mishap. The Mother Superior received her in a Spartan office with an immense bloody Christ on the wall and an incongruous spray of red roses on the table. The nuns said they'd sent for the doctor. There was nothing wrong with the child's lungs, but nevertheless Clara had better take her. The country air would do her good. They simply couldn't assume responsibility. The nun rang a little bell, and Blanca appeared in the doorway, thinner and paler with violet rings around her eyes that would have startled any mother, but Clara quickly understood that her daughter's illness wasn't in her body, but in her soul. The hideous gray uniform made her look much younger than she really was, though her womanly curves showed through the design. Blanca was surprised to see her mother, whom she remembered as a light-hearted, absent-minded angel dressed in white, transformed into an efficient woman with calloused hands and 2 deep lines at the corners of her mouth. They went to see the twins at school. It was the first time they'd all been together since the earthquake, and they were surprised to find that the only part of the country unscathed by the disaster was that ancient institution, where the event had been ignored completely. The country's 10,000 dead went unmourned while the boys sang English songs and played cricket, moved only by reports reaching them 3 weeks late from the British Isles. The women were astonished to discover that these 2 boys with Moorish and Spanish blood, born in the farthest depths of the Americas, now spoke Spanish with an Oxford accent, and that the only emotion they could express was surprise, raising their left eyebrows. They had nothing in common with the energetic, lice-infested boys who spent summers in the country. Clara told them she hoped all that Anglo-Saxon phlegm wouldn't turn them into morons as she bade them goodbye. Nana's death. She had been in charge of the big house on the corner when the owners were away, sent the remaining servants into disarray. Without her vigilance, they neglected duties, and spent time in an orgy of siestas and gossip while plants dried for lack of watering and spiders filled dusty corners. The deterioration was so obvious that Clara decided to shut the house and dismiss everyone. Then she and Blanca covered all furniture in sheets and blanketed the house with mothballs. One by one they opened the bird cages, and the sky filled with parakeets, canaries, lovebirds, and finches, circling blinded by sudden freedom, then taking off in every direction. Blanca noticed that in the course of these chores not a single ghost appeared from behind curtains. No Rosicrucian arrived on a tip from his sixth sense, nor did any starving poet come summoned by necessity. Her mother seemed to have become an ordinary down-to-earth woman. Blanca said she had changed. Her mother replied that it wasn't her who changed, it was the world. Before leaving, they went to Nana's room in the servants' quarters. Clara opened her drawers, removed the cardboard suitcase the good woman had used for 50 years, and went through her wardrobe. There was just a handful of clothing, a few old sandals, and boxes of every shape and size tied with ribbon or elastic, containing engraved announcements of first communions and baptisms, locks of hair, fingernails, discolored photographs, and a few pairs of well-worn baby shoes, her souvenirs of all the Del Valle and Truba children she had cradled. Under the bed they found a bundle containing the costumes Nana had used to frighten Clara in her mute years. Seated on the cot with these treasures in her lap, Clara wept for a long time for this woman who had devoted her entire life to making others' lives more agreeable and had died alone. She observed that after trying so hard to frighten her to death, Nana was the one who died of fright. They had the body transferred to the Del Valle family tomb in the Catholic cemetery. They knew she wouldn't have liked being buried among Protestants and Jews, and would have wanted in death to remain side by side with those she had served in life. They placed flowers by her grave and left for the station to catch the train back to Tres Marias. During the train ride, Clara brought her daughter up to date on the family and her father's health, expecting that Blanca would ask the one question she knew she wanted to ask. But Blanca didn't mention Pedro III Garcia, and Clara wasn't bold enough to do so herself. She believed that by giving problems a name they tended to manifest, making them impossible to ignore. Whereas if they remained in the limbo of unspoken words, they could disappear by themselves with time. Pedro II was waiting at the station with the car, and Blanca was surprised to hear him whistling all the way to Tres Marias. He had such a taciturn reputation. They found Esteban Truba sitting in a chair upholstered with blue felt, with bicycle wheels attached while he waited for the wheelchair ordered from the city that Clara had brought in her luggage. He was running the house with energetic stabs of his cane and his usual panoply of insults, so absorbed that when they arrived he greeted them with an indifferent kiss and forgot to ask after his daughter's health. That night they dined at a rustic plank table lit by a kerosene lamp. Blanca saw her mother serve food on handcrafted clay plates, such as were used for bricks. All the dishes had perished in the quake. Without Nana to run the kitchen, things had simplified to frugality. Lentil soup, bread, cheese, and quince jelly. Less than Blanca ate at school on meatless Fridays. Esteban said that as soon as he could stand, he would go to the city for better, more refined furnishings. He was sick of living like a peasant just because of this god-forsaken country's wild, hysterical character. All Blanca remembered of the conversation was that he had fired Pedro III Garcia with the warning not to set foot on the property again. He had caught him spreading communist ideas among tenants. The girl went pale, spilling her spoon's contents on the tablecloth. Clara was the only one to notice the change in her expression, since Esteban was absorbed in his usual monologue about ingrates who bite the hand that feeds them. All because of those goddamn politicians like that new socialist candidate. A real nincompoop who dared ride around the country in his shabby little train, stirring people up with Bolshevik ideas. He'd better keep away if he knew what was good for him. They'd make mincemeat of him. There wasn't an owner for miles around who didn't feel the same way. They weren't letting anyone preach against honest work. The reward for work well done, the reward for those who met life hedon. The land belonged to those who worked it, which would boomerang on them because the only one who knew how to work around here was him. Without him, this place would have been a wreck and stayed one. Not even Jesus Christ said they had to share the fruits of labor with the lazy. That little shit Pedro III dared say that on his land. The only reason he didn't shoot him through the eyes was because he respected his father and because he owed his life to his grandfather. But he warned that if he caught him prowling around here, he'd blow his brains out. Clara took no part in the conversation, too busy putting things on the table and taking them away and keeping an eye on her daughter. But as she removed the soup bowl with leftover lentils, she caught her husband's final words. She said he couldn't keep the world from changing. If not, Pedro III Garcia, someone else would bring new ideas to Tres Marias. Esteban Trueba brought his cane down on the soup tureen in his wife's hands and knocked it to the floor, splattering its contents. Blanca jumped to her feet in horror. It was the first time she had seen her father's temper turned against her mother. She expected Clara to enter one of her moonstruck trances and exit through the window, but nothing of the sort happened. Clara picked up the broken pieces with her usual aplomb, showing no sign of listening to the stream of curses from Esteban's lips. She waited for him to finish, wished him good night with a gentle kiss on the cheek, and left the room, taking Blanca by the hand. Blanca didn't let Pedro III's absence disturb her. She went to the river every day and waited. She knew that sooner or later word of her return would reach the boy and that the call of love would overtake him no matter where he was. And so it happened. On the 5th day she saw a tramp in a winter poncho and broad-brimmed hat coming toward her, pulling a burro weighed down with kitchen utensils, pewter pots, copper teapots, huge enameled casseroles, and ladles of all shapes and sizes, a jangle of tin cans heralding his arrival 10 minutes in advance. She didn't recognize him. He looked like an impoverished old man, one of those sad wandering souls who travel provinces hawking wares door to door. He stopped in front of her and took off his hat, and then she saw the beautiful black eyes shining between disheveled hair and a rough beard. The burro continued nibbling grass with its noisy burden, while Blanca and Pedro III slaked the accumulated hunger and thirst of long months of silence and separation, rolling among rocks and brush, moaning passionately. Afterward they sat embracing among the riverbank rushes. Amid dragonfly buzz and frog croaking, she told him how she had put banana peels and blotting paper in her shoes to develop a fever and drunk ground chalk until she got a genuine cough, to convince the nuns that her lack of appetite and pallor were unmistakable tuberculosis symptoms. She told him she wanted to be with him, kissing his neck. Pedro III talked about what was happening in the rest of the world and in the country. The distant war that had sent half of humanity into a hail of shrapnel, an agony of concentration camps, a flood of widows and orphans. He spoke of European and American workers whose rights were respected because the slaughter of organizers and socialists in preceding decades had led to more just laws and properly governed republics where rulers didn't steal powdered milk sent from abroad to disaster victims. The peasants always lagged behind world events, Pedro III explained to Blanca. He told her the local workers hated her father, but feared him too much to unite against him. He asked if she understood. She did, but her attention had drifted entirely into his presence, the smell of fresh grain on his skin, the urge to kiss his ears, the feel of his thick beard beneath her fingers, the sound of his lovesick murmurs. Fear for him soon crowded out the romance. She knew her father wasn't the only threat. Any landowner in the region would gladly put a bullet in Pedro III's head. To drive the danger home, she recounted the story of a socialist leader from years back, a man who had bicycled across the province handing out pamphlets and organizing tenants until the Sanchez brothers caught him, beat him to death, and hung him from a telephone pole at a crossroads for everyone to see. The body had swung there for a day and a half before mounted police cut it down. To cover the murder, authorities blamed the indigenous people on the reservation, though everyone knew they were peaceful and afraid to kill even a chicken. When the Sanchez brothers dug up the corpse and displayed it again, the lie became impossible to sustain. Still, the law never intervened, and the death was quickly forgotten. Blanca pleaded with him, weeping that they could kill him. He assured her he was careful, never staying long in any one place, which meant he couldn't see her every day. He asked her to wait for him right here and promised to come whenever he could. She told him she loved him. He said the same. They held each other with the desperate, insatiable passion of youth while the donkey grazed nearby. Blanca avoided being sent back to school by forcing herself ill, making herself nauseated with hot brine, giving herself diarrhea from green plums, exhausting herself by tightening a horse's girth around her waist. She built a reputation for sickliness, which was exactly what she wanted. She learned to mimic symptoms so convincingly she could have fooled a committee of physicians, and even convinced herself she had a delicate constitution. Each morning she ran a mental inventory over her body, searching for new ailments. She learned to turn any excuse, temperature shifts, pollen counts, minor aches, into full-blown agony. Clara believed keeping hands busy was the best cure, so she made Blanca work. Early rising, cold baths, teaching at the schoolhouse, sewing in the workshop, and handling every infirmary task from enemas to stitching wounds with needle and thread, with no reprieve even when she fainted at the sight of blood or broke into a cold sweat cleaning vomit. Old Pedro Garcia, nearly 90 and barely mobile, shared Clara's view about busy hands. One day, when Blanca complained of a terrible migraine, he dropped a ball of clay into her lap and spent the afternoon teaching her to shape pottery. She forgot her pains entirely. The old man couldn't know he was giving her a future means of survival and comfort in sadder times. She learned to work the wheel with her foot while shaping vases and jugs, but soon grew bored with utilitarian objects and found more joy in sculpting animals and people, eventually creating a whole miniature world of carpenters, laundresses, cooks, each with tiny tools and furniture. Esteban Trufiba saw her output and declared it useless. Clara suggested finding a use for it, and so the creches were born. Blanca began crafting tiny nativity figures, not just the 3 kings and shepherds, but crowds of every kind of person and animal, from African camels to American iguanas, to imaginary beasts like half elephant, half crocodile, unknowingly doing in clay what her late Aunt Rosa had done with thread. Clara mused that if craziness repeats in a family, some genetic memory must preserve it. Blanca's creche became a tourist attraction. She had to train 2 girls to help her meet demand, and that year everyone wanted one, especially since she gave them away free. Esteban Truba concluded that clay work was fine as a young lady's amusement, but turning it into a business would drag the Truba name down to the level of merchants selling nails and fried fish. Blanca's meetings with Pedro III grew infrequent, and for that reason more intense. She grew accustomed to sudden starts and protracted waits, resigned to sneaking love rather than dreaming of marriage in one of her father's small brick houses. Weeks often passed without news of him. Then a mailman on a bicycle would appear at the hacienda, or a Protestant preacher with a Bible, or a gypsy speaking some half-pagan tongue, all so inoffensive they entered without arousing the owner's suspicion. She always recognized Pedro III by his pitch-black eyes. Nor was she the only one waiting. The tenants at Tres Marias and peasants across the region also awaited him. Ever since the young man had been chased away by the owner, he'd become a hero. Everyone wanted the honor of hiding him for the night. Women wove him ponchos and socks. Men saved him their best brandy and dried beef. His father, Pedro II Garcia, suspected his son was breaking Truba's prohibition and could imagine the tracks left behind. Torn between love for his son and his role as hacienda guardian, he also feared Esteban Truba might read recognition on his face. Yet he secretly rejoiced that his son might be behind strange events spreading through the countryside. The only possibility that never crossed his mind was that his son's visits had anything to do with Blanca Truba's river outings, that simply lay outside the natural order. He never spoke of his son except within the family, but he was proud of him and preferred seeing him as a fugitive rather than another peasant planting potatoes and harvesting poverty. When he heard others humming the song about the hens and fox, he smiled, knowing his son had made more converts with subversive ballads than with Socialist Party pamphlets. A year and a half after the earthquake, Tres Marias had been restored to its former standing as a model estate. The new main house matched the old one in quality, but surpassed it in sturdiness, and now offered hot water in the bathrooms, water the color of light chocolate, sometimes carrying tadpoles, but gushing forth with strong, cheerful force, thanks to a German pump. Esteban Truba moved through the property, leaning on a thick silver cane, the same one he still used years later. His granddaughter would insist he didn't need it, that he only wielded it to punctuate his words. His long illness had left his body damaged and his disposition even worse. By the end, he admitted, even Clara couldn't stop his tantrums. The accident should have left him an invalid, but desperation supplied strength. He would picture his mother rotting alive in her wheelchair, and that image gave him the tenacity to stand and walk, even if aided by a stream of curses. He suspected people feared him. Even Clara, who had never dreaded his temper partly because he was careful never to turn it against her, now moved around him half terrified. Seeing her that way drove him frantic. Slowly, Clara began to change. She looked tired, and he could see her pulling away. She showed no compassion for his suffering, and he realized she was avoiding him. He would have ventured that she felt more comfortable milking cows with Pedro II than keeping him company in the sitting room. The more distant she became, the more he needed her love. The desire he'd felt when they married hadn't diminished. He wanted to possess her absolutely, down to her last thought. But this diaphanous woman floated past him like a breath of air, and even when he held her down with his hands and embraced her with all his strength, he could never make her his. Her spirit wasn't with him. When she grew afraid of him, their life became a torment. During the day they tended to their separate business. They both had much to do, meeting only at mealtimes. He wound up doing all the talking while she remained in the clouds. She spoke very little and had lost that fresh, brazen laughter, the first thing he'd liked about her. She no longer threw her head back and laughed with all her teeth showing. She barely smiled. He thought his age and the accident were driving them apart, that she was bored with married life, something that happened to all couples. He'd never been a gentle lover, the type to bring flowers home and whisper sweet words, but he tried to get close to her. He attempted to join her when she wrote in her notebooks or worked with her three-legged table, but she didn't like anyone reading her witness-bearing notebooks, and his presence interfered with her concentration when she spoke with her spirits. He had to stop. He also gave up trying to build a good relationship with Blanca. His daughter had always been strange, never the loving, gentle girl he'd wanted. She was more like an armadillo, surely with him from the very beginning, with no Electra complex to get over. Now she was a young lady, intelligent and mature for her age, very close to her mother. He thought she might help him and attempted to enlist her as an ally with presents and jokes, but she eluded him too. Looking back from old age, he blamed her love for Pedro III Garcia. Blanca could not be blackmailed. She never asked for anything, spoke even less than her mother, and when forced to kiss him, she did it so reluctantly it hurt him like a slap. He told himself everything would change when they returned to the city and started living like civilized people again. But neither Clara nor Blanca showed the slightest interest in leaving Tres Marias. Blanca claimed country life had restored her health, but that she still didn't feel strong enough. Clara reminded him there was still much to do on the hacienda. His wife didn't miss the refinements she'd been accustomed to. When a shipment of furniture and household goods he'd ordered to surprise her arrived, she only called it lovely. He had to figure out where everything went. She didn't seem to care. The new house was decked out with luxury unrivaled even in the magnificent days before his father inherited the place and left it a ruin. Massive colonial pieces of blonde oak and walnut, heavy wool carpets, hammered iron and copper lamps, hand-painted English china worthy of an embassy, full glassware sets, chests stuffed with decorations, linen sheets and tablecloths, a collection of records with a modern Victrola. Any other woman would have been delighted, but Clara remained impervious. All she managed was to train a couple of cooks and the daughters of 2 tenants to help around the house. As soon as she was free of brooms and saucepans, she returned to her notebooks and tarot cards. She spent most of her day on the sewing workshop, infirmary, and schoolhouse. He left her alone because those chores made her existence worthwhile. She was charitable and generous, eager to make everyone around her happy, everyone except him. After the house collapsed, they rebuilt the grocery store, and just to please her, he stopped using pink paper slips and began paying tenants with real money. Clara said that way they could also shop in town and save if they wanted, but that wasn't true. It only allowed men to get dead drunk at the San Lucas bar while women and children went hungry. They fought a lot about that sort of thing. The tenants caused all their fights. Well, not all. They also talked about the war. He followed Nazi troop progress on a map hung on the drawing room wall, while Clara knitted socks for Allied soldiers. Blanca would hold her head in her hands, unable to understand how they could get so excited about a war across the ocean that had nothing to do with them. He supposed they also had misunderstandings for other reasons. They hardly ever agreed on anything. He didn't think his bad disposition was to blame for all of it. He was a good husband, nothing like the hothead he'd been as a bachelor. She was the only woman for him. She still was. One day, Clara had a bolt installed on her bedroom door. After that, she never let him into her bed again, except when he forced himself on her or when saying no would have meant the end of their marriage. At first, he thought she had some strange female ailment or menopause, but when it persisted for weeks, he decided they'd better talk. She calmly explained that their marriage had deteriorated and she had lost her natural inclination for the pleasures of the flesh. She had concluded that if they had nothing to say to each other, they also couldn't share a bed, and she seemed surprised that he could spend all day furious at her and then wish to make love at night. He tried to make her see that men and women were very different in this respect, and that despite all his bad habits, he still adored her. It was no use. At the time, he was in better shape than she was, despite the accident and her youth advantage. He'd lost weight as he aged and didn't have an ounce of fat. He was as strong and healthy as in his youth, able to ride all day, sleep anywhere, eat anything without worrying about his bladder, liver, or other organs people incessantly discussed. He admitted his bones ached. On chilly evenings or humid nights, the pain in the bones crushed by the earthquake became so unbearable he had to bite his pillow to keep from screaming. When he couldn't take another minute, he knocked back brandy and 2 aspirins, but it didn't help. The funny part was that although his sexuality had grown more selective over time, he was almost as easily aroused as in his youth. He liked looking at women, he still did, as an aesthetic pleasure, almost spiritual. But only Clara awakened real desire in him. Through years of life together, they had learned each other's exact geography. She knew exactly where his most sensitive places were, and could tell him exactly what he wanted to hear. At an age when most men were bored with their wives and needed other women's stimulation, he was convinced that only with Clara could he make love as tirelessly as on his honeymoon. He wasn't tempted to look elsewhere. He remembered starting to hound her as soon as the sun went down. In the evenings, she would sit and write while he pretended to suck on his pipe, actually watching her from the corner of his eye. As soon as she began cleaning her pen and shutting her notebooks, he'd start. He limped to the bathroom, spruced himself up, put on the plush ecclesiastic dressing gown he'd bought to seduce her, though she never seemed to notice, then pressed his ear to the door and waited. When he heard her coming down the hall, he jumped out ahead of her. He tried everything from showering her with praise and gifts to threatening to knock down her door and beat her to a pulp. Nothing bridged the gap between them. He supposed it was useless to expect her to forget his sour daytime temper with amorous evening attentions. Clara eluded him with that distracted attitude he came to despise. He couldn't understand what attracted him so much. She was a middle-aged woman without a trace of flirtatiousness, walking with a slight shuffle, having lost the unwarranted gaiety that had made her so appealing in her youth. She was neither affectionate nor seductive with him. He was convinced she didn't love him. There was no reason for him to desire her so outrageously or let himself get so carried away by her refusal. But he couldn't help it. Her slightest gesture, her faint scent of fresh laundry and soap, the light in her eyes, the grace of her delicate neck crowned with untamable curls. He loved everything about her. Her fragility made him feel unbearable tenderness. He wanted to protect her, clasp her in his arms, make her laugh like in the old days, sleep with her beside him, her head on his shoulder, her legs tucked under his, so small and warm, so vulnerable and precious, with her hand on his chest. At times he decided to punish her by feigning indifference, but after a few days he gave up because she seemed more relaxed when he ignored her. He drilled a hole in the bathroom wall to watch her naked, but it got him so excited he plastered it over. To hurt her feelings, he pretended he was going to the Red Lantern, but all she said was that it was a lot better than raping peasant girls, which surprised him because he didn't think she knew about that. As a result of her comment, he tried rape again just to see if it would get a rise out of her. But time and the earthquake had taken their toll on his virility. He no longer had the strength to grab a sturdy peasant girl by the waist and swing her onto his saddle, much less rip off her clothes and enter her against her will. He was at an age when making love required help and tenderness. He was old, damn it. He was the only one who noticed he was shrinking. He could tell from his clothes, not just that things fit loosely, but that sleeves and pant legs suddenly seemed too long. He asked Blanca to fix his clothing on her sewing machine, claiming he'd lost weight. But he wondered whether old Pedro Garcia had set his bones backward and whether that explained the shrinking. He told no one, just as he never talked about his pain. It was a matter of pride. The country braced for presidential elections. At a dinner of conservative politicians in town, Esteban Truba met Count Jean de Satigny, a man who wore kidskin shoes and raw linen jackets, never sweated like ordinary mortals, smelled of English cologne, and maintained a perfect tan by knocking a ball through a hoop with a stick in the midday sun. He drew out the final syllables of his words and swallowed his R's. He was the only man Esteban had ever met who polished his fingernails and used blue eyewash. He carried calling cards with his family crest and observed both conventional urbanity and his own invented rules, such as eating artichokes with tongs, which provoked general stupefaction. Men mocked him behind his back, but soon began imitating his elegance, his kidskin shoes, his indifference, and his civilized manner. His title set him apart from other immigrants fleeing Central European plagues, the Spanish War, Turkish bazaars, or Armenian trinkets. The Count let everyone know he did not have to work for a living. His chinchilla business was merely a hobby. Esteban had seen chinchillas prowling on his land and had shot at them to protect his crops. But it had never occurred to him those insignificant rodents could become ladies' coats. Jean de Satigny was looking for a partner to provide capital, labor, and stockhouses, someone to run all the risks and split profits 50-50. Esteban was no adventurer, but the Frenchman's winged grace and ingenuity seduced him. He spent many sleepless nights mulling over the chinchilla farm and calculating figures. Meanwhile, Monsieur de Satigny stayed long periods at Tres Marias as an honored guest, playing with his little ball in the noonday sun, drinking enormous quantities of unsweetened melon juice, and delicately examining Blanca's ceramics. He even suggested she export her work, claiming a guaranteed market for indigenous crafts. Blanca tried to correct his error, explaining that neither she nor her work contained a drop of Indian blood, but the language barrier prevented him from understanding. The Count became a social acquisition for the Truba family. From his arrival, they received invitations to neighboring properties, political meetings, and all local cultural and social events. People wanted closeness to the Frenchman, hoping his refinement would rub off. Young girls sighed at the thought of meeting him. Mothers fought for the honor of hosting him, and men envied Esteban for being chosen for the chinchilla farm. Clara alone remained unimpressed by his manner of peeling an orange with a knife and fork, never touching it with his fingers, cutting the peel into a flower, or by his skill at quoting poets and philosophers in his native language. She had to ask his name every time she saw him and was always disconcerted to find him in his silk robe in her bathroom. But Blanca enjoyed him, glad for a chance to dress in her finest clothes, arrange her hair specially, and set the table with English china and silver candlesticks. She remarked that at least he was civilizing them. Esteban was less impressed by the nobleman's bragging than by the chinchillas. He wondered why he had never thought of tanning their skins instead of wasting time on stupid chickens that died of diarrhea at the drop of a hat, or cows that chewed through acres of pasture and boxes of vitamins for one lousy quart of milk while covered with shit and flies. But Clara and Pedro II Garcia did not share his enthusiasm. Clara for humanitarian reasons, finding it horrendous to raise animals just to skin them, and Pedro because he had never heard of keeping rats in special houses. One night the Count went out to smoke one of his oriental cigarettes, specially imported from Lebanon, and to inhale the garden's fragrance, which rose in great mouthfuls and filled every room. He walked the terrace, taking in the expanse of land, sighing aloud at the thought of this exuberant nature that assembled in the most God-forsaken country on earth, mountains and sea, valleys and skyscraping peaks, crystalline rivers, and a peaceful fauna that allowed tranquil wandering without fear of poisonous snakes or starving beasts. Completing his idea of perfection, no resentful Negroes or wild Indians. He was fed up with traveling through exotic countries selling shark fin aphrodisiacs, ginseng, carved Eskimo statues, stuffed Amazonian piranhas, and chinchillas for ladies' coats. He was 38, at least that's what he admitted, and felt he had finally found paradise, where he could settle into some easygoing business with a few ingenuous partners. He sat on a log to smoke in the darkness. Suddenly he saw a shadow moving. He briefly thought it might be a thief, but discounted that, since robbers here were as unlikely as wild animals. He approached cautiously and saw Blanca letting her legs out the window and slipping down the wall like a cat, falling noiselessly onto the hydrangeas below. She was dressed like a man. By now the dogs knew her, and she no longer needed to go naked. Jean de Satigny watched her walk off under the eaves and tree shadows. He considered following her but thought better of it, frightened of the dogs and realizing he didn't need to follow to know where a young girl sneaking out her bedroom window at dead of night was going. He worried, because what he had just seen jeopardized the scheme he had in mind. The next day the Count asked for Blanca Truba's hand in marriage. Esteban, who had not had a chance to know his daughter, mistook her placid amiability and eagerness to set the table with silver candlesticks for love. He was delighted that his bored, sickly daughter had landed the most sought-after bachelor in the area. He wondered what the Count could have seen in her. He told the Count he would have to discuss it with his daughter, but was sure there would be no objection, and that he himself was overjoyed to welcome him into the family. He summoned Blanca from her geography class and locked himself in his office with her. 5 minutes later the door swung open. Blanca exited with cheeks aflame, shot the Count a murderous look, and turned her face away. Someone less tenacious would have packed his bags, but the Count told Esteban he was sure of winning the girl's love if given enough time. Esteban told him he was welcome to stay as long as necessary. Blanca said nothing, but from that day refused to join them at the table and missed no opportunity to make the Frenchman feel unwanted. She put away her party dresses and the silver candlesticks and carefully avoided him. She told her father that if he ever mentioned marriage again, she would take the first train out of town and return to her convent as a novice. Esteban roared that she would change her mind. She doubted it. The arrival of the twins at Tres Marias that year brought great relief, a gust of freshness and vitality to the oppressed atmosphere. Neither brother appreciated the Frenchman's charms despite his discreet attempts to win their favor. Jamie and Nicolas mocked his fine manners, effeminate shoes, and foreign name, but Jean de Satigny's good humor disarmed them. They wound up spending the remainder of the summer on good terms, even joining forces with him to lure Blanca out of her determined obstinacy. They pointed out she was already 24 and asked if she wanted to end up saying rosaries for the poor. They tried to convince her to cut her hair and copy fashion magazine dresses, but she had no interest in exotic styles that wouldn't survive the countryside's dust bowl. The twins were so different they didn't even look like brothers. Jamie was tall, robust, timid, and studious. He had developed an athletic build in gym because his school required it, but he viewed sports as dull and useless. He couldn't understand how Jean de Satigny could spend all morning hitting a ball with a stick just to knock it through a metal hoop when it was so much easier to put it in with your hand. Jamie had various strange habits that became evident around that time and grew more pronounced over his life. He didn't like anyone breathing too close, shaking his hand, asking personal questions, borrowing books, or writing him letters. This made dealings difficult, but didn't isolate him, because within 5 minutes of meeting him, it was clear that despite his peevish attitude, he was generous and candid with a tremendous capacity for kindness, which he tried in vain to cover up because it embarrassed him. He was much more interested in others than he let on, and easily moved. The tenants of Tres Marias called him the little patron, and he was the one they turned to whenever they needed something. Jamie would listen without a word, respond in monosyllables, then turn his back on them, but he would not rest until he had solved their problem. He was unsociable, and his mother said that even as a child he wouldn't let anyone touch him. From a young age he had outlandish habits. He would take his clothes off and give them to someone else. Affection and emotional expression struck him as signs of inferiority. Only with animals did he relax his exaggerated modesty, rolling on the ground with them, running his hands over them, feeding them directly in the mouth, sleeping curled up with the dogs. He would do the same with very young children provided no one was watching. When other people were around, he preferred to play the strong, solitary man. His 12 years of British schooling had failed to give him spleen, considered a gentleman's most attractive trait. He was incorrigibly sentimental. This was why he had become interested in politics and decided not to be a lawyer as his father wished, but a doctor who would help the needy, as his mother, who knew him better, had suggested. Jamie had played with Pedro Tercero Garcia throughout his childhood, but not until that year did he come to admire him. Blanca had to forego 2 of their Riverside meetings for the young men to meet. They talked of justice, equality, the peasant movement, and socialism, while Blanca listened with impatience, wishing they would finish so she could be alone with her lover. This friendship linked the 2 boys until death, without Esteban Truba ever finding out. Nicolas was as pretty as a girl. He had inherited his mother's delicate, transparent skin and was small, astute, and fleet-footed as a fox. He was blindingly intelligent and effortlessly surpassed his brother in everything they undertook together. He had invented a game to torture him. He would take the opposing side on any argument, arguing so well and so persuasively that he always ended up convincing Jamie he was wrong, forcing him to admit his error. Nicolas would finally ask his brother if he was sure he was right, and Jamie would grudgingly admit yes, with a rectitude that prevented him from arguing in bad faith. Then Nicolas would exclaim that now he was going to prove that Jamie was right and he himself was wrong, that he would give his brother the arguments Jaime would have given if he were smarter. Jamie would lose patience and start beating his brother, but he would quickly regret it. He was much stronger than Nicolas, and his own strength made him feel guilty. At school, Nicolas used his intelligence to pester others, and whenever violence threatened, he would call on his brother to defend him while he egged Jamie on from behind. Jamie grew used to standing in for Nicolas, finding it perfectly normal to be punished in his brother's place, to do his homework, and to cover up his lies. Apart from girls, Nicolas's primary interest in that period was cultivating Clara's capacity for predicting the future. He bought books about secret societies, horoscopes, and anything supernatural. That year he also took to exposing miracles, buying a popular edition of the Lives of the Saints, and spending the summer finding ordinary explanations for extraordinary spiritual feats. His mother made fun of him, pointing out that if he couldn't understand how a telephone worked, he could hardly expect to understand miracles. Nicolas's interest in supernatural things had begun a few years earlier. On weekends away from boarding school, he would visit the 3 Mora sisters in their old mill to study occult sciences. But it soon became clear he had no talent for clairvoyance or telekinesis, forcing him to settle for the mechanics of astrological charts, tarot cards, and the I Ching. At the Mora sisters' house he met a beautiful young woman named Amanda, somewhat older than himself, who introduced him to yogic meditation and acupuncture, sciences Nicolas later used to treat rheumatism and other minor pains, more than his brother would manage with traditional medicine after 7 years of school. But that came much later. That summer he was 21 and bored in the country. His brother kept close watch to prevent him from harassing the girls, having proclaimed himself protector of Trimarius's maidenly virtues. Despite this, Nicolas managed to seduce almost all the adolescent girls around using acts of gallantry never before seen in those parts. The rest of his time he spent investigating miracles, trying to learn the tricks his mother used to move salt cellars with her mind, and writing passionate stanzas to Amanda, who sent them back by return mail corrected and improved without deterring her admirer in the least. Old Pedro Garcia died a few days before the presidential elections. The nation was convulsed by the campaign. Special trains crossed the country from north to south, candidates appearing at the rear with their retinues, greeting everyone the same way, promising the same things, festooned with banners and loudspeakers that shattered the tranquil landscape and stunned the cattle. The old man had lived so long he was nothing more than a pile of glass bones covered in yellow skin, his face a latticework of wrinkles. He clacked as he walked, rattling like castanets, and toothless. He ate baby food. Though blind and deaf, he never failed to recognize things, and his memory of past and present was remarkable. He died sitting in his wicker chair at dusk, having liked to sit in his doorway and sense the sun go down through subtle temperature changes, courtyard sounds, the cook's haste, and the hen's silence. At his feet sat his great-grandson Esteban Garcia, nearly 10 years old, driving a nail through a chicken's eyes. He was the son of Esteban Garcia, the only bastard offspring of the patron named after him. No one knew his origin or why he had that name except himself, because his grandmother Pancha Garcia had managed, before she died, to poison his childhood with the story that if only his father had been born in place of Blanca, Jamie, or Nicolas, he would have inherited Tres Marias and could even have been president. In that region littered with illegitimate children, he was probably the only one to grow up hating his last name. He hated Esteban Truba, his seduced grandmother, his bastard father, and his own inexorable peasant fate. Esteban Truba treated him no differently from any other child on the property. Just one more in the pile of creatures who sang the national anthem in the schoolhouse and stood in line for Christmas presents. Truba had forgotten all about Pancha Garcia and the child he'd had with her, much less the sullen little grandson who despised him, but watched from afar to imitate his gestures and speech. The child would lie awake imagining dreadful illnesses and accidents that could end the patron and his children so he could inherit the property. Tres Marias would become his kingdom. He nursed these fantasies throughout his life, long after it was evident he would receive nothing by inheritance. He always reproached Truba for the dark existence forged for him, feeling constantly punished even in the days when he reached the height of his power and had them all in his fist. The child noticed something in the old man had changed. He went up and touched him, and the whole body swayed. Pedro Garcia fell to the ground like a bag of bones, his eyes covered by the milky film that had slowly screened out all light over a quarter-century. Esteban Garcia picked up his nail and was about to stick it in his grandfather's eye when Blanca arrived and shoved him away, never suspecting that this evil, dark-skinned creature was her nephew and would one day be the instrument of a tragedy for her family. She sobbed over the body of the old man who had filled her childhood with stories and protected her clandestine love affair. Pedro Garcia was buried following a 3-day wake, with Esteban Truba instructing that no expense be spared. They placed the body in a rough pine coffin, laid out in his Sunday suit, the same one worn at his wedding, when he voted, or when he lined up for his 50 pesos at Christmas. They dressed him in his one white shirt, loose around the neck because he had shrunk with age, his mourning tie, and a red carnation in his lapel as on all festive occasions. They held his jaw with a handkerchief and placed his black hat on his head, because he had repeatedly declared he wanted to take it off when he said hello to God. He had no shoes, so Clara took a pair belonging to Esteban Truba, so everyone would see he would not go barefoot to heaven. Jean de Satigny grew excited about the funeral. He appeared with a camera and tripod, taking so many portraits of the dead man that his relatives, fearing he might steal his soul, destroyed the plates. Peasants from throughout the region attended, as over his century-long life, Pedro Garcia had become related to many local farmers. The cur and Era arrived with several Indians from her tribe, who began weeping for the deceased when she ordered, and did not stop until the reveling ended 3 days later. People gathered outside the old man's house to drink wine, play guitar, and watch the steers roasting. 2 priests on bicycles arrived to bless the remains and oversee the funeral rites. One was a Rubicon giant with a strong Spanish accent, Father José Dulce Maria, whose name was familiar to Esteban Truba. He was about to forbid the priest from setting foot on the property when Clara convinced him this was hardly the time to place political enmities before the peasants' Christian fervor, suggesting the priest could at least bring order to matters of the spirit. Esteban Truba welcomed him and invited him to stay with his lay brother, a man who did not open his mouth, keeping his eyes on the ground, head bowed, and hands joined. The patron was moved by the death of the old man who had saved the crops from the ant plague and his life as well, and he wanted everyone to remember this funeral as a major event. The priestess assembled tenants and visitors in the little schoolhouse to read forgotten gospels and say a mass for Pedro Garcia's eternal rest. Afterward, they withdrew to their room in the main house while everyone else resumed the rowdy celebration. That night, Blanca waited for the guitars and the Indians' lament to quiet, for everyone to go to bed, before she jumped from her bedroom window and took off in her usual direction, protected by shadows. She continued for the next 3 nights until the priests departed. Everyone except her parents knew Blanca was meeting one of them by the river. It was Pedro III Garcia, who hadn't wanted to miss his grandfather's funeral and used the borrowed cassock to harangue the workers house by house. He explained that the coming elections were their chance to shake off the yoke under which they had always lived. They listened in surprise and confusion. For them, time was measured in seasons, thought by generations. They were slow and cautious. Only the very young, those with radios who listened to the news, who sometimes went to town and talked with union men, could follow his thinking. The others listened because he was the hero that the owners were after, but they were convinced he was talking nonsense. They warned that if the patron found out they were voting socialist, they were done for. The false priest argued back that there was no way he could know. The ballots were secret. His father Pedro II replied that that was what the younger man thought, but they always knew exactly who you voted for. They worried that if the Socialist Party won, the owners would throw them out and they'd lose their jobs. One peasant asked what he would do. He'd always lived there. Pedro III countered that the owners couldn't throw everyone out because the owners lost more if the workers left. Another peasant said it made no difference who they voted for. The owners always won anyway. Blanca, sitting on the ground among them, added that they changed the ballots. Pedro III insisted this time they couldn't. The party would send people to watch the polling places and seal the boxes. But the peasants didn't trust him. Experience had taught them that in the end, the fox always eats the hens, no matter what the subversive ballads said. So when a train arrived carrying the Socialist Party's new candidate, a charismatic, nearsighted doctor who moved huge crowds with passionate speeches, the peasants only watched from the station, surrounded by owners armed with shotguns and clubs. They listened respectfully but were afraid to make any gesture of greeting, except for a few nomadic farmhands, with nothing to lose, who rushed to surround the candidate and cheered until hoarse. Shortly after Pedro Garcia's death and memorable burial, Blanca began losing her apple-colored freshness. She suffered natural fatigue, not from holding her breath, and morning nausea, not from drinking heated brine. She thought it was from eating too much of the season's golden peaches, apricots, and young corn cooked with basil. But neither fasting, chamomile, purgatives, nor rest could cure her. She lost enthusiasm for the school, the infirmary, even her ceramic creche. She grew weak and somnolent, spending hours lying in the shade looking at the sun, uninterested in anything else. The only activity she maintained was her nocturnal escapes to the river to meet Pedro III. Jean de Satigny, who hadn't admitted defeat in his romantic siege, observed her closely. Out of discretion, he had spent periods at the town hotel and made brief trips to the capital, returning weighed down with chinchilla brochures. He spent most of the summer as a guest at Tres Marias, a delightful, well-educated, light-hearted, calm visitor. He always had a friendly word, celebrated the cooking, entertained by playing Chopin nocturnes on the piano, and was an inexhaustible source of anecdotes. He woke late, devoted an hour or two to his person, exercising, running around the house despite the taunts of hardy peasants, soaking in a hot bath, then taking time to select clothing for every occasion. This last activity was wasted. No one appreciated his elegance, and often the only thing his British riding outfits, velvet jackets, and Tyrolean hats achieved was Clara offering him more appropriate country clothing. Jean never lost his good humor, accepting the owner's ironic smiles, Blanca's grimaces, and Clara's perennial distraction. He knew how to prepare French dishes, perfectly seasoned, which was his contribution whenever guests came to dinner, the first time any of them had seen a man interested in cooking, though they supposed it must be a European custom. He also brought wartime booklets propagating the heroic soldier image and sentimental novels for Blanca. In after-dinner conversation he sometimes mentioned, with utter boredom, Summers spent with European nobility in Liechtenstein's castles or the Côte d'Azur, never missing an opportunity to say how happy he was to have traded all that for America's enchantment. Blanca would ask why he hadn't chosen the Caribbean if he wanted exoticism, but he maintained there was no place on earth as pleasant as this half-forgotten country at the end of the earth. He never spoke of his private life, except to slip in hints that would enable an astute observer to recognize his splendid past, incalculable fortune, and noble origins. There was no consensus on his civil status, age, family, or region of France. Clara felt so much mystery was dangerous and tried to penetrate it with tarot cards, but Jean wouldn't permit his fortune told or his palms read. They didn't even know his astrological sign. Esteban Truba wasn't concerned. It was enough that the Count was clever and friendly, never asked to borrow money, and would join him in chess or dominoes. Ever since Jean de Satigny began visiting, the countryside's post-5 o'clock boredom had become less oppressive. Besides, Esteban liked that his neighbors envied him for having this distinguished guest. Word had gotten out that Jean was wooing Blanca, but that didn't prevent him from remaining the favorite of all matchmaking mothers in the area. Blanca gradually adjusted to his presence. He was so discreet and gentle that she finally forgot about his proposal, even thinking it might have been some kind of joke. She took the silver candlesticks from the cupboard again, set the table with English china, and once more wore her city dresses to the family's late afternoon gatherings. Jean often invited her into town or to accompany him on social engagements. On such occasions, Clara had to go with them. Esteban Truba was unyielding. He didn't want his daughter seen alone with the Frenchman. He would, however, allow them to walk unchaperoned around the property provided they didn't go too far and returned before dark. Clara said protecting their daughter's virginity that way was more dangerous than letting her go to tea at the XIII hacienda. But Esteban was confident there was nothing to worry about with Jean since his intentions were noble, and they only had to watch out for malicious gossips. Their country walks consolidated Blanca and Jean's friendship. They got along well. They both liked midday horseback riding with a picnic basket and Jean's canvas and leather bags. At every stop he posed her against the landscape and took pictures, though she resisted because she felt ridiculous, a feeling borne out when they saw the developed photographs, where she appeared with an unnatural smile, standing uncomfortably with an unhappy look. Jean blamed her inability to pose naturally. She blamed him for making her stand twisted and hold her breath endless seconds until the plate absorbed the image. They usually picked a shady spot beneath trees, spread a blanket on the grass, and settled in for hours. They spoke of Europe, books, family anecdotes, or Jean's voyages. She gave him a book by the poet, and he was so excited that he memorized long sections, reciting them perfectly, declaring it the best poetry ever written, that even French, the language of the arts, had nothing to compare. They never talked about their feelings. Jean was solicitous but not pleading or insistent, fraternal and light-hearted. If he kissed her hand to bid her good night, he did it with a schoolboy look that drained all romanticism. If he admired a dress, a dish she'd prepared, or one of her crèche figures, his tone had an ironic touch that allowed many interpretations. If he gathered flowers for her or helped her down from her horse, his casualness transformed chivalry into simple friendship. Still, every chance she got, Blanca let him know she would never marry him, not even if her life depended on it. Jean would smile his sparkling, seductive smile without a word, and Blanca couldn't help noticing he was a lot more handsome than Pedro Tercero. Blanca didn't know Jean was spying on her. He had seen her slip out the window in men's clothing many times. He would follow part of the way but always turned back, afraid the dogs would attack him in the dark. From her direction, he knew she always went to the river. Truba still hadn't decided about the chinchillas. As a test, he set up a cage with a few pairs, imitating the enterprise on a reduced scale. The one and only time anyone saw Jean de Satigny with sleeves rolled up. The chinchillas came down with a rat disease and were all dead within 2 weeks. He couldn't even tan their skins. The fur turned dark and fell from the hide as easily as feathers from a boiled fowl. Jean stared in horror at the bald cadavers with stiff little feet and empty eyes. his hopes dashed of convincing Esteban Trueba, who lost all interest in the fur trade at the sight of such extensive loss of life. Trueba concluded that if this had hit a whole factory, he would have been completely ruined. Between the chinchilla plague and Blanca's escapades, the Count wasted several months. He grew weary of the negotiations and could see Blanca would never notice his charms, and the rodent farm would never become reality. He decided he'd better hasten things before some clever fellow won the heiress. Besides, he was beginning to like Blanca now that she was more robust and had acquired a languor smoothing away her rough peasanty edges. He preferred placid, well-rounded women, and the sight of Blanca stretched out on cushions looking at the sky during their siesta reminded him of his mother. At times she even moved him. From small details imperceptible to others, he learned to guess when she was planning a nocturnal excursion. She would sit through the evening meal without eating, pleading a headache and asking to be excused early, a strange gleam in her eyes, impatience and eagerness in her motions. One night he decided to follow her all the way, to end a situation that threatened to continue indefinitely. He was sure Blanca had a lover but didn't think it could be anything serious. He had no particular fixation on virginity and hadn't raised the issue when he asked for her hand. What interested him were other things, which couldn't be lost in a moment of pleasure at the river's edge. After Blanca retired to her room and the rest of the family left for theirs, Jean de Satigny remained in the dark drawing-room, ear-cocked to the house's sounds, until he calculated she would be climbing out the window. He went to the courtyard and stood under the trees to wait, squatting in the shadows for more than half an hour with nothing disturbing the evening's peace. Bored with waiting, he was just getting ready to go to bed when he noticed Blanca's window was wide open. He realized she must have leapt before he had positioned himself to observe her. He muttered a curse in French. Hoping the dogs wouldn't bark and alert the household or jump him, Jean de Satigny began walking toward the river along the path he had seen Blanca take many times. He wasn't used to walking plowed earth in his elegant shoes, jumping over stones, or sidestepping puddles, but the night was very bright with a beautiful full moon that lit the sky with phantasmagoric splendor. Once he overcame his fear of the dogs, he appreciated the beauty of the moment. He walked at least a quarter-hour before glimpsing the first beds of rushes along the riverbanks. He redoubled his caution, walking even more quietly, careful not to step on branches. The moon reflected in the water with glassy brilliance, the breeze gently stirring the rushes and treetops. Absolute silence reigned, and for a moment he had the illusion of walking in a sleepwalker's dream, walking forever without arriving, always remaining in the same enchanted place where time had stopped, where trees that looked within reach were only empty space. He had to make an effort to recover his realistic, pragmatic state of mind. In a bend of the river between huge gray rocks lit by the moon, he saw them, so close he could almost touch them. They were naked. The man had his back to him, but Jean had no difficulty recognizing the Jesuit priest who had helped officiate at old Pedro Garcia's funeral mass. This surprised him. Blanca slept with her head resting on her lover's smooth brown stomach. The frail moonlight threw metallic rays across their bodies, and Jean shivered at the sight of Blanca, who at that moment seemed the image of perfection. It took the elegant French Count nearly a minute to come out of the dreamlike state into which the sight of the lovers, the moon, and the surrounding silence had swept him, and to realize the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. In the lovers' postures, he could see the abandon typical of those who have known each other a long time. This did not resemble an erotic summer idyll, but rather a marriage of body and soul. Jean could not have known that Blanca and Pedro III had slept this way the first day they met and had continued every time they could over all these years. Still, he knew it instinctively. Trying not to make a sound, he turned and walked back to the main house, wondering how to handle the situation. By the time he reached the house, he had decided to tell Blanca's father. Esteban Trueba's ever-ready anger seemed the best means for solving the problem. Let the natives work it out among themselves. Jean de Satigny did not wait for morning. He knocked on his host's door, and before Trueba had shaken off sleep, he hurled his version of the story. Unable to sleep because of the heat, He had gone out for air, wandered toward the river, and come upon the depressing spectacle of his future bride sleeping in the arms of a bearded priest, naked in the moonlight. This threw Treba off course for a moment. He couldn't imagine his daughter with Father José Dulce Maria, but he quickly realized what had happened and understood the joke played on him during the old man's funeral. His daughter's seducer was none other than Pedro III Garcia, that son of a bitch who would pay for this the rest of his life. He hitched up his pants, pulled on his boots, threw his rifle over his shoulder, and grabbed his riding whip from the wall. He ordered the Frenchman to wait there. The Count had no intention of accompanying him anyway. Esteban Truba ran to the stable and mounted his horse without bothering to saddle it. He was panting with indignation, his locked bones feeling the effort, his heart pounding in his chest. He muttered over and over that he was going to kill them both, like a litany. He followed the road the Frenchman had indicated, but had no need to ride all the way to the river, because halfway there he ran into Blanca returning to the house, humming, her hair disheveled, her clothing dirty, with the happy look of those who have nothing else to ask from life. When he saw his daughter, Esteban Truba was unable to restrain his evil character. He charged her with his horse whip in the air, beating her mercilessly, lash upon lash, until she fell flat and rigid to the ground. He jumped down, shook her until she came to, and shouted every insult known to man, plus others invented in the heat of the moment, demanding to know who it was or he would kill her. She sobbed that she would never tell. Then Esteban understood. This wasn't the way to get something from his daughter, who had inherited his own stubbornness. He realized he had, as always, got carried away with punishment. He put her up on the horse, and they returned to the house. Either instinct or the dog's barking had alerted Clara and the servants, who waited in the doorway with all lights blazing. The only person nowhere to be found was the Count, who had taken advantage of the tumult to pack his bags, yoke his horses to his carriage, and leave discreetly for the town hotel. Clara exclaimed at the sight of her daughter covered with mud and blood, asking what Esteban had done. Clara and Pedro II Garcia carried Blanca to her bed. The foreman had grown deathly pale but said nothing. Clara washed her daughter, applied cold compresses to her bruises, and rocked her until she calmed down. After the girl slept, Clara went to confront her husband, who had locked himself in his study, pacing furiously, beating the walls with his whip, cursing and kicking furniture. When he saw her, Esteban vented his rage on Clara, accusing her of raising Blanca without morals, religion, or principles, like a libertine atheist, even worse, without a sense of her own class. It would be understandable if she'd done it with someone from a decent family, but not with this hick, this simpleton, this hothead, this lazy good-for-nothing son of a bitch. He swore he should have killed him when he said he would, swore he would find him and cut his balls off if it was the last thing he ever did. On his mother's soul, he would regret being born. Clara interrupted to say Pedro III Garcia hadn't done a thing Esteban himself hadn't done. He had also slept with unmarried women not of his own class. The only difference was that Pedro III did it for love, and so did Blanca. Truba stared at her, paralyzed with surprise. His fury seemed to deflate for a second, as if she were making fun of him, but a wave of blood rushed to his brain. He lost control and struck her in the face, knocking her against the wall. Clara fell to the floor without a sound. Esteban seemed to awaken from a trance. He knelt by her side, crying and begging forgiveness, trying to explain, calling her by all the special names he used only when they were in bed, not understanding how he could have raised his hand against her, the only human being he really cared about, for whom he had never, even in their worst moments, lost respect. He picked her up, seated her lovingly in an armchair, wet a handkerchief for her forehead, tried to make her drink water. Finally, Clara opened her eyes. Blood flowed from her nose. When she opened her mouth, she spat out several teeth, which fell to the floor, and a thread of bloody saliva trickled down her chin and neck. As soon as Clara could move, she pushed Esteban out of her way, rose with great difficulty, and left the study, trying to walk as erect as possible. At the other side of the door stood Pedro II Garcia, who managed to grab her just as she stumbled. Sensing him beside her, Clara collapsed. She pressed her swollen face against the shoulder of this man who had stood beside her through all the worst moments of her life, and she began to cry. Pedro II Garcia's shirt was stained with blood. Clara never spoke to her husband again. She stopped using her married name and removed the fine gold wedding ring he had placed on her finger 20 years before, on that memorable night when Barabbas was assassinated with a butcher's knife. 2 days later, Clara and Blanca left Tres Marias and returned to the capital. Esteban, humiliated and furious, remained with the sensation that something in his life had been destroyed forever. Pedro II drove his mistress and her daughter to the station. After that night, he was never to see them again. He was silent and withdrawn. He helped them to their seats on the train and then stood with his hat in his hand and his eyes lowered, not knowing how to say goodbye. Clara hugged him. At first, he was stiff and somewhat taken aback, but his emotions quickly triumphed and he timidly encircled her with his arms and left an imperceptible kiss on her cheek. They looked at each other through the window for the last time, their eyes filled with tears. The faithful administrator returned to his small brick house, made a bundle of his personal belongings, wrapped the small amount of money he had accumulated over the years in a handkerchief, and left. Truba saw him say goodbye to the other tenants and climb onto his horse. He tried to stop him, explaining that what had happened had nothing to do with him, and that it wasn't right for him to lose his job, friends, house, and security because of his son. Pedro II replied that he didn't want to be there when the patron found his son. Those were his last words before trotting off toward the highway. Esteban felt so alone after that. He didn't know then that loneliness would never leave him, and that the only person close to him for the rest of his life would be an eccentric bohemian granddaughter with green hair like Rosa's. But that was still many years ahead. After Clara left, he looked around and noticed many new faces at Tres Marias. His old friends had either died or gone away. He had lost his wife and daughter. His contact with his sons was minimal. His mother, sister, dear old Nana, and old Pedro Garcia were all dead. Even Rosa returned to haunt him like an unforgettable grief, and he could no longer count on Pedro II Garcia, who had stood beside him for 35 years. He couldn't stop crying. Tears ran down his face, and he brushed them off with his hand, but they were followed by others. He would roar for everyone to go to hell, wandering through empty rooms, going into Clara's bedroom to rifle her wardrobe and dresser, hoping to find something she had worn. Anything to hold to his nose and retrieve, even for an instant, that sweet, clean smell. He would lie on her bed, bury his face in her pillow, caress the objects left on her night table, and feel completely desolate. Pedro III Garcia was to blame for everything. Because of him, Blanca had left. Because of him, Esteban had fought with Clara. Because of him, Pedro II had left the hacienda, and the tenants looked at him with hatred and whispered behind his back. He had always been a troublemaker. Esteban should have kicked him out at the very beginning, but out of respect for his father and grandfather he let things go, and the insolent trash took what he most loved. He went to the police station, bribed the guardsmen to help look for Pedro III, not to lock him up, but to turn him over to Esteban without any fuss. In the bar, barbershop, club, and at the Red Lantern, he let it be known there would be a reward for anyone who delivered him. They warned him not to start taking the law into his own hands. Things had changed a lot since the days of the Sanchez brothers, but Esteban didn't want to listen. What would the law have done? Nothing. A couple of weeks went by without incident. He rode out to inspect his lands, visited neighboring haciendas, kept an eye on the tenants, convinced they were hiding the boy. He raised the reward and threatened to have the guardsmen dismissed for incompetence. With each passing hour his anger grew. He began drinking as never before, even as a bachelor. He slept badly and dreamt again of Rosa. One night he dreamt he was beating her the way he had Clara, her teeth also falling onto the floor. He woke up screaming, but he was all alone with no one to hear. He was so depressed, he stopped shaving, didn't change his clothes, didn't bathe. Everything tasted sour, bile in his mouth. He broke his knuckles banging on walls and rode a horse to death galloping off the fury that was eating him alive. No one came near him. The maids' hands shook when they served his food, which only made him madder. One day in the hallway smoking a cigarette just before siesta, a dark little boy appeared in front of him and stood silently. His name was Esteban Garcia, Esteban's grandson, though he didn't know it. Only now, with all the terrible things that happened at the boy's hand, had he learned how they were related. The boy was also the grandson of Pancha Garcia, a sister of Pedro II, whom Esteban admitted he didn't remember. Esteban asked what the kid wanted. The boy said he knew where Pedro III Garcia was. Esteban jumped so hard he upset his wicker chair, grabbed the boy by the shoulders and shook him, shouting where the bastard was. The child stammered, frightened to death, asking if he would get the reward. Esteban told him not to worry, but first he wanted to be sure the boy wasn't lying. Take him to where that worm was hiding. He got his rifle and they left the house. The child said they would have to go on horseback because Pedro III was hidden in the Labus's sawmill several miles from Tres Marias. Esteban wondered how he could have failed to think of that. It was a perfect hideout, always shut at that time of year and hard to reach from main roads. He asked how the boy had found out. The child replied that everybody knew but the patron. They took off at a trot. The terrain wouldn't allow a gallop. The sawmill sat into a mountainside where horses couldn't go fast. With the climb's effort, hooves struck sparks from stones. Esteban thought the noise of those hooves was the only sound for miles on that sultry, quiet afternoon. When they entered the forest, the landscape changed and grew cooler. Trees rose in narrow rows that barely let in the sun. The ground was a soft, reddish carpet into which the horses' feet gently sank. Silence surrounded them. The boy rode ahead, bareback, as close to his horse as if they were a single body. Esteban followed, taciturn, brooding over his rage. At moments sadness swept over him, stronger than the fury he had been hatching, stronger than the hatred he felt for Pedro III Garcia. 2 hours must have passed before they glimpsed the sawmill's low sheds arranged in a half-circle in a forest clearing. The intense smell of wood and pine momentarily distracted him from the business at hand. The landscape, the forest, the silence overcame him. But that momentary weakness lasted only a second. He ordered the boy to wait there, look after the horses, and not move. Esteban dismounted. The boy took the reins. Esteban began walking in a crouch, rifle in hand. He didn't feel his 60 years or the pain in his old, crushed bones. Revenge propelled him forward. A frail column of smoke rose from one shed's roof, and he saw a horse tied to the door. He deduced that was where Pedro III must be hiding and headed there. His teeth chattered with impatience. He had decided not to kill with the first shot. That would be too quick, all his pleasure gone in a minute. He had waited so long for this moment and wanted to savor it, but he also didn't want to give Pedro III a chance to escape. The younger man was much younger, and if Esteban didn't take him by surprise, he was done for. His shirt soaked with sweat clung to his body. A veil had descended over his eyes, but he felt 20 years old with a bull's strength. He crept silently into the shed, his heart pounding like a drum. Inside a large warehouse with a sawdust floor, he found huge stacks of wood and machines covered with green canvas to protect them from dust. He continued inching forward, hiding behind wood piles, until suddenly he saw him. Pedro III Garcia lay stretched on the floor, head on a folded blanket, sound asleep. Beside him sat a small fire and a crock for boiling water. Esteban stopped short, taken aback, staring with all the hatred in the world, trying to fix forever in memory that dark face with almost childlike features, the beard looking like part of a disguise. He could not understand what his daughter had seen in that ordinary-looking long hair. Pedro III must have been about 25, but asleep he looked like a boy. Esteban made an enormous effort to stop the shaking in his hands and teeth. He raised his gun and took a few steps forward, so close he could have blown the man's head off without aiming. But he decided to wait a few seconds for his pulse to quiet. That moment was his downfall. The habit of hiding must have sharpened Pedro III's hearing. Instinct told him he was in danger. In a split second he must have woken, but his eyes remained closed. He alerted all his muscles and concentrated all his energy into a single unbelievable leap that left him standing 3 feet away from where the bullet landed. Esteban had no chance to aim again. Pedro Tercero crouched, picked up a piece of wood and hurled it, striking the gun and knocking it from Esteban's hand. A wave of panic hit Esteban at being suddenly unarmed, but then he realized Pedro Tercero was more scared than he was. They looked at each other in silence, panting, each awaiting the other's next move. Then Esteban saw the axe, so close he could reach it by hardly extending his arm. Without a second thought, he took the axe and, with a wild scream rising from his guts, rushed forward, prepared to rip the man down the middle with a single stroke. The axe gleamed in the air and fell on Pedro Tercero Garcia. A shower of blood hit Esteban in the face. At the very last second, Pedro Tercero raised his arms to stop the axe, and the edge sliced off 3 fingers of his right hand. The force of the blow thrust Esteban forward, and he fell on his knees. Pedro Tercero held his hand to his chest and ran out the door, leaping over wood piles and logs. He reached his horse, jumped into the saddle, and disappeared with a terrifying scream into the pine shadows, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Esteban remained on all fours, crouching and gasping for breath. It took several minutes to calm down and realize he hadn't killed Pedro Tercero. His first reaction was relief. The feel of warm blood on his face had quickly taken the edge off his hatred. He had to make a real effort to remember how badly he had wanted to kill in order to explain the violence suffocating him, making his chest nearly burst, his ears buzz, and his eyes cloud over. He opened his mouth desperately trying to get air into his lungs, managed to rise, but began shaking. He took 2 steps and fell onto a pile of boards, sick to his stomach and unable to catch his breath. He thought he would faint. His heart leaped in his chest like a runaway machine. A long time must have passed. Finally, he looked up, rose again, and picked up his gun. The child Esteban Garcia stood beside him, staring silently, holding the sliced-off fingers like a bouquet of bloody asparagus. Esteban couldn't keep from retching. His mouth filled with saliva, and he vomited all over his boots while the boy smiled impassively. Esteban shouted at the filthy brat to drop that, striking his hand. The fingers fell onto the sawdust, staining it red. Esteban picked up his gun and walked trembling toward the door. The cool evening air and overwhelming pine scent hit his face, bringing him back to reality. He inhaled eagerly, gulping the air. With great difficulty he made his way to his horse. His whole body ached, his hands numb. The boy followed. They returned to Tres Marias, groping in the dark that fell quickly once the sun set. The trees made advancement difficult. Horses tripped on stones and brush. Branches whipped their faces. Esteban was in another world, confused and terrified at his own violence. Grateful that Pedro Tercero had escaped because he knew that if the man had fallen to the floor, Esteban would have continued striking with the axe until he killed him, destroyed him, cut him into little pieces with the same determination that had made him want to shoot between the eyes. He knew what people said about him, that he had killed several men, murdered peasants. It wasn't true. If it were, he wouldn't mind admitting it. At his age, those things could be said with impunity. He had never killed anyone. The closest he came was the day he picked up an axe and threw himself on Pedro Tercero Garcia. It was night when they got home. Esteban eased down from the horse and walked toward the terrace. He had completely forgotten about the boy who had accompanied him. The whole trip back the child hadn't said a word, so he was surprised to feel a tug at his sleeve. The boy asked if he could have the reward now. Esteban sent him packing with a slap, snarling that there was no reward for traitors, and furthermore, he forbade the boy to tell anyone what had happened. He entered the house and went directly to the liquor cabinet. The brandy burned his throat and restored a bit of warmth to his body. Then he lay on the sofa, breathing hard. His heart still throbbed, and he felt dizzy. With the back of his hand, he wiped off the tears running down his cheeks. Outside, Esteban Garcia stood before the bolted door. Like the patron, he was weeping with rage. Clara and Blanca arrived in the city looking like disaster victims, both with swollen faces, eyes red from crying, and rumpled clothes from the long train ride. Blanca, weaker than her mother despite being taller, younger, and heavier, sighed while awake and sobbed while sleeping, an uninterrupted lament that had begun the day of the beating. But Clara had no patience with misfortune. When they reached the big house on the corner, empty and lugubrious as a mausoleum, she decided there had been enough weeping and that the time had come to bring joy back into their lives. She insisted her daughter help her hire new servants, open the shutters, remove sheets draped over furniture and lampshades, unlock padlocks, shake off dust, and let in light and air. In the middle of this, the unmistakable aroma of wild violets invaded the house, alerting them to the arrival of the three Mora sisters, who had come to visit whether out of telepathy or sheer affection. Their happy chatter, cold compresses, spiritual counsel, and personal charm restored the bruised bodies and grieving souls of both mother and daughter. Clara remarked that they would have to buy some new birds, looking out at the empty cages and the weed-choked garden where statues of Olympian gods stood naked and covered with pigeon droppings. Blanca, still not used to her mother's new toothless expression, couldn't understand how Clara could think about birds when she didn't even have her teeth. Clara saw to everything. Within 2 weeks, the cages filled with new birds, and she ordered a porcelain bridge attached to her remaining molars. But it turned out so uncomfortable that she preferred wearing her denture on a ribbon around her neck, putting it in only to eat and occasionally for social gatherings. Clara brought life back to the house, ordering the cook to keep a stove always lit and to be prepared to feed a large number of guests at a moment's notice. Within days, her spiritualist friends, Rosicrucians, Theosophists, acupuncturists, telepathists, rainmakers, peripatetics, Seventh-day Adventists, and hungry or otherwise needy artists began to appear, all those who had habitually been part of Clara's court. She reigned over them like a small, happy, toothless queen. It was then that she began her first serious attempts to communicate with extraterrestrial beings, and, as she noted, her first doubts regarding spiritual messages received from the pendulum and three-legged table. She often said perhaps it wasn't souls of the dead, but beings from other planets trying to establish a relationship with Earthlings, made of intangible matter and easily confused with souls. That scientific explanation enchanted Nicholas, but did not enjoy the same reception with the conservative Mora sisters. Blanca lived wholly apart from these doubts. Beings from other planets belonged in the same category as souls, and she couldn't fathom her mother's passionate interest in identifying them. She was very busy with the house because Clara had once more turned her back on household chores, claiming she had never had an aptitude for them. Keeping up the big house required an army of servants, and her mother's entourage forced 24-hour kitchen shifts. Grains and grasses had to be prepared for some, vegetables and raw fish for others, fruit and sour milk for the three Mora sisters, and succulent meat dishes, desserts, and other indulgences for Jaime and Nicolas, who had insatiable appetites and still hadn't developed their own favorite dishes. In time, both would know hunger, Jamie out of solidarity with the poor, Nicolas to purify his soul. But in those days they were still two robust youngsters eager to enjoy life's pleasures. Jamie had begun at the university, and Nicolas wandered in search of his destiny. They owned a prehistoric car bought with proceeds from silver platters stolen from their parents' house. They called it Covadonga, in memory of their Del Valle grandparents. Covadonga had been taken apart and put back together so many times it barely ran, moving with a deafening roar from its rusty motor, spewing smoke and bolts from the exhaust pipe. The brothers shared it solomonically, even days for Jaime, odd for Nicolas. Clara was very happy to be living with her sons and determined to establish a friendly relationship with them. She had had very little contact with them when they were small, and in her haste to see them become men, she had lost the best hours and been forced to keep all her tender feelings to herself. Now that they had attained adult proportions, she could finally spoil them as she should have when they were small, but it was too late. The twins had been raised without her caresses and no longer needed them. Clara realized her sons did not belong to her. She didn't lose her head or her optimistic frame of mind, accepting them as they were and preparing to enjoy their company without expecting anything in return. Blanca grumbled because her brothers had transformed the house into a pigsty, leaving a trail of destruction, damage, and noise. She was gaining weight before everyone's eyes and daily grew more languid and ill-tempered. Jaime noticed his sister's belly and went straight to his mother, saying he thought Blanca was pregnant. Clara sighed and admitted she had thought so herself. Blanca did not deny it. Once the news was confirmed, Clara wrote it in her notebooks that bore witness to life. Nicolas raised his eyes from studying Chinese horoscopes and suggested they ought to tell their father. Within a few more weeks it would be impossible to conceal. Blanca declared with determination that she would never tell who the father was. Her brother clarified he wasn't talking about the child's father, but about their father. Papa had the right to hear it from them before someone else told him. Clara sadly suggested sending a telegram to the countryside, realizing that when Esteban Truba found out, Blanca's baby would become a tragedy. Nicolas composed the message with the same cryptographic spirit he used writing poems to Amanda, so the local telegraph operator wouldn't understand and start spreading gossip. Blanca expecting send instructions. Esteban Truba was as mystified as the operator and had to call his family to understand what they meant. Jamie drew the task of explaining, adding that the pregnancy was so advanced, there was nothing to be done. A long, terrible silence followed on the phone. Then their father hung up. In Tres Marias, livid with anger and surprise, Esteban Truba picked up his cane and destroyed his telephone for the second time. It had never crossed his mind that a daughter of his could commit such monstrous folly. Knowing who the father was, he spent only a fraction of a second to regret not shooting Pedro Tercero in the head when he had the chance. He knew the scandal would be the same whether she gave birth to a bastard child or married a peasant's son. Society would condemn her either way. Esteban Truba spent hours pacing, smashing his cane against furniture and walls, muttering curses, concocting ridiculous plans ranging from sending Blanca to a convent in Extremadura to beating her to death. Finally, after calming down a bit, a miraculous idea occurred to him. He had his horse saddled and galloped toward town. He found Jean de Sattigny, whom he hadn't seen since the disastrous night he'd awakened him about Blanca's amorous adventures, sipping unsweetened melon juice in the only pastry shop, accompanied by a dandified weakling reciting Rubén Darío's poetry. Without a trace of respect, Truba lifted the French count by the lapels of his impeccable Scottish jacket and carried him straight out of the tea-room, practically dangling, before astonished stares, setting him down on the sidewalk. He told the young man he'd given him enough problems. First the chinchilla business, then his daughter. He was fed up. The Count was to get his things and come with him to the city to marry Blanca. He didn't give Jean time to recover from the shock. He accompanied him to the local hotel, waiting with his whip in one hand and cane in the other while the Count packed, then took him directly to the station and loaded him unceremoniously onto the train. During the trip, Jean tried to explain he had nothing to do with any of this, that he had never so much as touched Blanca, and that the responsible party was probably that bearded priest she met down by the river every night. Esteban Truba seared him with his fiercest look, saying he didn't know what the Count was talking about. He must have dreamed that. Truba proceeded to explain the various clauses of the marriage contract, which did a great deal to assuage the Frenchman's fears. Blanca's dowry, her monthly income, and the prospect of inheriting a considerable fortune eventually brought him around. His future father-in-law concluded that this was a better proposition than the chinchillas, not noticing the young man's nervous whimpering. So it was that, on Saturday, Esteban Truba arrived at the big house on the corner, with a husband for his deflowered daughter and a father for the little bastard. Esteban was shooting sparks of rage. With a sweep of his hand he knocked over the pot of chrysanthemums in the entryway, slapped Nicolas, who attempted to intercede, and announced he did not want to see Blanca. She was to remain locked up until her wedding day. Clara did not come out to greet him. She stayed in her room and did not open her door even after he broke his silver cane in two trying to break it down. The house entered a whirlwind of activity and quarrels. The atmosphere seemed unbreathable. Even the birds fell silent in their cages. Servants ran about on orders from the brusque, anxious patron, who allowed no delays. Clara continued with her life, ignoring her husband and refusing to speak to him. The groom, a virtual prisoner of his future father-in-law, was settled into one of the numerous guest rooms, spending his time pacing with nothing to do, not seeing Blanca, and not understanding how he had ended up in this melodrama. He didn't know whether to feel sorry for himself for having fallen victim to savage aborigines, or to rejoice at being on the verge of fulfilling his dream of marrying a rich, young, beautiful South American heiress. Being of an optimistic bent and endowed with the common sense typical of his countrymen, he opted for the second interpretation, and by the end of the week he had begun to relax. Esteban Trufiba locked in a wedding date just 2 weeks away, determined to smother any scandal by throwing a spectacular affair. He envisioned a cathedral ceremony with the bishop himself, a white gown trailing 18 feet behind the bride, and a Caligula-esque party so lavish that no one would notice his daughter's belly. Only Jean de Satigny shared his enthusiasm. The day Esteban summoned Blanca to the dressmaker marked the first time he'd seen her since the beating. Her bloated figure and blotched face stopped him cold. She refused, said she wasn't getting married. He thundered back, silencing her, insisting no bastards would enter his family. When she reminded him there were already several, he cut her off, announcing that Pedro III Garcia was dead by his own hands. She wept then and kept weeping for days afterward. The unwanted wedding proceeded in the cathedral. A queen's train, a tailor's miracle disguising her stomach with floral layers and Greco-Roman pleats. The party that followed brought 500 evening-gowned guests into the big house, with grilled steers, seafood, caviar, champagne cascades, and a 3-story cake sculpted as the Acropolis, topped by almond paste lovers. The groom carved the edible Cupid. The bride looked dejected. Clara, who had opposed forcing Blanca from the start, stayed in the sewing room spinning dire predictions that later proved accurate. Only when Esteban begged her to appear, just 10 minutes to quiet rumors, did she reluctantly change, put in her teeth, and smile at the crowd. Jamie arrived late from his clinic work with the poor. Nicolas showed up with Amanda, now dressed in existentialist black, kohl-rimmed eyes, long dark hair, clattering jewelry, while Nicolas wore white like a doctor, hung with amulets. Their father grabbed him, shoved him into a bathroom, stripped off every talisman without a word, then ordered a decent tie, proper gentlemanly behavior, and demanded he tell the witch to button her neckline. Nicolas obeyed in foul temper, broke his teetotal principle out of fury, had several drinks, lost his head, and jumped fully dressed into the garden fountain, from which he was rescued with his dignity thoroughly soaked. Blanca spent the whole evening in a chair, staring dazed at the cake, tears streaming. Her new husband fluttered among guests, blaming Clara's absence on sudden asthma, the bride's tears on emotion. No one believed him. He kissed her neck, clasped her hands, fed her wine and lobster bites, all in vain. She kept crying. Despite everything, the party succeeded exactly as Esteban had hoped. Guests ate and danced until sunrise. Downtown, unemployed workers huddled around bonfires. Dark-shirted youths imitated German movie salutes, and parties polished election strategies. Jamie predicted a socialist victory. Living with the proletariat had cost him reason, Clara thought, because she'd seen in the cards that the usual winners would win again. Afterward, Esteban took his son-in-law into the library and handed over a check, a wedding present, plus arrangements for the couple to go north, where Jean de Satigny could live off Blanca's income, far from observers who might notice her belly. He planned a small business in Incan pottery and mummies. Before leaving, the newlyweds said goodbye to Clara. She pulled Blanca aside and told the still sobbing girl to stop crying. Too many tears would hurt the baby, make it unhappy. Blanca only sobbed again. Then Clara added that Pedro III Garcia was alive. Blanca swallowed her hiccups, blew her nose, and asked how her mother knew. Because she dreamed it, Clara replied. That was enough to fully reassure Blanca. She dried her tears, straightened up, and did not weep again until her mother died 7 years later, though not for lack of suffering. Separated from her daughter, Clara entered another depressed, confused period. The big house stayed open and full, but she lost her easy laugh, often stared into space. She tried telepathy to bypass postal delays, but the messages distorted beyond her control, and Blanca, practical, worldly, not given to psychic experiments, proved a poor receiver. Clara resigned herself to near-daily letters, which for months replaced her notebooks. That year, Jamie and Nicolas separated for good, their differences irreconcilable. Nicolas discovered flamenco, claiming he'd learned it from Granada gypsies, though he'd never left the country. He'd leap onto the old oak dining table that had once held Rosa's beer and begin palming, tapping, jumping, shrieking, drawing the whole house, neighbors, even police who tracked mud across carpets but ended up shouting "Olé." The table held up for a week until it looked like a calf slaughtering butcher's block. He ran a discreet ad offering flamenco lessons. Female students flocked. He'd whirl them around, arm around waists, flashing his smile, and soon they were enthusiastic. When Esteban discovered what was happening in his absence, he was terrifyingly enraged and forbade any dance academy in his house. Nicolas stopped his contortions, but the experience made him the season's most popular young man, preaching free love, quoting Freud, drinking Pernod, dancing flamenco while others studied and grew mustaches. He still tried to imitate Clara's psychic talents, studied vehemently, practiced until his health suffered, attended the Friday sessions with the three Mora sisters against his father's orders. Clara consoled him. These things couldn't be learned or inherited. The Mora sisters loved him, lent him secret books, helped him decipher horoscopes and cards, formed a ring to suffuse him with healing fluids, but still no mental powers emerged. They encouraged his love for Amanda, who had tired of seances and poetry recitations and taken a newspaper job. Esteban declared reporting a crooked profession. He didn't like her in his house, saw her long hair, heavy makeup, beads as hidden vice symptoms, and her habit of kicking off shoes and sitting cross-legged like an aborigine as mannish behavior. Amanda saw the world in bleak terms and smoked hashish to push through her depressions. Nicolas joined her. Clara noticed her son's bad moments, his deliriums, drowsiness, sudden happiness, but her intuition never connected those symptoms to the oriental pipes he smoked. She had never heard of any drug. She told herself it must be his age, that he'd get over it, forgetting that Jamie, born the same day, suffered no such fits. Jamie's madness took a different shape, a calling for sacrifice and austerity. 2 pairs of pants, 3 shirts in his closet. Clara knitted woolens to keep him warm each winter, but he gave them away to anyone who needed them more. All his father's money ended up in the pockets of the hospital's poor. He brought home starving dogs, abandoned children, unwed mothers, old women, dropping them on Clara so she could solve their problems. She became an expert in social benefits, knew every state and church service for the disadvantaged, and when those failed, took people into her own house. Her friends grew afraid of her visits. She always needed something. Their network of protégés expanded until they lost count. Strangers appeared at the door thanking them for favors they couldn't recall. Jamie studied medicine like a religious calling. Any diversion from books or time wasted felt like a betrayal of the people he'd sworn to serve. Clara declared he should have become a priest. That made him furious. He believed religion caused half the world's misfortunes, that Christianity and superstition made men weaker and more resigned, that the point wasn't to await a reward in the sky, but to fight for rights on earth. He discussed these things only with Clara. With Esteban Truba, it was impossible. His father quickly lost patience, shouted, slammed doors, complaining he was up to here with lunatics and all he wanted was a little normality. But he'd married an eccentric and sired 3 good-for-nothing, crazies ruining his life. Jamie didn't argue. He moved like a shadow through the house, giving Clara a distracted kiss when he passed, then standing in the kitchen eating everyone's leftovers before locking himself in his room to read or study. His bedroom was a tunnel of books, floor-to-ceiling shelves nobody dusted because he always locked the door, a perfect nest for spiders and mice. In the center, an army cot lit by a bare bulb hanging directly above the pillow. During an earthquake, Clara failed to predict a roar like a derailed train came from his room. When they got the door open, the bookshelves had torn loose from the walls and buried his bed. They pulled him out without a scratch. As Clara removed the books, she remembered the great earthquake. It felt like she had already lived this moment. They swept the dust, chased away insects and cobwebs. The only time Jamie focused on the house's reality was when he saw Amanda walking hand in hand with Nicolas. He rarely spoke to her and blushed violently whenever she spoke to him. He distrusted her exotic appearance, convinced that without the long hair and eye makeup she'd look like a very thin, greenish rat. Still, he couldn't keep his eyes off her. The rattle of her bracelets distracted him from his studies. He had to fight not to follow her around like a hypnotized chicken. Alone on his bed, unable to concentrate, he imagined her naked, wrapped in long black hair with all her noisy adornments, like an idol. He was a recluse, a reticent child grown into a timid man. He did not love himself, and perhaps for that reason felt he didn't deserve love from others. The least affection or gratitude toward him made him terribly embarrassed. Amanda represented everything feminine and, because she was Nicholas's girlfriend, everything forbidden. Her free, affectionate, adventurous personality fascinated him, and her disguised rat appearance aroused a tortured eagerness to protect her. He desired her with all his heart but would not admit it, not even in his most hidden thoughts. That period, Amanda was often at the Trubus's. Her newspaper schedule was flexible. Whenever she could, she arrived with her brother Miguel. Their presence went practically unnoticed in the immense, crowded mansion. Miguel must have been about 5. Quiet and clean, he blended into the wallpaper and furniture, played alone in the garden, followed Clara everywhere, calling her Mama. Because he also called Jaime Papa, everyone assumed Amanda and Miguel were orphans. She took her brother everywhere, even to work. He learned to eat anything at any hour and sleep in the most uncomfortable places. She swathed him in passionate, violent love, scratched him like a puppy, shouted when angry, ran to hug him when she regretted it. She wouldn't let anyone reprimand him, refused to hear comments about the strange life she was subjecting him to, defended him like a lioness even though no one was attacking. Only Clara could offer an opinion on Miguel's education. Clara convinced her to send him to school, unless she wanted an illiterate hermit. Clara wasn't keen on regular education, but thought Miguel needed daily discipline and time with children his own age. She offered to enroll him, buy supplies and a uniform, and went with Amanda on the first day. Amanda and Miguel embraced tearfully in the school doorway. The teacher couldn't pry the little boy from his sister's skirt. He shrieked and kicked anyone who came near. With Clara's help, the teacher dragged him inside and closed the door. Amanda spent the entire morning sitting on the sidewalk. Clara stayed with her, feeling guilty for causing such grief, doubting her own wisdom. At noon, the bell rang, the gate swung open. In the herd of pupils, silent and careless in his proper place, pencil smear on his nose, socks bunched in his shoes, stood little Miguel, who in those few hours had learned to fend for himself without holding his sister's hand. Amanda clasped him to her breast frenetically and said in a moment of inspiration that she would give her life for him. She did not yet know she would have to. Meanwhile, Esteban Churiba felt lonelier and more furious each day. He had resigned himself to a wife who would never speak to him again. Tired of pursuing her through the house, begging with his eyes, drilling holes in the bathroom wall, he threw himself into politics. Just as Clara predicted, those who always won the elections, but by such a small margin, the whole country took notice. Truba believed the time had arrived for him to defend the national interest and the Conservative Party. No one better personified the honest, uncontaminated politician, as he declared, adding that he had pulled himself up by his bootstraps, created jobs and decent lives for his workers, owned the only hacienda with little brick houses. He respected law, nation, tradition. No one could accuse him of anything worse than tax evasion. He hired a foreman to replace Pedro Segundo Garcia, put him in charge of the hens and imported cattle at Tres Marias, and settled in the capital for good. He spent months campaigning, drawing on party support and his own fortune. The house filled with political propaganda and party members who stormed through, blending with the hallway ghosts, Rosicrucians, and the 3 Mora sisters. Clara's retinue got pushed into the back rooms. An invisible border rose between the parts of the house occupied by Esteban and those occupied by his wife. Responding to Clara's imagination and the moment's needs, the noble architecture sprouted extra rooms, staircases, turrets, terraces. Every time a new guest arrived, bricklayers built another addition. the big house began to resemble a labyrinth. Nicholas declared it would make a good hotel someday. Jamie added it could be a little hospital. He was starting to cherish the idea of bringing his poor patients to the high district. The facade stayed unchanged. Heroic columns, a Versailles garden. But the rear garden became a tangled jungle of plants and flowers, Clara's birds in constant din, generations of cats and dogs. Among all that fauna, the only creature to matter in the family's collective memory was a rabbit Miguel had once brought home. An ordinary rabbit the dogs licked until all its hair fell out, leaving it the only bald member of its species, with an iridescent coat and the look of a large-eared reptile. As elections neared, Esteban Truba grew more nervous. He'd risked everything on this political adventure. One night he couldn't bear it anymore and knocked on Clara's bedroom door. She opened it in her nightgown, teeth in because she liked nibbling crackers while writing in her diary. To Esteban she looked as young and beautiful as the day he first brought her to this blue silk-papered room and stood her on Barabbas's pelt. He smiled at the memory. He asked forgiveness, blushing like a schoolboy, admitting he felt lonely and worried, asking to stay a while. Clara smiled but didn't speak. She pointed to the armchair. He sat. They shared the cracker plate in silence, looking at each other in surprise. They'd lived under the same roof so long without seeing each other. He asked if she knew what was tormenting him. She nodded. He asked if he would win. She nodded again. That completely relieved him, as if she'd given a written guarantee. He gave a loud, joyous guffaw, stood, put his hands on her shoulders, kissed her forehead, and exclaimed she was fantastic. If she said so, he'd be senator. After that evening, the hostility seemed to ebb. Clara still said nothing, but he ignored her silence, spoke normally, interpreted her smallest gestures as replies. When necessary, Clara used servants or children to send messages. She worried about his well-being, helped with his work, accompanied him when asked. Sometimes she smiled at him. 10 days later, Esteban Truby became Senator of the Republic, exactly as Clara had foreseen. He threw a celebration for friends and allies, gave cash bonuses to his employees and Tres Maria's tenants, and left an emerald necklace beside violets on Clara's bed. She began attending receptions and political events, required to project the simple family man image the public and party found so appealing. On those occasions she put in her teeth, wore some of his jewelry, and became known as the most elegant, discreet, charming lady in their circle. No one suspecting the distinguished couple never spoke. With Esteban's new position, even more people crowded the big house. Clara lost count of mouths fed and household expenses. Bills went directly to the senator's congressional office, paid without question. Esteban had discovered the more he spent, the more his fortune seemed to grow. At first, political power felt like a new toy. In middle age, he was the wealthy, respected man he'd dreamed of becoming as a struggling adolescent with nothing but pride and ambition. But he soon realized he was as alone as ever. His 2 sons eluded him. He had no contact with Blanca, only what her brothers told him, mailing her a check monthly as promised to Jean de Satigny. Every conversation with his sons ended in shouting. He learned of Nicolas's follies too late, after everyone else was already talking. He knew nothing of Jamie's life. If he'd known, Jamie frequently met Pedro III Garcia, for whom Jaime had developed a brotherly affection. Truba would certainly have had a stroke, but Jaime was very careful not to discuss such matters with his father. Pedro III Garcia had left the countryside. After his terrible encounter with the patron, Father José Dulce Maria took him into the parish house and treated his hand. But the boy was deeply depressed, speaking constantly of life's meaninglessness now that he'd lost Blanca, and could no longer play his guitar, his one consolation. The priest waited for the boy's constitution to heal his severed fingers, then took him to an Indian reservation, where a century-old blind woman with clawed rheumatism hands-made baskets with her feet. The priest pointed out that if she could make baskets with her toes, Pedro could play guitar without fingers. Then the Jesuit told his own story, how he'd been in love as a young man, returned from military service to find his girl married to the butcher, nearly drowned himself. Instead became a priest, and a year after his vows, she became a widow who stared at him with languid eyes. The priest's frank laughter lifted Pedro III's spirits. bringing a smile for the first time in 3 weeks. The priest concluded there was no reason to lose hope. He would see Blanca again when he least expected it. Healed in body and soul, Pedro Tercero Garcia made his way to the capital with a bundle of clothes and a few coins the priest had taken from the poor box, plus the address of a socialist leader. That leader took him in, gave him a place to sleep, then found him a job singing folk songs in a bohemian cafe. He settled in a working-class neighborhood, in a wooden shack that felt like a palace, a box spring, mattress, chair, 2 crates for a table. From there he preached socialism and mulled over his disgust at Blanca's marriage, refusing Jamie's explanations and consolation. He soon mastered his right hand and expanded his use of the 2 remaining fingers, continuing to compose songs about hens and hunted foxes. One day he was invited on a radio program, the beginning of an unexpected, giddy popularity. His voice became a regular radio presence. His name grew known. But Senator Truba never heard it. He allowed no radios in his house. He viewed them as instruments for the uneducated, purveyors of sinister influences and vulgar ideas. No one was further from popular music. The only melodies he could stand were opera and the zarzuela company from Spain each winter. The day Jamie came home announcing he wanted to change his last name, because ever since his father became a Conservative Party senator, university students harassed him, and the poor people in the Misericordia district no longer trusted him. Esteban Truiba lost his temper and was about to slap him, but realized this time his son would not tolerate it. He roared, livid, that he'd married to have legitimate sons bear his name, not bastards with their mothers. 2 weeks later, whispers ran through congressional corridors and club sitting rooms. Him had pulled off his pants in the middle of Plaza Brazil to give them to a beggar, then walked 15 blocks home in his underwear, followed by cheering children and curious onlookers. Tired of defending his honor from ridicule and gossip, Esteban allowed his son to take whatever name he wanted, provided it not be his own. That day, locked in his study, he wept with disappointment and rage. He tried telling himself Jamie's eccentricities would fade with age, that eventually he'd become a well-adjusted man, join the business, support his father in old age. With his other son, he'd given up hope. Nicolas went from one fantastic enterprise to another. His chief ambition now was to cross the Cordillera in unusual transportation, like Uncle Marcos years before. He chose a balloon, convinced a gigantic balloon suspended in clouds would be irresistible publicity for almost any carbonated drink. He copied a pre-war German Zeppelin model. Haute air liftoff, room for 1 or more adventurous passengers. He spent weeks constructing the enormous inflatable sausage, studying its mechanisms, wind currents, card predictions, aerodynamics. He forgot Friday spiritualist sessions with his mother and the 3 Mora sisters, didn't even notice Amanda had stopped coming. When his flying ship was finished, an unexpected obstacle appeared. The soda company manager, a gringo from Arkansas, refused to finance the project, arguing that if Nicolas was killed, soda sales would decline. He tried other sponsors. No one was interested. He decided to go up anyway, even unpaid. On the appointed day, Clara continued knitting unperturbed, not noticing his preparations, though family, friends, and neighbors were horrified. She declared she had a hunch it wouldn't take off, without looking up from her knitting. She was right. At the last minute, a truckload of policemen pulled up beside the public park he'd chosen as his airfield, demanding a city permit. He didn't have one. He spent 4 days rushing between offices, desperate maneuvers running into bureaucratic incomprehension. He never discovered that behind the police truck and endless paperwork was his father's influence. His father was damned if he'd permit such an adventure. Weary of fighting the soda company's timidity and aerial bureaucracy, Nicolas became convinced the balloon would never rise unless done surreptitiously impossible, given its dimensions. He suffered an anxiety attack. Clara rescued him by suggesting practical use for the balloon material so he wouldn't lose his investment. That gave him the idea of a sandwich factory, chicken sandwiches wrapped in pieces of the balloon's skin, sold to office workers. The large kitchen seemed ideal. Gardens soon filled with birds whose legs were laced together, waiting for 2 hired butchers. The courtyard filled with feathers. Olympian statues were splattered with blood. The smell of consommé nauseated everyone. The gutting table brought flies to the whole neighborhood. Clara ended the slaughter with an attack of nerves that nearly thrust her back into muteness. Nicolas, his stomach and conscience also upset by the slaughter, resigned himself to losing his investment and locked himself in his room to plan new ways to make money and amuse himself. Jamie, unable to stand his heart's impatience any longer, asked when he'd last seen Amanda around. Nicolas realized he hadn't seen her for at least 3 weeks, not at the failed balloon attempt nor the sandwich factory inauguration. He asked Clara. His mother also knew nothing and had begun to forget the girl. She'd been forced to accept her house as a way station and, as she put it, didn't have soul enough to worry about all the absent. Nicolas decided to look for her. He missed the anxious butterfly of her presence, her silent, suffocating embraces in the big house's empty rooms, where they'd thrash like puppies whenever Clara let her guard down and Miguel was off playing or asleep. The pension where Amanda lived with her little brother turned out to be a moldering old house. 50 years earlier, probably boasting ostentatious splendor, lost as the city expanded toward the Cordillera's foothills. First occupied by Arab merchants who encrusted it with pink friezes. Later, when the Arabs moved to the Turkish quarter, the owner subdivided it into poorly lit, sad, uncomfortable rooms for tenants of little means. An impossible labyrinth of dark, narrow halls reeking eternally of cauliflower soup and cabbage stew. The owner opened the door, an immense mountain of a woman with majestic triple chin, tiny oriental eyes sunk in grease-congealed folds, rings on every finger, affected novice gestures. She announced they didn't accept opposite-sex visitors. But Nicolas unfurled his irresistible seducer's smile, kissed her hand without flinching at her filthy chipped vermilion nails, went into ecstasies over her rings, and passed himself off as Amanda's first cousin, until the woman, defeated and twisting her mouth into flirtatious smiles and elephantine contortions, led him up dusty stairs to the 3rd floor and pointed to Amanda's door. Nicolas found Amanda in her bed, wrapped in a discolored shawl, playing checkers with Miguel. She looked so pale and thin he barely recognized her. She stared without smiling, no welcome. But Miguel stood with hands on hips and said Nicolas had finally come. Nicolas walked to the bed, trying to recall the dark, supple, fruity Amanda of their locked room encounters. But between the wool shawl and gray sheets sat a strange woman with huge lost eyes, staring with inexplicable harshness. He murmured her name and took her hand. Without its rings and bracelets, the hand felt as weak as a dying bird's leg. Amanda whispered something to Miguel. The boy shot Nicolas a furious look from the threshold and closed the door noiselessly. He asked forgiveness, said he'd been busy, asked why she hadn't told him she was sick. Amanda replied she wasn't sick, she was pregnant. The word hit him like a slap. He stepped back until he felt the window glass against his shoulders. From the first time he'd undressed her, tangled in her existentialist rags, he'd assumed she had enough experience to avoid making him a father at 21 and herself an unwed mother at 25. She'd had other loves before, had been the first to speak of free love. No constraints, no promises, just like Sartre and Beauvoir. The agreement had seemed shocking at first, then turned to his advantage. He'd let himself fall in love without thinking of consequences. He exclaimed, asking what they were going to do. She replied, "An abortion, of course." A wave of relief broke over him. He'd sidestepped the abyss again, someone stronger taking charge, just like school when Jaime would appear at the last minute to stand in front of him, bleeding from the nose and punching like a machine while Nicolas ran to shout insults from behind pillars. Now Amanda was taking responsibility. He stammered they could get married if she wanted, to save face. She answered without hesitation. She didn't love him enough for that. The possibility hadn't occurred to him. He'd never felt rejected before. He thought of her situation, poor, alone, pregnant. One word from him could make her the respectable wife of a Truba. Then he felt ashamed, blushing at his own calculations. Suddenly she looked magnificent again. He remembered their shared pipe, The grass that tasted like dry dung and hardly worked but activated suggestion. Yoga meditations face-to-face, murmuring Sanskrit that sometimes sent them to nirvana but generally wound up with them desperately making love beneath the reeds. The candlelit books, drowning in passion and smoke. The gatherings discussing pessimistic philosophers while Clara laughed. He fell to his knees, begging her not to leave him, to forgive him, to go on as if nothing had happened, just an unfortunate accident that couldn't touch their relationship's essence. But she seemed not to listen. She caressed his hair with maternal distraction and said it was no use. Couldn't he see her soul was very old and he was still a child? He'd always be a child. They continued caressing without desire, torturing each other with pleas and memories, savoring the bitterness of a parting they could already sense but still confused with reconciliation. She got up to make tea. He saw she wore an old slip as a nightgown, had lost weight, her skinny calves pitiful. She walked barefoot, shawl over shoulders, hair unkempt, hovering over a little kerosene stove on the single table that served as dining table, desk, and kitchen. He saw the disorder she lived in and realized he'd known almost nothing about her. Poverty to him had been abstract, applicable to Tres Maria's tenants and Jaime's indigent patients, never directly experienced. His Amanda, so close and well-known, suddenly became a stranger. Her queenly garments now hanging from nails looked like beggar's rags. He saw her toothbrush above the rusty sink, Miguel's over-blackened misshapen shoes, the old typewriter beside the stove, books among coffee cups, a broken window patched with newspaper. Another world, one he'd never suspected. A dividing line. The solemn poor on one side, people like himself on the other, among whom he'd classed Amanda. He knew nothing of that silent middle class struggling between genteel poverty and the impossible desire to emulate the golden canaille he belonged to. He felt confused and embarrassed, thinking how often she must have used witchcraft to hide her poverty at the Trubas, while he, in complete innocence, never helped. He remembered his father's childhood stories and, for the first time, linked those didactic anecdotes to a reality he could see. He thought Amanda's life must be like that. They shared tea sitting on the bed, only one chair. Amanda told him about her past, an alcoholic teacher father in a northern province, an overworked mother who supported 6 children. She'd run away as soon as she could stand alone. She'd reached the capital at 15, to a godmother who helped a while. After her mother died, she'd gone to bury her and bring back Miguel, still in diapers. She'd been his mother ever since. She had no idea what became of her father or other siblings. Nicolas felt a rising desire to protect her, to make up for everything. He'd never loved her more. At dusk, Miguel arrived with ruddy cheeks, hiding a paper sack of bread behind his back. He put it on the bed, kissed her tenderly, smoothed her hair with his tiny hand, straightened the pillows. Nicolas shuddered. There was more tenderness in that little boy's gestures than in all the caresses he'd ever given any woman. Only then did he understand what Amanda had meant. He murmured he had a lot to learn, leaned his forehead against the greasy window pane, wondering if he could ever give as much as he hoped to receive. Then he asked how they were going to do it, not daring to speak the terrible word. Amanda suggested he ask his brother Jamie for help. Jamie received his brother in his tunnel of books, lying on his cot under the solitary bulb, reading the poet's love sonnets. He wondered whether the sonnets might have been inspired by Amanda in the Treba garden, where the poet used to sit at tea time during his days as an assiduous visitor. He was surprised to see Nicolas. Since finishing school, they'd grown further apart, nothing to say to each other, only nods on the doorstep. Jamie had given up trying to draw Nicolas into transcendental matters, no longer tried to drag him to the hospital to look at suffering up close, had stopped inviting him to socialist meetings at Pedro Tercero Garcia's house. Nicolas made fun of his social concerns, arguing only a fool with an apostle's calling would go out seeking misery with a candle stump. Now his brother stood before him with that guilty, pleading look he'd used so many times to enlist Jamie's affection. Nicolas announced Amanda was pregnant, without preamble. He had to repeat himself because Jaime didn't move, gave no gesture he'd heard. But inside, frustration choked him. Silently he called her name, clutching the sweet echo to keep control. So fierce was his need to hold illusions that he'd convinced himself the love between Amanda and Nicholas was juvenile. Innocent strolls, discussions over absinthe, a few fleeting kisses. He'd refused to admit the painful truth now confronting him. He replied it was no business of his. Nicholas collapsed onto the end of the bed, face in hands, begging him to help her. Jamie closed his eyes, inhaled with difficulty, forcing himself to contain wild feelings that made him want to kill his brother, to run and marry Amanda himself, to weep in impotence. He saw her in his mind, entering and leaving the house like fresh air, leading Miguel by the hand. Her laughter on the terrace, the sweet subtle aroma of her skin and hair when she walked past in midday sun. He saw her entering his bedroom without knocking while he read, filling his burrow with the flutter of her long hair and undulating arms, touching his books without reverence, blowing dust off covers, tossing them onto the bed while he trembled with desire, unable to extract a single word to hold her there, until she left with a kiss on the cheek that continued to burn, a single terrible kiss on which he built a labyrinth of dreams. Nicholas pleaded that Jaime knew about medicine, had to do something. Jamie answered he was only a student, had seen many women die because some ignoramus got his hands on them. Nicholas replied she trusted him, said Jaime was the only one who could help. Jamie grabbed his brother by the lapels, lifted him off the floor, shook him like a puppet, hurled every insult he could think of until his own sobs obliged him to set Nicholas down. Nicholas whimpered in relief. His intuition told him that, as always, Jamie had decided to accept the role of protector. He thanked his brother. Jaime gave him a listless slap on the back and pushed him out, turned the key in the lock, lay face down on his cot, shaken by the hoarse, terrible moans with which men weep for love. They waited until Sunday. Jamie agreed to see them at the Misericordia clinic where he trained. He had the key, always the last to leave, so entry was easy, but he felt like a thief, unable to explain his presence at such an hour. For 3 days, he'd done nothing but study every step of the operation. He could recite the book perfectly, but that didn't boost his confidence. He shook like a leaf. He tried not to think of all the women he'd seen in the emergency room, those he'd helped save in this very examining room, and those who died in these beds, white as sheets, a river of blood between their legs, his science powerless. He'd seen this drama up close, but had never faced the moral conflict of helping a desperate woman, much less Amanda. He turned on the lights, donned his white tunic, prepared his instruments, repeating every memorized detail aloud. He prayed for some monumental disaster, some cataclysm, so he wouldn't have to do what he was about to do. Nothing happened until the appointed hour. Nicholas fetched Amanda an old Covadonga, barely sputtering along, lost in a black cloud of burning oil. She waited in her chair, holding Miguel's hand, the two of them deep in a complicity from which Nicholas always felt excluded. She looked pale and emaciated after the uncertain weeks, but calmer than Nicholas, who couldn't keep still, trying to cheer her with false hilarity and pointless jokes. He'd brought an old garnet and diamond ring taken from Clara's room, certain she'd never miss it, and even if she saw it on Amanda's hand, she wouldn't recognize it. Amanda gently returned it and said he was still a child. When it was time to leave, Miguel put on a poncho and held tight to his sister's hand. Nicholas used charm, then brute strength to deposit him with the owner of the house, who'd been won over by the supposed cousin and reluctantly agreed to watch the child for the evening. They drove in silence, each lost in fear. Amanda's hostility felt like a pestilence between them. In recent days she'd begun dwelling on death, which she feared less than the pain and humiliation of this night. Nicholas steered through an unfamiliar part of the city, down dark back streets where garbage piled against factory walls, smokestacks blocking the sky. Stray dogs sniffed grime. Beggars wrapped in newspapers slept in doorways. He was startled that this was the scene of his brother's daily activities. Jamie waited in front of the clinic. His white smock and anxiety made him look much older. He led them through icy corridors to the prepared room, distracting Amanda from the ugliness, the bins of yellowed towels, graffiti, loose tiles, rusty dripping pipes. She stopped with horror at the operating room door. The instruments and gynecological table materialized before her. Nicholas was pale, but Jaime took them both by the arm and led them through. He said not to look. He was going to put her to sleep. He'd never administered anesthesia or performed surgery. His student work was administrative, record-keeping, assisting, suturing. He was more afraid than Amanda, but adopted a relaxed, pompous air to make her think this was routine. To spare her the embarrassment of undressing and himself the pain of seeing her nude, he helped her lie down fully dressed. While he washed his hands and showed Nicholas how, he tried to distract her with an anecdote about a Spanish ghost who'd appeared to Clara with news of buried treasure. He told her about his family, eccentric lunatics even ghosts made fun of. But Amanda wasn't listening. She was white as a sheet, teeth chattering. She asked about the straps. She didn't want to be tied down. He said he wouldn't tie her. Nicholas would give her ether. Breathe normally, don't be frightened, and when she woke, it would be over. Nicholas brought the mask. The last thing Amanda saw before darkness was Jamie looking at her with such love, she thought she must be dreaming. Nicholas removed her clothes and strapped her to the table, aware this was worse than rape, while his brother waited with gloved hands, trying not to see the woman of his dreams, but only a body like so many others crossing this table daily with screams. Jamie began slowly, carefully, repeating the memorized words as sweat poured into his eyes. He tracked her breathing, skin color, heart rhythm, signaling Nicholas to increase the ether whenever she moaned, praying for no complications as he probed her most secret parts, never ceasing to curse his brother in his thoughts. If this child had been his instead of Nicholas's, it would have been born healthy and intact, instead of exiting in bits and pieces in this sewer. He would have cradled and protected it instead of extracting it with a scoop. 25 minutes later he finished. He ordered Nicholas to help until the ether wore off, but when he looked up, his brother was slumped against the wall, retching violently. Jamie roared at him to go to the bathroom, finish puking up his guilt, and wait outside. They still had a long way to go. Nicholas staggered out. Jaime removed his mask and gloves, loosened Amanda's straps, gently slipped her clothes back on, hid the bloody traces, removed the instruments. Then he lifted her in his arms, treasuring the moment he could clasp her to his chest, and carried her to a bed made up with clean sheets, more than the usual women received. He covered her and sat beside her. For the first time he observed her at leisure. She was smaller and sweeter than in her fortune-teller's costume. The bones in her slender body barely hinted between tiny hills and smooth alleys. Without her scandalous mane and sphinx eyes, she looked 15. Her vulnerability was more seductive than anything before. He felt twice as large, twice as heavy, 1,000 times stronger, but defeated from the start by his tenderness and desire to protect her. He cursed his invincible sentimentality, tried to see her as his brother's lover, a woman on whom he just performed an abortion, but realized how impossible that was and surrendered to the pleasure and suffering of loving her. He stroked her transparent hands, slender fingers, shells of her ears, ran his hands over her neck, listening to the imperceptible sound of life in her veins. He moved his mouth close to her lips, eagerly inhaling the anesthesia, but wasn't bold enough to touch them. Amanda slowly emerged from sleep, first cold, then a fit of retching. Jamie comforted her in the secret language he used for animals and small children until she relaxed. She began to cry. He continued caressing. They remained silent as she wavered between sleep, nausea, anxiety, and the pain gripping her womb. He fervently wished this night would never end. She finally asked if she'd be able to have children. He supposed so, but suggested she try to find them a responsible father. They both smiled with relief. Amanda searched his dark face for some resemblance to Nicholas, but found none. For the first time in her nomadic existence, she felt protected and safe. She sighed, forgot the sordid surroundings, the peeling walls, cold metal cupboards, dreadful instruments, the smell of disinfectant, even the raucous pain inside her. She asked him to lie down next to her and hold her. He lay timidly on the narrow bed, wrapping his arms around her, concentrating on being still so as not to disturb her or fall. He had the awkward tenderness of someone never loved, forced to improvise. Amanda closed her eyes and smiled. They lay breathing together in utter calm, like brother and sister, until daybreak, when the window's light grew stronger than the lamps. Then Jamie helped her up, put her coat around her shoulders, and led her to the waiting room, where Nicholas had slept in a chair. Jamie woke him and said they were taking her home so Mama could look after her. Better not to be alone for a few days. Nicholas's voice broke with gratitude, saying he knew they could count on Jamie. Jamie growled that he didn't do it for the creep. He did it for her, then turned his back. Clara let them into the big house without asking questions. Or perhaps she'd already asked her cards or spirits. They'd had to wake her. The sun was just rising, everyone still asleep. Jamie pleaded for her help. Amanda was sick and needed to stay a few days. Amanda asked about Miguel. Nicholas said he'd go get him, and left. They prepared a guest room. Amanda got into bed. Jaime took her temperature and said she should rest. He started to leave, but remained in the doorway, leaning against the frame, undecided. Clara returned with coffee. Jamie murmured they owed an explanation. Clara answered gaily that if it was a sin she'd rather not know. They should use the occasion to pamper Amanda. She needed it. Jamie followed his mother out. Watching her barefoot in the hallway, loose hair down her back, wrapped in her white bathrobe, he realized she wasn't as tall and strong as in his childhood. He reached out and took her shoulder. She turned and smiled. He hugged her compulsively, clasping her to his chest, scratching her forehead with his chin's impossible beard. It was the first spontaneous embrace since he was a tiny baby rooted to her breast by need. Clara was astonished at how big her son had become, a weightlifter's thorax, arms like hammers. Stirred and happy, she wondered how this hairy giant with a bear's strength and a novice's candor could have ever lain inside her belly, especially as one of two. Over the next days, Amanda ran a fever. Shaken, Jaime kept constant watch and gave her sulfa drugs. Clara tended her. Clara couldn't help noticing that Nicholas discreetly asked about Amanda but made no attempt to visit. Jamie, on the other hand, lent her his favorite books and walked around like someone in a trance, babbling incoherently, crisscrossing the house as never before. On Thursday night, he forgot his socialist meeting. For a little while, Amanda became a member of the family. And Miguel, through exceptional circumstances, was present, hidden in a wardrobe, the day Alba was born in the Treba house. He never forgot the grandiose, terrible sight of that tiny child entering the world, coated in bloody membranes, between her mother's shrieks and the cries of the women bustling around her. Esteban Truba had left for the United States. Tired of the pain in his bones and a secret illness only he perceived, he decided foreign doctors should examine him. He'd concluded Latin doctors were charlatans closer to sorcerers than scientists. His shrinking was so infinitesimal, slow, and sly that no one else noticed. He had to buy smaller shoes, shorten trousers, take tucks in shirt sleeves. One day he put on a black hat not worn all summer. It covered his ears completely, leading him to deduce that if his brain was shrinking, his ideas were probably withering too. The gringo doctors measured his body, weighed each piece separately, interrogated him in English, injected and extracted liquids, photographed him, turned him inside out, even stuck a light up his anus. They concluded it was all in his mind. No reason to believe he was shrinking. He'd always been the same size. Perhaps he dreamt he was once 6 feet tall wearing size 12 shoes. Esteban lost patience and returned home prepared to ignore the height problem. All great politicians from Napoleon to Hitler had been small. When he arrived, he saw Miguel playing in the garden and Amanda thinner, with deep bags under her eyes, stripped of makeup and bracelets, sitting with Jamie on the terrace. He asked no questions, accustomed to total strangers under his roof. Had it not been for the letters Clara and Blanca exchanged, that entire period would have submerged in faded memories. Their abundant correspondence salvaged events. From the first letter after the wedding, Clara sensed her separation from Blanca wouldn't last long. Without telling anyone, She prepared one of the largest, sunniest rooms with the bronze cradle her own 3 children had slept in. Blanca could never explain why she'd agreed to marry. She didn't know herself. Analyzing her past and middle age, she decided fear of her father was the main reason. She'd known his irrational anger since childhood and was used to obeying. Her pregnancy and news of Pedro III's death decided her. Yet from the moment she accepted Jean de Satigny, she knew she'd never consummate the marriage. She'd invent arguments to postpone their union, first pregnancy discomforts, then additional excuses. A husband like the Count, kidskin shoes, polished fingernails, willing to marry a woman pregnant with another man's child, would be far easier to manage than a father like Esteban Truba. Of 2 evils, she chose the lesser. She realized a commercial arrangement existed between the French Count and her father. In exchange for a surname for his grandchild, Truba gave Jean a rich dowry and promise of inheritance. Blanca lent herself to the negotiations, but wouldn't surrender her love or intimacy. She was still in love with Pedro III, more out of habit than hope of seeing him again. Blanca and Jean spent their wedding night in the capital's best hotel suite, which Truba had filled with flowers hoping to win forgiveness. To her surprise, no migraine needed faking. As soon as they were alone, Jean shed his eager suitor role, the furtive neck kisses, the finest shrimp placed in her mouth. He became the brother from their country strolls, spreading picnics, taking photographs, reading French aloud. He disappeared into the bathroom so long that by the time he returned, Blanca was half asleep. She thought she was dreaming. Her husband had changed into black silk pajamas and a velvet Pompeian bathrobe, a net over his waved hair, reeking of cologne. He showed no amatory impatience. He sat beside her, stroked her cheek with that half-mocking touch, then explained in his affected, Rolla Spanish that he had no inclination for married life, loving only the arts, literature, and scientific curiosities, so he didn't intend to disturb her with usual husbandly demands. They could live together, but not entwined, in perfect harmony. Relieved, she threw her arms around his neck and kissed both cheeks, thanking him. He replied courteously that she was welcome. They settled into the Empire bed, talking about the party and making future plans. She asked if he didn't want to know who the father was. He said he was, and kissed her forehead. They slept back to back. At 5 a.m, Blanca awoke with an upset stomach from the cloying flowers. Jean helped her to the bathroom, supported her over the toilet, led her back, and put the flowers in the hall. Unable to fall asleep, he spent the rest of the night reading the Marquis de Sade, while Blanca sighed in her dreams that it was marvelous to be married to an intellectual. The next day, Jean went to cash his father-in-law's check and spent nearly the whole day buying attire appropriate to his new economic position. Bored waiting in the hotel lobby, Blanca decided to visit her mother. She put on her best morning hat and took a cab to the big house, where the family ate in silence, irritable and tired from the wedding upheaval and recent fights. When her father saw her enter the dining room, he shouted in horror, demanding to know what she was doing there. She murmured she'd come to see them. He roared she was out of her mind. If anyone saw her, they'd say her husband had sent her home mid-honeymoon. They'd think she wasn't a virgin. She admitted she wasn't. Esteban was about to strike her face, but Jaime stood between them with such firmness that Esteban resigned himself to insulting her stupidity. Clara, unshakable, led Blanca to a chair and served cold fish with caper sauce. While Esteban continued screaming and Nicolas went to get the car to return her to her husband, the 2 women whispered just like old times. That afternoon, Blanca and Jean took the train to the port and boarded an English ocean liner. He wore white linen trousers with a blue sailor-style jacket, matching her blue skirt and white jacket. 4 days later, the vessel deposited them in the farthest northern province, where their elegant attire and crocodile bags went unnoticed in the dry, suffocating siesta heat. Jean settled his wife provisionally in a hotel and sought lodgings worthy of his new status. Within 24 hours, local society knew an authentic count had arrived, which advanced his cause. He rented an ancient mansion from a great saltpeter fortune before synthetic substitutes shot the industry to hell. The house was musty and abandoned, needing repairs, but its former dignity and fine physical charms were intact. The Count decorated according to his personal taste, decadent, ambiguous refinement that startled Blanca, accustomed to country life and her father's classical sobriety. He brought suspicious Chinese porcelain vases holding dyed ostrich feathers instead of flowers, damask curtains with pleats and tassels, fringed cushions, furniture of every style, gold room dividers, screens, and incredible standing lamps held by life-size ceramic statues of half-naked Abyssinian Negroes in turbans and upturned slippers. The curtains were almost always drawn, keeping the cruel desert light at bay. In corners, he placed oriental incense burners with perfumed herbs and sticks that first turned Blanca's stomach, but she quickly got used to. He hired several Indians, plus a monumentally fat cook he taught to make spicy sauces, and a lame, illiterate maid for Blanca. All wore showy operetta-like uniforms, but he couldn't make them wear shoes. They were accustomed to bare feet and couldn't adjust. Blanca felt uncomfortable. She didn't trust the expressionless Indians who waited on her with evident ill will and seemed to mock her behind her back. They glided soundlessly, almost always bored and empty-handed, never answering when she spoke as if they didn't understand Spanish, whispering or using mountain dialects among themselves. Whenever she told her husband strange things she'd observed among the servants, he replied they were Indian customs she should ignore. Clara wrote the same answer after Blanca reported seeing one Indian standing in astonishing antique shoes with twisted heels and velvet laces, his broad calloused feet stuck inside. Clara wrote in jest that the heat, her pregnancy, and her unconscious desire to live like a countess were making her see things. The best cure for Louis XV's shoes was a cold shower and chamomile tea. Another time, Blanca found a small dead lizard on her plate about to go into her mouth. After recovering from shock and finding her voice, she called the cook and pointed with a trembling finger. The cook approached, mountainous fat and braids swaying, and picked up the plate without a word. But as she turned, Blanca could have sworn she caught a wink of complicity between her husband and the cook. She lay awake late that night, wondering what she'd seen, finally concluding she'd imagined it. Her mother was right. The heat and pregnancy were affecting her mind. The farthest rooms were allocated to Jean's photography mania. Lights, tripods, various machines. He begged Blanca never to enter his laboratory without permission, explaining that natural light could destroy the plates. He installed a lock and carried the key everywhere on a gold watch chain. A completely useless precaution since his wife had practically no interest in her surroundings, much less photography. The larger Blanca grew, the deeper she sank into an oriental placidity that frustrated all her husband's attempts to introduce her into society. He wanted parties, car rides, involvement in decorating, but Blanca, heavy, torpid, solitary, victim of unshakable fatigue, took refuge in knitting and embroidery. She slept most of the day. Her few waking hours went into sewing tiny articles for a complete pink wardrobe. She was convinced the baby would be a girl. Like her mother before her, she developed a system for communicating with the growing infant, turning inward in silent, uninterrupted dialogue. Her letters described her secluded, melancholy life, and she referred to her husband with blind sympathy as a fine, discreet, considerate man. Without meaning to, she set in motion the myth that Jean de Satigny was practically a prince, never mentioning his afternoons inhaling cocaine and smoking opium, certain her parents wouldn't understand. She had a whole wing of the house to herself, her headquarters piled with preparations for her daughter's arrival. Jean commented that 50 children couldn't wear all those clothes or play with those toys, but Blanca's only amusement was scouring downtown stores for every pink baby item. She spent days embroidering dresses, knitting booties, decorating baskets, arranging stacks of tiny blouses, bibs, diapers, ironing embroidered sheets. After siesta, she wrote her mother and sometimes Jamie, and when the sun set and air cooled, she walked the property to shake numbness from her legs. Evenings, she joined her husband in the enormous dining room with bordello lighting from ceramic Negroes. They sat at opposite ends of a long table set with full china and glassware, artificial flowers since no real ones grew there. always attended by the same impassive, silent Indian who constantly sucked a green ball of coca leaves, his chief sustenance. He had no specific domestic duties. Waiting table wasn't his forte. He flung food down however he could. Once Blanca had to remind him not to grab potatoes with his hand. But Jean held him in mysterious regard and was training him as his laboratory assistant. Blanca observed that if he couldn't talk like a human being, how could he take pictures? This was the Indian she thought she'd seen in Louis XV heels. Her first months as a wife were peaceful and boring. Her natural tendency to isolation became accentuated. Since she refused local social life, Jean went alone to numerous events, returning to regale her with accounts of the vulgarity of stale, out-of-date families whose daughters were still chaperoned and gentlemen wore scapulars. Blanca led the idle life that was her true vocation while her husband gave himself to small pleasures only money could buy, long denied. Every night he went to the casino. She calculated he must be losing huge sums because at month's end a long line of creditors appeared at their door. Jean had very strange ideas about household finances. He bought the most up-to-date automobile with leopard skin upholstery and golden fittings worthy of an Arab prince, the largest, most ostentatious car seen in those parts. He established a network of mysterious contacts enabling him to buy antiques, especially Baroque French porcelain for which he had a weakness. He imported crates of fine liqueurs cleared through customs without incident. Contraband entered through the service door and exited through the front to other destinations, consumed in secret revels or sold at exorbitant prices. They never invited people. Within weeks, neighborhood ladies stopped inviting Blanca. Rumors said she was proud, arrogant, ill, which increased sympathy for the Count, who gained a reputation as a patient, long-suffering husband. Blanca got along well with him. The only times they argued were when she tried to look into finances. She couldn't understand how he could buy porcelain and drive that spotted car when he couldn't pay the Chinese storekeeper or their numerous servants. Jean refused to discuss it. A man's business. She had no need to fill her sparrow's brain with problems she couldn't understand. She supposed his account with Esteban Churiba gave him unlimited money, and since it was impossible to reach understanding, she pretended ignorance. In this house embedded in sand, inhabited by strange Indians who seemed to exist in another dimension, she vegetated like a flower from another climate, frequently encountering small details that made her question her own sanity. Reality seemed blurred, as if the implacable sun that erased all colors also deformed the world, transforming people into silent shadows. In the soporific heat, protected by the creature growing inside her, Blanca forgot the magnitude of her disgrace. She stopped thinking of Pedro Tercero Garcia with terrible urgency, taking refuge in sweet, faded memories she could always conjure. Her sensuality lay dormant. On rare occasions when she brooded over her unfortunate fate, she had a pleasant vision of herself floating in a nebula without suffering or joy, far from life's cruelties, with her daughter as sole companion. She came to believe she had lost her capacity to love, that her flesh's burning desire had been quelled forever. She spent interminable hours staring at the pallid landscape outside her window. The house sat on the city's edge, ringed by a few rickety trees that had withstood the desert's onslaught. To the north, wind had destroyed all vegetation. She could see immense plains of dunes and distant hills quivering in sweltering light. Daytime brought suffocation from that leaden sun. Night she shivered, protecting herself from chills with hot water bottles and woolen shawls. She stared at the limpid, naked sky looking for clouds, hoping a drop of rain would break the unbearable harshness of that lunar valley. Months rolled by unchanging, no distraction but her mother's letters, tales of her father's campaign, Nicholas's madness, Jamie's excesses, how he lived like a priest but walked with lovesick eyes. In one letter, Clara suggested she go back to making creches to keep her hands busy. She tried, ordered special clay from Tres Marias, set up a studio, had Indians build a firing oven. But Jean made fun of her artistic impulse, suggesting she'd be better off knitting booties and learning pastry. She abandoned the work, not so much from his sarcasm, but because it seemed impossible to compete with the Indians' ancient pottery. Jean had organized his business with the same tenacity he'd brought to chinchillas, but this time with more success. Aside from a German priest who'd spent 30 years digging up the Inca past, no one bothered with those relics, thought to be of little or no value. The government forbade trafficking in Indian antiquities and had given the priest a general concession to catalog finds for the museum. Jean saw them first in dusty museum display cases. He spent 2 days with the German. Happy after all these years to find someone interested in his work, the priest revealed his vast knowledge. Jean learned how to determine how long relics had lain in the ground, differentiate styles and epochs, locate burial grounds by signs invisible to civilized eyes. He decided that even if these shards lacked Egyptian gold splendor, they had historical value. Once he had all the information, he organized teams of Indians to dig up whatever had escaped the priest's archaeological notice. Magnificent ceramic jars, green with time's patina, began arriving at his house disguised in Indians' bundles and llama saddlebags, quickly filling secret places set aside for them. Blanca watched them pile up, astonished by their shapes. She held them, caressing as if hypnotized, and whenever they were wrapped for shipment to far-off destinations, she felt grief-stricken. This pottery was just too beautiful. She felt her creche monsters didn't belong under the same roof, another reason she abandoned her workshop. The Indian excavation business was completely secret. These artifacts were part of the national heritage. Teams of Indians who had slipped across twisted border passes undetected worked for Jean de Satigny. They had no documents proving they were human beings. Silent, stubborn, inscrutable. Whenever Blanca asked where these people suddenly appearing in her courtyard came from, she was told they were cousins of the dining room servant. They all looked alike. They didn't stay long, most of the time in the desert with only shovels and cocoa wads to keep them alive. Occasionally they unearthed half-buried remains of an Incan village, and the house quickly filled with stolen objects. The search, transport, and sale were conducted so cautiously that Blanca had no doubt something highly illegal lay behind her husband's activities. Jean explained that the government was interested in filthy pots and scrawny necklaces, but to avoid endless bureaucracy, he preferred negotiating on his own. He shipped his items in boxes sealed with Apple labels, thanks to the interested cooperation of certain customs inspectors. None of this worried Blanca very much. The only thing that truly distressed her were the mummies. She was well acquainted with the dead. Her mother's 3-legged table had ensured that. She was used to transparent silhouettes gliding down hallways, making noise in wardrobes, appearing in dreams to predict calamities or lottery prizes. But the mummies were another matter. Those shrunken beings wrapped in decaying rags, with wasted yellow heads, wrinkled hands, sewn eyelids, sparse neck hairs, eternal lipless smiles, rancid odor, that sad, impoverished aura of ancient corpses, made her sick in her soul. They were very rare. Only once in a great while did the Indians arrive with one carrying an enormous clay-sealed vessel. Jean would carefully remove the lid in a closed room so the first breath of air didn't turn it to dust. Inside its jar, shrunken into a fetal position, wrapped in tatters, accompanied by wretched tooth necklaces and rag dolls, the mummy looked like an exotic fruits pit. They were far more prized than any other tomb objects. Private collectors and foreign museums paid handsomely. Blanca wondered what sort of people collected the dead and where they put them. She couldn't imagine a mummy as drawing room decoration, but Jean told her that displayed in a glass urn, they were more valuable to European millionaires than works of art. Getting mummies to market, let alone through customs, wasn't easy. Sometimes they remained in the house for weeks awaiting passage abroad. Blanca dreamt about them. She also had hallucinations, imagining them tiptoeing down halls like tiny, cunning, furtive gnomes. She would close her bedroom door, put her head under blankets, and remain for hours trembling, praying, calling for her mother with the power of thought. Clara wrote back that there was no reason to fear the dead, only the living. Despite their bad reputation, no evidence showed mummies ever attacking anyone. If anything, they were naturally timid. Emboldened, Blanca decided to spy. She waited silently, watching through her half-open doorway. Soon she was convinced they were walking up and down the house, dragging tiny feet across carpets, whispering like schoolchildren, pushing and shoving in little groups, always moving toward Jean's darkroom. Sometimes she heard distant otherworldly moans and fell prey to uncontrollable terror, shouting for her husband, but no one came, and she was too afraid to walk to the other side of the house to look for him. With first sunlight, she regained her senses, realizing her nighttime anxiety was the feverish imagination inherited from her mother. This consoled her until darkness fell again and the dread cycle resumed. One evening at dinner, she simply couldn't stand the rising tension and told Jean about the mummies, their nightly promenades, whispers, suffocated cries. Jean de Satigny froze, fork mid-air, mouth open. The Indian serving stumbled. Roast chicken rolled under a chair. Jean employed all his charm, firmness, and reason to convince her nerves were playing tricks, that none of it was real, all unbridled fantasy. Blanca pretended to accept this, but her husband's vehemence struck her as suspicious. He normally paid no attention to her problems. So did the servant's face, which with popped-out eyes had finally lost its impassive ink and idle gaze. She decided to investigate. That night she excused herself early, telling Jean she was taking a tranquilizer to fall asleep. Instead, she drank a large cup of black coffee and stationed herself behind her door. Close to midnight she heard the first footsteps. She opened the door with utmost caution and stuck her head out just as a tiny crouched figure moved down the hall. This time she was positive she hadn't dreamt it, but because of her unborn child's weight, it took almost a minute to reach the corridor. A chilly night, desert breeze made old wooden ceilings creak and curtains swell like black sails. She had feared the dark since Nana's bogeyman stories, but now she didn't dare turn on lights, or she'd frighten the tiny mummies during their erratic strolls. Suddenly, a hoarse, muffled sound broke the thick silence, as if from the bottom of a coffin, she thought. She was falling victim to morbid fascination with things beyond the grave. She stopped, heart in mouth, but a second moan pulled her to her senses, giving strength to continue toward Jean's laboratory door. She tried to open it. Locked. She pressed her face to the door. Then she clearly heard moans, suffocated cries and laughter, and no longer doubted something was going on with the mummies. She returned to her room, relieved to know her nerves weren't failing. Something atrocious was happening in her husband's secret den. The next day, Blanca waited for Jean to finish his meticulous toilette, eat his parsimonious breakfast, read his newspaper cover to cover, and finally leave on his morning walk. She let nothing in her placid, expectant mother's countenance betray her fierce determination. When Jean went out, she called the high-heeled Indian and for the first time gave him an order, sent him to buy candied papaya. He set off at his race's slow trot. She estimated she had a couple of hours before his return. She was determined to clear up the mystery of the furtive mummies. Convinced that in daylight the mummies would be in no mood for clowning, she went to the darkroom. The door was locked as always. She tried all her keys. None worked. She took the biggest kitchen knife, slipped it into the door jamb, and forced it until the dried-out wood splintered, prying the lock loose from the frame. The damage was impossible to hide, and she realized she'd have to give some rational explanation, but consoled herself that as mistress of the house, she had a right to know what went on beneath her roof. Despite her common sense, which had withstood more than 20 years of the three-legged table and her mother's prognostications, she trembled crossing the threshold. She groped for the light switch. A spacious room with black walls, thick black curtains on windows through which not even a feeble ray of sunlight filtered. The floor covered with dark, thick rugs. Everywhere were the bulbs, lamps, and screens she'd first seen Jean use at old Pedro Garcia's funeral, when he'd been so enamored of photographing the living and the dead that peasants kicked his plates to the ground. She looked around in bewilderment, standing in the middle of the strangest scene. She sidestepped open trunks holding plumed garments from every period, curled wigs, ostentatious hats. She stopped before a golden trapeze suspended from the ceiling, holding a disjointed life-size puppet. In a corner, a stuffed llama. On tables, bottles filled with amber liquids. On the floor, exotic animal skins. But what most surprised her were the photographs. She stood open-mouthed. The walls were covered with distressing erotic scenes that revealed her husband's hidden character. Blanca was slow to react. She had no experience in such matters. Pleasure to her was the final, precious stage of the long road with Pedro Tercero, unhurried and good-spirited, framed by forests, wheat fields, river, immense sky, and the countryside silence. She'd never felt adolescence's uncertainties. While classmates secretly read forbidden romances about passionate suitors and aching virgins, she sat in the convent courtyard's plum shade, closed her eyes, and summoned the magnificent vision of Pedro Tercero holding her, stroking, kissing, eliciting the same profound harmony he drew from his guitar. Her instincts were satisfied as soon as awakened. She'd never imagined passion could take other forms. These chaotic, tormented scenes were 1,000 times more disconcerting than the scandalous mummies she'd expected. She recognized the household servants' faces, the entire Incan court as naked as God put them on earth, or barely clad in theatrical costumes. She saw the fathomless abyss between the cook's thighs, the stuffed llama riding atop the lame servant girl, and the silent dining room servant, naked as a newborn, hairless and short-legged, with expressionless stone face and disproportionate erect penis. For an interminable second, Blanca was suspended in uncertainty. Then horror overcame her. She understood what Jean had meant on their wedding night about not feeling inclined to married life. She glimpsed the sinister power of the Indian and the subtle mockery of the servants, and felt herself a prisoner in hell's anteroom. Just then the child moved inside her. She jumped as if an alarm had sounded. She cried out to her daughter that they had to get out, hugging her womb. She ran from the darkroom, crossed the entire house in a flash, and reached the street, where leaden heat and ruthless midday sun brought her back to reality. She understood she wouldn't get far on foot with her 9-month belly. She returned to her bedroom, took all the money she could find, prepared a bundle of clothing from her knitted wardrobe, and left for the station. Seated on the hard wooden bench near the tracks, bundle in lap, eyes full of fright, Blanca waited hours for the train, praying that the Count, on returning home and discovering the damage to his laboratory door, wouldn't come looking for her and force her back to the Incas' evil kingdom. She prayed for the train to be on time for once, so she might reach her parents before the creature crushing her insides and kicking her ribs announced its arrival. She prayed for strength to endure the 2-day journey, and she prayed that her desire to live would be stronger than this terrible sense of desolation beginning to paralyze her. She gritted her teeth and waited. The delivery begins feet first, a lucky omen. 2 days in, Grandmother Clara searches the infant's back and finds the tiny star-shaped mark. She declares there is nothing to worry about. The girl will be lucky, happy, and blessed with good complexion, inherited from a woman her age who has never known a wrinkle or a pimple. So no one bothers preparing the child for life. The stars have already given too much. Leo is her sign. Clara records the destiny in white ink on black paper, pasting in greenish locks, clipped fingernails, and portraits showing a tiny, bald, creased creature whose only hint of intelligence is a pair of sparkling black eyes, ancient even in the cradle, identical to her real father's. Her mother wants the name Clara, but her grandmother repeats. They cause confusion in the notebooks. They find a name at the end of a chain of luminous words in a thesaurus. Years later, Alba will torment herself thinking there will be no other word like it for her own daughter, until Blanca suggests foreign languages offer many choices. Alba nearly comes on a narrow-gauge train at 3 in the afternoon, alone in the desert. Disaster for the horoscope. But she holds on inside her mother a few more hours, arriving instead in her grandparents' house on the day, hour, and place most propitious. Her mother reaches the big house on the corner disheveled, dust-covered, doubled over with contractions, knocking in desperation. She rushes through to the sewing room where Clara finishes an exquisite dress for this future granddaughter. There Blanca collapses without explanation as her belly erupts in a long liquid sigh. She feels all the water in the world running out between her legs. Clara screams, "Bring servants running, bring Jaime," who is always watching over Amanda. They move Blanca to Clara's room. As they lay her on the bed, the minuscule form of Alba begins to appear. Uncle Jamie, experienced from the clinic, helps her into the world, right hand gripping the buttocks, left groping in darkness for the neck to remove a strangling cord. Amanda, drawn by noise, presses all her weight on Blanca's belly, while Clara holds an ether-soaked rag over a tea strainer to her daughter's suffering face. Alba comes quickly. Jaime removes the cord, holds her upside down, and with 2 resounding slaps introduces her to the suffering of life and the mechanics of breathing. But Amanda, who preaches a return to nature from African customs, seizes the newborn and gently places her on the warm belly of her mother, where Alba finds some consolation for the sadness of being born. Naked and embracing, mother and daughter rest. In the excitement, no one notices the half-open wardrobe door where little Miguel watches paralyzed, forever engraving the vision of a huge veined balloon crowned with an enormous navel from which that bruised creature emerges wrapped in a hideous blue membrane. Her name enters the civil registry and parish books with her father's French surname, but she never uses it. Her mother's is easier to spell. Grandfather Esteban Churiba disapproves of this bad habit. He says whenever he can that he went to great trouble to give her a known father and respectable name, not a mother's surname like a child of shame. He allows no doubt about the Count's legitimate paternity. Against logic, he still hopes the quiet, awkward little girl will someday display French elegance and refined charms. Clara says nothing until much later, watching the child play among ruined statues and realizing she resembles no one in the family, least of all Jean de Satigny. She wonders aloud where those old man's eyes came from. Blanca answers absently that they are her father's eyes. Clara names Pedro III Garcia. Blanca confirms with a grunt. That is the only time anyone mentions Alba's origin inside the family. Clara notes the issue is irrelevant because Jean de Satigny has disappeared from their life. They never hear from him, never investigate, not even to legalize Blanca's status. She has the limitations of a married woman with no husband and the freedom of none. Alba never sees a picture of the Count. Her mother destroys every one, even the wedding portrait. Blanca decides to forget the man she married and never speak of him again. Clara, who spent 9 years without speaking, knows the advantages of silence and asks nothing, joining the effort to erase all memory. Alba is told her father was a distinguished aristocrat who succumbed to fever in the northern desert. It is one of the few lies she endures. In everything else, she gets the prosaic truths. Jamie destroys myths of cabbages and storks. Nicolas demolishes the 3 kings and good fairies. Alba nightmares a handsome young man in white, walking the desert, slowing, hesitating, stumbling, falling, crawling on his knees until he lies stretched out as birds circle. She dreams it so many times that years later, when called to the central morgue, it surprises her. By then she is bold, accustomed to adversity, and goes alone. A technician leads her through long corridors to a cold gray room, opens an immense refrigerator, and withdraws a tray holding an old, swollen, bluish corpse. She examines it carefully, no resemblance to her dream. The hands are not those of a refined aristocrat, but of a man with nothing interesting to say. Yet the papers prove this sad blue corpse is Jean de Satigny, who did not die of fever in Golden Dunes, but of a simple stroke crossing the street in his old age. That happens much later. When Clara is alive and Alba still a child, the big house remains a cloistered world where she grows up protected even from her nightmares. Alba is not yet 2 weeks old when Amanda leaves recovered and reading desire in Jamie's heart. She takes her little brother by the hand and exits as she arrived, without noise or promises. The family loses sight of her. The only one who could go look for her chooses not to, unwilling to hurt his brother. After she leaves, Jaime drowns his sorrows in study and work, living like a hermit, rarely appearing, never mentioning her name, and having nothing more to do with his brother. His granddaughter sweetens Esteban Trouet's character. The change is imperceptible, but Clara notices slight symptoms: the sparkle in his eyes seeing the little girl, expensive presents, anguish if he hears her cry. Still, it is not enough to bring him closer to Blanca. Their relationship, never good, has deteriorated after the unfortunate marriage to only the obligatory politeness Clara imposes. Almost every room is filled. The table is always set for family, guests, and an extra place for anyone unannounced. The main door stays open. While Senator Truba tries to alter his country's destiny, Clara sails masterfully through social life and her spiritual voyage. Age and experience have sharpened her ability to divine the occult and move objects from afar. An exalted state can put her into a trance where she moves around the room while sitting in a chair. A starving young artist, lodged out of pity, pays by painting the only extant portrait of Clara. Much later, he is recognized as a master, and the painting hangs in a London museum. A middle-aged woman in white, with silvery hair and the sweet gaze of a trapeze artist, floating in a rocking chair suspended just above the floor amidst flowered curtains, an upside-down vase, and a fat black cat watching like an important gentleman. The catalogue claims Chagall's influence, but that is not true. The picture captures exactly what the painter witnessed. It is a period when divine good humor and hidden forces provoke a state of emergency in physics and logic. Clara's communication with wandering souls and extraterrestrials comes through telepathy, dreams, and a pendulum dangling above an alphabet. The pendulum's autonomous movement points to letters, forming messages in Spanish and Esperanto. Proving these, not English, are the only languages of interest to other dimensions, as Clara writes to ambassadors of English-speaking powers. They never answer. Neither do the ministers of education, she writes, explaining that instead of English and French, languages for sailors, peddlers, and moneylenders, schools should insist all children study Esperanto. Alba's childhood blends vegetarian diets, Japanese martial arts, Tibetan dance, yogic breathing, and concentration with Professor Hauser, plus the influence of her two uncles and the three Mora sisters. Grandmother Clara keeps that immense house rolling with its population of eccentrics, though she has no domestic talent and disdains arithmetic to the point of forgetting addition. Daily organization and accounts fall to Blanca, who splits her time between managing this miniature kingdom and working in her ceramic studio, the refuge for her sorrows, where she teaches both Mongoloid students and young ladies, creating incredible creches full of monsters that somehow sell like hotcakes. From a tender age, Alba must put fresh flowers in the vases. She opens windows for air and light, but the flowers never last until nightfall. Esteban Truba's thundering voice and slashing cane frighten even nature. At his footsteps, pets scatter and plants wilt. Blanca is raising a Brazilian rubber tree, a shy little bush sold by the leaf. Whenever Truba arrives, whoever is closest runs to hide it on the terrace, because as soon as the old man enters, the plant lowers its leaves and weeps a whitish fluid like milk tears from its stem. Alba does not attend school. Her grandmother believes someone so favored by the stars only needs literacy, which she can learn at home. Clara is in such a hurry that at 5 the girl is already reading the newspaper at breakfast and discussing the news with her grandfather. At 6 she discovers the magic books in Great-Uncle Marcos's enchanted trunks and fully enters the world of imagination. No one worries about her health. They don't believe in vitamins, think vaccinations are for chickens, and Clara reads her palm and declares she is made of iron with a long life assured. The only frivolous attention is combing her hair with bay rum to mitigate its dark green hue, though Senator Truba wishes it left that way. She is the only one who inherited anything from Rosa the Beautiful, even if only the maritime hair color. To please him, Alba later gives up bay rum as an adolescent and rinses with parsley water, letting the green return in full leafiness. The rest of her is tiny and innocuous compared to the splendid women in her family. In her rare leisure, Blanca regrets that her daughter is so silent and solitary with no playmates her own age. But Alba does not feel lonely. There are times she would love to escape her grandmother's clairvoyance, her mother's intuition, and the clamor of eccentrics constantly appearing and disappearing. Blanca also worries that her daughter does not play with dolls, but Clara takes Alba's side, arguing those tiny porcelain corpses with perverse mouths are repulsive. Clara herself knits shapeless beings from leftover wool scraps. No human traits, which makes them easier to cradle, bathe, and then throw in the garbage. but Alba's favorite plaything is the basement. Esteban Truba bolted the door because of rats, but she slips down through a skylight, landing noiselessly in that paradise of long-forgotten objects, dark and protected like a sealed pyramid. Piles of cast-off furniture, mysterious tools, broken machinery, pieces of the prehistoric automobile Covadonga that her uncles dismantled and rebuilt into a racing car, now a heap of scrap iron. She builds houses in corners, trunks and suitcases of old clothes for solitary plays. And a sad, moth-eaten rug with the head of a dog that laid flat resembles a wretched split-open animal, the last ignominious vestige of faithful Barabas. One Christmas Eve, Clara gives her a fabulous present that sometimes surpasses the basement's fascination: a box of paints and brushes, a small ladder, and permission to use the biggest wall in her bedroom whenever she wants. Clara explains this will give her an outlet for her feelings, watching Alba balanced on the ladder, painting a train full of animals just below the ceiling. Over time, Alba fills not one, but all her bedroom walls with an immense fresco. Venusian flora, impossible invented animals like those Rosa embroidered and Blanca baked in her kiln, every wish, memory, sorrow, and joy of her childhood. Her two uncles are very close. Jamie is her favorite, a large hairy man who shaves twice a day yet always looks unshaven, with black evil-looking eyebrows he combs upward to make his niece believe he is in league with the devil, and hair stiff as a broom, always damp. He comes and goes with books under his arm and a plumber's bag in his hand, telling Alba he works as a jewelry thief and the bag holds picklocks and brass knuckles. She pretends to be frightened but knows he is a doctor. Together they invent imaginary games for rainy afternoons. He commands her to bring on the elephant. She goes out and returns pulling an imaginary pachyderm on an invisible rope. They spend a half-hour feeding it herbs, bathing its skin with mud, polishing its ivory tusks, and heatedly discussing jungle living. Senator Truba complains whenever he sees little Alba on the balcony reading medical treatises her uncle lends her. He says she will wind up stark raving mad. She is the only one with the key to her uncle's tunnel of books and permission to take them out. Blanca argues her reading should be monitored for age-inappropriate material, but Jaime believes people never read what doesn't interest them. If it interests them, they are mature enough. He has the same theory about bathing and eating. If she doesn't want a bath, she doesn't need one. Feed her whatever she wants whenever she is hungry. On this point, Blanca is inflexible, forcing a strict schedule and hygiene. The result is that in addition to normal baths and meals, Alba sucks the candies Haby brings and hoses herself down whenever hot, neither affecting her healthy constitution. Alba wishes Jaime would marry her mother. Safer to have him as a father than an uncle, but is told incestuous unions produce mongoloid offspring. So she imagines the pupils at her mother's Thursday workshops are her uncle's children. Nicholas is also close to her heart, but ephemeral, volatile, always in a hurry, always just passing through, jumping from one idea to another, which makes her uneasy. When she is 5, Nicholas returns from India. Tired of invoking God through the three-legged table and hashish, he decides to seek him elsewhere. He spends 2 months harassing Clara until she sells a diamond ring to pay his way to Gandhi's land. Esteban Trujillo does not hold him back. He thinks a trip through that nation of starving people and nomadic cows will do his son good. At the pier, he tells Nicholas that if he doesn't die of snakebite or foreign plague, he hopes he returns a man. He is fed up with all his eccentricities. Nicholas spends a year as a beggar following yogis across the Himalayas, through Kathmandu, along the Ganges, to Benares, all on foot. By the end, he is convinced God exists, has learned to pierce his cheeks and chest with hat pins, and to live practically without eating. The family sees him approaching one ordinary morning wearing only an infant's diaper, skin clinging to bones, with that lost gaze of those who eat only vegetables. 2 incredulous policemen escort him, ready to arrest him unless he proves he is really Senator Truba's son, followed by a knot of children throwing garbage and laughing. Clara recognizes him immediately. His father reassures the policeman and orders him to bathe and put on normal clothes if he wants to stay. But Nicholas stares without seeing and does not reply. He has become a vegetarian, no meat, milk, or eggs. His diet is the same as a rabbit's, and his anxious face gradually resembles that animal. He chews each sparse mouthful 50 times. Meals become an endless ritual where Alba falls asleep on her empty plate and servants doze while Nicolas solemnly chews. Esteban Trufiba stops coming to the house, taking his meals at the club. Nicolas insists he can walk barefoot on coals, but each time he announces a demonstration, Clara has an asthma attack and forces him to stop. He speaks in Asiatic parables not always understood. His only interests are spiritual. The materialism of domestic life irritates him, as does Alba's fascinated pursuit. She follows him like a puppy, begging to learn headstands and pin-sticking. He remains naked even after winter sets in. He can go 3 minutes without breathing and is ready to demonstrate whenever asked, which is often. Jamie says it's a shame air is free. According to his calculations, Nicolas breathes only half what a normal person does, though it doesn't appear to affect him. Nicolas spends winter locked in his room eating carrots, without complaining about the cold filling page after page with minute black ink handwriting. With first signs of spring, he announces his book is complete, 1,500 pages. He convinces his father and Jamie to pay for it against whatever profits its sale might bring. After correction and printing, the 1,500 pages reduced to 600, yielding a voluminous treatise on the 99 names of God and formulas for attaining nirvana through respiratory exercise. The book is not the success he hoped for. Boxes of copies wind up in the basement, where Alba uses them as bricks to build her trenches until years later when they fuel an infamous bonfire. As soon as the book is off the presses, Nicolas cradles it lovingly, recovers his hyena smile, puts on decent clothes, and announces it is time to bring the truth to his generation still shrouded in darkness. Esteban Trufiba reminds him he is not welcome to use the house as an academy, and warns he will not tolerate pagan ideas in Alba's head, much less fakir tricks. Nicolas goes to preach at the university cafeteria, acquiring an impressive following for his spiritual and respiratory classes. In his free time, he rides his motorcycle and teaches his niece to conquer pain and other weaknesses. His method: identify whatever frightens her. The child, inclined toward the macabre, concentrates until she can visualize her mother's death as if real. Chalk white and cold, purple eyes shut in a coffin, family weeping, friends filing past with calling cards on a tray, bowed heads. She smells flowers, hears plumed horses of the funeral carriage, feels new mourning shoes hurting her feet, imagines loneliness and orphanhood. Her uncle helps her think of all this without crying, teaching her to relax and not resist pain so it passes through without stopping. Other times, she squeezes a finger in a door and learns to withstand the burning without complaint. If she manages a full week without crying through all Nicolas's tests, she wins a prize, almost always a breakneck motorcycle ride. Once they end up in a herd of cows going toward the stable on a road at the city's edge. She will always remember the heavy animals, their slowness, filthy tails hitting her face, the smell of dung, horns grazing her, and that terrible sensation of empty stomach, fantastic vertigo, incredible excitement, a mixture of passionate curiosity and terror she will feel only a few fleeting times in her life. Esteban Trufiba, who has always struggled to express emotion and has had no access to tenderness since his relationship with Clara deteriorated, transfers all his finest sentiments to Alba. She means more to him than his own children ever did. Every morning, still in pajamas, she goes to her grandfather's room, enters without knocking and climbs into his bed. He pretends to wake with a start, though he is actually expecting her, growling that she should not disturb him. Alba tickles him until, apparently defeated, he permits her to look for the chocolate he always has hidden. She knows all his hiding places. He uses them in the exact same order, but to avoid disappointing him, she searches a long time, shrieking with joy when she finds it. Esteban never knows his granddaughter hates chocolate and eats it only out of love for him. Those morning games satisfy the senator's need for human contact. The rest of the day, he is busy with Congress, the club, golf, business, political meetings. Twice a year, he goes to Tres Marias with Alba for 2 or 3 weeks. They return tanned, happier, fatter, having distilled a homemade brandy they pompously call vodka, used as a drink to light stoves, disinfect wounds, and kill cockroaches. At the end of his life, when 90 years turn him into a twisted, fragile tree, Esteban Truba will recall those moments as the happiest of his existence. Alba remembers the complicity of those trips, holding her grandfather's hand, riding behind him in his saddle. Sunsets in vast pastures, long nights by the fireplace telling ghost stories and drawing pictures. Senator Truba's relationship with the rest of the family only worsens with time. Once a week on Saturday, they all dine around the great oak table, the most ancient antique, once belonging to the Del Valle, used for laying out the dead, for Spanish dances, and other unexpected needs. Alba sits between her grandmother and mother, a cushion on her chair so her nose reaches her plate. The child watches the adults in fascination, her radiant grandmother with her teeth in place, sending messages to her husband through children or servants. Jaime flaunting bad manners, burping and picking his teeth to annoy his father. Nicolas with half-closed eyes chewing each bite 50 times. Blanca chattering about anything just to create the illusion of a normal meal. Truba stays relatively silent until his bad temper betrays him. He argues with Jaime about the poor elections, socialists' basic principles, insults Nicolas for launching a balloon and practicing acupuncture on Alba, punishes Blanca with harsh replies, indifference, and useless warnings that she has already ruined her life and will never inherit a peso from him. He does not confront Clara, but he barely speaks to her. Sometimes Alba catches her grandfather staring at Clara until he turns white and sweet, looking like an old man they have never seen before. But this happens rarely. Typically, husband and wife ignore each other. Sometimes the senator loses his temper and screams so much he turns red, and they have to throw a jug of cold water in his face so the fit passes. This is the period when Blanca's beauty peaks, a Moorish, languid, abundant air-inducing repose and trust. Tall and well-endowed, with a helpless, tearful temperament that rouses men's protective instincts. Her father has no sympathy for her. He never forgave her love for Pedro III Garcia, and makes sure she does not forget she is living off his pity. Truba cannot understand how his daughter has so many admirers. She has none of the gaiety he likes in women, and he feels no normal man would want a woman of ill health, uncertain civil status, with a daughter already. But Blanca is not surprised. She is conscious of her beauty. When with calling gentlemen, she assumes a contradictory attitude, encouraging them with her Arabian eyes, but keeping a prudent distance. As soon as their intentions grow serious, she breaks off with a ferocious refusal. Some, in better economic positions, try bribing Alba with expensive gifts, dolls that walk and cry, cream puffs, zoo trips, where the child weeps for captive animals, especially the seal, which stirs dreadful omens. These zoo visits give her a lifelong horror of enclosures, walls, cages, isolation. Of all the contenders, the one making the greatest progress is the king of the pressure cookers. Despite his immense fortune and peaceful character, Esteban Truba detests him because he is circumcised, has a Sephardic nose, and kinky hair. With mocking hostility, Truba frightens off this man who survived a concentration camp, poverty, exile, and triumphed in commerce. While their romance lasts, the king calls for Blanca and takes her to exclusive restaurants in a tiny two-seat car with tractor tires and turbine noise. Unique, provoking neighborly curiosity and derogatory family remarks. Ignoring her father's displeasure, Blanca climbs into the vehicle with prime ministerial majesty, dressed in her one black tailored suit and white silk blouse. Alba kisses her goodbye and stands in the doorway, her mother's jasmine perfume clinging to her nostrils, a knot of anxiety in her heart. Only Nicolas's training helps her withstand these outings without tears. She fears any day a suitor will convince Blanca to marry and leave her alone without a mother. She decided long ago she does not need a father or stepfather, but if she lost her mother, she would plunge her head into a pail of water until she drowned, just as the cook does with the kittens the cat births every 4 months. Alba gets over her fear of abandonment when she finally meets Pedro III. Her intuition tells her that as long as that man exists, no one can win Blanca's love. It is a summer Sunday. Blanca sets Alba's hair in corkscrew curls with a hot iron that singes her ears, dresses her in white gloves, black patent leather shoes, and a straw hat with artificial cherries. Clara laughs aloud at the sight, but Blanca consoles Alba with 2 drops of perfume on her neck. Her mother says mysteriously that she is going to meet someone famous as they leave the house. She takes the child to the Japanese gardens, buying caramel on a stick and popcorn. They sit on a bench in the shade, holding hands, pigeons pecking corn. Alba sees him approaching before her mother points him out. A mechanic's overalls, Franciscan sandals without socks, a huge black beard reaching halfway down his chest, messy hair, and a magnificent smile that immediately earns him a place in her bedroom's gigantic fresco. The man and the little girl look at each other, recognizing themselves in the other's eyes. Her mother introduces him as Pedro III, the singer. She's heard him on the radio. Alba holds out her hand. He squeezes it with his left. She notices several fingers missing on his right, but he explains he can still play guitar anyway. There is always a way to do what you want. The 3 stroll through the gardens. In mid-afternoon, they take one of the last electric streetcars and go for fried fish at a market stall. At dusk, he escorts them to their street. When they say goodbye, Blanca and Pedro III kiss on the mouth, the first time Alba has ever seen that, because no one around her is in love. From that day, Blanca begins going out alone every weekend, saying she is visiting distant cousins. Esteban Treviba gets furious and threatens to expel her from his house, but Blanca is unyielding. She leaves her daughter with Clara and takes the bus, carrying a clown's valise covered with flowers. She promises Alba she is not getting married and will be back tomorrow night. Alba likes to sit with the cook at siesta, listening to popular singing on the radio, especially the songs of the man she met. One day, Senator Truba enters the pantry, hears the voice on the radio, and attacks the machine, smashing it with his cane until it is a pile of twisted wires and loose knobs before his granddaughter's frightened eyes. She cannot understand her grandfather's sudden fit. The next day, Clara buys another radio so Alba can listen to Pedro III whenever she feels like it, and old Truba pretends not to notice. This is still the era of the king of the pressure cookers. Pedro III learns of his existence and suffers an attack of jealousy, unwarranted given his own deep influence on Blanca compared to the merchant's timid siege. As so many times before, he begs her to leave the Truba house, her father's ferocious guardianship, and the loneliness of her workshop filled with mongoloids and leisured ladies, to go with him once and for all and live out the wild love they have hidden since childhood. But Blanca cannot decide. She knows that leaving would mean banishment from her social circle and position, and she realizes she would never be accepted by Pedro III's friends, nor adjust to working-class life. Years later, when Alba is old enough to analyze her mother's life, she concludes Blanca did not go simply because she did not love him enough. There was nothing in the Truba house that he could not have given her. Blanca is a very poor woman. She has money only when Clara gives her some, or when she sells a creche. Her income is wretched, nearly all spent on doctors. Work and necessity have not diminished her capacity for imaginary illnesses. It seems to expand each year. She manages not to ask her father for anything, refusing him any chance to humiliate her. Occasionally, Clara and Jamie buy her clothes or basic necessities, but often she cannot afford stockings. Her poverty contrasts with the embroidered dresses and custom shoes in which Senator Truba dresses Alba. Her life is hard. She rises at 6 every morning, winter and summer. Dressed in a rubber apron and wooden clogs, she lights her kiln, prepares work tables, pounds clay for her classes, arms up to her elbows in coarse, cold mud. This is why she always has broken nails, cracked skin, and with time, deformed fingers. At that hour she feels inspired, making extraordinary animals for her creches before anyone can interrupt. Afterward, she sees to the house, servants, and shopping until classes begin. Her pupils are daughters of the best families with nothing to do who have taken up ceramics, more elegant than knitting for the poor, as their grandmothers did. The idea of giving classes for mongoloids came by chance. One day, an old friend of Clara's arrives with her grandson, a fat, soft teenager with a docile moon face and unchanging tenderness in his tiny oriental eyes. He is 15, but Alba realizes he is like a baby. Clara asks Alba to take him to the garden and make sure he does not soil his clothes, drown, eat dirt, or play with his fly. Alba tires of watching him quickly and finding it impossible to communicate coherently, she takes him to the ceramic studio. Blanca ties an apron around him and puts clay in his hands. The boy plays for more than 3 hours, shaping crude figures. His grandmother, who had forgotten he was with her, is utterly delighted. The idea is born that ceramics is good for mongoloids. Blanca ends up giving classes to a group delivered by truck every Thursday afternoon, escorted by 2 nuns in starched white coifs, who sit in the garden drinking chocolate with Clara, discussing cross-stitching and the hierarchy of sin. Meanwhile, Blanca and Alba teach the children to fashion worms, balls, squash dogs, and misshapen vases. At year's end, the nuns organize an exhibition, and the dreadful works sell for charity. Blanca and Alba quickly understand the children work better when loved. The only way to communicate is through affection. They learn to hug, kiss, and fondle them until they genuinely love them. Alba waits all week for the truck and jumps with glee when they run to hug her, but those Thursdays wear them out. Alba falls asleep exhausted, sweet Asiatic faces spinning in her mind. Blanca invariably has a migraine. After the nuns leave, Blanca hugs Alba passionately, covers her face with kisses, and says they should thank God she is normal. So Alba grows up thinking normality is a gift from heaven. She discusses it with her grandmother. Clara assures her that in almost every family there is a fool or a crazy person, kept out of sight as if something to be ashamed of, locked in the back room. But actually there is nothing to be ashamed of. They are God's creatures too. Alba notes there is no one like that in their family. Clara replies that here the madness was divided equally, and nothing was left over for their own lunatic. This is how their conversations go, and why Clara becomes the most important person in the house and the strongest presence in Alba's life. The motor driving the magic universe of the big house's rear section, where Alba spends her first 7 years in complete freedom. She grows accustomed to her grandmother's eccentricities, not surprised to see her moving around the room in a trance, seated in an armchair pulled by an invisible force. She follows her on pilgrimages to hospitals and almshouses, where Clara tracks down her needy flock. She learns to knit sweaters with 4-ply wool and enormous needles, the ones her Uncle Jamie gives away after wearing once, just to see her grandmother's toothless smile while squinting at stitches. Clara uses her to send messages to Esteban, earning Alba the nickname Carrier Pigeon. Alba takes part in Friday sessions where the 3-legged table jumps in broad daylight without tricks, and literary soirée where she mingles with acclaimed masters and timid unknown artists Clara encourages. A large number of guests eat and drink here. Almost all the important people in the country take turns living, or at least attending spiritualist meetings, cultural discussions, and social gatherings. Among them is the poet, later considered the greatest of the century, on whose knees Alba often sits, never suspecting that one day she will walk behind his casket with a bunch of bloody carnations between 2 rows of machine guns. Clara is still young, but to Alba she looks very old because of missing teeth. She has no wrinkles. When her mouth is closed, she gives the impression of extreme youth from the innocent look on her face. She wears tunics of raw linen like crazy people's robes. In winter, long woolen socks and fingerless gloves. She laughs at things not funny and cannot understand jokes, always laughing at the wrong time, and becomes very sad seeing someone behave ridiculously. Sometimes she has asthma attacks and summons Alba with a tiny silver bell. Alba comes running to embrace her with consoling whispers. They both know from long experience that the only cure for asthma is the prolonged embrace of a loved one. She has laughing hazel eyes, shiny hair flecked with white pulled into an untidy bun with rebellious wisps escaping, and fine white hands with almond-shaped nails and long ringless fingers. Useless except for gestures of affection, arranging her divining cards, or putting in her denture before meals. Alba spends the day trailing after her, snuggling into her skirts, begging for stories, or for her to move vases with the power of her mind. She finds in her grandmother a sure refuge from nightmares, or when Uncle Nicolas's training becomes unbearable. Clara teaches her how to care for birds and speak to each in its own language, how to read premonitions in nature, and how to knit chain-stitch scarves for the poor. Alba knows her grandmother is the soul of the big house on the corner. Everyone else learns it later, when Clara dies and the house loses its flowers, its nomadic friends, and its playful spirits, entering an era of decline. Alba is 6 years old the first time she sees Esteban Garcia, but she never forgets him. She has probably seen him before at Tres Marias on one of her summer journeys with her grandfather. Old Treba likes to take her out to see the property, and with a sweeping gesture taking in everything from meadows to volcano to little brick houses, tell her she must learn to love this land because one day it will be hers. He explains that his children are all fools. If they inherited Tres Marias, in less than a year it would be a ruin again, just as in his father's day. Alba asks if all this is really hers, grandfather. Alba asks why every bit of it, from the Pan-American Highway to those mountaintops. Her grandfather says because he is the owner. She asks why he is the owner, because it belonged to his family. Why? Because they bought it from the Indians. Then she asks about the tenants who have always lived here. Why aren't they owners too? The senator roars that Uncle Jamie is putting Bolshevik ideas into her head. He asks if she knows what would happen without a patron. She admits she does not. He explains. The place would go to hell. No one to give orders, sell crops, take responsibility, or take care of people. If anyone got sick or died or left a widow with many children, they would all starve. Everyone would have a little land that wouldn't produce enough to eat. They need someone to do their thinking, make decisions, help them. He claims he has been the best patron around, bad-tempered but fair. His tenants live better than many in the city. Even with drought, flood, or earthquake, he ensures no one suffers. That is what she will have to do when she is old enough, which is why he brings her to Tres Marias. So she learns each stone, each animal, and above all, each person by name. But in fact, she has very little contact with the peasants and is far from knowing each by name. This is why she fails to recognize the swarthy, awkward young man with cruel rodent eyes who knocks one afternoon at the door of the big house. He wears a dark suit much too tight, the cloth worn shiny on knees, elbows, and behind. He asks for Senator Trueba, introducing himself as the son of a tenant from Tres Marias. Normally, people of his condition enter through the service entrance, but today a banquet for the entire Conservative Party directorate has invaded the kitchen, so he is shown to the library. It is a winter afternoon, dark and silent, lit only by the fire, smelling of furniture polish and leather. The maid leaves him brusquely, warning him to wait and touch nothing. The young man runs his eyes over the room without moving, simmering with resentment. All this might have been his if only he had been legitimate. His grandmother Pancha Garcia explained it many times before she died of chicken fever, leaving him a true orphan among that crowd of brothers and cousins where he was nobody. Only his grandmother paid him attention, never letting him forget he was different because the patron's blood ran in his veins. He feels suffocated looking around. The walls are covered with polished mahogany shelves except beside the fireplace, where glass cases hold marble and hard stones from the Orient. The room is 2 stories high, the only whim Esteban Trueba consented to, with a balcony reached by a wrought iron spiral staircase where the finest paintings hang. Heavy Spanish desk, huge black leather armchairs, 4 Persian carpets on oak parquet, reading lamps with parchment shades. This is where the senator prefers to hold meetings, weave intrigues, forge deals, and closet himself to release rage or sorrow. None of this is known to the peasant standing on the carpet, unsure where to put his hands, perspiring heavily. This majestic, crushing library is exactly the image he has of the patron. He shudders with hate and fear. Suddenly he feels watched. He turns and finds a little girl with braids and embroidered socks staring from the doorway. She asks his name. He tells her. She says hers is Alba Trueba and asks if he will remember it. He will. They stare at each other until she trusts him and comes forward. She explains her grandfather has not returned from Congress, mentions the mob in the kitchen because of the party, and promises to bring him sweets later. He feels more comfortable, sits in one of the black leather armchairs, and draws her onto his knees. She smells of bay rum, sweet and fresh mixed with sweaty little girl. He puts his nose against her neck, inhaling that unknown perfume of cleanliness and well-being. Without knowing why, his eyes fill with tears. He feels he hates this girl almost as much as old Trouba. She embodies everything he will never have, never be. He wants to hurt her, destroy her, but also wants to keep smelling her, listening to her baby voice, having her soft skin within reach. He strokes her knees just above the border of her embroidered socks. They are warm with little dimples. She chatters on about walnuts stuck up chickens' tails for the evening meal. He closes his eyes, shaking. With one hand he encircles her neck, feeling the tickle of her braids against his wrist, squeezing ever so gently, aware she's so tiny he could strangle her with little effort. He wants to do it, feel her writhing and kicking, squirming for air, moaning and dying in his arms. He wants to pull off her clothes. He feels violently aroused. With his other hand he ventures beneath her starched dress, running his fingers up her legs until he finds the lace of her batiste petticoats and woolen drawers with elastic bands. He is panting. In a corner of his brain he has just enough sanity left to realize he is on the edge of a bottomless pit. She has stopped talking and is very still, staring up with her huge black eyes. He takes her hand and places it on his stiffened sex. He asks if she knows what this is. She replies it is his penis. She has seen such illustrations in Uncle Jamie's medical books and on Uncle Nicolas when he walks around naked doing oriental exercises. He jumps up suddenly and she falls to the carpet. He is surprised and frightened, hands shaking, knees weak, ears burning. Just then he hears Senator Trouba's footsteps in the hallway. Before he can catch his breath, the old man enters the library, roaring about the darkness. Trouba turns on the lights and seems not to recognize the wild-eyed young man. He stretches his arms to his granddaughter. She runs to him for cover like a whipped puppy, but quickly prees free and runs out, shutting the door. Trouba spits at the other man, asking who he is. Esteban Garcia. He asks if the patron remembers him. Then Trouba recognizes the crafty boy who betrayed Pedro Tercero years ago and retrieved his amputated fingers. He understands it will not be easy to send him away without a hearing, even though tenant matters are supposed to go through the foreman. He asks what the boy wants. Esteban Garcia hesitates, unable to find the words he carefully prepared for months. Trupiva hurries him. Stuttering, Garcia manages his plea. He completed high school in San Lucas and wants a recommendation to the police academy plus a government subsidy. Trouba asks why he doesn't stay in the country like his father and grandfather. Garcia begs forgiveness but says he wants to be a policeman. Trouba remembers he still owes the boy a reward for betraying Pedro Tercero, and decides this is a good occasion to repay the debt while acquiring a useful friend in the police. You never know. He sits at his desk, takes out Senate letterhead, composes the recommendation, and hands it over, saying he is glad about the chosen profession. If someone wants to go around armed, he might as well be a policeman. That way he has impunity. Trua says he will phone General Hurtado to ensure the scholarship. He tells the boy to let him know if he needs anything. Garcia thanks him. Trua brushes it off, saying he likes to help his people. At the doorway he asks why they called him Esteban. The young man answers, blushing, because of the patron. Truiba does not give it a second thought. Tenants often use their patron's name for their children, a sign of respect. Clara dies on Alba's 7th birthday. The first omen is perceptible only to her. She begins secret preparations to depart, discreetly dividing her clothing among servants and followers, keeping only what she absolutely needs. She puts her papers in order, salvaging her notebooks that bear witness to life from hidden corners, tying them with colored ribbons arranged by events rather than chronology. She forgot to record dates, and in her final haste, she decides she cannot waste time looking them up. While searching for the notebooks, jewels begin appearing in shoe boxes, stocking wrappers, and on bottom shelves, kept there ever since her husband gave them, hoping to win her love. She places them in an old woolen sock, fastens it with a safety pin, and hands them to Blanca, telling her to put this away. Someday they may be good for something besides masquerades. Blanca discusses the matter with Jamie, who begins watching his mother. He notices she barely eats, sustaining herself on milk and a few spoonfuls of honey, and barely sleeps, spending nights writing or wandering through the house. She seems to be detaching from the world, growing lighter, more transparent, more winged. He worries that one of these days she will fly away. Suddenly she begins to suffocate, feeling the gallop of a wild horse in her chest, and the anxiety of a rider rushing into the wind. She calls it asthma, but Alba notices she no longer rings the little silver bell for prolonged hugs. One morning, Alba sees her grandmother opening the bird cages with inexplicable joy. Clara writes small cards to each loved one and secretly places them in a box beneath her bed. The next morning, she does not get up. When the maid brings breakfast, she refuses to have the curtains opened. She has begun to take leave even of the light, entering slowly into darkness. Hearing this, Jamie insists on examining her. He finds nothing abnormal in her appearance, but knows beyond doubt she is going to die. He leaves her room with a broad, hypocritical smile, and once out of her sight, he has to lean against a wall. His legs are giving out. He tells no one. He calls a specialist from the medical school, who confirms the diagnosis. The family assembles in the drawing room and is told she will not live more than 2 or 3 weeks. The only thing to do is sit with her so she dies happy. Jaime says he thinks she has decided to die, and science has no cure for that. Esteban Chiriba grabs his son by the collar, nearly choking him. He pushes the specialist out the door and smashes all the lamps and china in the room. Finally, he falls to his knees, moaning like a newborn baby. Alba enters and sees her grandfather reduced to her own height. She goes to him, stares into his eyes, and throws her arms around him when she sees his tears. His weeping tells her what the matter is. She is the only one in the family who does not lose her serenity, thanks to her training in surmounting pain and to Clara having often explained the circumstances and rituals of death. Clara had said that just as when people come into the world, when they die, they are afraid of the unknown, but the fear comes from within and has nothing to do with reality. Dying is like being born, just a change. She had added that if she could easily communicate with those from the hereafter, she was absolutely convinced she could do the same with those of the here and now. So instead of whimpering, she hoped Alba would be calm, because death would not be a separation, but a way of being more united. Alba understands perfectly. Soon Clara seems to enter a gentle sleep. Only the visible effort to take in air shows she is alive, but asphyxiation no longer causes undue anxiety now that she is not fighting for her life. Alba refuses to leave the room. They have to improvise a bed on the floor for her. When they try to take her out, she has her first tantrum, insisting her grandmother is aware of everything and needs her. Shortly before the end, Clara regains consciousness and speaks calmly. She notices Alba's hand in hers and asks if she is going to die. Alba says yes, but it does not matter because she is here with her. Clara tells her to take out the box of cards under the bed and hand them out. She will not have time to say goodbye to everyone. She closes her eyes, breathes a contented sigh, and leaves for the other world without looking back. Gathered around her are the whole family. Jamie and Blanca emaciated from sleepless nights, Nicolas murmuring Sanskrit prayers, Esteban with mouth and fists clenched, infinitely furious and desolate, and little Alba, the only one who remains serene. Also servants, the Mora sisters, a couple of wretchedly poor artists who have survived in the house, and a priest summoned by the cook, but Trebat forbids him to disturb the dying woman with last-minute confessions or holy water. Jamie leans over the body searching for an imperceptible heartbeat. There is none. He sobs that Mama is gone. The narration shifts. The old man cannot talk about it, but will try to write it. After 20 years, his grief was once unabating, but now at nearly 90, he understands what Clara meant when she promised to always keep in touch. He used to walk around lost, looking for her everywhere. Every night in bed, he imagined her beside him as when she had all her teeth and still loved him. He would turn out the light, close his eyes, and try to summon her image, calling her awake, and they say in his sleep as well. The night she died, he locked himself in the room with her. After all those years without speaking, they spent her final hours lying side by side in the sailboat of the gentle blue silk sea, as she called her bed. He took the opportunity to tell her everything he could not say before, everything held in since that terrible night when he beat her. He removed her nightgown and examined her meticulously for any trace of illness that might have justified her death. Finding none, he realized she had simply fulfilled her mission in this life and escaped to another dimension where her spirit, free of material burden, would be more at home. There was no deformity or anything terrible about her death. He examined her at length because it had been years since he had a chance to look at her the way he wanted. In that time his wife had changed, as everyone does. She looked as beautiful as ever. She had lost weight. He first thought she might have grown because she looked taller, but then realized it was an optical illusion, the effect of his own shrinking. He had always felt like a giant next to her, but lying beside her he saw they were almost the same size. Her mane of rebellious curls was muted by white strands that lit her sleeping face. She was very pale with shadows around her eyes. He noticed for the first time tiny, delicate wrinkles at the corners of her lips and on her forehead. She looked like a child. She was cold, but she was the same sweet woman. He spoke gently, caressed her, and slept a while when weariness overcame his grief. The irremediable fact of her death did not alter their reunion. They were finally reconciled. At daybreak he fixed her up so she would look good when the others came in. He dressed her in the white tunic from her wardrobe, surprised at how little clothing she had. He had always thought of her as elegant. He found woolen socks and put them on so her feet would not be cold. He brushed her hair, intending to put it up in her usual bun, but when the bristles pulled through, the curls floated around her face, and he decided she looked prettier that way. He looked for her jewels, but could not find them. So he took off the gold ring he had worn since their engagement, and slipped it on her finger to replace the one she removed when she cut him out of her life. He arranged the pillows, straightened the bed, put a few drops of cologne on her neck, and opened the window to let the morning in. When everything was ready, he opened the door and let his children and granddaughter say goodbye. They saw Clara smiling, clean, and beautiful as always. He had shrunk 4 inches. His shoes were swimming on him, his hair had gone completely white, but he was no longer crying. He told them they could bury her now, adding that while they were at it they might as well bury his mother-in-law's head, gathering dust in the basement since God knows when. He left the room, dragging his feet to keep his shoes from falling off. This is how Alba learned that the contents of the pigskin hat box she used for black masses and decorating her playhouse was her great-grandmother Nevia's head, unburied for years. First to avoid scandal, later simply forgotten. They buried it in strictest privacy. After funeral home, employees placed Clara in her coffin and turned the drawing room into a proper funeral chapel. Jamie and Nicholas laid their grandmother's head, by then a yellow toy with an expression of sheer terror, in the coffin beside her favorite daughter. Clara's funeral is an event. Even the old man cannot explain where all those people appeared from to mourn his wife. He had not realized she knew everyone. Interminable lines streamed by to shake his hand. Cars blocked cemetery gates, and a hodgepodge of delegations. Poor people, students, unionists, nuns, Mongoloid children, bohemians, spiritualists, come to pay respects. Almost all the tenants from Tres Marias make the trip by bus or train, some for the first time in their lives, to say goodbye. In the crowd he glimpses Pedro II Garcia, whom he has not seen in many years. He goes to greet him, but Pedro ignores his wave. Head bowed, he walks to Clara's grave and throws a spray of half-withered wild flowers onto it, weeping. Alba goes to the funeral. Holding her grandfather's hand, she watches the coffin lowered into the earth. She listens to speeches extolling virtues her grandmother never had. Returning to the house, she runs to lock herself in the basement, waiting for Clara's spirit to communicate as promised. Her grandfather finds her there, smiling in her sleep, stretched out on the moth-eaten remnants of old Barabbas. Night brought no sleep. Lying awake, the man found his two great loves, Rosa with her green hair, Clara the clairvoyant, the two sisters he had adored, fusing into a single ghost in his mind. By dawn, a decision had hardened. If he couldn't possess them in life, they would accompany him in death. He pulled paper from his desk and began designing the most lavish mausoleum imaginable. Salmon-colored Italian marble, statues of the same stone depicting Rosa and Clara as winged angels, which they were and would always be. One day he would rest between them there. He wanted to die immediately. Life without his wife had lost all meaning. What he didn't know yet, couldn't know, was how much remained for him to do. Fortunately, Clara had returned, or perhaps she had never left. Some days he suspected old age had cracked his mind. After all, he had buried her 20 years ago, a fact that couldn't simply be ignored. He worried he was seeing things like any crazy old man. But those doubts evaporated whenever he caught her passing through the halls or heard her laughing on the terrace. He knew she was with him. He knew she had forgiven his violent rages, that she was closer now than ever before. Clara, the clearest, still alive and beside him. Clara's death transformed the big house on the corner completely. The spirits and guests vanished with her, along with that luminous gaiety she had always carried, because she had never believed the world was a vale of tears, only a joke God played, and it was idiotic to take it seriously when he never had. Alba noticed the decline within days. She watched it advance slowly but inexorably, noticing before anyone else. Flowers wilting in their vases, saturating the air with a sickly sweetness as they dried, lost leaves and crumbled, leaving only musty stalks that nobody bothered to clean for a long time. Alba stopped cutting flowers altogether. Then the plants died. No one remembered to water them or speak to them the way Clara had. The cats crept away, disappearing as they had arrived, born from the roof's cracks and crevices. Esteban Trueba dressed head to toe in black, passing in a single night from robust middle age into a shrunken, stuttering oldness, though his anger remained untouched. He wore strict mourning for the rest of his life, long after fashion had abandoned it, and only the poor used a simple black armband. Beneath his shirt, against his chest, hung a small suede pouch on a fine gold chain. Inside lay his wife's false teeth, treated as a talisman of luck and expiation. Everyone in the family felt that without Clara, all reason for staying together had been lost. They had almost nothing left to say to one another. Trueba realized the only thing keeping him home was his granddaughter. Over the next several years, the house became a ruin. No one tended the garden, no watering, no weeding, until wilderness, birds, and wild grasses swallowed it whole. The blind statues and singing fountains filled with dry leaves, bird droppings, and moss. Broken, filthy arbors became shelters for wild animals and dumping grounds for neighbors. The entire garden thickened into underbrush like an abandoned town, nearly impassable without slashing a path with a machete. Topiaries once pruned toward baroque ambition finished in a tortured, hopeless state, besieged by snails and disease. Inside, curtains slowly came unmoored from their rings, hanging like an old woman's dusty, faded petticoats. Furniture that Alba had trampled while building her houses in trenches turned into corpses of exposed springs. The huge drawing-room tapestry lost its bucolic Versailles beauty and became a dartboard for Nicolas and his niece. The kitchen grew coated in soot and grease, full of empty cans and stacked newspapers. No more platters of roast pork or aromatic dishes emerged. The household resigned itself to chickpeas and rice pudding nearly every day. No one could face the wart-faced, ill-tempered, despotic cooks who succeeded one another in that kingdom of abused saucepans. Earthquakes, slamming doors, and Esteban Trueba's cane had cracked the walls, splintered doors, and knocked Venetian blinds off their hinges. No one repaired anything. Taps leaked, pipes sweated, roof tiles cracked, green stains spread across the walls. Only Clara's blue silk room remained intact. Blonde wood furniture, 2 white cotton dresses, the empty canary cage, the basket of unfinished knitting, her decks of magic cards, her 3-legged table, and the stacks of notebooks where she had recorded 50 years of life. which much later, in the empty house's solitude and the silence of the dead, and disappeared. The narrator would put in order and read, mesmerized, to construct this story. Jamie and Nicholas lost what little interest they had in the family and showed no compassion for their lonely father, who tried in vain to build friendship with them to fill the void left by a lifetime of bad relationships. They lived in the house only because they had nowhere better to eat and sleep, coming and going like indifferent shadows, never noticing the destruction. Jamie practiced medicine with apostolic vocation, spending his strength at the clinic and treating the poor for free in his spare time with the same tenacity his father had brought to raising Tres Marias from ruin. His father called him a hopeless loser with no sense of reality, accusing him of believing in utopian values that didn't even exist. Jamie answered that helping one's neighbor was a value that did exist. His father shot back that charity, like socialism, was an invention of the weak to exploit the strong and bring them to their knees. Jamie didn't believe in that theory of the weak and the strong. Trouba insisted that was nature. They lived in a jungle. Jamie replied that it was only that way because people who made the rules thought like his father. But it wouldn't always be so. His father thundered that yes, it always would be, because people like him always won, knowing how to move through the world and use power. He urged his son to pull himself together, open his own clinic with his help, and cut out the socialist nonsense. It had no effect. After Amanda disappeared, Nicholas found his emotional equilibrium. His time in India left him with a taste for spiritual things. He abandoned his fantastic commercial schemes and his hunger to possess every woman who crossed his path, turning instead to his lifelong wish: finding God on less traveled roads. He used the same charm that had once gathered pupils for his Spanish dance class to collect a growing number of disciples, mostly young people tired of the good life, wanderers like him searching for a philosophy that let them exist without participating in earthly struggle. They formed a group ready to receive the millennial knowledge Nicholas had acquired in the East. For a while they met in the abandoned back rooms of the house, where Alba handed out walnuts and served herbal teas while they meditated cross-legged. When Esteban Trouba realized these contemporaries and eponyms were breathing through their navels and taking off their clothes at the slightest excuse, he lost patience, kicked them all out, threatened them with his cane, and shouted he'd call the police. Nicholas understood there was no way to keep teaching the truth without money. He began charging modest fees, which let him rent a house for his academy. Legal requirements and the need for an official-sounding name led him to call it the Institute for Union with Nothingness, the UN. But his father wouldn't leave him alone. Nicholas's followers appeared in newspapers with shaved heads, indecent loincloths, and beatific expressions, bringing public ridicule to the Trouba name. Once the opposition learned that young prophet was Senator Trouba's son, they blew the story out of proportion, using the son's spiritual quest as a political weapon against the father. Trouba resisted stoically until the day he found his granddaughter Alba, with her head shaved like a billiard ball, endlessly repeating the sacred word Om. He had one of the worst tantrums of his life. He visited his son's institute with 2 hired thugs, who smashed the little furniture to pieces, and were about to do the same to the peaceful worshippers when the old man, realizing he had gone too far again, ordered them to stop and wait outside. Alone with his son, he managed to control the furious tremor in his voice and snarl that he was sick and tired of his clowning. He shouted that he didn't want to see him again until his granddaughter's hair grew back, then slammed the door. Nicholas didn't react until the next day. He cleared out the rubble, breathing rhythmically to empty any trace of anger from his insides and purify his spirit. Then, with his loinclothed followers carrying placards demanding religious freedom and respect for civil rights, he marched them to the gates of Congress. There his disciples produced wooden flutes, bells, and tiny makeshift gongs, making such a racket that traffic stopped. Once a crowd had gathered, Nicholas removed all his clothes and, naked as a baby, lay down in the middle of the street with arms outstretched like a cross. Brakes screeched, horns blared, people screamed and whistled. Chaos spread inside Congress. In the Senate, debate on landowners' rights to fence off neighboring paths with barbed wire was suspended. Members of Congress appeared on the balcony to enjoy the spectacle of Senator Truba's son singing Asiatic psalms stark naked. Esteban Trupiba ran down the broad stairs and hurled himself toward the street ready to kill his son, but he couldn't get past the gates. His heart exploded with fury in his chest, a red veil clouded his sight, and he fell. Nicolas was removed in a police van, the senator in a Red Cross ambulance. Truba's swoon lasted 3 weeks and nearly sent him to another world. When he could finally leave his bed, he grabbed Nicolas by the collar, pushed him onto an airplane, and shipped him overseas with instructions not to return for the rest of his life, though he gave him enough money to settle down and live a long time. As Jamie explained, this was one way to ensure Nicolas wouldn't commit further madness that could cast shame on his father abroad. Over the next several years, Esteban Truba kept track of the family's black sheep through Blanca's sporadic letters. That was how he learned that Nicolas had established another academy for uniting with nothingness in North America, and had become so successful that he gained the wealth he'd never achieved with his balloon or his sandwiches. He ended up lounging with his disciples in his very own rose-colored porcelain swimming pool, enjoying full respect from the citizenry, having unintentionally combined his search for God with luck in business. Naturally, Esteban Truba never believed a word of it. The senator waited just long enough for his granddaughter's hair to grow out so nobody would suspect ringworm. Then he enrolled her himself in a British girls' school, still convinced it offered the finest education, despite the contradictory results with his own sons. Blanca went along with the decision, accepting that good planetary conjunctions in Alba's chart wouldn't provide everything her daughter needed to get ahead. At the school, Alba learned to eat boiled vegetables and burnt rice, withstand freezing courtyards, sing hymns, and surrender worldly vanities except in sports. They taught her to read the Bible, play tennis, and use a typewriter, the only useful things she retained after years in a foreign language. For a girl who had never heard of sin or proper manners, who knew no boundary between human and divine, possible and impossible, who was used to one uncle leaping naked through hallways, another buried under books, her grandfather smashing telephones and flower pots, her mother sneaking out with a clownish valise, and her grandmother moving tables and playing Chopin without opening the piano, the school routine proved unbearable. She found classes boring. During recess, she sat in the farthest corner of the courtyard, trembling with hope that someone would invite her to play while simultaneously praying no one would notice her. Her mother had warned her not to explain what she'd learned from Uncle Jamie's medical texts, nor to tell teachers about Esperanto's advantages over English. Despite these precautions, the headmistress spotted the girl's eccentricities on the first day. After 2 weeks of observation, certain of her diagnosis, she summoned Blanca and politely explained that the child wasn't suited for a British education, suggesting Spanish nuns might better control her wild imagination and appalling manners. But Senator Truba wouldn't let any Miss St. John walk over him. He brought his full influence to bear against expulsion. He wanted Alba to learn English at all costs, convinced of its superiority over Spanish, which he considered a second-rate language, fine for domestic matters and magic, for unbridled passions and useless undertakings, but inadequate for the world of science and technology where he hoped to see her triumph. He had finally accepted, beaten into it by new ideas, that not all women were complete idiots, and Alba, too plain to attract a wealthy husband, could enter a profession and make her living like a man. Blanca supported this. She had felt the consequences of facing the world with inadequate education. She told her daughter, each time she found her crying about school, that she didn't want her to be poor or have to depend on any man. They did not withdraw her. Alba endured 10 solid years. For Alba, her mother became the only stable person in the drifting ship of the big house after Clara's death. Blanca fought the destruction with a lioness's ferocity, but it was clearly a losing battle. She alone tried to give the house a home's appearance. The senator still lived there but stopped inviting friends and cronies, shutting the drawing rooms and using only the library and bedroom, deaf and blind to the house's needs, busy with politics and business, financing campaigns, buying land and tractors, raising racehorses, speculating in gold, sugar, and paper. He didn't notice walls hungry for paint, furniture falling apart, the kitchen turned pigsty. Nor did he see his granddaughter's worn sweaters, his daughter's antiquated clothes, or her hands ruined by chores and clay. Not avarice, simply that his family no longer interested him. Occasionally, he shook off indifference and arrived with some extraordinary oversized present for Alba, which only sharpened the contrast between his invisible wealth and the house's austerity. He gave Blanca varying amounts to maintain the dark, drafty, rambling, nearly empty house, but she never had enough. She borrowed constantly from Jaime. No matter how she tucked and pleated the budget, unpaid bills piled up until she went to the Jewish diamond merchants to sell a gem, bought a quarter-century earlier in those very shops, bequeathed by Clara tied up in a woolen sock. Inside the house, Blanca wore an apron and cloth sandals, indistinguishable from the few remaining servants. When she went out, she wore the same ironed and re-ironed black suit with the same white silk blouse. After her grandfather became a widower and lost interest in her, Alba wore hand-me-downs from distant cousins, coats like military greatcoats, dresses too short and tight. Jamie would have liked to help, but believed his conscience demanded he spend extra money on the hungry rather than luxuries for his sister and niece. After her grandmother's death, Alba suffered nightmares, waking screaming and feverish, dreaming the whole family died, and she wandered the big house alone with only threadbare ghosts. Jamie suggested moving her into Blanca's room to soothe her nerves. From that night on, she looked forward to bedtime with secret impatience. Curled under the sheets, she watched her mother complete her nightly ritual, cleaning her face with harem cream, a pinkish grease that smelled of roses, supposedly miraculous for women's skin, then brushing her long chestnut hair, now sprinkled with white hairs invisible to all but her, 100 strokes. Blanca, prone to colds, slept winter and summer in woolen shifts she knit herself. When it rained, she put on gloves to relieve the Arctic cold that had seeped into her bones from damp clay, cold that all Jamie's injections and Nicolas's acupuncture could not cure. Alba watched her mother move about the room, novitiate's nightgown floating, hair freed from its bun, wrapped in the gentle fragrance of clean clothes and harem cream, lost in an incoherent monologue pouring out vegetable prices, the litany of aches and pains, exhaustion from running the house alone, and poetic fantasies of Pedro III Garcia, imagined among sunset clouds, or Tres Marias' golden wheat fields. When the ritual finished, Blanca climbed into bed, turned out the light, reached across the narrow space, took her daughter's hand, and began telling stories from the magic books of Great Uncle Marcos's enchanted trunks. Stories her poor memory had transformed into new tales. That was how Alba learned of a prince who slept 100 years, damsels who fought dragons single-handedly, and a wolf lost in a forest who was disemboweled by a little girl for no reason. When Alba asked to hear those bizarre stories again, Blanca could not repeat them. She had forgotten. So the little girl began writing them down. She also started recording whatever struck her as important, just as her grandmother Clara had done before her. Work on the mausoleum began soon after Clara's death, but took nearly 2 years to complete. The man kept adding costly details: tombstones with Gothic gold lettering, a glass cupola for sunlight, an ingenious Roman fountain apparatus to water perpetually, a small interior garden planted with roses and camellias, the favorite flowers of the 2 sisters who had won his heart. The statues posed a problem. He rejected several drawings because he didn't want moronic angels, but faithful portraits of Rosa and Clara with their real faces, hands, shapes. A Uruguayan sculptor finally delivered exactly what he wanted. When the project finished, he hit an unexpected obstacle. The Del Valle family objected to transferring Rosa to the new tomb. He tried every argument, gifts, pressure, even political power, all in vain. His brothers-in-law remained unyielding. He suspected they had heard about Nuvia's head and were still angry about his keeping it in the basement all that time. Faced with their obstinacy, he called Jaime and told him to prepare for a cemetery visit to steal Rosa's body. His son didn't look surprised. As is customary in such affairs, they went at night and bribed the guard, exactly as he had done years earlier to stay with Rosa her first night there. They carried tools down the cypress-lined path, found the Del Valle tomb, and embarked on the lugubrious task of opening it. They carefully removed the heavy stone safeguarding Rosa's eternal rest and slid the white coffin from its niche. Much heavier than expected, they had to ask the guard to help. Uncomfortable work in that narrow, poorly lit space, getting in each other's way with tools. When finished, they replaced the stone so no one would suspect the grave was empty, bathed in sweat. Jamie had the foresight to bring a canteen filled with brandy. Each took a swig to keep spirits up. Though neither was superstitious, that necropolis of crosses, cupolas, and tombstones had them nervous. He sat at the tomb's entrance to catch his breath and realized how little youth remained. Moving one coffin knocked his heart off beat and made bright dots appear in the dark. He closed his eyes and thought of Rosa, her perfect face, milky skin, mermaid hair, honeyed eyes that had caused such havoc, hands clasping the mother-of-pearl rosary, nuptial flower crown. He sighed at the memory of that beautiful virgin who had slipped through his fingers and lay waiting all those years for him to come take her where she belonged. He told Jamie he wanted to see Rosa. His son recognized that irrevocable tone creeping into his father's voice and didn't try to talk him out of it. They angled the lantern, loosened the bronze screws darkened by time, lifted the lead-heavy top. In the white carbide light he saw Rosa the beautiful. Orange blossom crown, green hair, unruffled beauty, exactly as he had seen her many years before, lying in her white coffin on his in-laws' dining table. He stared, unsurprised that time had left her intact, because she was exactly as he'd seen her in dreams. He leaned over, and through the glass covering her face, placed a kiss on the lips of his immortal beloved. At that precise moment, a breeze crept through the cypresses, slipped through a crack in the coffin that had until then remained hermetically sealed, and in a flash, the unchanged bride dissolved like a spell, disintegrating into fine gray powder. When he raised his head and opened his eyes, the cold kiss still on his lips, Rosa the beautiful was gone. In her place, a skull with empty sockets, a few strips of marble-colored skin clinging to cheekbones, a lock or two of moldy hair at its nape. Jamie and the guard quickly slapped the lid back on, placed Rosa in a wheelbarrow, and took her to the place readied beside Clara in the salmon-colored mausoleum. He sat down on a grave among the cypresses and looked up at the moon. Ferula had been right, he thought, left all alone. Body and soul shriveling up, all that remained was to die like a dog. Senator Treba fought his political enemies as they made daily gains toward power. While other Conservative Party leaders grew fat and old, lost in hair-splitting discussions, he devoted himself to work and study, crossing the country north to south in a non-stop personal campaign, ignoring both his age and the muffled protest of his bones. He was re-elected senator in every parliamentary election, but power, wealth, and prestige didn't interest him. His one obsession was to destroy what he called the Marxist cancer, which slowly gained ground among the people. He claimed you could look under any stone and a communist would jump out. No one believed him, not even the communists. They mocked his tantrums, his outdated cane, his apocalyptic predictions, saying he looked like a crow in mourning. When he brandished statistics and election results, his own party members suspected senile ranting. He argued that the day they couldn't get their hands on ballot boxes before votes were counted, they were finished. His colleagues replied that Marxists hadn't won by popular vote anywhere in the world. At minimum, it took a revolution, and that kind of thing didn't happen in this country. He answered furiously that it would, until it did. They consoled him that Marxism didn't stand a chance in Latin America, an atheistic, practical, functional doctrine with no room for the magical side of things. Not even Colonel Hurtado, who saw traitors everywhere, considered the communists a danger. He explained that the Communist Party was 4 bums without statistical importance, following Moscow's instructions with misplaced piety. Moscow was on the other side of the globe with no grasp of the country's condition. Look at them, more lost than Little Red Riding Hood. They'd published a manifesto calling peasants, sailors, and Indians to unite in the First National Soviet. A joke. How would peasants know what a Soviet was? Sailors were mostly at sea and, when not, more interested in brothels than politics. And Indians, only 200 left. If they wanted a Soviet on reservations, that was their problem. Truba replied that it wasn't just communists. There were socialists, radicals, splinter groups, all pretty much the same. To Senator Truba, every party except his own was potentially Marxist. He couldn't distinguish one ideology from another. Since he explained his position publicly every chance he got, he soon became a caricature of the picturesque, reactionary oligarch to everyone but his own co-religionists. The Conservative Party had to restrain him from ruining their reputation. He was a furious crusader, ready for battle in forums, press conferences, universities. Wherever no one else was brave enough, there he stood, unshakable in his dark suit, lion's mane of hair, silver cane. Cartoonists made him their butt. Through constant mockery, he became a popular figure, delivering landslide conservative votes in every election. Fanatical, violent, antiquated, but representing family, tradition, private property, law and order better than anyone. Everyone recognized him on the street. People made up jokes and anecdotes that became town talk. It was said that after his heart attack, the day his son undressed before Congress, the president offered him ambassador to Switzerland, a job appropriate to his age to recover his health. According to the story, Truba slammed his fist on the presidential desk, knocking down the flag and the bust of the founding father, roaring that he wasn't going anywhere. The minute he looked away, the Marxists would pull that chair right out from under His Excellency. He was astute enough to be the first to call the left the enemy of democracy, never suspecting that years later that would become the dictatorship's slogan. He spent almost all his time and a good part of his fortune on the political front. He noticed his finances dwindling since Clara's death, despite his constant scheming, but this caused no undue alarm. He supposed it was natural that she had breathed good luck into his life and couldn't continue helping him after death. Besides, by his calculations, he had enough to live like a rich man for whatever time remained. He felt old and decided none of his 3 children deserved inheritance. He would secure his granddaughter's happiness by leaving her Tres Marias, even though the countryside wasn't as prosperous as before. New highways and cars had turned what was once an expedition into a mere 6-hour drive from the capital, but he was always too busy to make the trip. He occasionally spoke to his foreman on the telephone to go over accounts, but those calls left him in a bad mood for days. The foreman, defeated by his own pessimistic views, reported a series of misfortunes: frozen strawberries, sick chickens, rotting grapes. The countryside that had been the source of his wealth became a burden. He frequently had to withdraw money from other businesses to prop up that insatiable land, which seemed to want to return to the days of oblivion before he rescued it from misery. He murmured that he needed to go straighten things out. They required the patron's eye. The foreman often warned that things were getting stormy in the countryside, peasants up in arms with new demands every day, as if they wanted to be patronos themselves. The best thing would be to sell. But Truba wouldn't hear of it. He repeated what he'd said at 25 when his mother and sister pressured him. Land was all you had left when everything else fell apart. But with the weight of age and politics, Tres Marias, like many other once essential things, had ceased to interest him. Its only value was symbolic. The foreman was right. Those were stormy years. And that was exactly what Pedro Tercero Garcia proclaimed in his velvet voice, which, through the miracle of radio, now reached the most remote corners of the country. In his mid-30s, he still looked like a coarse peasant, though success and knowledge of the world had softened his roughness and refined his ideas, more a matter of style now. He wore a woodsman's beard and prophet's flowing hair, which he trimmed himself by memory with a razor that had been his father's, anticipating by several years the style that would become all the rage among protest singers. Canvas pants, homemade sandals, raw wool poncho in winter, his battle dress, how he appeared on stage and on record covers. Disillusioned with political organizations, he had distilled his thoughts to 3 or 4 basic ideas, building his whole philosophy around them. He was an anarchist. From chickens and foxes he had gone on to sing of life, friendship, love, and also revolution. His music was very popular, and only someone as stubborn as Esteban Truby could ignore his existence. The old man refused to allow radios in his house, both to prevent his granddaughter from hearing soap operas where mothers lost children and recovered them years later, and to spare himself the digestive ill effects of hearing his enemies' subversive songs. He kept a modern radio in his bedroom, but listened only to the news. He never suspected that Pedro III Garcia was his own son Jamie's best friend, or that he met Blanca every time she left the house with her clownish suitcase, mumbling excuses. Nor did he know that on certain sunny Sundays, Pedro III took Alba hiking, and as they sat looking over the city, eating bread and cheese before tumbling down slopes, bursting with laughter like two happy puppies, he told her about the poor, the oppressed, the desperate. Matters Truba did not want his granddaughter to know. Pedro III watched Alba grow. He tried to be close but never came to think of her as his daughter. On that point, Blanca was inflexible. She said Alba had withstood many shocking things, and it was a miracle she'd turned out relatively normal. The last thing she needed was additional confusion about her birth. Better to believe the official version. Besides, she didn't want the child discussing this with her grandfather, which would certainly lead to disaster. Still, the child's free spirit and rebellious nature gratified Pedro III. He would say proudly that if she wasn't his daughter, she deserved to be. During all those years, Pedro III never got used to bachelor life, despite his success with women, especially the magnificent adolescents whom the laments of his guitar inflamed with love. Some forced their way into his life, and he thrived on the freshness of those affairs. He tried to make these young girls happy for a short while, but from the first moment of illusion he began saying goodbye, until he finally, delicately, left them. Frequently, lying in bed with one while she sighed asleep beside him, he would close his eyes and think of Blanca, her ample ripe body, warm generous breasts, fine wrinkles at her mouth, shadows under her Arab eyes, and feel a cry pressing in his heart. He tried to stay with other women, discovered many roads and many bodies trying to distance himself from her, but at the moment of greatest intimacy, the exact point of loneliness and the foreknowledge of death, Blanca was always the only one. The next morning, the whole slow withdrawal from his new love would begin. As soon as he was free again, he returned to Blanca, thinner, guiltier, with deeper rings under his eyes, a new song on his guitar, and never-ending caresses for her. But Blanca was used to living by herself. She had found peace in her household chores, her ceramics studio, and her creches of made-up animals where the only figures obeying reality were the Holy Family lost in a crowd of monsters. The only man in her life was Pedro III. She was born to have one love. The strength of this immutable desire saved her from mediocrity and sadness. She was faithful even when he lost himself in a sea of straight-haired, long-boned nymphs, never loving him less for his digressions. At first, she thought she would die every time he moved away, but she soon realized his absences were only as long as a sigh, and he invariably returned more in love and sweeter than ever. Blanca preferred those furtive hotel rendezvous to the routine of everyday life, the weariness of marriage and shared poverty at month's end, the bad taste in the mouth on waking, the tedium of Sundays, the complaints of old age. She was an incurable romantic. Every once in a while she was tempted to take her clown suitcase and whatever jewels remained in the sock and go off with her daughter to live with him. But she always lost her nerve. Perhaps she feared the grandiose love that had stood so many tests wouldn't withstand the most dreadful test of all, living together. Alba was growing rapidly, and Blanca understood she couldn't rely much longer on watching over her daughter to postpone her lover's needs, but she still preferred to put off the decision. Actually, much as she feared routine, she was horrified by Pedro III's way of living. His modest little house of boards and corrugated metal in a working-class neighborhood among hundreds of others as poorly built, with packed earth floors and a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. For her, Pedro moved out of his neighborhood into a downtown apartment, thereby, without intending, ascending to the middle class to which he had never aspired. Even this wasn't enough for Blanca. She found the apartment sordid, dark, and narrow, the building crowded. She couldn't let Alba grow up there, playing with other children in the street and on the steps, attending public school. So Blanca's youth slipped away and she entered middle age, resigned that her only pleasure would come when she dressed in her best clothes, her perfume, and the whorish underwear that captivated Pedro III. Underwear she hid, red with shame, at the bottom of her wardrobe, imagining the explanations if anyone discovered it. This woman, so down to earth and practical in every other way, sublimated her childhood passion and lived it tragically. She fed it with fantasies, idealized it, savagely defended it, stripped it of prosaic truth, and turned it into the kind of love found in novels. Alba learned not to mention Pedro III Garcia's name. She understood the effect it caused. She guessed something terrible had happened between her grandfather and the man with missing fingers who kissed her mother on the mouth, but everyone, even Pedro III himself, gave evasive answers. Sometimes, in the intimacy of their bedroom, Blanca told anecdotes about him and taught his songs, warning her not to hum them in the house. But she never told Alba he was her father, seemed to have forgotten it herself. She recalled the past as a series of violent acts, abandonments, and sorrows. Uncertain things had been as she remembered. The episode of the mummies, photographs, and the hairless Indian in Louis XV shoes that had prompted her flight from her husband's house had grown hazy. She had told and retold the story of the Count's death from fever in the desert so often she had come to believe it. Years later, when her daughter reported that Jean de Satigny's body lay in the morgue icebox, she felt no relief. She had felt like a widow for years. Nor did she justify her lie. She took her old black tailored suit from the wardrobe, arranged the hairpins in her bun, and went with Alba to bury the Frenchman in the main cemetery, a municipal grave where the poor ended up. Senator Truba refused room in the salmon-colored mausoleum. Mother and daughter walked alone behind the black coffin they bought with Jaime's help. They felt a little ridiculous in the oppressive summer heat, holding wilting flowers, without a single tear for the solitary body they were laying to rest. Alba observed that her father hadn't had a single friend. Even then, Blanca didn't tell her daughter the truth. After settling Rosa and Clara in the mausoleum, the man felt better. Sooner or later, the three of them would be reunited there, along with other loved ones, his mother Nana, even Ferrula, whom he hoped had forgiven him. He never imagined he would live this long, that they'd have to wait so long for him. Clara's bedroom stayed locked. He didn't want anyone inside. Everything needed to remain exactly where it was so he could find her spirit whenever he wanted. He began suffering from insomnia, the old people's disease. Unable to sleep, he shuffled up and down the halls all night in slippers too big for him, wrapped in the old ecclesiastical bathrobe kept for sentimental reasons, railing against his fate like an old man at the end of his days. But with the first rays of sunlight, his desire to live returned. At breakfast, he appeared in starched shirt and morning suit, shaved and calm. He read the newspaper with his granddaughter, verified his affairs were up to date, handled correspondence, and went out for the rest of the day. He stopped eating in the house even on weekends. Without Clara's catalyzing presence, there was no reason to endure his children's bickering. His only two friends tried to rid him of grief. They lunched together, played golf, challenged him at dominoes. They talked business, politics, sometimes family. One afternoon, when he seemed livelier than usual, they invited him to the Christopher Columbus, hoping a pleasing woman would restore his good humor. None of them was of an age for such adventures, but they had a couple drinks and set off. Though he'd been to the Christopher Columbus years before, he had practically forgotten it. The hotel had recently acquired prestige among tourists. People traveled from the provinces just to see it. When they arrived at the old house, which looked the same as ever, a doorman led them to the main room, which he remembered from the days of the French madame, or rather, the madame with the French accent. A young girl dressed like a schoolgirl offered complimentary wine. One friend tried to put his arm around her waist, but she warned she was only a servant. He would have to wait for the professionals. Moments later, a curtain opened and they saw a vision from an ancient Arabian court. An enormous Negro so black he looked blue, dressed in baggy carrot-colored silk trousers, a vest, a purple lame turban, Turkish slippers, oiled muscles, a gold ring in his nose. When he smiled, all his teeth appeared to be lead. He introduced himself as Mustafa and handed them a photo album so that they could choose their merchandise. For the first time in ages, the man laughed spontaneously. The idea of a catalog of prostitutes amused him. They flipped through pictures of women fat, thin, long-haired, short-haired, dressed as nymphs, Amazons, nuns, courtesans, but he couldn't decide. They all looked like trampled banquet flowers. The last 3 pages featured boys in Greek tunics crowned with laurel, playing among false Hellenic ruins, with chubby bottoms and heavy eyelashes. Repulsive. He admitted he had never seen a fag close up except Carmelo, who dressed like a Japanese girl at the Red Lantern. So he was taken aback when one friend, a family man and stockbroker, chose one of those fat-bottomed boys. The boy appeared from behind the curtains and led his friend away, giggling and wiggling his hips like a woman. His other friend chose a fat odalisque, doubtful he could achieve any great feats given his advanced age and fragile frame, and they too disappeared behind the curtain and led his friend away. Mustafa cordially noted the señor was having a hard time deciding, offering to introduce him to the best in the house, Aphrodite. And Aphrodite appeared, hair piled 3 stories high, barely covered by layers of tulle, dripping with artificial grapes from shoulders to knees. It was Tránsito Soto, who had acquired a definite mythological look despite the tasteless grapes and circus gauze. She greeted him warmly as patron. She led him through the curtain into a small interior courtyard, the heart of that labyrinthine structure. 3 old houses connected by back courtyards, corridors, and specially constructed bridges. Tránsito conducted him to a nondescript, but clean room whose only extravagance was poor. Pompeii copies on the walls and a large, slightly rusty antique bathtub with running water. He whistled in admiration. She said they'd made a few changes. Tránsito removed her grapes and gauze and became the woman he remembered, more appetizing, less vulnerable, with the same ambitious look that had captivated him when they first met. She told him about the cooperative of prostitutes and homosexuals, which had been fantastically successful. Together they had lifted the Christopher Columbus from the ruin left by the phony French madam, transforming it into a social event and historic monument whose reputation passed from sailor to sailor on the farthest seas. Costumes in the catalog of whores, reproduced and distributed throughout certain provinces, had been their greatest success, arousing men's desire to visit the famous brothel. She admitted it was boring to walk around in rags and grapes, but the men liked it. They told others, bringing new customers. They were doing very well, a good business, no one exploited, all partners. This was the only whorehouse with its own authentic Negro. Others might have painted ones, but you could rub Mustafa with sandpaper and he'd still be black. The place was clean. You could drink from the toilet bowl if you wanted, because they poured lye where you'd least expect it, supervised by the Board of Health. No venereal diseases. Tránsito removed her last veil, and her magnificent nakedness overwhelmed him so that he immediately felt deathly tired. His heart weighed with sadness, his penis as flaccid as a withered, aimless flower between his legs. He told her he thought he was too old for this. But Tránsito began to undulate the serpent tattoo around her navel, hypnotizing him with the gentle curve of her belly while lulling him with that hoarse bird voice, telling him about the cooperative's benefits and the catalog's advantages. Despite everything, he had to laugh, and gradually his own laughter became a balm. He tried to trace the serpent's path with his finger, but it zigzagged away. He was astonished that this woman, no longer in her first or second youth, had such firm skin and muscles capable of making that reptile move as if alive. He bent to kiss the tattoo and was pleased to discover she wore no perfume. The warm, safe scent of her belly entered his nostrils, completely invading him, awakening in his blood a fire he thought long extinguished. Still speaking, Tránsito casually opened her legs, separating the soft columns of her thighs as if adjusting her posture. He began covering her with his lips, inhaling, pressing, licking, until he forgot his grief and the weight of the years. His desire returned with the force of other times, and without stopping his kisses and caresses, he pulled off his clothes in desperation, happy to discover his masculinity intact and firm as he plunged into the warm, compassionate animal offering itself to him, rocked by the little horse bird, wrapped in the goddess's arms, shaken by those hips until he lost all consciousness and exploded with pleasure. Afterward, they soaked together in the bathtub until his soul returned and he felt practically cured. For a second, he toyed with the fantasy that Transito was the woman he had always needed, that with her by his side he could return to the days when he could lift a sturdy peasant woman into the air, pull her onto his horse's haunches, and carry her off into the bushes against her will. He murmured Clara's name without thinking, felt a tear roll down his cheek, then another, until it became a downpour of grief, a torrent of sobs, a suffocation of nostalgia and sorrow. Transito understood. She had long experience with men's heartaches. She let him weep out all the misery and loneliness of recent years, and helped him from the tub with a mother's care, dried him off, massaged him until he was as soft as moistened bread, and pulled the covers over him when he closed his eyes. She kissed his forehead and tiptoed out. He heard her murmur as she left, wondering who Clara was. Around 18, Alba left childhood behind for good. At the exact moment she felt like a woman, she locked herself in her old room, still holding the mural she had started years before. She rummaged through paint jars until she found a little red and a little white still fresh, carefully mixed them, and painted a large pink heart in the last empty space on the wall. She was in love. Afterward, she threw her paints and brushes in the trash and sat down to contemplate her drawings, the history of her joys and sorrows. She decided the balance had been happy, and with a sigh, said goodbye to the first stage of her life. She finished school that year and decided to study philosophy for pleasure and music to annoy her grandfather, who believed the arts wasted time and constantly preached the virtues of liberal or scientific professions. He also warned her against love and marriage with the same insolence he used insisting Jaime find a decent girl and settle down, saying it was good for men to have a wife, but women like Alba could only lose by marrying. Her grandfather's sermons went out the window when Alba saw Miguel one unforgettable rainy afternoon in the university cafeteria. Miguel was a pale student with feverish eyes, faded trousers, and miner's boots, in his final year of law school. A leftist leader, he burned with the most uncontrollable passion, justice. That didn't prevent him from noticing Alba watching him. He looked up and their eyes met. They stared at each other, dazzled, and from that moment sought every possible occasion to meet on the leafy promenades of the nearby park, walking with arms full of books or dragging Alba's heavy cello case. On their initial encounter, she noticed a tiny insignia on his sleeve, a raised fist. She decided not to tell him she was Esteban Troba's granddaughter. For the first time in her life, she used the surname on all her identification cards, Satigny. She quickly realized it would be best not to tell the other students either. On the other hand, she could boast friendship with Pedro Tercero Garcia, very popular among students, and with the poet, on whose knees she had sat as a little girl, now known in every language, his poetry on all the students' lips and scrawled on walls. Miguel talked about revolution, arguing that the system's violence needed answering with revolutionary violence. But Alba wasn't interested in politics. She wanted only to talk about love. She was sick of her grandfather's speeches, his arguments with Uncle Jamie, and endless electoral campaigns. The only political activity she'd ever engaged in was throwing stones for no apparent reason at the United States Embassy, suspended from school for a week, nearly giving her grandfather another heart attack. But at university politics was unavoidable. Like all young people entering that year, she discovered the appeal of night-long cafe gatherings, talking about necessary changes and infecting each other with the passion of ideas. She returned home late at night, mouth bitter, clothes reeking of stale tobacco, head burning with heroism, convinced she would give her life for a noble cause when the time came. Out of love for Miguel, not ideological conviction, Alba joined students who had seized a university building in support of a workers' strike. Days of encampments, excited discussion, insults hurled at police until they lost their voices. They built barricades with sandbags and paving stones pried loose from the main courtyard, sealing doors and windows and tending a fortress. But the result was a dungeon harder for students to leave than police to enter. It was Alba's first night away from home. She was rocked to sleep in Miguel's arms between piles of newspapers and empty beer bottles, surrounded by the warm closeness of comrades, all young, sweaty, red-eyed from smoke and lack of sleep, slightly hungry, entirely fearless, because it was more game than war. The first day passed so busily, building barricades, mobilizing innocent defenses, painting placards, and talking on the phone that they had no time to worry when police cut water and electricity. From the very first, Miguel became the soul of the occupation, seconded by Professor Sebastián Gómez, who despite his crippled legs stayed to the end. That night they sang to keep spirits up, and when tired of harangues, discussions, and songs, they settled into small groups to get through the night as best they could. The last to rest was Miguel, who seemed the only one who knew what to do, distributing water, transferring even the water from toilet tanks into receptacles, improvising a kitchen that somehow produced instant coffee, cookies, and beer. The next day, the stench of waterless toilets was overpowering, but Miguel organized a cleanup and ordered everyone to relieve themselves in the courtyard, in a hole dug alongside stone statues of the university's founder. Miguel divided the group into squads and kept them busy all day with such efficiency that his authority went unnoticed. Decisions seemed to arise spontaneously from the groups. Alba exclaimed with delight at the prospect of being under siege, as if they would be there for months. Police armored cars stationed themselves on the street surrounding the ancient building. A tense wait began, would last several days. Professor Gómez commented that students nationwide, unions, and professional schools would join them. The government might fall. Miguel doubted it, but said the main thing was to establish the protest and not leave until workers' demands were signed. It began to drizzle. Darkness came early in the lightless building. They lit improvised lamps, tin cans filled with gasoline and smoky wicks. Alba thought the telephone had been cut, but it still worked. Miguel explained police might listen to their calls and warned how to conduct conversations. Still, Alba called home to say she'd be staying with her comrades until victory or death, which sounded false the moment she said it. Her grandfather grabbed the phone from Blanca. In a tone she knew too well, he gave her an hour to be home with a reasonable explanation for staying out all night. She replied she could not leave, would not think of it. He roared that she had no business there with all those communists, then softened his voice, begging her to leave before police came in because he was in a position to know the government wouldn't let them stay indefinitely. He concluded that if she didn't come out voluntarily, the mobile unit would drive them out with clubs. Alba peeked through a chink in the boarded, bagged-up window and saw tanks lined up across the street and double rows of men in combat gear. Helmets, clubs, gas masks. Her grandfather wasn't exaggerating. Everyone else had seen them too. Some students were shaking. Someone mentioned a new bomb worse than tear gas that provoked diarrhea attacks. Terrible enough to discourage the bravest because of stench and ridicule. Alba found the idea terrifying. She had to fight not to cry. Stitches in her stomach, fear, she supposed. Miguel put his arms around her, but that didn't console her. Both exhausted, feeling the sleepless night in their bones and souls. Professor Gómez said he doubted the police would dare break in. The government already had enough problems, wouldn't interfere. Someone replied that it wouldn't be the first time they'd attacked students. Gómez countered that public opinion wouldn't stand for it. This was a democracy, not a dictatorship, never would be. Miguel said they always thought things like that only happened elsewhere, until they happened to them too. The rest of the afternoon passed without incident. By nightfall, everyone was more relaxed, despite prolonged hunger and discomfort. The tanks remained. Young people played checkers and cards in hallways, slept on the floor, made defensive weapons from sticks and stones. Fatigue visible on every face. Alba's stomach cramps were growing stronger. If nothing resolved by morning, she'd have no choice but to use the courtyard hole. Still raining outside. The city continued undisturbed. No one seemed to care about another student strike. People walked past tanks without stopping to read placards hanging from the university facade. Neighbors quickly grew accustomed to armed police. When rain stopped, children ran out to play ball under streetlights in the empty parking lot, separating the building from police detachments. At moments, Alba felt as if on a becalmed sailboat, locked in eternal silent waiting, peering at the horizon for hours. With time and increasing discomfort, the first day's high-spirited camaraderie had turned to irritation and constant bickering. Miguel inspected the building and confiscated all cafeteria food supplies. Said when it was gone they'd pay the concessionaire, a worker like anyone else. It grew cold. The one who never complained, not even of thirst, was Sebastian Gomez, as indefatigable as Miguel, though twice his age and looking tubercular, the only professor who'd stayed when students seized the building. It was said his crippled legs came from machine gun fire in Bolivia. He was the ideologue who made students burn with a flame that extinguished in most, once they graduated and joined the world they'd hoped to change. A small, spare man with aquiline nose and sparse hair, lit by an inner fire that gave no respite. He had christened Alba the Countess, because on the first day of classes, her grandfather had the bad idea of sending her in his chauffeur-driven car, and Gomez had seen her arrive. By chance, the nickname hit home. Gomez couldn't have known she could, if she chose, unearth Jean de Satigny's noble title, one of the few authentic features of the French count who'd given her his name. Alba didn't resent the mockery. She had even fantasized about seducing the stalwart professor. But Gomez had seen many girls like Alba, and recognized the mixture of curiosity and compassion aroused by the crutches supporting his poor, lifeless legs. The next day passed without the mobile unit moving its tanks, or the government yielding to workers' demands. Alba began to wonder what she was doing there, the abdominal pain becoming unbearable, the need for running water and a bath obsessive. Each time she looked at the police in the street, her mouth filled with saliva. By then she had realized that Uncle Nicolas's training was not nearly as effective in actual action as in the fiction of imagined suffering. 2 hours later, Alba felt warm liquid between her legs and saw her slacks stained red. Panic swept through her. For days the fear of this exact moment had tormented her almost as much as hunger. The stain on her pants blazed like a flag, but she made no attempt to hide it. She curled up in a corner, utterly lost. Her grandmother had taught her that everything associated with human functions was natural. She could speak of menstruation as of poetry, but at school she had learned that all bodily secretions except tears were indecent. Miguel noticed her shame and anguish. He went to the improvised infirmary for cotton and found handkerchiefs, but they were clearly insufficient. By evening, Alba cried in humiliation and pain, terrified by the pincers in her guts and the stream of blood so unlike her usual flow. She thought something must be bursting inside her. Ana Diaz, a student who wore the raised fist insignia like Miguel, observed that only rich women suffered such pains. Proletarian women didn't complain even in childbirth. But when she saw Alba's pants pooled with blood and her face deathly pale, she went to Sebastian Gomez, who admitted he had no idea how to resolve the problem. He roared that this was what happened when you let women get involved in men's affairs. Ana indignantly shot back that it was what happened when you let the bourgeoisie into the affairs of the people. Sebastian Gomez glided over to the corner where Miguel had settled Alba, maneuvering with difficulty on his crutches. He told her she had to go home. She wasn't contributing anything, just getting in the way. Alba felt a wave of relief, too frightened, and this was an honorable way to leave without seeming cowardly. She argued a little to save face, but almost immediately accepted the proposal. Miguel would go out with a white flag to parley with police. Everyone watched from observation posts as he crossed the empty parking lot. Police formed narrow lines and ordered him through loudspeaker to stop, lay his flag down, and proceed with hands behind his neck. Gomez observed that it was like a war. Soon Miguel returned and helped Alba to her feet. Ana took her other arm, and the three left the building, stepping around barricades and sandbags, illuminated by police searchlights. Alba could barely walk, ashamed, her head spinning. A police patrol met them halfway, and Alba found herself inches from a green uniform, a pistol aimed directly at her nose. She raised her eyes to a dark face with rodent eyes, recognized him immediately, Esteban Garcia. He exclaimed ironically that he saw Senator Truba's granddaughter. This was how Miguel learned Alba hadn't been entirely truthful. He felt betrayed. He deposited her into the other man's hands, turned on his heel and left, dragging the white banner on the ground without even looking back to say goodbye. Ana, as surprised and furious as he was, went with him. Garcia pointed at Alba's pants, asking what was wrong. It looked like an abortion. She straightened her head, stared him straight in the eye, and told him it was none of his business, ordering him to take her home, copying the authoritarian tone her grandfather used with anyone beneath his social station. Garcia hesitated. It had been a long time since he'd heard orders from a civilian. For a moment, he was tempted to take her to the stockade and leave her to rot in a cell, bathed in her own blood, until she begged him. But his profession had taught him there were men more powerful than he, that he couldn't afford to act with impunity. Besides, memories of Alba in starched dresses drinking lemonade on Tres Marias' terrace while he shuffled barefoot and sniffling in the chicken yard, and the fear he still had of Senator Truba, were more powerful than his desire to humiliate her. He couldn't bear her stare and lowered his head slightly. He turned, barked an instruction, and 2 policemen led Alba by the arms to a van. That was how she reached her house. When Blanca saw her, her first reaction was that the grandfather's predictions had been true. Police had attacked students with clubs. She screamed until Jamie examined Alba and assured her she hadn't been injured. Nothing was wrong that a couple of injections and rest wouldn't cure. Alba spent 2 days in bed, during which the student strike was peacefully terminated. The Minister of Education was relieved of his post and transferred to agriculture. The senator remarked that if he could be education minister without finishing school, there was no reason he couldn't be agriculture minister without ever having seen a cow. In bed, Alba had time to think back to when she'd first met Esteban Garcia. Poring over childhood memories, she recalled a dark-skinned boy, the library, a fireplace blazing with enormous pine logs whose perfume filled the room, evening or night, and herself sitting on his knees. But that vision came and went quickly. She wondered if she'd dreamt it. The first definite image came later. She knew the exact date because it was her 14th birthday. Her mother had recorded it in the black album. She had curled her hair for the occasion and was on the terrace in her coat, waiting for Uncle Jamie to take her out for her present. Very cold, but she liked the garden in winter. From where she stood, she could see the library window, where her grandfather spoke with a man. The glass was clouded, but she recognized a police uniform and wondered what her grandfather could be doing with one of them. The man sat stiffly on the edge of a straight-backed chair with the pathetic air of a leaden soldier. She watched until she guessed her uncle must be arriving, then walked to a half-ruined gazebo, brushed wet leaves off a stone bench, and sat to wait. Soon Esteban Garcia encountered her when he left the house and crossed the garden toward the gate. He stopped abruptly when he saw her, looked around, hesitated, then approached. He asked if she remembered him. She spoke doubtfully. No. He identified himself, Esteban Garcia from Tres Marias. She smiled mechanically. He stirred bad memories. Something in his eyes made her uneasy, though she couldn't say why. He swept leaves away with his hands and sat beside her so near their legs touched. He said the garden looked like a jungle, breathing very close to her. He took off his police cap. His hair was short, stiff, groomed with tonic. Suddenly his hand was on her shoulder. The familiarity disconcerted her. She was paralyzed for a second, then drew back, trying to struggle free. His fingers squeezed through the thick cloth of her coat. Her heart pounded like a machine. Her cheeks turned red. He whispered that she'd grown, almost looked like a woman now. She hesitated that she was 14. Today was her birthday. He said he had a present, his mouth twisting into a smile. She tried to turn her face away, but he held it firmly in both hands, forcing her to look at him. Her first kiss. She felt a warm, brutal sensation as his rough, badly shaven skin scraped her face. She smelled stale tobacco and onion, and his violence. His tongue tried to pry open her lips while his hand pressed against her jaw until he forced it open. She imagined that tongue as a warm, slimy mollusk, overcome by nausea. but she kept her eyes open. She saw the hard cloth of his uniform, felt ferocious hands wrap around her neck. Without interrupting the kiss, his fingers began to tighten. She thought she was choking and pushed him with such force that she got away. Garcia rose, smiling ironically, red splotches on his cheeks, breathing rapidly. He laughed, asking if she'd liked his present. She watched him disappear across the garden with enormous strides, then sat and wept, dirty and humiliated. She ran inside, washed her mouth with soap, brushed her teeth, as if that could remove the stain from memory. When Uncle Jamie came to find her, she clung to his neck, buried her face in his shirt, and told him she didn't want a present. She decided to become a nun. Jamie gave one of his deep, rare laughs. She sobbed that she swore she was going to become a nun. He replied she'd have to be born all over again, and besides, over his dead body. Alba didn't see Esteban Garcia again until he stood beside her in the university parking lot, but she could never forget him. She told no one of that repulsive kiss or the dreams that followed. Garcia appearing as a green beast trying to strangle her with paws and asphyxiate her by shoving a slimy tentacle down her throat. Remembering all that, Alba discovered the nightmare had been crouched inside her all those years. Garcia was still the beast waiting in the shadows, ready to jump on top of her at any turn of life. She could not know it was a premonition. Miguel's disappointment and rage at discovering Alba with Senator Truba's granddaughter vanished the second time he saw her wandering like a lost soul down the cafeteria corridors where they'd met. He decided it was unfair to blame the granddaughter for the grandfather's ideas. They resumed their strolls with arms around each other. Soon kisses weren't enough, and they began meeting in Miguel's rented room, a mediocre boarding house for penniless students presided over by a middle-aged couple with a calling for espionage. They watched with undisguised hostility when Alba went upstairs holding Miguel's hand. It was torture for her to overcome her timidity and face the criticism of those stares that ruined the joy of their meetings. She would have preferred to avoid them but rejected the idea of a hotel room for the same reason she didn't want to be seen at the boarding house. Miguel laughed, calling her the worst bourgeois he knew. Occasionally he borrowed a motorcycle and they escaped for hours, traveling at reckless speed, crouched low on the machine with frozen ears and anxious hearts. They liked deserted beaches in winter, walking on wet sand, leaving tracks for waves to lap away, frightening gulls, gulping salt air. In summer, they preferred thick forests where they could frolic once away from hikers and Boy Scouts. Alba soon discovered the safest place was her own house. In the labyrinth of rear rooms where no one ever went, they could make love undisturbed. She said if servants heard noise, they'd think the ghosts were back, and told him of the glorious past of visiting spirits and flying tables in the big house on the corner. The first time Alba led Miguel through the garden's back door, making a path through the jungle and stepping around moss-covered statues speckled with bird droppings, the young man did a double take when he saw the house. He murmured that he had been there before, but couldn't recall when. That nightmare jungle and dilapidated mansion bore only meager resemblance to the luminous image treasured in his mind since childhood. One by one, the lovers tried out all the abandoned rooms, and finally chose an improvised nest deep in the basement. Years had passed since Alba had last been there. She had almost forgotten it existed, but the moment she opened the door and inhaled its unmistakable odor, she felt again the old magical attraction. They used Uncle Nicolas's books, dishes, boxes, furniture, and drapes from bygone days to arrange their astonishing nuptial chamber. In the center, they piled several mattresses to create a bed, covering them with moth-eaten velvet. From the trunks they took innumerable treasures. They made sheets from old topaz-colored damask curtains. They unstitched the sumptuous Chantilly lace dress Clara had worn the day Barabbas died, and fashioned a time-colored mosquito net that also protected them from spiders that fell unexpectedly from the ceiling. They lit their way with candles and ignored the rodents, the cold, and that fog from the other world. They walked around stark naked in the basement's eternal twilight, defying humidity and drafts. They drank white wine from crystal goblets Alba took from the dining room and made a detailed inventory of each other's bodies and the multiple possibilities of pleasure. They played like children. Alba found it difficult to recognize in this sweet, infatuated young man, who could laugh and romp in an endless bacchanal, the eager revolutionary so committed to justice that he took secret courses in firearms and revolutionary strategy. Alba invented irresistible seduction techniques. Miguel created new and marvelous ways to make love. Blinded by the strength of their passion, an insatiable thirst, they lacked hours or words enough to tell each other their most intimate thoughts and deepest memories. Alba stopped practicing cello except to play it naked on the topaz bed, and she attended university classes with a hallucinated look in her eyes. Miguel postponed his thesis and political meetings because they wanted to be together every hour. They used the least distraction from the house's inhabitants to sneak down to the basement. Alba learned to lie and dissimulate. Pretending she needed to study late at night, she moved out of the room she had shared with her mother since her grandmother's death and set up a room on the first floor facing the garden, so she could let Miguel in through the window and lead him on tiptoe through the sleeping house to their enchanted lair. But they didn't meet only at night. The love's impatience sometimes became so unbearable that Miguel risked daytime visits, slinking through bushes like a thief until he reached the basement door, where Alba waited, her heart in her mouth. They embraced with parting desperation and slipped down to their refuge, suffocating with complicity. For the first time in her life, Alba wanted to be beautiful. She regretted that the splendid women in her family had not bequeathed their attributes, that Rosa the Beautiful had given her only the algae tones in her hair, which seemed more like a hairdresser's mistake. Miguel understood her anxiety. He led her to the huge Venetian mirror on one wall of their secret room, shook dust from the cracked glass, lit all the candles they had, and arranged them around her. She stared at herself in the 1,000 pieces of mirror. In candlelight, her skin was the unreal color of wax statues. Miguel began to caress her, and she saw her face transformed in the kaleidoscope, finally believing she was the most beautiful woman in the universe because she could see herself with Miguel's eyes. That seemingly interminable orgy lasted more than a year. Finally, Miguel finished his thesis, graduated, and began looking for work. When the pressing need of unsatisfied love passed, they regained composure and returned to normal. Alba made an effort to take interest in her studies again. He turned once more to political activities. Events were taking place at breakneck speed, the country torn by ideological disputes. Miguel rented a small apartment near his work. That was where they made love now. After a year of frisking naked in the basement, both had contracted chronic bronchitis, which somewhat dampened the attraction of their subterranean paradise. Alba helped decorate the new apartment, hanging curtains and political posters everywhere she could, even suggesting she might move in with him. But on this point, Miguel was unyielding. He explained that bad times were coming. He couldn't have her with him because when necessary he would join the guerrillas. She promised to follow wherever he went. He replied that she couldn't do that for love, only out of political conviction, something she didn't have. They couldn't afford the luxury amateurs. His words seemed cruel, but years would pass before she understood their full meaning. Senator Treba was already old enough to retire, but the thought hadn't crossed his mind. He read the daily papers and muttered under his breath. Things had changed considerably. He felt overtaken by events he had not expected to live long enough to confront. He had been born before the city had electric lights and had lived to see a man walk on the moon, but none of the upheavals of his long existence had prepared him for the revolution brewing in his country, right under his eyes, that had everyone in a state of agitation. The only person who didn't speak about what was happening was Jamie. To avoid arguing with his father, he had acquired the habit of silence, and soon discovered it was far more comfortable. The only time he abandoned his Trappist laconism was when Alba visited him in his tunnel of books. His niece always arrived in her nightgown, hair wet from the shower, and sat at the foot of his bed to tell him happy stories. Because, as she put it, he was a magnet for other people's problems and irreversible disasters, and someone had to keep him posted about spring and love. But her good intentions clashed with her need to talk about things that preoccupied her. They never agreed. They shared the same books, but their opinions differed when analyzing what they'd read. Jaime mocked her political ideas and bearded friends, scolding her for falling in love with a cafe terrorist. He was the only one in the family who knew about Miguel. He told Alba to send that spoiled brat to spend a day in the hospital. They'd see if he still wanted to waste time on pamphlets and speeches. She replied that he was a lawyer, not a doctor. Jamie didn't care. They needed whatever they could get, even plumbers would help. Jamie was convinced that after so many years of struggle, the socialists were finally going to win. He attributed this to the people becoming conscious of their needs and their own strength. Alba repeated Miguel's words. Only through armed struggle could the bourgeoisie be toppled. Jamie was horrified by any extremism, holding that guerrilla warfare was only justified under tyranny, where shooting was the only solution. But it would be an aberration in a country where change could come by popular vote. Alba called him naive. That had never happened. They'd never let his socialists win. She tried to explain Miguel's point. You couldn't keep waiting for the slow passage of history, the laborious process of educating and organizing the people, because the world was leaping ahead and they were being left behind. Radical change was never brought about willingly and without violence. History confirmed this. The argument went on until they locked in a confused rhetorical exchange that left them exhausted, each accusing the other of being more stubborn than a mule. But in the end, they kissed goodnight, both feeling the other was an extraordinary human being. One night at dinner, Jamie announced the socialists were going to win. Since he'd been saying that for 20 years, no one believed him. The senator replied disdainfully that if his mother were alive, she'd say those who always win were going to win again. But Jamie knew what he was talking about. He had heard it from the candidate. They had been friends for years. Jamie often went to play chess with him at night. The same socialist who had had his eye on the presidency for the past 18 years. Jamie had first seen him behind his father's back, when the candidate rode the trains of victory in a cloud of smoke during electoral campaigns of his youth. In those days, the candidate was a robust young man with the angular face of a hunting dog, shouting impassioned speeches over the hissing and heckling of landowners and the silent fury of peasants. The era when the Sanchez brothers had hanged the socialist leader at the crossroads, when Esteban Truba had whipped Pedro Tercero Garcia in front of his father for spreading Father José Dulce Maria's strange Bible interpretations among tenants. Jamie's friendship with the candidate was born by chance one Sunday night when he was summoned from the hospital for an emergency house call. He arrived in an ambulance, rang the bell, and was ushered in by the candidate himself. Jaime recognized him easily from pictures, and he hadn't changed much since the train. The candidate led him to the maid's room, where his daughters were trying to help a choking woman, her pop-eyed face purple, monstrously swollen tongue hanging from her mouth. One daughter explained she'd been eating fish. Jamie asked for the oxygen from the ambulance and prepared a syringe. He stayed with the candidate beside the bed until the woman breathed normally and got her tongue back in her mouth. They discussed socialism and chess, the beginning of a strong friendship. Jamie introduced himself with his mother's surname, the one he always used, never imagining that the next day the party security service would inform the candidate that he was the son of Senator Truba, his worst political enemy. The candidate never mentioned this, and right up to the final hour when they shook hands for the last time in the din of fire and bullets, Jamie wondered if he would ever have the courage to tell him the truth. His long experience of defeat and knowledge of the people allowed the candidate to realize before anyone else that this time he was going to win. He told Jaime this, cautioning him not to let anyone know, so the right would go into the election sure of victory, as arrogant and divided as ever. Jamie replied that even if they told everyone, no one would believe it, not even the socialists themselves. And as proof, he told his father. Jamie continued working 14-hour days, including Sundays, and took no part in the political process. He was frightened by the violent turn the struggle had taken, polarizing everyone into two extremes, leaving the center to a flighty, indecisive group waiting to see who might win before voting. He refused to be provoked by his father, who seized every opportunity to warn him about international communism's handiwork and the chaos that would sweep the country in the improbable event of a leftist victory. The only time Jamie lost his patience was one morning when he awoke to find the city plastered with angry posters depicting a full-bellied, lonely woman vainly trying to wrest her son from a communist soldier, dragging him off to Moscow. It was part of the terror campaign organized by Senator Treba and his coreligionists with help from specially imported foreign experts. That was too much for Jamie. He decided he could no longer live under the same roof as his father. He closed his tunnel door, packed his clothes, and went to sleep at the hospital. The pace of events escalated during the campaign's final months. Candidates' portraits covered every wall. Pamphlets dropped from airplanes carpeted the streets like printed snow. Radios howled party slogans. Preposterous wagers were made by members on both sides. At night, gangs of young people took to the streets to attack ideological rivals. Enormous demonstrations measured each party's popularity, each time jamming the city with equal numbers. Alba was euphoric, but Miguel explained the election was a joke. Whoever won, it would make no difference, just changing the needle on the same old syringe. You couldn't make a revolution at the ballot box, only with the people's blood. A peaceful, democratic revolution with complete freedom of expression was a contradiction in terms. Jamie exclaimed that the poor boy was crazy when Alba told him they were going to win, and he'd have to swallow his words. Up until that moment, Jamie had always managed to avoid Miguel. He didn't wish to know him, tormented by a secret, unconfessable jealousy. He had helped bring Alba into the world, sat her on his knee 1,000 times, taught her to read, paid for her schooling, celebrated all her birthdays. Feeling like a father, he couldn't shake off his uneasiness seeing her become a woman. He had noticed her change in recent years and deceived himself with false arguments, even though his long experience caring for others taught him that only love's knowledge could bring such splendor to a woman's looks. He had seen Alba mature practically overnight, leaving behind adolescence's vague shape for the body of a satisfied, gentle woman. With absurd intensity, he hoped his niece's infatuation would prove a passing fancy, because deep down he couldn't accept that she might need another man more than she needed him. Still, he couldn't continue to ignore Miguel. It was during this time that Alba told him Miguel's sister was ill. She pleaded with him to speak to Miguel about her. When Jamie met Miguel in a neighborhood cafe, all his suspicion was swept away by a wave of sympathy. The man across the table nervously stirring his coffee was not the petulant extremist bully he'd expected, but a tremulous, sensitive young man fighting off tears as he described his sister's symptoms. Jamie told him to take him to see her. Miguel and Alba led him to the Bohemian Quarter. In the center of town, yards from modern steel and glass buildings, streets of painters, ceramists, and sculptors had sprung up on a steep hillside. Ancient houses divided into tiny studios. Craftsmen's workshops had glass roofs to let the sky in. Painters survived in dark hovels that were a paradise of misery and grandeur. Confident children played in narrow streets. Beautiful women in long tunics carried babies on backs or hips. Bearded, sleepy, indifferent men watched life pass from chairs on corners or doorways. They stopped before a French-style house like a cream cake with carved cherubs along the friezes. They ascended a narrow staircase built as a fire exit, but transformed by subdivisions into the only entrance. As they climbed, the staircase turned on itself, wrapping them in the penetrating smell of garlic, marijuana, and turpentine. Miguel stopped on the top floor before an orange door, turned the key, and they went in. Jamie and Alba felt as if they'd stepped into an aviary. The room was round, capped by an absurd Byzantine cupola surrounded with windows, through which one could see all the city's rooftops and feel close to the clouds. Doves had nested on the windowsill, adding excrement and feathers to the spattered panes. Seated on a chair before the room's only table was a woman in a ragged robe adorned with an embroidered dragon on its front. It took Jaime seconds to recognize her. He whispered her name, Amanda. He hadn't seen her in more than 20 years, when the love they both felt for Nicolas was stronger than the love between them. In that time, the dark, athletic young man with damp, slicked-down hair who used to walk back and forth reading aloud from medical textbooks had become a man slightly curved from bending over patients' beds. Though now gray-haired, serious-faced, and wearing wire-rimmed glasses, he was basically the same person. But to have recognized Amanda, he must have loved her a great deal. She looked older than possible, very thin, just skin and bones, with a wan yellow complexion and neglected, nicotine-stained hands. Her eyes were red and bloated without luster, pupils dilated, giving her a frightened, helpless look. She saw neither Jamie nor Alba, only Miguel. She tried to get up but stumbled and swayed. Her brother jumped to catch her, holding her against his chest. Miguel asked in surprise if they knew each other. Jamie said yes, a long time ago. He felt it would be useless to discuss the past. Alba and Miguel were too young to understand the sense of irreparable loss he felt at that moment. With a single brushstroke, the image of the gypsy girl he'd treasured all those years had been erased, the only love in his solitary fate. He helped Miguel lay her on the sofa she used as a bed and put a pillow under her head. Amanda held her robe with both hands, weakly trying to protect herself, mumbling incoherently, shaken by convulsions, panting like a tired dog. Alba watched in horror. Only when Amanda lay still with closed eyes did she recognize the woman who smiled in the little photograph Miguel always carried. Jamie spoke in a voice unfamiliar to Alba and gradually calmed her. He caressed her with the tender, fatherly touch he sometimes used with animals until she relaxed and let him roll up her old Chinese robe sleeves, revealing skeletal arms covered with thousands of tiny scars, bruises, and holes, some infected, full of pus. Then he uncovered her legs. Her thighs were also tortured. Jamie looked at her sadly, comprehending in that moment the abandonment, years of poverty, frustrated loves, and terrible road this woman had traveled before reaching desperation. He remembered her youth, dazzling him with the flutter of her hair, rattle of trinkets, bell-like laughter, eagerness to embrace outlandish ideas and pursue dreams. He cursed himself for letting her go, and for all the time they had lost. He said she had to be hospitalized, only a detoxification program could save her now. She was going to go through hell. Just as the candidate had predicted, the Socialists, in alliance with other left parties, won the presidential election. The balloting proceeded without incident on a shining September morning. Those who had always won, accustomed to power since time immemorial, even though their strength had greatly waned, spent the weeks before the election preparing for triumph. Liquor stores sold out, markets sold their last fresh fish, bakeries worked double shifts for cakes and pastries. In the High District, there was no alarm at the first partial returns from the provinces favoring the left. Everyone knew the capital's votes would be decisive. Senator Treba followed returns from party headquarters, perfectly relaxed and good-humored, laughing disdainfully when any of his men showed nervousness at the opposition candidate's unmistakable advance. In anticipation of victory, he had broken his strict mourning and placed a red rose in his lapel buttonhole. When interviewed on television, the entire country heard him say that those who had always won would win again, and he invited everyone to join him in a toast to the defenders of democracy. In the big house on the corner, Blanca, Alba, and the servants sat before the television, sipping tea and eating toast, intently following returns, jotting down results as announced. They saw Truba on screen, older and more stubborn than ever. Alba said he was going to have a fit, because this time the other side was going to win. Soon it was evident to everyone that only a miracle would alter the results, which grew clearer throughout the day. In the white, blue, and yellow houses of the High District, Venetian blinds were lowered, doors bolted, and flags and portraits of their candidate, already hung from balconies, were hurriedly pulled inside. Meanwhile, in shanty towns and working-class neighborhoods, whole families, parents, children, grandparents, took to the streets in their Sunday best, gaily making their way toward the city center carrying portable radios to follow the latest returns. In the High District, a few students afire with idealism made faces at grim-faced relatives huddled before television screens and went out to join the procession. Workers began arriving from the industrial belt on the city's outskirts, marching in orderly columns with raised clenched fists, singing campaign songs. They converged in the city center, shouting in a single voice that the people united would never be defeated. They took out white handkerchiefs and waited. At midnight, the announcement came. The left had won. In an instant, the scattered groups filled out, swelled, and lengthened. Streets filled with euphoric people jumping, shouting, hugging, laughing. They lit torches. The jumble of voices and dancing became a disciplined, jubilant procession advancing toward the bourgeoisie's well-tended avenues. Ordinary citizens, factory workers in heavy work shoes, women with babies in arms, students in shirt sleeves, calmly marching through the private, expensive neighborhood where they had rarely ventured. The noise of songs, footsteps, and torch glow penetrated shuddered. Silent houses where those who believed their own prophecies of terror trembled, expecting any moment to be cut to pieces, or, if lucky, stripped of possessions and packed off to Siberia. But no roaring crowd forced doors or trampled flower beds. People surged forward without touching luxury cars lining the streets, pouring into squares and parks they had never entered, stopping to marvel at shop windows sparkling as if Christmas, displaying objects they didn't even know how to use, and continued peacefully on their way. When columns passed her house, Alba ran out and joined them, singing at the top of her voice. The people marched all night, beside themselves with joy. Inside rich mansions, champagne bottles remained unopened, lobsters languished on silver trays, pastries swarmed with flies. At daybreak in the dispersing crowd, Alba glimpsed Miguel shouting and waving a flag. She pushed toward him, calling his name in vain. He couldn't hear her in the confusion. When she stood before him and he finally saw her, he passed the flag to someone else and threw his arms around her, lifting her off the ground. Both exhausted, while kissing, they wept with joy. She laughed and told him she'd said they'd win. He replied that they'd won, but now they'd have to defend their victory. The next day, the same people who had spent the night in frightened vigil poured out like a crazed avalanche to storm banks, demanding their money. Anyone with valuables decided to keep them under mattresses or send them overseas. Within 24 hours, property values halved. Every available flight out was booked in hysteria to escape before Russians came and strung barbed wire. The triumphant marchers watched the bourgeoisie standing in line fighting to get through bank doors and roared with laughter. In hours, the country split into two irreconcilable groups, a division spreading within every family. Senator Treba spent the night at party headquarters, forcibly restrained by followers convinced that if he went outside the crowd would recognize and hang him from the first lamppost. Treba was more surprised than angry. He couldn't believe what was happening even though he'd sung the same old song for years about the country crawling with Marxists. But he wasn't depressed. Far from it. In his old fighter's heart fluttered a sense of elation he hadn't felt for years. He remarked mysteriously to teary coreligionists that it was one thing to win an election and quite another to be president. The idea of eliminating the new president wasn't yet on anyone's mind. Enemies were sure they'd end him through the same legal channels that had carried him to triumph. That was what Treba thought. The next day, when it was clear there was no need to fear the festive crowds, he left his refuge for a country house on the outskirts, where a secret lunch was held. There he met other politicians, military men, and gringos sent by their intelligence service to map a strategy for bringing down the new government. Economic destabilization, as they called their sabotage. The house was enormous, colonial style, surrounded by a flagstone patio. Several cars already parked out front. He was received effusively, one of the undisputed right leaders, having made necessary contacts months in advance. After cold fish with avocado sauce, roast suckling pig in brandy, and chocolate mousse, they dismissed waiters and bolted dining room doors. They sketched out their strategy's main lines. When finished, they toasted the fatherland. Everyone except the foreigners was willing to risk half his personal fortune, but only old Treba was also willing to give his life. He concluded firmly that they wouldn't give him peace, not even a minute. He'd have to resign. General Hurtado placed his service pistol on the table, adding that if that didn't work, they had this. The head of embassy intelligence replied in studied Spanish that they weren't interested in a military coup. They wanted Marxism to be a colossal failure that fell alone, so they could erase it from people's minds throughout the continent. They would solve the problem with money, buy a few Congress members so they wouldn't confirm him as president. It was in the Constitution. He didn't have an absolute majority, and Congress had to make the final choice. Treba exclaimed to get that idea out of his head. He wasn't going to bribe anyone around here. Congress and armed forces were above corruption. Better to use the money to buy mass media, giving them a way to manipulate public opinion, the only thing that really counted. Several voices said he was out of his mind. The first thing Marxists would do was destroy press freedom. Trubira replied that he knew this country. They'd never do away with press freedom. It was in their platform. They'd sworn to respect democratic rights. They would catch them in their own trap. Trubira was right. They couldn't bribe Congress members. On the date stipulated by law, the left calmly came to power, and on that date, the right began stockpiling hatred. After the election, everyone's life changed. Those who thought they could continue as before soon realized it was an illusion. For Pedro III Garcia, the change was brutal. He had managed to avoid routine snares, living as free and poor as a wandering minstrel, never wearing leather shoes, a tie, or wristwatch, indulging in affections, candor, shabbiness, siesta, accountable to no one. It had become increasingly difficult to find the requisite anxiety and sorrow for new songs. Over time, he had found great inner peace. The rebelliousness inspiring his youth had given way to the gentleness of a man satisfied with himself, as austere as a Franciscan, ambitious for neither money nor power. The only blot on his peace was Blanca. He'd lost interest in dead-end affairs with adolescent girls, believing now that Blanca was the only woman he was meant to love. He tallied all the years loved clandestinely, and couldn't recall a moment when she hadn't been present, at least in his thoughts. After the election, his equilibrium was destroyed by the urgency of working with the government. He couldn't refuse. As explained, left parties had a shortage of skilled men for positions to fill. He argued he was just a peasant with no training. They replied it didn't matter. He was popular. Even if he put his foot in it, people would forgive him. So he found himself behind a desk for the first time in his life, with a personal secretary at his disposal and a grandiose portrait of the founding father at some valiant battle hanging behind him. Pedro stared out the barred window of his luxurious office and could see only a small square of gray sky. His job wasn't a sinecure. He worked from 7 in the morning until late at night, so tired by the end that he couldn't strike a single guitar chord, much less make love to Blanca with accustomed passion. When they managed to arrange a meeting, surmounting all Blanca's usual obstacles plus new ones from Pedro's job, they found themselves more full of anguish than desire. They made love wearily, interrupted by the telephone, harried by time of which there was never enough. Blanca stopped wearing risque lingerie, deciding it was unnecessary provocation that made her look ridiculous. In the end, they met only to sleep in each other's arms like grandparents and have friendly conversations about daily problems and serious matters shaking the country's core. One day, Pedro realized he'd gone a whole month without making love, and worse, neither had really wanted to. Shocked, he knew there was no reason for impotence at his age and forced himself to attribute it to his current life and developed bachelor ways. He imagined if he could lead a normal life with Blanca, where she'd wait every evening in a peaceful home, everything would be different. He announced he would marry her once and for all, fed up with furtive love, too old to continue like this. Blanca gave the same answer as so many times before. She had to think it over. She sat naked on his narrow bed. He studied her dispassionately, seeing time beginning to ravage her beauty. Fatter and sadder, hands deformed by rheumatism, magnificent breasts that had kept him awake nights slowly but surely approaching a matron's broad lap, firmly settled in her years. Still, he found her just as beautiful as when young, making love in the reeds along Tres Marias' riverbank, and precisely that thought made him regret that his exhaustion was stronger than his passion. He said she'd been thinking it over for almost half a century, long enough. It was now or never. Blanca wasn't surprised. It wasn't the first ultimatum. Each time he broke off with a young mistress and returned, he demanded she marry him. A desperate attempt to hang on to her love and find forgiveness. When he'd agreed to move out of the working-class neighborhood where he'd been happy for years and resettle in the middle-class apartment, he'd said the same thing. Either marry him now or never see each other again. Blanca didn't realize that this time Pedro's mind was made up. They separated angrily. She dressed, quickly gathering clothes strewn across the floor, wrapping her hair into a bun moored with hairpins from the bed. Pedro lit a cigarette, not taking his eyes off her. Blanca finished putting on her shoes and waved goodbye from the doorway. Sure, he would call the next day for one of his spectacular reconciliations. Pedro turned his face to the wall. A bitter grin had transformed his mouth into a single line. It would be 2 years before they met again. In the days after their last parting, Blanca waited for him to reach out, the old pattern. He had never failed her, not even when she married and they spent a year apart. Back then, he had come looking for her. But 3 days of silence grew into real alarm. She could not sleep, thrashing in her bed, doubling her tranquilizers, retreating into migraines and neuralgias. To keep her hands busy and her mind blank, she baked hundreds of crèche monsters for Christmas. The impatience would not be suppressed. She called the ministry. A woman's voice told her compañero Garcia was in a meeting. She called again the next day, and every day that week, until she understood that this route would never work. Swallowing the immense pride she had inherited from her father, she put on her best dress and her striptease garter belt, then went to his apartment. Her key no longer fit the lock. She had to ring the bell. A mustached giant with the eyes of a schoolgirl opened the door and said, without inviting her in, that compañero Garcia wasn't there. In that instant she understood she had lost him. A fleeting vision came. Herself in a vast desert, wasting away on tasks that filled time, without the only man she had ever loved, far from the arms she had slept in since early childhood. She sat on the stairs and burst into tears. The man with the mustache quietly shut the door. She told no one. When Alba asked about Pedro Tercero, Blanca answered evasively. He was extremely busy with his new government job. She kept teaching her classes for wealthy young women and children with Down syndrome, and even started ceramics in the shantytowns, where women had organized to learn trades. For the first time, she took an active role in the country's political and social life. Organization had become necessary because the road to socialism had quickly turned into a battlefield. While the people celebrated, letting hair and beards grow, calling each other compañero, reviving folklore and native crafts, holding endless noisy meetings where everyone spoke at once. The right launched strategic actions to shred the economy and discredit the government. They controlled the media, had nearly limitless money, and enjoyed gringo support through secret sabotage funds. Within months, the results appeared. For the first time in their lives, people had enough money for basic needs and small luxuries. But the stores were nearly empty. Shortages began. Women queued before dawn for a scrawny chicken, half a dozen diapers, a roll of toilet paper. Shoe polish, needles. Coffee became luxury gifts. The anxiety of scarcity arrived. Rumors swept the country. People bought anything without thinking, just in case. They stood in line without even knowing what was being sold. New occupations appeared. Professional line standers, sweet sellers, blanket renters. The black market flourished. Children traded in schoolyards. In the hysteria, non-smokers paid fortunes for cigarettes. Childless people fought over baby formula. Spare parts vanished. Gasoline was rationed. Car lines stretched 2 days and a night, constricting the city like a motionless boa. Office workers switched to bicycles, and streets filled with panting cyclists. Then the Teamsters struck. By the second week, it was clearly political. They had no intention of returning. The army wanted to intervene because produce was rotting, but the drivers had dismantled their engines. The president appeared on television asking for patience, warning that the Teamsters served imperialists, advising people to plant vegetables in their yards. Meanwhile, the people, accustomed to poverty and rarely eating chicken except on holidays, did not surrender the euphoria of victory. They organized as if for war, still singing that the people united would never be defeated, though each time the song grew more out of tune as divisiveness and hatred inexorably spread. Senator Truba also found his life changed. His enthusiasm for the struggle restored his former vigor and relieved some of his bone pain. He worked as in his heyday, conspiratorial trips abroad, tireless travel north to south on planes, cars, trains, none with first-class tickets anymore. He endured lavish dinners by pretending to have a prisoner's appetite, though his aging digestive tract could not handle such acrobatics. He lived in meetings, At first, his long democratic experience made it hard to set traps for the new government. But soon he abandoned legal obstruction and accepted that only illegal means could unseat it. He was the first to declare publicly that only a military coup could halt Marxism, because people who had waited 50 years for power would not give it up over a chicken shortage. He shouted that instead of acting like a bunch of faggots, they should take out their guns. He broadcast his ideas to the four winds. He went to the military school to throw corn at cadets, yelling they were all chickens. He hired 2 bodyguards to protect him from his own excesses, but often forgot he had them, and when he felt them spying, he threw tantrums, insulting them and threatening with his cane until he nearly choked, his heart hammering. He was convinced the 2 stocky morons could not stop a real assassin, but trusted they would scare off spontaneous detractors. He tried to put Alba under surveillance too, fearing that because she moved in communist circles, someone might mistreat her, due to him. Alba refused, saying a hired bully was a confession of guilt and she had nothing to fear. He did not dare insist, tired of fighting his family, and because his granddaughter was the only person in the world with whom he could express tenderness and who could make him laugh. Blanca had meanwhile organized a black market network using her contacts in the working-class neighborhood where she taught ceramics. She had to work and worry for every bar of soap or bag of sugar. She developed a cunning she had not suspected in herself, storing all kinds of things in the house's empty rooms, including 2 barrels of soy sauce bought from a Chinese immigrant. She sealed windows, put padlocks on doors, and wore the keys around her waist even while bathing, distrusting everyone, including Jamie and Alba, not without reason. Alba said she looked like a jailer, alarmed at this mania for securing the future by embittering the present. Alba felt that if there was no meat, they should eat potatoes. No shoes, they should wear sandals. But Blanca, horrified at such simplicity, held that whatever happened, one should not lower one's standard of living, using that to justify her smuggler's ploys. In truth, they had never lived so well since Clara's death, because someone was finally seeing to domestic order and the pots. Crates came regularly from Tres Marias. Blanca hid them. The first time almost everything rotted, the stench seeping through the locked rooms into the neighborhood. Jamie suggested donating, trading, or selling perishables. Blanca refused to share her treasures. Alba then understood that her mother, who had seemed the only sane person in the family, also had a streak of madness. Alba made a hole in the wall and removed part of the stores. Cupfuls of sugar, rice, flour, pieces of cheese, spilling dried fruit to look like mice. It took Blanca over 4 months to suspect her. Blanca made a written inventory, putting a cross next to items she removed for household use, convinced the new system would expose the thief. But Alba took advantage of any carelessness to make new crosses on the list. In the end, Blanca grew so confused she did not know if she had erred in her accounting, if they were eating 3 times more than calculated, or if ghosts still haunted that accursed mansion. The products of Alba's thefts went to Miguel, who distributed them in poor neighborhoods and factories alongside his revolutionary pamphlets, calling for armed struggle to bring down the oligarchy. No one paid attention. They believed that since they had come to power legally, no one could take it away, at least not until the next presidential election. Miguel told Alba they were fools, not realizing the right was arming itself. Alba believed him. She had seen enormous wooden crates unloaded in her house's courtyard in the middle of the night, their contents silently stored under Truba's orders in another unused back room. Like her mother, her grandfather padlocked the door and kept the key around his neck in the same suede pouch that held Clara's teeth. Alba confided this to Uncle Jamie, who had made peace with his father and moved back in. She was almost certain they were weapons. Jamie, preoccupied at that time, and more or less continuing so until the day they killed him, could hardly believe it, but his niece insisted so much that he agreed to ask his father at dinner. The old man's answer removed any doubt. He thundered that in his house he did as he saw fit, and stored as many boxes as he felt like, slamming his fists so the glassware jumped, ordering them not to stick their noses into his affairs. And the discussion stopped dead. That night, Alba went to her uncle in his tunnel of books, and proposed they apply the same system to his father's weapons as she had to her mother's provisions. They spent the rest of the night boring a hole through the wall of the room next to the arsenal, hiding it with a large wardrobe on one side and the forbidden boxes themselves on the other. Armed with a hammer and pliers, they gained access to Truba's locked room. Alba, experienced in this line of work, suggested they start with the bottom boxes. Inside, they found a military cache that left them stunned. Perfect instruments of death, such as they had never seen. Over the following days, they stole everything they could, leaving empty boxes under the others and filling them with stones so they would go unnoticed if lifted. They pulled out pistols, submachine guns, rifles, hand grenades, hiding them in Jamie's room until Alba could transport them in her cello case to a safer place. Senator Truba watched his granddaughter walk by with the heavy case, never suspecting that the bullets he had worked so hard to bring across the border were rolling in the velvet lining. Alba wanted to hand the confiscated weapons to Miguel, but Jamie convinced her that Miguel was no less a terrorist than her grandfather. Better to dispose of them so they would harm no one. They discussed options from river to pyre, finally deciding to bury them in plastic bags in a secret location, in case they were ever needed for a nobler cause. Senator Truba was surprised to see his son and granddaughter planning a mountain outing. Neither Jamie nor Alba had done any sport since leaving English school and had never shown interest in hiking the Andes. One Saturday morning they drove off in a borrowed jeep with a tent, a basket of food, and a mysterious suitcase as heavy as a corpse, the stolen weapons. They drove as far as possible, then continued on foot until they found a tranquil spot amid wind and cold-swept vegetation. They pitched their tent clumsily, dug holes, buried the plastic bags, marking each spot with a small pile of stones. They spent the rest of the weekend trout fishing, roasting their catch on a bramble fire, exploring the hills like children, talking about the past. At night, they drank hot wine with cinnamon and sugar, huddled in their shawls, toasting to the face old Trueba would make when he discovered the theft, laughing until tears rolled down their cheeks. Alba joked that if he weren't her uncle, she would marry him. When she mentioned Miguel, she said he would be her lover. Jamie did not find this amusing, and for the remainder of the trip he was withdrawn. That night they climbed into sleeping bags, put out the lantern, and lay in silence. Alba fell asleep almost immediately, but Jamie stayed awake in the dark until sunrise. He liked to call Alba a daughter to him, but that night he caught himself wishing he was neither her uncle nor her father, but Miguel. He thought of Amanda and regretted that she no longer moved him. Searching his memory for the last embers of their excessive passion, he found nothing. He had become a recluse. At first he had been very close to Amanda because he took charge of her treatment, seeing her nearly every day. She had agonized for weeks until she could live without drugs. She also gave up cigarettes and alcohol, leading a healthy, orderly existence, gaining weight, cutting her hair, making up her large eyes again, wearing tinkling necklaces and bracelets in a pathetic attempt to remove her tarnished self-image. She was in love, swinging from depression to permanent euphoria. Jamie was the focus of her obsession. As proof, she offered the enormous effort she had made to free herself from her addictions. Jamie scarcely encouraged her, but lacked the fortitude to reject her, feeling that the illusion of love might aid her recovery, though he knew it was too late for the two of them. He maintained distance on the pretext of being a hopeless bachelor, satisfied with furtive encounters with willing nurses from the clinic, or sad visits to brothels, enough to meet pressing needs in his rare free moments. Despite himself, he was involved in a relationship with Amanda that he had desperately wanted in his youth, but that no longer touched him deeply. He felt incapable of sustaining it. He felt only compassion, one of the strongest emotions he was capable of. Living with misery and pain had not hardened his soul. If anything, it had made him increasingly vulnerable to pity. The day Amanda threw her arms around him and declared her love, he hugged her back mechanically and kissed her with feigned passion so she would not notice he did not desire her. He now found himself trapped in a demanding relationship at an age when he no longer saw himself capable of tumultuous love. After exhausting sessions with Amanda, who resorted to extreme expressions of her love, leaving both of them undone, he would think he was no good at these things anymore. His relationship with Amanda and Alba's insistence often brought him in contact with Miguel. There was no way to avoid meeting him. Jamie tried to seem indifferent, but in the end Miguel captivated him. He had matured, no longer an excitable youth, though his politics had not changed. He still believed it was impossible to defeat the right without violent revolution. Jamie disagreed, but he was fond of Miguel and admired his courage. Nevertheless, he could not help thinking of him as one of those fatal men possessed by dangerous idealism and intransigent purity that colored everything they touched with disaster, especially the women unlucky enough to love them. He also disliked Miguel's ideological position, convinced that left-wing extremists like him were doing more to harm the president than those on the right. None of that prevented him from feeling well-disposed toward Miguel, or recognizing the strength of his convictions, his natural gaiety, his capacity for tenderness, and the generosity that made him willing to give his life for ideals that Jaime shared, but lacked the courage to take to their ultimate conclusion. That night, Jamie slept fitfully, uneasy in his sleeping bag, listening to his niece breathing close beside him. When he awoke, she was already up heating coffee. A chill wind blew. The sun lit the mountain peaks with golden reflections. Alba threw her arms around him and kissed him, but he kept his hands in his pockets and did not return the gesture. He was perturbed. Tres Marias was one of the last haciendas in the south to be expropriated under the agrarian reform. The peasants who had been born there and farmed the land for generations formed a cooperative and took title to the property. It had been 3 years and 5 months since they had last seen their patron, and they had long forgotten his hurricane-like temper. The foreman, terrified by the turn of events and the fiery tone of meetings in the schoolhouse, gathered his belongings and disappeared without a word to anyone, not even Senator Truba, not wishing to face his anger, feeling he had done his duty by warning him many times. With his departure, Tres Marias drifted for quite a while. No one gave orders, no one obeyed. The peasants, for the first time in their lives, tasted freedom and the experience of being their own patron. They divided pasture land, each growing what he wanted, until the government sent an agronomist who offered seed on credit and taught them about market demands, transport difficulties, fertilizers, disinfectants. But the peasants paid him little attention. He seemed a city slicker who had never held a plow. Still, they celebrated his arrival by opening the former patron's sacred wine cellar, sacking the aged wines, and slaughtering his breeding bulls to eat their testicles with onion and basil. After the agronomist left, they also ate the imported cows and all the brood hens. Esteban Truba discovered he had lost his land when they notified him that payment would come in government bonds with 30-year maturation, at the same price he had listed on his tax statement. He lost control. He went to his arsenal, picked up a machine gun he did not know how to use, and, without telling anyone, not even his bodyguards, ordered his chauffeur to drive him straight to Tres Marias. He traveled for hours, blind with rage, without any clear plan. When they arrived, the chauffeur had to brake hard because a thick wooden beam had been thrown across the gate as a roadblock. One tenant stood guard, armed with a pike and an unloaded shotgun. Truba got out. When the poor man saw the patron, he frantically rang the schoolhouse bell hung nearby for alarms, then threw himself to the ground. A hail of bullets sailed past his head into neighboring trees. Truba did not stop to see if he was dead. With unusual dexterity for his age, he headed down the path to the hacienda without looking to either side, so the blow to the back of his head took him by surprise, and he fell flat on his face in the dust before he even realized what had happened. The next thing he knew, he lay face up on the dining room table, hands tied, a pillow under his head. A woman pressed moist compresses to his forehead. Nearly all his tenants gathered around, staring with intense curiosity. Someone asked how he felt. Compañero. He roared that he was nobody's compañero, calling them sons of bitches and trying to sit up. He struggled and shouted so much that they loosened his bonds and helped him to his feet. But when he tried to leave, he saw the windows had been bricked in from outside and the door locked. They tried to explain that things had changed and he was no longer the patron, but he refused to listen, foaming at the mouth, his heart about to burst. He cursed like a madman, threatening such punishment and vengeance that they could only respond with laughter. Finally, they grew bored and left him alone, locked in the dining room. Esteban Truba collapsed into a chair, drained. Hours later, they informed him he was now a hostage and they wanted to film him for television. Alerted by his chauffeur, his 2 bodyguards and excited young Conservative Party members had traveled to Tres Marias armed with sticks, brass knuckles, and chains. But when they arrived, they found a double guard posted at the gate, training the barrel of Truba's own machine gun on them. One peasant said no one was taking their hostage compañero anywhere, emphasizing the words with a short volley fired into the air that sent the would-be rescuers packing. A television truck arrived. The tenants, who had never seen anything like it, let the truck through and posed for the cameras with broad smiles, standing around their prisoner. That night, people across the country saw on their screens the leader of the opposition tied to a table, foaming with rage, bellowing such vile curses that the tape had to be censored. The president saw it too, and was not amused. He realized it could be the detonator that set off the powder keg on which his government delicately perched. He called out the National Guard to rescue the senator. When they reached the ranch, the peasants, emboldened by press support, refused to let them in, demanding a court order. The provincial judge, seeing he could get himself in a fix and wind up excoriated on national television by the leftist press, promptly went on a fishing trip. The guardsmen were forced to wait outside the gate of Tres Marias until they received an order from the capital. Blanca and Alba found out along with everyone else, watching the news. Blanca waited until the next morning without comment, but when she heard the guardsmen had failed to rescue her father, she decided the moment had come to see Pedro III Garcia again. She ordered Alba to take off her filthy slacks and put on a decent dress. They appeared at the ministry without an appointment. A male secretary tried to make them wait, but Blanca pushed him aside and marched forward, dragging her daughter. She opened the door without knocking and burst into Pedro III's office. She hadn't seen him in 2 years, and almost turned to leave, thinking she'd entered the wrong room, because in that short time the man of her life had grown thin and old. He looked very tired and sad. His hair was still black and shiny, but thin and short. He had trimmed his beautiful beard and dressed in a bureaucrat's gray suit with a faded tie. Only by the look in his old black eyes did Blanca recognize him. She exclaimed in shock at how much he had changed. To Pedro III, however, Blanca seemed more beautiful than he remembered, as if absence had rejuvenated her. In those 2 years he had regretted his decision and learned that without Blanca, he had lost his taste for the young girls who had once attracted him. Sitting at a desk 12 hours a day, far from his guitar and the people's inspiration, he had few chances to be happy. The more time passed, the more he missed her calm, restful love. But the moment he saw her cross the threshold with that determined air, accompanied by Alba, he understood she hadn't come for sentimental reasons. He guessed her visit was prompted by the scandal around Senator Truba. Without prefacing, Blanca said she had come to ask him to accompany them. She and her daughter were going to Tres Marias to rescue the old man. That was how Alba learned that her father was Pedro III Garcia. He agreed, saying they should stop at his house to pick up his guitar, already rising from his chair. They left the ministry in a black car resembling a hearse with official plates. Blanca and Alba waited in the street while he ran up to his apartment. When he returned, he had recovered some of his old charm. Changed out of the gray suit into his overalls and poncho, wearing sandals, his guitar slung over his shoulder. Blanca smiled at him for the first time, and he bent down and kissed her quickly on the mouth. The first 60 miles passed in silence, until Alba got over her surprise and asked, voice wavering, why they hadn't told her sooner that Pedro III was her father, sparing her endless nightmares about a count in white who died of fever in the desert. Blanca answered enigmatically that a dead father was better than an absent one, and never mentioned it again. They arrived at Tres Marias at dusk. At the gate they found a large crowd gathered amiably around a bonfire roasting a pig. Guardsmen, journalists, peasants finishing off the last of the senator's bottles. Dogs and children played in the flames' glow, waiting for the suckling pig to be served. The press recognized Pedro III immediately. They had interviewed him many times. The guardsmen knew his unmistakable face as the popular singer. The peasants knew him because they had seen him born on this land. They welcomed him home with great affection. Someone asked what brought him here. Smiling, he said he had come to see the old man. They told him he could go through alone, while Doña Blanca and Alba would join them for a glass of wine. The two women sat by the fire with the others. The sweet smell of charred meat reminded them they hadn't eaten since morning. Blanca knew all the tenants and had taught many to read in Tres Marias's little schoolhouse. So they talked about bygone days, the Sanchez brothers imposing their law, old Pedro Garcia ending the plague of ants, the president as an eternal candidate haranguing from the train of his defeat. Someone marveled that he would one day be president. Another laughed that the patron now had less say at Tres Marias than they did. They led Pedro III into the kitchen. The oldest tenants stood guard at the dining room door where their former patron was held prisoner. Though they hadn't seen Pedro III in years, everyone remembered him. They sat down for wine, recalling when he was not a legend, but a rebellious boy in love with his patron's daughter. Then Pedro III picked up his guitar, rested it on his knee, shut his eyes, and sang the song about foxes and hens. All the old people joined the refrain. During a pause, he said slowly that he was going to take the patron with him. Someone replied that was out of the question. Pedro III answered that tomorrow the National Guard would arrive with a court order and carry the old man out like a hero. Better if he took him now, with his tail between his legs. They argued long, then led him into the dining room and left him alone with the hostage. This was the first time the two men had faced each other since the day Trubet had made him pay for his daughter's virginity with an axe. Pedro III remembered him as an angry giant with a snakeskin whip and silver cane, whose step made tenants tremble, whose thunderous voice made nature quake. He was surprised to find that the resentment stored over all these years melted away before this bent, shrunken old man staring up in fright. Truba had exhausted his rage. The night tied to a chair left pain in all his bones and 1,000 years of fatigue in his back. At first he struggled to recognize Pedro, but when he saw the missing fingers on his right hand, he understood this was the end of the nightmare. They stared in silence, each thinking the other incarnated everything hateful in the world, yet unable to find the old fire of hatred. Pedro III said he had come to get him out. The old man asked why. Because Blanca asked him to. Truba told him to go to hell, without conviction. Pedro replied fine. That's where they were going, and he was coming along. He untied the bonds wrapped around Truba's wrists. The senator averted his glance to avoid looking at the mutilated hand. Truba said to get him out without being seen. He didn't want journalists mocking him. Pedro said he was taking him out the same way he came in, through the gate, and started walking. Truiba followed with head bowed, eyes red. For the first time he could remember, he felt defeated. They crossed the kitchen. The old man still did not look up. They walked through the house down the path from the main building to the gate, accompanied by unruly children skipping alongside and silent peasants following behind. Blanca and Alba sat with the journalists and guardsmen, eating roast pig with their fingers and drinking red wine straight from a bottle passed hand to hand. When Alba saw her grandfather, she was troubled. She hadn't seen him so dejected since Clara died. Swallowing what was in her mouth, she ran to greet him. They hugged tightly, and she whispered something in his ear that apparently restored his dignity, for he raised his head and smiled with his old pride into the camera lights. The journalists filmed him climbing into the black car. People wondered for weeks what the foolishness had been about, until other, far more serious events eclipsed all memory of the incident. That night, the president, who had acquired the habit of outwitting his insomnia by playing chess with Jaime, discussed the matter between two games. His astute eyes, hidden behind thick, dark-framed lenses, scrutinized Jamie's face for any discomfort, but Jamie kept placing his pieces without a word. The president said old Truba had his balls in the right place and really should be on their side. Jamie simply pointed to the board and told him it was his move. In the following months, the situation deteriorated like a country at war. Spirits ran high, especially among opposition women who paraded pounding empty pans to protest shortages. Half the population hoped to overthrow the government, the other half defended it, and no one had time to worry about work. One night Alba was astonished to find the city center dark and nearly deserted. Garbage hadn't been collected all week. Stray dogs scavenged mountains of waste. Telephone poles were covered with rain-faded posters, every inch filled with opposing slogans. Half the street lamps were smashed, no lights in any building, only sad bonfires of newspaper and planks, where small groups guarding ministries and banks warmed themselves, taking turns to watch for extreme right gangs roaming the night. Alba saw a van pull up before a public building. Young men in white helmets piled out with paint and brushes, covering walls with light-colored paint, then drawing huge multicolored doves, butterflies, bloody flowers, hand-lettered verses by the poet, appeals for unity. The youth brigades who thought they could save the revolution with patriotic murals and inflammatory doves. Alba approached and pointed to the mural across the street, stained with red paint, one word printed enormous: Jakarta. She asked one of them what it meant. He said he didn't know. None knew why the opposition had painted that Asiatic word. They had never heard about the piles of corpses in that distant city. Alba climbed on her bicycle. After gas rationing and the transport strike, she had unearthed this childhood toy as her only means of getting around, and pedaled home. She thought of Miguel, a dark foreboding gripping her throat. It had been ages since she had gone to class. Time hung heavy. Professors had declared an indefinite strike. Students had taken over all buildings. Bored practicing cello at home, she used time not spent with Miguel, sleeping, strolling, talking, to work at the Misericordia District Hospital, helping Uncle Jamie and a few other doctors who continued practicing despite the medical school's order to stop work and sabotage the government. It was a Herculean task. Hallways piled with patients who had to wait for days like a moaning herd to be examined. The orderlies no longer brought supplies. Jamie would fall asleep with his scalpel in hand, so busy he often forgot to eat. He had lost weight and looked haggard, working 18-hour shifts. When he finally lay down on his cot, he often couldn't sleep, his mind racing through all the waiting patients, the lack of anesthesia, syringes, cotton, and the realization that even multiplied 1,000 times, he still wouldn't be enough. It was like trying to stop a train with bare hands. Amanda volunteered at the clinic, both to be close to Jamie and to stay busy. In exhausting days caring for strangers, she regained the inner light of her youth, and for a time she felt something like happiness. She wore a blue smock and rubber shoes, but around her Jamie could have sworn he heard the tinkle of her old glass beads. He was glad to have her there and wished he loved her. The president appeared on television almost every night, denouncing the opposition's ruthless war. He looked very tired, sometimes his voice cracked. People said he was drunk, that he spent nights in orgies with tropical mulatas flown in to warm his bones. He announced that striking Teamsters were receiving $50 a day from abroad to paralyze the country. People responded he was getting coconut ice cream and Soviet arms via diplomatic pouch. He said enemies conspired with generals to launch a coup because they'd rather see democracy dead than be governed by him. They accused him of paranoid lies and stealing paintings from the National Museum for his mistress's bedroom. He warned the right was armed and determined to sell the country to imperialism. They replied his pantry stocked breasts of fowl while masses queued for necks and wings. The day Luisa Mora rang the bell of the big house on the corner, Senator Treba was doing his accounts. The last remaining Mora sister, reduced to the size of a wandering but lucid angel, still possessed her indomitable spiritual energy. Truba hadn't seen her since Clara's death, but he recognized her enchanted flute voice and wild violet perfume, somewhat tempered by time but still noticeable at a distance. As she entered, she brought Clara's winged presence, floating before the loving eyes of her husband, who hadn't seen her in days. After settling into an armchair, Luisa said she had come with bad news. He sighed that he'd had enough of that. She explained what she'd discovered in the stars. 10 months studying astrological charts of every important person in government and opposition, including Truba. When she compared them, They showed that at this exact historic moment, a terrible sequence of events would bring blood, pain, and death. She concluded without doubt that terrible times lay ahead, so many dead they'd be impossible to count. He would be on the winner's side, but victory would only bring suffering and loneliness. Esteban Truba felt uneasy before this unusual soothsayer who disturbed his library's peace and upset his liver with astrological rantings. But because of Clara watching from across the room, he lacked the strength to send her away. Luisa said she hadn't come to upset him with news beyond his control. She came to speak with Alba, with a message from her grandmother. The senator sent for Alba. The girl hadn't seen Luisa since age 7, but remembered her perfectly, embracing her gently so as not to crush fragile marble bones, inhaling her unmistakable perfume. Luisa told her to be careful. Death was at her heels. Grandmother Clara was doing all she could to protect her from the hereafter, but spiritual protectors were powerless against major cataclysms. She said Alba should take a trip, cross the ocean. She would be safe there. At that point, Esteban Truba lost his patience, convinced he was dealing with a crazed old woman. 10 months and 11 days later, he would recall her prophetic words when they took Alba away in the middle of the night under curfew. The day of the coup, the sun was shining, rare in the timid spring just dawning. Jamie had worked practically all night. By 7 in the morning, his body had only 2 hours of sleep. The telephone woke him. A secretary with slightly agitated voice scared his drowsiness away, calling from the presidential palace to tell him to present himself as soon as possible. No, the president wasn't ill. No, she wasn't sure what was happening. She'd been instructed to call all the president's doctors. Jamie dressed like a sleepwalker and got into his car, grateful his profession entitled him to a weekly gasoline ration. Otherwise, he'd have to bicycle. He arrived at 8 and was surprised to see the great square completely empty and a large detachment of soldiers in full battle dress stationed at the government seats gates. He parked in the deserted square without noticing soldiers motioning him not to stop. He got out and was immediately surrounded. He smiled, asking if they'd gone to war with China. An officer ordered him to keep moving, traffic prohibited. Jamie showed his identification, saying he'd received a call from the president's office. He was a doctor. They escorted him to the palace's heavy wooden doors, where guardsmen stood watch. They let him through. Inside, commotion resembled a shipwreck. Employees running like seasick rats, the president's private guard pushing furniture against windows and distributing pistols to those closest. The president came out wearing a combat helmet, incongruous with fine sports clothes and Italian shoes. Then Jamie understood something momentous was taking place. The president explained tersely that the Navy had revolted. It was time to fight. Jamie called Alba, told her not to leave the house, and asked her to warn Amanda. He never spoke with her again. In the next hour, a few ministers and political leaders arrived. Telephone negotiations with insurgents began to gauge the insurrection and find peaceful settlement. But by 9:30, all armed units in the country were under officers sympathetic to the coup. Across the country, barracks purged those remaining loyal to the Constitution. The National Guard commander ordered his men at the palace to leave because police had just joined the coup. The president told them they could go but leave their guns behind. The guardsmen were confused and ashamed, but the commander's order was final. Not one dared accept the challenge in the chief of state's gaze. They left their arms in the courtyard and filed out with lowered heads. One turned at the door and said he was staying. By mid-morning, dialogue clearly wouldn't resolve the situation. Almost everyone began to leave. Only close friends and the private guard remained. The president had to order his daughters to leave. They had to be removed forcibly, calling his name from the street. Some 30 people stayed, holding out in second-floor drawing rooms. Among them was Jamie, feeling trapped in a nightmare. He sat on a red velvet chair with a gun in his hand, staring blankly. He didn't know how to use it. Time seemed very slow. His watch showed only 3 hours of this bad dream had passed. He heard the president's voice on the radio. His farewell. The president said he would not resign. He would repay the people's loyalty with his life. He had faith in the nation and its destiny. Other men would prevail. and soon the great avenues would open again where free men would walk to build a better society. Long live the people, long live the workers. These were his last words. His sacrifice would not be in vain. The sky began to cloud. Isolated gunshots sounded in the distance. The president spoke on the phone with the uprising's head, who offered a military plane to leave with his family. But he was not the kind of man to become an exile vegetating with other deposed leaders who had fled. He replied serenely that the traitors had been wrong about him. The people put him there, and the only way he'd leave was dead. Then came the roar of airplanes. The bombing began. Jamie threw himself to the floor with everyone else, unable to believe what he was seeing. Until the day before, he had been convinced nothing like this would ever happen in his country, that even the military respected the law. Only the president remained standing, walking to the window carrying a bazooka, firing at the tanks below. Jamie inched to him and grabbed his calves to make him get down, but the president cursed him and stayed erect. 15 minutes later, the whole building was in flames, impossible to breathe from bombs and smoke. Jamie crawled among broken furniture and falling plaster, attempting to help the wounded, but could only offer comfort and close the dead's eyes. In a sudden pause in shooting, the president gathered survivors and told them to leave. He didn't want martyrs or needless sacrifice. Everyone had families and important tasks ahead. He would call a truce so they could leave, but no one moved. Though some trembled, all possessed their dignity. The bombing was brief, but left the palace in ruins. By 2 p.m, fire had consumed the old colonial drawing rooms. Only a handful of men remained around the president. Soldiers entered and took what was left of the first floor. Above the din, an officer's hysterical voice ordered surrender. "Come down single file with hands on heads." The president shook each man's hand, saying he would go last. They never again saw him alive. Jaime went downstairs with the others. Soldiers stationed on each step of the broad stone staircase seemed to have lost their senses, kicking and beating those coming down with gun butts, possessed by a new hatred that had bloomed in them within hours. Some fired over the heads of those who had surrendered. A blow to Jamie's stomach doubled him over in pain. When he could stand, his eyes were full of tears and his pants moist with excrement. The soldiers continued beating them all the way into the street, where they were ordered to lie face down. There they were trampled and insulted until no Spanish curse words remained. Then someone motioned to a tank. The prisoners heard it approach, shaking the pavement like an invincible pachyderm. A colonel shouted to make way. They were going to run the tank over these bastards. Jamie looked up from the ground and thought he recognized the man, reminded of a boy he used to play with at Tres Marias as a child. The tank snorted past, 4 inches from their heads, amid hard laughter and the howl of fire engines. Warplanes sounded in the distance. A long while later, they divided prisoners into groups according to guilt. Jamie was taken to the Ministry of Defense, transformed into a barracks. They made him walk in a squatting position and led him into an enormous room filled with naked men tied in lines of 10, hands bound behind backs, so badly beaten some could hardly stand. Rivulets of blood ran down onto the marble floor. Jamie was led into the boiler room, where other men lined up against the wall beneath a pale soldier's watchful eye, his machine gun trained on them. Jamie stood motionless for a long time, staying erect as if sleepwalking, still not understanding what was happening, tormented by screams through the walls. He noticed the soldier watching him. Suddenly the man lowered his gun and approached, softly telling him to sit and rest. "Doctor," but to stand immediately if told. He handed Jamie a lit cigarette, saying Jaime had operated on his mother and saved her life. Jaime didn't smoke, but he savored that cigarette, inhaling as slowly as he could. His watch was destroyed, but hunger and thirst told him it must be night. He was so tired and uncomfortable in his stained trousers that he didn't even wonder what would happen to him. His head began to nod when the soldier whispered to him again, "Get up." They were coming for him now. Good luck. A moment later, 2 men walked in, handcuffed him, and led him before an officer in charge of interrogations. Jamie had seen him occasionally in the president's company. The officer said they knew Jamie had nothing to do with this. They just wanted him to appear on television and say the president was drunk and committed suicide. After that, he could go home. Jamie told him to do it himself and not to count on him, calling them bastards. They held his arms. The first blow landed on his stomach. Then they picked him up and smashed him down on a table. He felt them remove his clothes. Much later, they carried him unconscious from the ministry. It had begun to rain. The freshness revived him. He awoke as they loaded him onto an army bus and sat him in the last seat. Through the window, he saw empty streets and flag-decked buildings. He understood the enemy had won, and he probably thought of Miguel. The bus pulled into a military regiment's courtyard. They took him off. Other prisoners were in the same condition. They tied hands and feet with barbed wire and threw them face down in stalls. There Jamie and the others spent 2 days without food or water, rotting in their own excrement, blood, and fear, until they were all trucked to an area near the airport. In an empty lot, they were shot on the ground, they could no longer stand, and then their bodies were dynamited. The shock of the explosion and the stench of the remains floated in the air for a long time. In the big house on the corner, Senator Treba opened a bottle of French champagne to celebrate the overthrow of the regime he had fought so ferociously, never suspecting that at that very moment his son Jamie's testicles were being burned with an imported cigarette. The old man hung a flag over his entrance and didn't go outside to dance because he was lame and there was a curfew. Not because he didn't want to, as he jubilantly announced to his daughter and granddaughter. Meanwhile, clinging to the telephone, Alba tried to get word on those she most worried about. Miguel, Pedro Tercero, Uncle Jaime, Amanda, Sebastian Gomez, so many others. Senator Treba raised his glass, exclaiming that now they were going to pay for everything. Alba snatched it from his hand and hurled it against the wall, shattering it. Blanca, who had never had the courage to oppose her father, didn't hide her smile. Alba said they were not going to celebrate the president's death or anyone else's. In the pristine houses of the High District, bottles that had waited 3 years were opened, toasting the new order. All that night, helicopters flew over working-class neighborhoods, humming like flies from another world. Very late, near dawn, the phone rang. Alba, who hadn't gone to bed, ran to answer, relieved to hear Miguel. He said the time had come. She shouldn't look for him or wait for him. He loved her. She cried out that she wanted to go with him. He told her not to mention him to anyone, not to see any of their friends, to destroy address books, papers, anything about him. He would always love her, remember that, and hung up. The curfew lasted 2 days, which felt like an eternity to Alba. Radio played martial music. Television showed only landscapes and cartoons. Several times a day, the 4 hunted generals appeared between coat of arms and flag, announcing edicts. They were the new heroes of the nation. Despite the order to shoot anyone venturing outside, Senator Treba crossed the street to attend a neighbor's celebration. The party's noise didn't concern patrolling soldiers. This neighborhood expected no opposition. Blanca announced she had the worst migraine of her life and locked herself in her room. During the night, Alba heard her rummaging in the kitchen and concluded her mother's hunger had overcome her headache. Alba spent 2 days walking in circles in sheer despair, going through books in Jamie's tunnel and on her own shelves, destroying anything compromising, like a sacrilege. She was sure that when her uncle returned, he would be furious and lose all trust in her. She destroyed address books, treasured love letters, even photos of Miguel. Indifferent and bored, the maids entertained themselves making empanadas, all except the cook, who wept nonstop, anxiously waiting to go out and join her husband. When the curfew lifted for a few hours to let people buy food, Blanca was amazed to see stores filled with products that had been scarce for 3 years, now appearing as if by magic. Piles of butchered chickens. She could buy as many as she wanted, though they cost 3 times the usual free pricing having been decreed. She noticed many people staring curiously at the chickens as if they'd never seen them before, but few were buying because they couldn't afford them. 3 days later, the smell of rotting meat infected every shop in the city. Soldiers nervously patrolled, cheered by many who had wished for the government's defeat. Some, emboldened by recent violence, stopped all men with long hair or beards, unequivocal signs of rebel spirit, and all women in slacks, which they cut to ribbons, feeling responsible for imposing order, morality, decency. The new authorities announced they had nothing to do with such actions, had never ordered beards or slacks cut. Likely communists disguised as soldiers attempting to cast aspersions on the armed forces. Neither beards nor slacks were forbidden, they said, though of course they preferred men to shave and wear short hair, women to wear dresses. Word spread that the president had died. No one believed the official suicide version. Senator Treba waited until things stabilized a little. 3 days after the military pronunciamiento, he drove to the Ministry of Defense in his congressional car, surprised no one had invited him to participate in the new government. Everyone knew he was the Marxist chief enemy, the first to oppose communist dictatorship, and dare say publicly that only the military could prevent the country from falling to the left. He had made almost all the contacts with the high command, been intermediary with the gringos, used his own name and money to buy arms. He had more at stake than anyone. At his age, he wasn't interested in political power, but he was one of few who could advise them. He had held many posts over the years and knew better than anyone what the country needed. What could temporary colonels do without loyal, honest, experienced advisors? Just make a mess, or be deceived by sharp characters turning the situation to personal profit. Already happening. No one knew then how things would turn out. They thought military intervention was a necessary step toward healthy democracy. That's why he thought it so important to cooperate. When he arrived at the ministry, he was surprised to see the building had become a pigsty. Orderly swabbed floors. Some walls were riddled with bullet holes. Crouched soldiers ran around as if expecting enemies to drop from the roof. He waited nearly 3 hours to see an officer. At first, he thought that in all that chaos they simply hadn't recognized him, which explained the disrespect. But then he realized what was going on. The officer received him with boots on the desk, chewing a greasy sandwich, badly shaven jacket unbuttoned. He didn't give Treba a chance to ask about Jamie or congratulate the soldiers for saving the nation. Instead, he demanded the keys to Treba's car. Congress had been shut down, so all congressional perquisites were suspended. Treba was amazed. It was clear then they had no intention of reopening Congress's doors, as everyone had expected. The officer ordered him to show up at the cathedral at 11 the next morning for the Te Deum, with which the nation would express gratitude to God for victory over communism. Treba asked if the president really committed suicide. The officer answered that he was gone. When Treba asked where, the officer laughed and said he'd gone to hell. Treba walked out onto the street extremely disconcerted, leaning on his chauffeur's arm. They had no way home, no taxis, no buses, and he was too old to walk. Fortunately, a jeep full of policemen recognized him. He was easy to spot, as Alba said, the unmistakable appearance of an angry old crow, always in morning clothes with his silver cane. A lieutenant told him to get in. They helped him up. The men looked tired, hadn't slept. They'd been patrolling for 3 days, staying awake on coffee and pills. Treba asked if they'd met resistance in shanty towns or slums. The lieutenant said very little. People were calm. He hoped things got back to normal quickly. They didn't like this. It was dirty business. Treba told him not to say that. If they hadn't acted, the communists would have staged a coup themselves, and right then all of them plus another 50,000 would be dead. Didn't the lieutenant know they had a plan to impose their dictatorship? The lieutenant said that's what they'd been told, but where he lived, they'd arrested many people. His neighbors looked at him with fear. The same happened to his men, but you had to follow orders. The nation came first, right? Treba agreed. That was the way it was. He was sorry about what was going on, but there was no other way. The regime was rotten. What would have happened if they hadn't taken up arms? But deep down, he wasn't so sure. He had a feeling things weren't turning out as planned, that the situation was slipping away from him. He kept his doubts to himself, reasoning that 3 days were very few to put a country back together, and that the vulgar officer who received him probably represented an insignificant minority within the armed forces. The majority were like the scrupulous lieutenant who had driven him home. Senator Treba supposed that in no time order would be restored, and that once the tension of the first few days ebbed, he would get in touch with someone better placed in the military hierarchy. He regretted not having spoken to General Hurtado. He had held off out of respect, and also, he admitted to himself, out of pride. The general should have sought him out, not the other way around. He didn't learn of Jaime's death until 2 weeks later, after their euphoria over the triumph had waned as people began counting the dead and disappeared. One Sunday, a soldier silently appeared at the house and went into the kitchen to tell Blanca everything he had seen at the Ministry of Defense and what he knew about the dynamited bodies. The soldier said Dr. Del Valle had saved his mother's life. That's why he came to tell them how they killed him. Blanca called her father in to hear it, but he refused to believe it. He said the soldier must be confused. It couldn't have been Jaime but someone else seen in the boiler room, because Jaime had no reason to be in the presidential palace that day. He was sure his son had escaped abroad across some border pass or taken refuge in an embassy. Besides, Jaime's name hadn't appeared on any lists of those sought by the authorities, so he deduced Jaime had nothing to fear. A long time would pass, several months, before Treba understood that the soldier had told the truth. In his deluded solitude, he sat waiting for Jaime in the library armchair, eyes glued to the doorsill, calling to him with his mind as he used to call for Clara. He called so many times that he finally saw him. But when Jaime came, he was covered with dried blood and rags, dragging barbed wire across the waxed parquet floors. That was how Treba learned his son had died exactly as the soldier reported. Only then did he begin to speak of tyranny. His granddaughter Alba, however, saw the true nature of the dictator long before he did. She picked him out from among all the generals and military men. She recognized him right away, having inherited Clara's intuition. He was a crude, simple-looking man of few words, like a peasant, very modest. Few could have guessed that one day they would see him wrapped in an emperor's cape, arms raised to hush trucked in crowds, his august mustache trembling with vanity as he inaugurated the monument to the Four Swords, from whose heights an eternal torch would illuminate the nation's destiny, except that due to foreign technicians' error, no flame would ever rise, only thick kitchen smoke floating like a perennial storm from some other climate. Treba began to think he had been wrong, that perhaps this was not the best way to overthrow Marxism. He felt more and more alone. No one needed him anymore. He no longer had his sons, and Clara, with her habits of silence and distraction, seemed a far-off ghost. Even Alba grew daily more remote. He hardly ever saw her in the house. She went by like a gust of wind in her horrible long cotton skirts, with her incredible green hair like roses, busy in mysterious chores carried out with her mother's complicity. He was sure that behind his back the two of them were weaving every kind of intrigue. His granddaughter was in a state, just like Clara in the typhus epidemic days, when she took everyone else's suffering onto her own back. Alba did not have long to mourn Jaime's death. Others' needs were so pressing that she was forced to put her grief aside for later. She didn't see Miguel again until 2 months after the coup, and she began to fear he too was dead. Still, she did not look for him. He had given strict instructions, and besides, she had heard his name was on the lists of those ordered to appear before the new authorities. That gave her hope. As long as they were looking for him, he was still alive, she concluded. She tortured herself with the idea that they might capture him alive, and invoked her grandmother's spirit to prevent that. She would rather see him dead 1,000 times over. She knew what was taking place in the country. That was why she walked around with knots in her stomach, why her hands shook, and why, whenever she heard someone had been taken prisoner, she broke out in a rash from head to foot like someone with the plague. But there was no one to speak with about these things, not even her grandfather, because people preferred not to know. After that terrible Tuesday, Alba had to rearrange her feelings to continue living, to accept that she would never again see those she loved most, Jaime, Miguel, and many others. She blamed her grandfather for what had happened, but then, seeing him hunched in his armchair calling out to Clara and his son in an interminable murmur, her love for the old man returned. She ran to embrace him, running her hands through his white hair and comforting him. She felt that everything was made of glass, as fragile as a sigh, and that the bombs and gunfire of that unforgettable Tuesday had destroyed most of what she knew. all the rest smashed to pieces and spattered with blood. As days, weeks, months passed, what had first appeared spared also began showing signs of destruction. She noticed friends and relatives avoiding her. Some crossed the street to avoid greeting her, or turned away when she drew near. She imagined the word had spread that she was helping persecution victims. It was true. From the very first days, the most pressing need was securing asylum for those in danger of death. At first it almost seemed like fun because it kept her from thinking of Miguel, but Alba soon realized it was no game. Everywhere posters reminded citizens it was their duty to inform on Marxists and turn in fugitives, or else they would be marked as traitors and brought to justice. Alba miraculously rescued Jamie's car, which had survived the bombing and sat for a week where he had parked it. She painted 2 large sunflowers on the doors with the brightest yellow she could find, to distinguish it and make her new job easier. She had to memorize all the embassy's locations, guardsmen shifts, wall heights, door widths. Word that someone needed asylum would reach her unexpectedly, often through a stranger on the street whom she imagined Miguel had sent. She would drive to the appointed place in broad daylight, and when she saw someone motioning to her, recognizing the yellow flowers, she stopped a minute to let the man jump in. They never spoke on the way. She preferred not to know his name. Sometimes she had to spend the whole day with him, or hide him a night or two before finding the right moment to slip him into a more accessible embassy, climbing a wall behind the guards' backs. This system proved more reliable than complicated arrangements with nervous ambassadors. She would never hear another word about the person she had helped, but she retained forever their trembling gratitude, and once it was over she breathed a sigh of relief that at least this time someone had been saved. Occasionally she did the same with women who feared being separated from their children. No matter how much Alba promised to bring the children afterward through the front door, knowing not even the most timid ambassador would turn her down, the mothers refused to leave their children behind, and even the children had to be thrown over walls or slipped through iron gates. Soon all embassies were ringed with barbed wire and machine guns, making it impossible to continue taking them by storm. But then there were other needs to keep her busy. It was Amanda who first put her in touch with the priests. The 2 friends would get together to whisper about Miguel, whom neither had seen, and to remember Jaime with dry-eyed yearning. No official proof he had died, and their desire to see him again was stronger than the soldier's tale. Amanda had resumed compulsive smoking. Her hands shook, and her gaze wandered. Sometimes her pupils were dilated, and she moved slowly, but she continued working at the hospital. She told Alba she frequently took care of patients faint with hunger. The families of prisoners, disappeared people, and the dead had nothing to eat. The unemployed didn't either, barely a plate of corn mush every other day. Children were so undernourished they fell asleep in school. The glass of milk and crackers school children used to receive daily had been discontinued. Mothers quieted their children's hunger with cups of tea. Amanda said the only ones trying to help were the priests. People didn't want to know the truth. The church had organized soup kitchens to feed children under 7 a hot meal 6 times a week. Of course that wasn't enough. For every child who ate a plate of lentils or potatoes once a day, there were 5 outside looking in because there wasn't enough to go around. Alba realized they had returned to the old days when Clara went to the Misericordia district to replace justice with charity, except now charity was frowned upon. She noticed that whenever she went to friends' houses to ask for rice or powdered milk, no one dared turn her down the first time, but afterward they avoided her. At first Blanca helped. Alba had no trouble obtaining the key to her mother's pantry, arguing there was no need to hoard ordinary flour and poor men's beans when you could buy Baltic crab and Swiss chocolate. This stocked the priest's kitchens for a time, which seemed all too brief. One day she took her mother to a soup kitchen. When Blanca saw the long, unpolished wooden table where 2 rows of children awaited their portions with pleading eyes, she began to cry and wound up spending 2 days with a splitting headache. She would have gone on crying if Alba hadn't forced her to get dressed, forget about herself, and look for help, even if it meant stealing from her father's household budget. Senator Truba would not discuss the subject. Like everyone else in his class, he denied hunger's existence as vehemently as he denied prisoners and torture. Alba could not rely on him, and later, when she could no longer rely on her mother either, she was forced to take more drastic measures. The farthest her grandfather went was his club. He never went downtown, much less to the outskirts or shantytowns. It was no effort for him to believe the misery his granddaughter reported was a Marxist fabrication. He shouted about communist priests being the last thing he needed to hear. But when children and women began appearing outside houses at every hour begging for food, Trubea, instead of shutting gates and lowering blinds like everyone else, raised Blanca's monthly stipend and said there should always be hot food on hand to give away. He assured them this was just temporary. As soon as the military straightened out the chaos the Marxists had left behind, this problem would be resolved. Newspapers said the beggars in the streets, a sight not seen in years, had been sent by international communism to discredit the military junta and undermine the return to order and progress. Cement walls were erected to hide the most unsightly shantytowns from tourists and others who preferred not to see them. In a single night, as if by magic, beautifully pruned gardens and flower beds appeared on the avenues, planted by the unemployed to create the illusion of a peaceful spring. White paint erased the mural doves and removed all political posters from sight. Any attempt to write political messages in public was punished with a burst of machine gun fire on the spot. The clean, orderly, silent streets reopened to commerce. Soon the beggar children disappeared, and Alba noticed the stray dogs and piles of garbage were gone too. The black market ended the moment the presidential palace was bombed. Speculators were threatened with martial law and execution by firing squad. Items whose very names had been unheard of began appearing in stores, along with things only the rich had previously bought as contraband. The city had never looked more beautiful. The upper middle class had never been so happy. They could buy as much whiskey as they wanted and automobiles on credit. In the patriotic euphoria of the first days, women brought their jewels to the barracks to help finance national reconstruction. They even handed over their wedding rings, replaced with copper bands bearing the national seal. Blanca had to hide the woolen stocking containing the jewels Clara had left her, to prevent Senator Treba from handing them over. They saw the birth of a proud new class. Illustrious ladies in foreign clothes, exotic and shimmering as fireflies, paraded through fashionable entertainment centers on the arms of proud new economists. A caste of military men arose to fill key posts. Families who had once considered it a disgrace to count a military member among their number now competed to get their sons into war academies and offered their daughters to soldiers. The country filled with men in uniform, war machines, flags, hymns, and parades. The military understood the need for the people to have their own rituals and symbols. Senator Treba, who despised such things on principle, realized what his club friends had meant when they assured him Marxism did not stand a chance in Latin America because it did not allow for the magical side of things. He concluded that bread, circuses, and something to worship were all they needed, regretting in his conscience that there should be a lack of bread. A campaign was orchestrated to erase the former president's good name, hoping the masses would stop mourning him. His house was opened. The public was invited to visit what they called the dictator's palace. People could look into his closets and marvel at the quantity and quality of his suede jackets, go through his drawers, rummage in his pantry for Cuban rum and a bag of sugar he had put away. Crudely touched-up photographs were circulated, depicting him as Bacchus with a grape garland, cavorting with opulent matrons and athletes of his own sex in a perpetual orgy. No one, not even Senator Treba, believed they were authentic. He muttered that this was too much. This time they had gone too far. With a stroke of the pen, the military changed world history, erasing every incident, ideology, and historical figure of which the regime disapproved. They adjusted the maps. No reason the North should be on top, so far from their beloved fatherland, when it could be placed on the bottom, appearing in a more favorable light. While they were at it, they painted vast areas of Prussian blue territorial waters, stretching all the way to Africa and Asia, and appropriated distant countries in geography books, leaping borders with impunity until neighboring countries lost patience, sought UN help, and threatened to send in tanks and planes. Censorship, which at first covered only mass media, soon extended to textbooks, song lyrics, movie scripts, and even private conversation. Certain words were prohibited by military decree, compañero among them, and others could not be mentioned even without edict, such as freedom, justice, and trade union. Alba wondered where so many fascists had come from overnight. In the country's long democratic history, they had not been particularly noticeable, except for a few who got carried away during World War II and paraded in black shirts with raised arms, to bystanders' laughter and hissing, and had never won any important role in national life. Nor did she understand the armed forces' attitude. Most came from the middle and working class, and had traditionally been closer to the left than the far right. She did not understand the state of civil war, nor did she realize that war was the soldiers' work of art, the culmination of their training, the gold medal of their profession. Soldiers were not made to shine in peacetime. The coup gave them a chance to practice what they had learned in their barracks: blind obedience, the use of arms, and other skills they could master once they silenced the scruples of their hearts. Alba abandoned her studies. The school of philosophy, like many others that opened the gateway of the mind, was closed. Nor did she continue with music. Her cello seemed frivolous under the circumstances. Many professors were fired, arrested, or simply disappeared, according to a blacklist in the political police's hands. Sebastián Gómez was killed in the first raid, betrayed by his own students. The university filled with spies. The upper middle class and economic right, who had favored the coup, were euphoric. At first they were slightly shocked by the consequences. They had never lived in a dictatorship and didn't know what it was like. They thought the loss of democratic freedoms would be temporary, that they could go without individual or collective rights for a while, so long as the regime respected free enterprise. Nor did they put much stock in international condemnation, which lumped them with other regional tyrannies. It seemed a small price for defeating Marxism. When foreign investment capital began flowing into the country, they naturally attributed it to the new regime's stability, ignoring that for every peso entering, 2 were lost to interest. When almost all national industries gradually shut down and businesses began going bankrupt, defeated by massive consumer goods imports, they said Brazilian stoves, Taiwanese cloth, and Japanese motorcycles were superior to anything ever manufactured domestically. Only when mining concessions were returned to North American companies, after 3 years of nationalization, did a few voices suggest this amounted to giving the country away, wrapped in cellophane. But when lands the agrarian reform had parceled out were returned to their former owners, they were reassured. Things were returning to the good old days. They realized that only a dictatorship could act with necessary force and without accounting to the people to guarantee their privileges. So they stopped talking about politics and accepted that they held economic power while the military would rule. The right's only task was advising the military on new edicts and laws. Within days, they had eliminated labor unions. Union leaders were either jailed or dead. Political parties had been indefinitely recessed. All student worker organizations and even professional associations had been dismantled. Gatherings of any size were forbidden. The only place people could congregate was church, so religion quickly became fashionable, and priests and nuns were forced to postpone spiritual tasks to minister to their lost flock's earthly needs. The government and business community began viewing them as potential enemies. Some dreamed of resolving the problem by assassinating the cardinal when it became clear the Pope in Rome had no intention of removing him and sending him to an asylum for insane priests. A large part of the middle class rejoiced at the military coup. To them it signaled a return to law and order, to the beauty of tradition, skirts for women and short hair for men. But they soon began suffering from high prices and lack of jobs. Their salaries could not buy food. There was someone to mourn in every family, and the middle class could no longer say, as they had at the beginning, that if he was imprisoned, dead, or exiled, he deserved it. Nor could they go on denying the use of torture. While luxury stores, miraculous finance companies, exotic restaurants, and import businesses flourished, the unemployed lined up outside factory gates waiting for minimum wage work. The labor force was reduced to slavery. For the first time in many decades, management could fire people at will without severance pay and have them jailed for the slightest protest. During the first months, Senator Triba shared his class's opportunism. He was convinced a period of dictatorship was necessary to bring the country back into the fold it never should have left. He was one of the first landowners to regain his land. Tres Marias was returned to him in ruins, but intact down to the last square yard. He had waited more than 2 years for this moment, nursing his anger. Without a second thought, he left for the countryside with 6 hired thugs to avenge himself to his heart's content against the peasants who had dared to defy him and rob him of his property. They arrived on a fine Sunday morning shortly before Christmas, entering the hacienda with all the clamor of a pirate crew. Truba's men spread out, rounding people up with curses, blows, and kicks. Then they gathered humans and animals in the courtyard, poured gasoline on the little brick houses that had once been Truba's pride and joy, and set fire to them and everything inside. They shot the animals dead. They burned the fields, the chicken cops, the bicycles, even the cradles of newborn babies. A noontime witch's Sabbath that nearly made Truba die of joy. He dismissed all the tenants, warning that if he ever caught them prowling his property, they would suffer the same fate as their animals. He watched them depart poorer than ever in a long, sad procession. Children, old people, the few surviving dogs, some chickens saved from the inferno, dragging their feet along the dusty road away from the land where they had lived for generations. At the gate, a group of wretched people waited with anxious eyes. Peasants who had also been expelled from their hacienda, arriving as humbly as their ancestors of the preceding century to beg the patron for work in the coming harvest. That night, Esteban Truba lay down in the iron bed that had belonged to his parents, in the old main house where he had not slept in years. He was tired. The smell of the fire and the animals that had to be burned, so their rotting corpses would not infect the air, clung to his nostrils. The remains of the little houses still burned. Everywhere around him was death and destruction. But he knew he could restore the land again, just as he had once before, because the pastures were intact and so was his strength. Despite the pleasure of his revenge, he could not sleep. He felt like a father who had punished his children too severely. All night he kept recalling the faces of the peasants, whom he had seen come into this world on his property as they moved off along the highway. He cursed his bad temper. Nor could he sleep well the rest of that week, and when he finally did, he dreamt of Rosa. He decided not to tell anyone what he had done and promised himself that Tres Marias would again become the model farm it had once been. He let it be known that he was willing to have his tenants back, under certain conditions, but none returned. They had scattered through the countryside, across the mountains and along the coast, some walking all the way to the mines, others to the southern islands, all seeking their family's daily bread wherever they could find it. Disgusted with himself, the patron returned to the city, feeling older than ever. His soul weighed heavy. The poet was dying in his house by the sea. He had been ailing, and the recent events had exhausted his desire to go on living. Soldiers broke into his house, ransacked his snail collection, his shells, his butterflies, his bottles, the ship figureheads rescued from so many seas, his books, his paintings, his unfinished poems, looking for subversive weapons and hidden communists, until his old poet's heart began to falter. They took him to the capital, where he died 4 days later. His last words were about them being shot. Not one of his friends could be with him at the hour of his death. They were all outlaws, fugitives, exiles, or dead. His blue house on the hill lay half in ruins, its floor burnt and windows broken. No one knew if it was the work of the military, as the neighbors said, or of the neighbors, as the military said. A wake was held by those few brave enough to attend, along with journalists from all over the world who came to cover his funeral. Senator Truba was his ideological enemy, but he had often had him in his house and knew his poetry by heart. He appeared at the wake dressed in rigorous black with Alba. Both stood watch beside the simple wooden coffin and accompanied it to the cemetery on that unfortunate morning. Alba held a bouquet of the first carnations of the season, red as blood. The small cortege walked on foot slowly all the way to the cemetery between 2 rows of soldiers who had cordoned off the streets. People went in silence. Suddenly someone hoarsely called out the poet's name, and in a single voice everyone replied that he was here, now and forever. It was as if they had opened a valve and all the pain, fear, and anger of those days had issued from their chests and rolled onto the street, rising in a terrible shout to the thick black clouds above. Another shouted for the president, and everyone answered in a single wail that he too was here, now and forever. The poet's funeral had turned into the symbolic burial of freedom. Swedish television cameramen filmed close by Alba and her grandfather, sending back to Nobel's frozen land the terrifying image of machine guns posted on both sides of the street, people's faces, the flower-covered coffin, and the silent group of women clustered in the morgue doorway 2 blocks from the cemetery, reading the names on the lists of dead. Voices mingled in a single chant, the air filled with forbidden slogans as face-to-face with the guns shaking in the soldiers' hands, they shouted that the people united would never be defeated. The cortege passed a construction site. The workers dropped their tools, removed their helmets, and with bowed heads formed a single line. A man with a frayed shirt, no jacket, and broken shoes marched along, reciting the poet's most revolutionary poems, grief streaming down his face. Senator Treba gazed at him in astonishment and told Alba it was a shame he was a communist, such a fine poet with such confused ideas. If he had died before the coup, he supposed the poet would have received a national tribute. Alba replied that he had known how to die just as he had known how to live. She was convinced he had died at the proper time, because no tribute could have been greater than this modest procession of a handful of men and women who lowered him into a borrowed grave, shouting his verses of freedom and justice for the last time. 2 days later, a junta notice appeared in the papers, decreeing national mourning for the poet and authorizing those who wished to fly the flag at half-mast, permission valid from the moment of his death until the day the notice appeared. Just as she could not sit down to mourn Jamie, Alba could not lose her head thinking of Miguel or grieving for the poet. She was absorbed in tracking down the disappeared, comforting torture victims who returned with flayed backs and unfocused eyes, and searching for food for the priests' soup kitchens. Still, in the silence of night, when the city lost its stage-set normality and operetta peace, she was besieged by the agonizing thoughts she had repressed during the day. At that hour, the only traffic consisted of trucks filled with bodies and detainees, and police cars that roamed like lost wolves howling in the curfew darkness. Alba shook in her bed. She saw the ghosts of all those unknown dead, heard the great house pant with an old woman's labored breath. Her hearing sharpened. She felt dreadful noises in her bones, distant screeching brakes, a door slam, gunfire, boot crush, a muffled scream. Then the long silence returned until dawn, when the city reawakened and the sun seemed to erase the night's terrors. She was not the only one awake. She often came upon her grandfather in his nightshirt and slippers, older and sadder than during the day, heating bouillon and muttering curses because his bones and his soul were killing him. Her mother also rummaged in the kitchen or walked like a midnight apparition through empty rooms. Thus the months went by, and it became clear to everyone, even Senator Treba, that the military had seized power to keep it for themselves, not to hand the country to the right-wing politicians who had made the coup possible. The military were a breed apart, brothers speaking a different dialect from civilians. Any attempt at dialogue would be a conversation of the deaf, because the slightest dissent was considered treason in their rigid honor code. Treba realized they had messianic plans that did not include politicians. One day he discussed the situation with Blanca and Alba, expressing regret that the army's action, whose purpose had been to eliminate the threat of a Marxist dictatorship, had condemned the country to a far more severe dictatorship, one evidently fated to last a century. For the first time in his life, Senator Treba admitted he had made a mistake. Sunk in his armchair like an old man at the end of his days, they saw him shed silent tears. He was not crying because he had lost power. He was crying for his country. Then Blanca knelt beside him and took his hand. She confessed that Pedro III was living like a hermit in one of the abandoned rooms Clara had built in the time of the spirits. The day after the coup, lists had been published of people required to present themselves to the authorities. Pedro III Garcia's name was among them. Some, convinced nothing like this could ever happen in their country, had surrendered voluntarily to the ministry and paid with their lives. But Pedro III had had a premonition of the new regime's ferocity long before anyone else. Perhaps because during those 3 years he had come to know the armed forces and no longer believed they were different from those elsewhere. That same night, under curfew, he had crawled to the big house on the corner and knocked at Blanca's window. When she looked out, her eyes blurred from migraine. She did not recognize him. He had shaved his beard and wore spectacles. He told her the president had been killed. She hid him in an empty room, setting up an emergency refuge, never thinking she would have to keep him hidden for months while soldiers combed the country looking for him. Blanca assumed no one would think Pedro III Garcia was in Senator Truba's house at the very moment the senator was attending the Te Deum in the cathedral. It was the happiest period of Blanca's life. But for Pedro III, the hours passed as slowly as if he were in jail. He spent his days shut within 4 walls behind a locked door, so no one would walk in to clean, with blinds lowered and curtains drawn. Daylight could not enter, but he recognized it by the tenuous change in the cracks of the blinds. At night, he opened the window wide to air out the room, where he kept a covered pail for relief, and to inhale great mouthfuls of freedom's air. He spent his time reading Jaime's books, which Blanca brought on the sly, listening to street sounds and the radio's whisper at lowest volume. Blanca brought him a guitar. He stuffed rags beneath the strings so no one would hear him composing muted songs of widows, orphans, prisoners, the disappeared. He tried to organize his day with calisthenics, reading, English study, siesta, writing music. But even with all this, he had endless spare time until he finally heard the key turn and saw Blanca coming through the door with newspapers, food, and clean water. They made love desperately, inventing forbidden formulas that fear and passion transformed into wild journeys to the stars. Blanca had already resigned herself to chastity, middle age, and her various aches, but the shock of love brought her new youth. The sheen of her skin, her gait's rhythm, her voice's cadence all became more pronounced. She smiled inwardly and walked like a woman asleep. She had never been more beautiful. Even her father noticed, attributing it to the peace of abundance, remarking that ever since Blanca stopped standing in line, she looked like a new woman. Alba also noticed. She watched her mother. Senator Truba's house had become a different kind of trap. Alone, or so he believed, with Alba and a handful of servants, the old man confined himself to the library, his bedroom, and the bathroom. The rest of the mansion felt wrong to him, unsettled, as if hiding some creature he couldn't name. He blamed the feeling on Clara. He'd often glimpsed her ghost gliding through the sitting rooms in her white tunic, her young girl's laugh still audible, her fingers sometimes brushing his forehead when he closed his eyes. That familiar haunting didn't trouble him. What he didn't know was that Alba had taken over the abandoned wing, hiding fugitives there for a night or two before moving them along. The curfew made everything dangerous. Her grandfather's house seemed the last place anyone would search. She'd turned the empty rooms into a secret labyrinth, sometimes sheltering entire families. The cook had gone mad after her husband was shot and her son hanged with his own guts, and Truba had lost patience finding her torn-out hairs in his food. Alba tried cooking from a book, but he took most dinners at his club instead, which gave his granddaughter even more freedom to move people in and out before curfew without him catching on. Then Miguel appeared. Alba was coming home during the siesta when she spotted him walking toward her from the weeds, his hair dyed pale yellow, wearing a blue-checked suit like a bank clerk. She couldn't stop the shout of joy. They embraced in plain view before remembering the danger. Inside, in her bedroom, they fell onto the bed in a tangle, calling each other by those old secret names from the basement days. They made love until they felt drained, souls bursting, then lay still listening to their hearts. Looking at him properly, she saw a stranger. Viking hair, no beard, no round spectacles, much thinner. She whispered that he looked horrible. He'd become a guerrilla leader, the path he'd been on since his teens. Many had been tortured for his whereabouts, a fact that crushed Alba. But for him, it was just war's horror, and he was ready to take the same when his turn came. She wept with joy and grief at once, savoring his scent and his warmth while hating him for all the suffering. wishing she could die right there so she'd never miss him again. She admitted he'd been right about everything. Then she told him about the weapons she'd stolen from her grandfather and hidden with Uncle Jamie, offering to take him to retrieve them. She explained what had happened after the coup. Civilians had been ordered to surrender anything that could pass for arms. People left newspaper-wrapped bundles at church doors. But Treba, who had real weapons stockpiled for killing communists, had called his friend General Hurtado, who sent a truck. When the soldiers opened the boxes, half were filled with stones and straw. Treba had been mute with surprise, but realized that admitting the loss would mean compromising a family member. He made apologies no one listened to. He suspected Blanca and Pedro Tercero, but Alba's flushed cheeks made him wonder too. After the soldiers left with a signed receipt, he'd grabbed her by the shoulders and shaken her harder than ever. She'd looked him in the eye and told him not to ask questions he didn't want answers to. They never spoke of it again. Miguel called her grandfather a bastard, said someone would kill him someday and give him what he deserved. Alba said no. He'd die in bed, he was very old now. Miguel insisted that he who lives by the sword must die by it. Maybe he'd kill the old man himself. Alba answered with fierce devotion. God forbid, because then she'd have to do the same to him. Miguel told her they wouldn't see each other for a long time, maybe forever. He tried to make her understand the danger of being a guerrilla's woman, even with her grandfather's name protecting her. But she wept and clung to him with such desperation that he had to promise they'd find ways to meet, even at mortal risk. He also agreed to go with her to dig up the guns and ammunition buried in the mountains, what he needed most for his reckless fight. She murmured that she hoped nothing had rusted in the ground, and that she could still remember where they'd hidden everything more than a year ago. 2 weeks later, Alba organized a soup kitchen outing for the children, using a truck lent by parish priests. She carried food, oranges, balls, and a guitar. None of the children noticed when she stopped to pick up a blond man. She drove the heavy van along the same mountain route from her trips with Uncle Jaime. 2 patrols stopped her and made her open every basket, but the children's infectious joy and the innocent contents dismissed all suspicion. They reached the burial site calmly. The children played hide and seek. Miguel organized a soccer match, then told them stories. Then they all sang until hoarse. He sketched a map so he could return under darkness with his comrades. It was a happy day in the country, a few hours forgetting the tension of war, listening to the children's shouts, their stomachs full for the first time in months. She admitted she was scared. Would they ever lead a normal life? Why not go abroad now, while they still could? Miguel pointed at the children and she understood. She begged again to go with him. He said they couldn't take someone untrained, much less a girl in love. What she was doing mattered more. Those kids needed all the help they could get until things improved. At least tell her how to find him. He replied that if the police ever got hold of her, it was better she knew nothing. She shuddered. Over the following months, Alba started selling the house's furniture, first only from abandoned rooms and the basement. When that ran out, she took antique chairs from the drawing room dividers, colonial chests, engraved screens, even dining room linens. Treba noticed, but said nothing. He assumed she was giving the money to a forbidden cause, just like with the stolen weapons. But he preferred not to know, to keep his precarious stability in a crumbling world. What he truly cared about was not losing her, his last link to life. So he said nothing when she sold paintings and antique carpets to the nouveau riches. He felt too old and tired to fight. His ideas had blurred. Good and bad had run together. At night he dreamed of small brick houses in flames. If his only heir squandered his fortune, he wouldn't stop her. He'd be in his grave soon, taking only his shroud. Alba tried to explain what she was doing, but he refused to hear about starving children fed with profit from his tapestry, or the unemployed who lasted another week thanks to his jade dragon. He maintained it was a monstrous communist lie. Even if true, it wasn't her burden, but the government's or the church's. Yet the day he came home and didn't see Clara's portrait in the entry, he decided matters had gone too far. He demanded where the devil it was. She'd sold it to the British consul, who promised to put it in a London museum. He forbade her to take another thing from the house. Starting tomorrow, she'd have a PIN money bank account. Esteban Trufiba soon realized Alba was the most expensive woman of his life. A whole harem would have cost less, but he never reproached her. His good luck had returned. The more she spent, the more he had. With political activity forbidden, he had more time for business. Against all predictions, he would die a very rich man. He put money into new investment houses that multiplied wealth overnight. He found being rich terribly annoying, too easy to make money, too hard to find incentive to spend it. Not even Alba's extravagance could dent his purse. He rebuilt Tres Marias, then lost interest in other endeavors. Under the new economic system, money made money, and his accounts grew fatter without effort. So he did something he'd never thought he'd do. Once a month he sent a check to Pedro III Garcia, living with Blanca in exile in Canada, where they felt completely fulfilled in the peace of satisfied love. Pedro III composed revolutionary songs that the upper middle class adopted, despite chickens and foxes lacking the zoological splendor of northern eagles and wolves. Blanca, placid and happy, was in splendid health for the first time in her life. She set up a kiln to fire her crèche monsters, which sold well as indigenous folk art, just as Jean de Sétigny had predicted 25 years earlier. Between that business, her father's checks, and Canadian assistance, they had more than enough. Just to be safe, she hid Clara's woolen sock of jewels where no one would find them, hoping she'd never have to sell them and that one day they would shine for Alba. Esteban Truba never knew the political police had his house under surveillance until the night they came for Alba. Both were asleep. By chance, no one was hidden in the labyrinth of empty rooms. The slam of rifle butts against the door shook the old man awake with a clear foreboding. But Alba had already woken to the sound of brakes, loud footsteps, and hushed orders, and had begun dressing. She had no doubt her time had come. Throughout those months, the senator had learned that not even his record as a coup supporter guaranteed safety. But he'd never imagined a dozen plainclothesmen breaking in under curfew, armed to the teeth, dragging him from his bed and shoving him into the sitting room without even letting him put on slippers or a shawl. He saw them kick open Alba's door, storm in with machine guns, and find her already dressed, pale but serene. He saw them push her out and order her to stand beside him. She obeyed without a word, oblivious to his anger and the violence of men ransacking the house, kicking doors, rifling wardrobes, knocking over furniture, ripping mattresses, emptying drawers, shouting. They locked the maids in a room with an armed guard. They ransacked the study, smashing bibelots and art to the floor. Books from Jaime's den were piled in the courtyard, doused with gasoline, and set on fire. An infamous pyre fed with Great-Uncle Marcos's magic books, Nicolas's esoteric treatise, the complete works of Marx, even Truba's opera scores. The bonfire filled the neighborhood with smoke. The man in charge ordered all notebooks, address books, checkbooks, and personal documents handed over. Truby shrieked in desperation that he was Senator Trubiba, a friend of General Hurtado's, that they couldn't do this. The man brutally told him to shut up, an old shit who didn't open his mouth until told. They forced him to surrender his desk's contents, bagging what interested them. One group finished checking the house. Another kept throwing books out the window. 4 smiling, mocking men stayed in the drawing room, feet on furniture, drinking scotch from the bottle, breaking classical records one by one. Alba calculated 2 hours had passed. She was shaking, not from cold but fear. She had always had the irrational hope that her grandfather's influence would protect her. Seeing him now, tiny and wretched as a sick old man, she understood she could expect no help. The man in charge shoved a paper in Truba's face, a declaration that they had entered with a court order, shown identification, that everything proceeded properly with due respect, and that he had no complaints. Sign it. The old man furiously refused. The man spun around and slapped Alba across the face, knocking her to the floor. Senator Truba was paralyzed by terror and surprise. He realized his hour of truth had finally arrived, after nearly 90 years as his own boss. The man asked if he knew his granddaughter was a guerrilla's whore. Dejected, Truba signed. He painfully made his way to her, putting his arms around her, caressing her hair with unaccustomed tenderness. He murmured not to worry. Everything would be fine. A terrible mistake. Be calm. But the man shoved them apart and shouted it was time to go. Two men took Alba out, practically lifting her off the floor. The last thing she saw was the pathetic figure of her grandfather, pale as wax, trembling in his nightshirt and shoeless, promising from the doorway that tomorrow he would get her out, that he would go to General Hurtado, take his lawyers, find her wherever they took her, bring her home. They lifted her into a van next to the man who had hit her and another who was whistling at the wheel. Before they put adhesive tape over her eyelids, she looked back one last time at the empty, silent street, surprised that despite the uproar and burning books, not a single neighbor had stuck out his head. She supposed they were peering through Venetian blinds or the gaps between curtains, or had put pillows over their heads so they wouldn't have to know what was happening. The van started moving. Blind for the first time in her life, she lost all sense of time and space. She felt a large, wet hand on her leg, kneading, pinching, climbing, exploring, then a heavy breath on her face whispering about warming her up, and other voices laughing, while the van turned endlessly. She didn't know where they were taking her until she heard rushing water and felt the wheels cross wooden planks. Then she knew her destiny. She invoked the spirits from the days of the three-legged table and her grandmother's restless sugar bowl, all the spirits capable of bending events, but they seemed to have abandoned her. She felt the van brake, heard heavy gate doors squeak open and shut behind them. Then Alba entered the nightmare that her grandmother's astrological chart had apparently missed at her birth, and that Luisa Mora had glimpsed as a fleeting premonition. The men helped her down. Before she'd taken 2 steps, the first blow struck her ribs. She fell to her knees, breath knocked out. 2 men lifted her by the armpits and dragged her a long way. She felt earth beneath her feet, then the harsh surface of a cement floor. They stopped. Someone announced she was Senator Truba's granddaughter. Another voice, one she immediately recognized as Esteban Garcia's, replied that he saw. In that moment, she understood he had been waiting for her ever since that distant day when he'd sat her on his knees as a child. Alba lay curled in darkness. They had ripped the tape from her eyes and replaced it with a tight bandage. She was afraid. Recalling Uncle Nicolas's training, his warning about the danger of being afraid of fear, she concentrated on controlling her shaking body and shutting her ears to the terrifying sounds around her. She tried to visualize her happiest moments with Miguel, groping for a way to outwit time and find strength for what lay ahead. She told herself she had to endure a few hours without her nerves betraying her, until her grandfather could mobilize his power and influence. She searched her memory for a trip to the coast with Miguel in autumn, long before the hurricane of events had turned the world upside down, when things still had familiar names and words had single meanings, when people, freedom, and compañero were just that, not yet passwords. She tried to relive the damp red earth, the intense scent of pine and eucalyptus forests where a carpet of dry leaves lay steeped after the long, hot summer, coppery sunlight filtering through treetops. The cold, the silence, that precious feeling of owning the world, of being 20 with her whole life ahead, of making love slowly and calmly, drunk on the forest and their love, without a past, without suspecting the future, just that incredible present, wrapped in wind whispering through trees and waves breaking against rocks below the cliff, exploding in pungent surf, the two of them embracing under a single poncho like Siamese twins, laughing and swearing this would last forever, that they were the only ones in the world who had discovered love. But she heard screams, long moans, a radio playing full blast. The woods, Miguel, and love were lost in the deep well of her terror, and she resigned herself to facing her fate without subterfuge. She calculated that a whole night and most of the following day had passed when the door finally opened. 2 men took her from her cell. With insults and threats, they led her to Colonel Garcia, whom she could recognize blindfolded by his habitual cruelty even before he spoke. She felt his hands take her face, his thick fingers touch her ears and neck. He told her she was going to tell him where her lover was. That would save them both a lot of unpleasantness. Alba breathed a sigh of relief. That meant they hadn't arrested Miguel. She answered in the strongest voice she could summon that she wanted to go to the bathroom. Garcia sighed, saying he saw she wasn't planning to cooperate, which was too bad. The boys would have to do their job. He couldn't stand in their way. A brief silence followed. She made a superhuman effort to remember the pine forest and Miguel's love, but her ideas tangled. She no longer knew if she was dreaming or where the stench of sweat, excrement, blood, and urine came from, or the radio announcer describing finished goals that had nothing to do with her amid other, nearer, more audible shouts. A brutal slap knocked her to the floor. Violent hands lifted her. Ferocious fingers fastened to her breasts, crushing her nipples. Fear completely overtook her. Strange voices pressed in. She heard Miguel's name but didn't know what they were asking, and kept repeating a monumental no while they beat her, manhandled her, pulled off her blouse. She could no longer think, only say no, 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 and calculate how much longer she could resist before her strength gave out, not knowing this was only the beginning. She began to faint, and the men left her alone on the floor for what seemed a very short time. Soon she heard Garcia's voice again, and guessed it was his hands helping her to her feet, leading her toward a chair, straightening her clothes, buttoning her blouse. He exclaimed at what they'd done to her, said he'd warned her, told her to try to relax now. He was going to give her a cup of coffee. Alba began to cry. The warm liquid brought her back to life, but she couldn't taste it because when she swallowed it was mixed with blood. Garcia held the cup, guiding it carefully to her lips like a nurse. He asked if she wanted a cigarette. She said, with difficulty through swollen lips, that she wanted to go to the bathroom. He agreed, saying they'd take her, and then she could rest. He claimed to be her friend, that he understood her situation perfectly. She was in love, which was why she wanted to protect him. He said he knew she had nothing to do with the guerrillas, but the boys didn't believe him. They wouldn't be satisfied until she told them where Miguel was. Actually, they already had him surrounded. They knew exactly where he was. They'd catch him, but they wanted to be sure she had nothing to do with the guerrillas. She understood? If she protected him and refused to talk, they'd continue to suspect her. Tell them what they wanted, and then he'd personally escort her home. She repeated that she wanted to go to the bathroom. He observed that she was just as stubborn as her grandfather, but fine, she could go. He'd give her a chance to think things over. They took her to a toilet, where she had to ignore the man holding her arm. Then they returned her to her cell. In the tiny, solitary cube, she tried to clarify her thoughts, but was tortured by the pain of her beating, her thirst, the bandage pressing on her temples, the drone of the radio, the terror of approaching footsteps, and her relief when they moved away, the shouts and orders. She curled up like a fetus on the floor and surrendered to her pain. She remained that way for hours, maybe days. A man came twice to take her to the bathroom, leading her to a fetid lavatory where there was no water to wash. He allowed her a minute, placing her on the toilet seat next to another person as silent and sluggish as herself. She couldn't tell if it was a woman or a man. At first she wept, wishing Uncle Nicolas had given her a special course in enduring humiliation, which she found worse than pain, but she finally resigned herself to her own filth and stopped thinking about her unbearable need to wash. They gave her boiled corn, a small piece of chicken, and some ice cream, identified by taste, smell, and temperature, which she wolfed down with her hands, astonished at such luxurious food in a place like that. Later, she learned that prisoners' food in that torture center was supplied by the new government headquarters in an improvised building, since the old presidential palace was rubble. She tried to count the days since her arrest, but her loneliness, darkness, and fear distorted time and space. She thought she saw caves filled with monsters. She imagined she'd been drugged, which explained her weak, sluggish limbs and jumbled ideas. She decided not to eat or drink, but hunger and thirst were stronger. She wondered why her grandfather still hadn't come to rescue her. In rare moments of lucidity, she understood this was not a nightmare, and she wasn't there by mistake. She decided to forget everything she knew, even Miguel's name. The third time they took her to Esteban Garcia, Alba was more prepared. Through the walls of her cell she could hear what was going on in the next room, where they interrogated other prisoners, and she had no illusions. She didn't even try to evoke the woods where she'd shared the joy of love. Garcia said he'd given her time to think. Now the two of them were going to talk, and she was going to tell him where Miguel was, and they'd get this over with quickly. She answered that she wanted to go to the bathroom. He said he saw she was making fun of him, that he was sorry but they had no time to waste. Alba made no response. Then he ordered her, in another voice, to take off her clothes. She didn't obey. They stripped her violently, pulling off her slacks despite her kicking. The memory of her adolescence and Garcia's kiss in the garden gave her the strength of hatred. She struggled against him until they tired of beating her and gave her a short break, which she used to invoke her grandmother's understanding spirits, begging them to help her die. But no one answered. 2 hands lifted her. 4 laid her on a cold, hard metal cot with springs that bit into her back, and they bound her wrists and ankles with leather thongs. Garcia asked one last time where Miguel was. She shook her head in silence. They tied her head down with another thong. He said that when she was ready to talk, she should raise a finger. Another voice said it would work the machine. Then she felt the atrocious pain that coursed through her entire body, pain she would never forget as long as she lived. She sank into darkness. From far away she heard Garcia cursing at the others, telling them to be careful with her. She felt them opening her eyelids, but saw only a misty brightness, then a prick in her arm, and she sank back into unconsciousness. A century later, Alba awoke wet and naked. She didn't know if she was bathed in sweat, water, or urine. She couldn't move, recalled nothing, had no idea where she was, or what had caused the intense pain that had reduced her to a heap of raw meat. The thirst of the Sahara consumed her. She called out for water. Someone beside her, a woman, told her to wait until morning. If she drank now, she'd get convulsions and could die. She opened her eyes. No more bandages. A vaguely familiar face leaned over her, and hands wrapped her in a blanket. The woman asked if she remembered her. Ana Diaz, from university. Alba shook her head, closed her eyes, and surrendered to the sweet illusion of death. But she woke hours later, aching to the last fiber of her body. The woman stroked her face, pushing damp hair from her eyes, telling her not to move, to relax, that she needed rest. Alba whispered what had happened. The woman said sadly they'd roughed her up. Alba asked who she was. Ana Diaz. She'd been there a week. They'd also gotten her compañero Andres, but he was still alive. She saw him once a day when they took the men to the bathroom. Alba murmured the name. The woman said gently they hadn't been close back then, but it was never too late to start. She was the last person Ana expected to meet there. Don't talk, try to sleep, time would go faster. Her memory would gradually come back. It was from the electricity. But Alba couldn't sleep. A man walked in and ordered Ana to put the bandage back on her. Ana pleaded. Couldn't he see how weak she was? Let her rest a little. He insisted. Ana bent over the cot and put the bandage over her eyes, then removed the blanket and tried to dress her. But the guard pulled her away, lifted the prisoner by her arms, and sat her up. Another man came to help. Between them, they carried her out because she couldn't walk. Alba was sure she was dying, if not already dead. She could tell they walked down a hallway where their footsteps echoed. A hand lifted her face. Garcia's voice said they could give her water, wash her, give her another shot, see if she could swallow some coffee, and bring her back. Someone asked if they should dress her. No. Alba remained in Garcia's hands a long time. After a few days he realized she had recognized him, but he didn't abandon the blindfold even when they were alone. Every day new prisoners arrived and others were led away. Alba heard vehicles, shouts, the gate closing. She tried to keep count, but it was nearly impossible. Ana Diaz thought there were close to 200. Garcia was very busy but never let a day pass without seeing Alba, alternating unbridled violence with pretending to be her good friend. At times he seemed genuinely moved, personally spooning soup into her mouth. But the day he plunged her head into a bucket of excrement until she fainted from disgust, Alba understood he wasn't trying to learn Miguel's whereabouts. He was avenging injuries inflicted on him from birth. Nothing she could confess would affect her fate as his private prisoner. This realization let her venture slowly out of the private circle of her terror. Her fear began to ebb. She could feel compassion for the others, for those they hung by their arms, for the newcomers, for the man whose shackled legs were run over by a truck. They brought all prisoners into the courtyard at dawn and forced them to watch. It was the first time Alba had opened her eyes outside the darkness of her cell. The gentle splendor of morning and the frost shining on stones where puddles had collected overnight seemed unbearably radiant. They dragged the man. He offered no resistance, couldn't stand, and left him on the ground. Guards had covered their faces with handkerchiefs so no one could ever identify them. Alba closed her eyes when she heard the truck's engine, but she couldn't close her ears to his howl. It stayed in her memory forever. Ana Diaz helped her resist while they were together. An indomitable woman. She had withstood every form of cruelty. They had raped her in her lover's presence and tortured them together, but she hadn't lost her capacity to smile or her hope. She didn't give in even when they transferred her to a secret clinic, because a beating had made her lose her child, and she began to hemorrhage. When she returned, she told Alba it didn't matter. Someday she'd have another. That night, Alba heard her cry for the first time, covering her face with her blanket to suffocate her grief. Alba went to her, put her arms around her, rocked her, wiped her tears, said all the tender things she could think of, but there was no comfort for Ana Diaz that night. So Alba simply rocked her, lulling her to sleep like a tiny baby, wishing she could take Ana's terrible pain onto her own shoulders. Dawn found them huddled together like two small animals. During the day, they anxiously awaited the moment when the long line of blindfolded men went by on their way to the latrine, each with his hand on the shoulder of the man ahead, watched over by armed guards. Among them was Andres. From their tiny barred window the women could see them, so close they could almost touch them. Each time they passed, Ana and Alba sang with the strength of their despair, and female voices rose from other cells. The prisoners would stand tall, straighten their backs, turn their heads toward the women's cells, and Andres would smile. His shirt was torn and covered with dried blood. One guard was moved by the women's hymns. One night he brought them 3 carnations and a can of water to put in their window. Another time he told Ana he needed a volunteer to wash a prisoner's clothes and clean out his cell. He led her to Andres and left them alone together for a few minutes. When Ana returned, she was transfigured. Alba didn't dare speak to her, not wanting to break the spell of her happiness. One day, Garcia surprised himself caressing Alba like a lover and talking about his childhood in the country. Seeing her walk hand in hand with her grandfather in starched pinafores with her green halo of hair, while he, barefoot in the mud, swore that one day he would make her pay for her arrogance and avenge his cursed bastard fate. Rigid and absent, naked and trembling with disgust and cold, Alba neither heard nor felt him. But that crack in his eagerness to torture her sounded an alarm. He ordered her thrown into the doghouse and furiously prepared to forget she existed. The doghouse was a small, sealed cell, like a dark, frozen, airless tomb. 6 of them constructed in an empty water tank for punishment. No one could withstand them more than a few days before beginning to ramble, losing the sense of things, the meaning of words, the anxiety of passing time, or simply beginning to die. At first, huddled in her sepulcher, unable to stand or sit despite her small size, Alba managed to stave off madness. Alone now, she realized how much she needed Ana Diaz. She thought she heard an imperceptible tapping in the distance, as if someone were sending coded messages from another cell, but soon stopped paying attention. All attempts at communication were hopeless. She gave up, deciding to end the torture once and for all. She stopped eating, and only when her feebleness became too much did she take a sip of water. She tried not to breathe or move, eagerly awaiting her death. She stayed like this a long time. When she had nearly achieved her goal, her grandmother Clara, whom she had invoked so many times to help her die, appeared with a novel idea. The point wasn't to die, since death came anyway, but to survive, which would be a miracle. Clara looked exactly as she had when Alba was a child. white linen dress, winter gloves, sweet toothless smile, mischievous gleam in hazel eyes. She brought the saving idea of writing in her mind without paper or pencil to keep her thoughts occupied, to escape the doghouse and live. She suggested writing a testimony that might one day call attention to the terrible secret she was living through, so the world would know about this horror taking place parallel to the peaceful existence of those who didn't want to know, who could afford the illusion of a normal life, and of those who could deny they were on a raft adrift in a sea of sorrow. "You have a lot to do," Clara told her, "so stop feeling sorry for yourself. Drink some water and start writing," and then she disappeared the same way she had come. Alba tried to obey, but as soon as she began taking mental notes, the doghouse filled with all the characters of her story, rushing in, shoving each other, wrapping her in their anecdotes, vices, and virtues. They trampled her intention to compose a documentary, threw her testimony to the floor, pressing and egging her on. She took down their words at breakneck pace, despairing because while she filled one page, the one before it was erased. This activity kept her fully occupied. At first, she constantly lost her train of thought and forgot new facts as fast as she remembered them. The slightest distraction or additional fear or pain snarled her story like a ball of yarn. But she invented a code for recalling things in order, and then she buried herself so deeply in her story that she stopped eating, scratching herself, smelling herself, and complaining. She overcame all her varied agonies. Word went out that she was dying. The guards opened the hatch of the doghouse and lifted her effortlessly. She was very light. They took her back to Colonel Garcia, whose hatred had returned during those days. But she didn't recognize him. She was beyond his power. From the outside, the Hotel Christopher Columbus looked as ordinary as an elementary school, just as he remembered. He'd lost count of the years since his last visit and tried to convince himself that the same Mustafa would greet him. That blue Negro dressed like an oriental apparition, with his double row of leaden teeth and vizier's politeness, the only authentic Negro in the country since all the others were painted, as Transito Soto had once assured him. But that wasn't what happened. A porter led him to a tiny cubicle, showed him to a seat, and told him to wait. After a while, instead of the spectacular Mustafa, a lady appeared with the unhappy, tidy air of a provincial aunt, dressed in a blue uniform with a starched white collar. She started when she saw how old and helpless he was. She held a red rose. She asked if the gentleman was alone. "Of course he was alone!" he shouted. She handed him the rose and asked which room he preferred. He said it made no difference, surprised. She offered the stable, the temple, and the 1,001 Nights. He chose the 1,001 Nights for no particular reason. She led him down a long hallway lined with green lights and bright red arrows. Leaning on his cane, dragging his feet, he followed with great difficulty. They arrived at a small courtyard with a miniature mosque fitted with absurd arched windows of painted glass. She pointed and said this was it. If he wanted something to drink, order by phone. He said he wanted to speak with Transito Soto. That's why he'd come. She was sorry, but Madame didn't see private individuals, only suppliers. He insisted he had to speak with her. Tell her Senator Treba was here. She knew who he was. The woman crossed her arms and repeated that she wouldn't see anyone. He picked up his cane and said that if Transito Soto didn't appear in person within 10 minutes, he would break all the windows and everything else inside that Pandora's box. The woman jumped back in fright. He opened the door of the mosque and found himself inside a cheap Alhambra. A short tiled staircase covered with fake Persian carpets led to a hexagonal room with a cupola on the roof, where someone who had never been in an Arab harem had arrayed everything thought to exist in one. Damask cushions, glass incense burners, bells, and every conceivable bizarre trinket. Through the columns, infinitely multiplied by cleverly placed mirrors, he saw a blue mosaic bathtub as big as the room and a pool large enough to bathe a cow, or for two playful lovers to cavort in. It bore no resemblance to the Christopher Columbus he remembered. He lowered himself painfully onto the round bed, suddenly very tired. His bones ached. He looked up, and the mirror on the ceiling returned his image. an old, shriveled body, the sad face of a biblical patriarch furrowed with bitter wrinkles, and what remained of a mane of white hair. He sighed at how time had passed. Tránsito Soto entered without knocking. She greeted him the same way she always had. "I'm glad to see you, patron." She had become a slender, middle-aged woman with her hair in a bun, wearing a black woolen dress and 2 strands of simple pearls around her neck, majestic and serene, more like a concert pianist than a brothel owner. It was hard for him to connect her to the woman he'd known, who had a tattooed snake around her navel. He stood to greet her and found he couldn't be as informal as before. He told her she was looking well, figuring she must be past 65. She smiled and said life had been good to her. Did he remember that when they met she'd told him one day she'd be rich? He said he was glad she'd achieved that. They sat side by side on the round bed. Tránsito poured them each a glass of cognac and explained that the cooperative of whores and homosexuals had done stupendously well for 10 years, but times had changed and they'd had to give it a new twist. Thanks to modern ways, free love, the pill, and other innovations, no one needed prostitutes except sailors and old men. Good girls slept with men for free, so the competition was fierce. The cooperative had begun to decline. Partners had to look for higher-paying jobs. Even Mustafa had gone back to his country. Then she'd realized what was really needed was a rendezvous hotel, a pleasant place where secret couples could make love and a man wouldn't be embarrassed to bring a girl for the first time. No women, those were furnished by the customer. She decorated it herself, following her imagination and her customers' taste. Thanks to her commercial vision, creating a different atmosphere in every corner, the Hotel Christopher Columbus had become the paradise of lost souls and furtive lovers. She'd made French sitting rooms with quilted furniture, mangers with fresh hay and papier-mâché horses observing lovers with immutable glass eyes, prehistoric caves with real stalactites, and telephones covered in puma skins. Since he wasn't there to make love, she suggested they go talk in her office and leave the room to customers. On the way, she told him that after the coup, the political police had raided the hotel a couple of times, but each time they dragged couples out of bed and lined them up at gunpoint in the main drawing room, they found a general or two, so the police quickly stopped annoying her. She had an excellent relationship with the new government, just as with preceding ones. The Christopher Columbus was thriving. Every year she renovated part of the decor, replacing stranded Polynesian shipwreck hulls with severe monastic cloisters, and Baroque garden swings with torture racks, depending on the latest fashion. Thanks to mirrors and lights that could multiply space, transform the climate, create the illusion of infinity, and suspend time, she could fit all this into a residence of relatively normal size. They arrived at her office, decorated like an airplane cockpit, from which she ran her incredible organization with banker-like efficiency. She told him how many sheets had to be washed, how much toilet paper bought, how much liqueur consumed, how many quail eggs prepared daily, their aphrodisiacs, how many employees she needed, and how much she paid for water, electricity, and the phone to keep that outsized aircraft carrier of forbidden love afloat. Then she settled into a reclining pilot seat, toying with her pearls, and asked what she could do for him. She supposed he'd come because he wanted her to repay the favor she'd owed him for half a century. Having waited for her to ask that, he opened the floodgates. He told her everything, not holding back a single thing. Alba was his only granddaughter. He was practically alone in the world. His body and soul had shriveled away, just as Ferula had cursed. All that awaited him was to die like a dog, and his green-haired granddaughter was all he had left, the only person he really cared about. Unfortunately, she turned out to be an idealist, a family disease, one of those people cut out to get involved in problems and make those closest to her suffer. She'd taken it into her head to help fugitives get asylum in foreign embassies, something she did without thinking, without realizing the country was at war, whether against international communism or its own people. It was hard to tell, but war either way, and these things were punishable by law. But Alba always had her head in the clouds. She didn't do it to be mean, just the opposite. She did it because her heart knew no limits, just like her grandmother Clara, who still ran around ministering to the poor behind his back in the abandoned wing of the house. Anyone who told Alba people were after him got her to risk her life for him, even a total stranger. He'd warned her time and again they could lay a trap for her, that one day the supposed Marxist would be a secret police agent, but she never listened. She was more stubborn than he was. Even so, it wasn't a crime to help some poor devil get asylum every once in a while. It wasn't so serious that they should arrest her without considering she was his granddaughter, the granddaughter of a senator of the Republic, a distinguished member of the Conservative Party. They couldn't do that to someone from his own family in his own house, because then what the hell was left for everybody else? If people like them could be arrested, nobody was safe. More than 20 years in Congress weren't worth a damn. And all his acquaintances, he knew everybody important in the country, even General Hurtado, his personal friend, hadn't lifted a finger to help him. Not even the cardinal could help him locate Alba. It wasn't possible she could just disappear as if by magic, taken away in the night with no word of her again. He'd spent a whole month looking for her and was going crazy. These were the things that made the junta look bad abroad and gave the United Nations reason to meddle with human rights. At first, he hadn't wanted to hear about the dead, the tortured, and the disappeared. But now he couldn't keep thinking they were just communist lies. Because even the gringos, who were the first to help the military and sent their own pilots to bombard the presidential palace, were scandalized by all the killing. It wasn't that he was against repression. He understood that in the beginning you had to be firm if you wanted a return to order. But things had gotten out of hand. They were going overboard, and no one could go along with the story about internal security and eliminating ideological enemies. They were finishing off everyone. No one could go along with that, not even him. He'd been the first to throw corn at the military cadets and suggest the coup before the others took it into their heads. He'd been the first to applaud them. He'd been present for the Te Deum in the cathedral. And precisely because of that, he couldn't accept that this sort of thing should happen in his country. People disappearing, his granddaughter dragged from his house by force, him powerless to stop them. Things like this had never happened here. That's why he'd come to see her, transitato. 50 years ago, when she was just a skinny little thing in the Red Lantern, he never thought he'd be coming to her on his knees to beg her to help him find his granddaughter. He dared ask such a thing because he knew she was on good terms with the new government. He'd heard about her. No one knew the top brass of the armed forces better than she did. He knew she organized their parties and had access to places he could never penetrate. So he was asking her to do something for his granddaughter before it was too late. He'd gone weeks without sleeping, been to every office, every ministry, seen all his old friends, and no one could do anything. They didn't want to see him anymore. They made him wait outside for hours. Please, Transito, ask for anything. He was still a wealthy man, even though under the communists, things got a little tough. She must have heard, seen it in the papers and on television, a real scandal. Those ignorant peasants ate his breeding bulls and hitched his racing horses to the plow. In less than a year, Tres Marias was in ruins. But now he'd filled the place with tractors and was picking up the pieces, just as he'd done when he was young. He wasn't done for. Those poor souls who had the title to his property, were dying of hunger like miserable wretches. Poor things. It wasn't their fault they were taken in by that damned agrarian reform. When it came right down to it, he'd forgiven them and would like them to return to Tres Marias. He'd even placed notices in the paper summoning them back. Someday they'd return, and he'd have no choice but to shake their hands. They were like children. But that wasn't what he came to talk about. He didn't want to waste her time. What counted was that he was well placed and his affairs were sailing along, so he could give her anything she asked for. Anything. So long as she found his granddaughter Alba before some madman sent him any more chopped off fingers or cut off ears, and wound up driving him stark, raving mad, or giving him a heart attack. Forgive him for getting so worked up. His hands were shaking. He was very nervous. He couldn't explain what happened. A package in the mail, and inside it only 3 human fingers cleanly amputated. A macabre joke that brought back memories, but memories that had nothing to do with Alba. His granddaughter wasn't even born then. He was sure he had a lot of enemies. All politicians did. It wasn't surprising there should be some maniac who wanted to torture him by sending fingers through the mail just when he was out of his mind about Alba's arrest, to put terrible ideas into his head. And if he weren't at the end of his rope and hadn't exhausted all his other possibilities, he wouldn't bother her with this. Please, Transito, in the name of their old friendship, have pity on him. He was just a poor, destroyed old man. Have pity on him and look for his granddaughter Alba before they sent her to him in the mail all cut up in little pieces. He sobbed. Transito Soto had gotten where she was because, among other things, she knew how to pay her debts. He supposed she used her knowledge of the most secret side of the men in power to return the 50 pesos he'd once lent her. 2 days later she called him on the phone, Transito Soto, and told him she'd done what he asked. Her grandfather died last night, not like a dog as he'd feared, but peacefully in her arms. In the end he confused her with Clara, and at times with Rosa. But he died without pain or anguish, more lucid than ever, happy, conscious, serene. Now he lay on the sailboat of the gentle sea, smiling and calm, while she wrote at the blonde wood table that had belonged to her grandmother. She'd opened the blue silk curtains to let the morning in and cheer up the room. A new canary sang in the antique cage hanging by the window, and from the center of the room Barabas's glass eyes stared up at her. Her grandfather had told her that Clara fainted the day he put the animal's skin down as a rug, thinking it would please her. They'd both laughed until they cried and decided to go to the basement, find the remains of poor old Barabas, sovereign in his indefinable biological constitution despite time and neglect, and put him where her grandfather had laid him half a century earlier in homage to the woman he loved most. He'd said to leave him there. That's where he always should have been. She'd arrived at the house on a sparkling winter morning in a wagon drawn by a scrawny horse. With its double row of centenarian chestnut trees and seigneurial mansions, the street looked like an improbable setting for such a modest vehicle. But when it pulled up before her grandfather's house, it fit in very well. The big house on the corner was sadder and older than she remembered, absurd, with its architectural eccentricities, its pretensions to French style, its facade covered with diseased ivy. The garden was a tangle of weeds, almost all the shutters hung from their hinges. As always, the gate was open. She rang the bell. After a while she heard sandals approach, and a maid she'd never seen came to the door, looking at her blankly as she inhaled the marvelous scent of wood and seclusion from the house where she was born. Her eyes filled with tears. She ran to the library, sensing her grandfather would be waiting where he always sat. There he was, shrunken in his armchair. She was surprised at how old he looked, how small and trembling. All that remained from before was his leonine white mane and his heavy silver cane. They threw their arms around each other and stayed locked together for a long while, whispering to each other, "Alba, grandfather, grandfather, Alba." And then they kissed. When he saw her hand, he began to cry and curse and smash his cane against the furniture, the way he used to, and she laughed because he wasn't as old or worn out as he'd first seemed. That same day, her grandfather wanted them to leave the country. He was afraid for her, but she explained she couldn't leave. Far from her country, she would be like those trees chopped down at Christmas time, poor rootless pines that lasted a little while and then died. He stared her straight in the eye and said he was no fool. The real reason she wanted to stay was Miguel, wasn't it? She was taken aback. She'd never spoken to him of Miguel. He told her sadly that ever since he met Miguel, he knew he'd never get her out of there. She grabbed his clothes and shook him. He'd met Miguel? Was he alive? He said Miguel had been alive the previous week, the last time they saw each other. He told her that after her arrest, Miguel appeared one night at the big house on the corner. He almost gave her grandfather a stroke, but within minutes he realized they had a common goal: to rescue her. Afterward, Miguel often came to see him. He kept her grandfather company, and they pooled their efforts to discover where she was being held. It was Miguel who'd suggested going to Transito Soto. Her grandfather never would have thought of it. Miguel assured him that his people had infiltrated everywhere. If anyone could help Alba, it was Transito Soto. Her grandfather offered that if they could get her out of police hands, she'd have to leave. The two of them should go together. He could get safe conduct passes, and they'd never need money. But Miguel looked at him like he was an old lunatic and explained that he had a mission to fulfill and couldn't flee. Her grandfather had to resign himself to the idea that she would stay here in spite of everything. He embraced her and said he wanted to know everything, down to the last detail. So she told him. After her hand became infected, they'd taken her to a secret clinic where they sent prisoners they didn't want to die. There she was attended by a tall, fine-featured doctor who seemed to hate her as much as Colonel Garcia and refused to give her painkillers. He used each treatment to lecture her on his personal theory about ridding the country, and if possible the world, of communism. Aside from that, he left her in peace. For the first time in weeks, she had clean sheets, enough to eat, and natural light. She was looked after by a male nurse named Rojas, a heavy-set man with a round face who always wore a dirty blue smock and was endowed with enormous kindness. He fed her, told her endless stories about distant football teams she'd never heard of, and obtained painkillers he injected her with on the sly until he stopped her delirium. In that clinic, Rojas had already cared for an interminable procession of unlucky souls. He'd verified that most were neither killers nor traitors, so he was well disposed toward the prisoners. It often happened that no sooner had he finished putting someone back together than the same prisoner was taken to be tortured again, like shoveling sand into the sea, he used to say, sadly shaking his head. She learned that some prisoners asked him to help them die. In at least one case she thought he did. Rojas kept an exact tally of everyone who entered and left, reciting names, dates, and circumstances without hesitation. He swore he'd never heard of Miguel, and that gave her the courage to keep living, even when she sometimes fell into a black pit of depression and recited the refrain about wanting to die. He was the one who told her about Amanda. They'd arrested her around the same time as Alba. By the time they took her to Rojas, there was nothing he could do. Amanda died without betraying her brother, fulfilling a promise made many years before, the day she first took him to school. The only consolation was that she died much faster than they would have liked. Her body was so weak from drugs and from her infinite despair over Jaime's death. Rojas took care of Alba until her fever subsided. Her hand began to heal, and she returned to her senses. After that, he had no more excuses to keep her there. But they didn't send her back to Esteban Garcia as she'd feared. She supposed that was when the beneficent influence of the woman with the pearls, the one she and her grandfather went to thank for saving her life, went into effect. 4 men came to get her in the night. Rojas woke her, helped her dress, wished her good luck. She gave him a grateful kiss. He called out goodbye, told her to change her bandage, not let it get wet, and come back if the fever returned. That would mean infection. They led her into a narrow cell where she spent the rest of the night sitting in a chair. The next day they took her to a concentration camp for women. She would never forget the moment they took her blindfold off, and she found herself in the middle of a sun-filled square courtyard, surrounded by women singing the Ode to Joy just for her. Her friend Ana Diaz was among them, and ran to embrace her. They quickly laid her on a camp bed and explained the community's rules and her responsibilities. Until she was better, she didn't have to wash or sew, but she had to help with the children. She had managed to resist the inferno with a certain integrity, but when she felt so much support, she broke down. The smallest expression of tenderness sent her into a crying fit. She spent the night with her eyes wide open, wrapped in the closeness of so many women who took turns watching over her and never left her alone. They helped her when she suffered bad memories, or when she saw Colonel Garcia coming to plunge her back into his world of terror, or when she sobbed imagining Miguel arrested. They told her not to think about Miguel. She mustn't think about loved ones or the world beyond these walls. That was the only way to survive. Ana Diaz obtained a notebook and gave it to her, to write in, to get out whatever was worrying her inside, so she would get better once and for all and join their singing and help them sew. She showed the women her injured hand and shook her head, but Ana put the pencil in her left hand and told her to write with it. She began slowly, trying to organize the story she had started in the doghouse. Her companions helped whenever her patience flagged and the pencil began to shake. Sometimes she threw it all away, but she would quickly retrieve the notebook and lovingly smooth its pages. She didn't know when she could get another. Other times she woke up sad and filled with foreboding, turning her face to the wall and refusing to speak. But the women didn't leave her alone. They shook her, made her work, made her tell stories to the children. They changed her bandage with great care and put the paper in front of her. One offered to tell her own story for Alba to write down. Then they laughed and joked, arguing that everybody's story was the same, and that it would be better to write love stories because everyone likes them. They forced her to eat, dividing servings with strict justice, giving her a little more because she was just skin and bones. Not even the most desperate man would ever look at her. She shuddered, but Anna reminded her she wasn't the only woman who had been raped, and that along with many other things, she had to forget it. The women spent all day singing at the top of their lungs. Guards pounded on the wall and yelled at them to shut up. They shouted back, daring the bastards to make them, singing even stronger, but the guards didn't come in. They had learned there is no way to avoid the unavoidable. She tried to record the small events of the women's section. The president's sister had been arrested. Their cigarettes had been taken away. New prisoners had arrived. Adriana had had another attack and stood over her children, threatening to kill them. They'd had to pull the children away from her, and Alba had sat with a child in each arm, telling magic stories from Great Uncle Marcos's enchanted trunks until they fell asleep. While she told those stories, she thought about the fate of children growing up in that place with a mother who had gone mad, cared for by unfamiliar mothers who had not lost their voice for lullabies. She wondered, as she wrote, how Adriana's children would ever return the songs and gestures to the children and grandchildren of the women rocking them to sleep. She was in the concentration camp only a few days. One Wednesday afternoon, police came for her. She had a moment of panic, thinking they were taking her back to Esteban Garcia, but her companions told her that if the men were in uniform, they weren't security police. That reassured her a little. She left the women her woolen sweater so they could unravel it and knit something warm for Adriana's children, along with the money she'd had when arrested, returned to her with the military's scrupulous honesty for the unimportant. She put her notebook in her slacks and hugged each woman one by one. The last thing she heard when she left was the chorus of her friends singing to give her courage, just as they did for all women arriving or leaving the camp. She wept as she walked. She had been happy there. She told her grandfather they put her in a van and drove her blindfolded during curfew. She shook so hard her teeth chattered. One of the men in the back of the truck put a piece of candy in her hand and gave her a few comforting pats on the shoulder, whispering not to worry. Nothing was going to happen. They were releasing her. In a few hours she'd be back with her family. They left her in a dump near the Misericordia district. The same man helped her down, whispering to be careful with curfew. Don't move till sunrise. She heard the engine and thought they were going to run her down, that her name would appear in the papers saying she died in a traffic accident. But the vehicle drove away without touching her. She waited, paralyzed with fear and cold, until she finally decided to pull off the blindfold. An empty lot full of garbage, rats scampering among refuse. A pale moon let her make out the outlines of a wretched slum, houses made of cardboard planks and corrugated metal. She realized she should heed the guard and stay until morning. But then a boy appeared, crouching in the shadows. He motioned to her. With nothing to lose, she stumbled toward him. She saw his small, anxious face. He threw a blanket over her shoulders, took her hand, and led her to the settlement without a word. They walked squatting, avoiding the street and the few lit lamps. Dogs barked, but no heads appeared. They crossed a dirt courtyard where pieces of clothing hung like pennants from a wire, and entered a dilapidated hut. Inside, a single bulb cast somber light. The extreme poverty moved her. A pine table, 2 crude chairs, a bed where several children slept. A short, dark woman came to meet her, legs crossed with veins, eyes sunk in a web of generous wrinkles that didn't make her look old. She smiled, missing some teeth. She straightened the blanket with a brusque, timid gesture that took the place of a hug she was afraid to give. She offered a little cup of tea, no sugar, but something warm would do good. She explained that they'd heard the van and knew what a vehicle meant in that out-of-the-way place during curfew. They'd waited until sure it was gone, then she'd sent the boy to see what had been left. They'd expected a body. They sometimes left bodies of people they'd shot, to intimidate them. They stayed up all night talking. She was one of those stoical, practical women of their country, the kind who has a child with every man who passes through her life, and on top of that takes in other people's abandoned children, her own poor relatives, anyone who needs a mother, a sister, or an aunt. The pillar of many lives, who raises her children to grow up and leave her, and lets her men leave too without reproach, because she has more pressing worries. She looked like so many others Alba had met in soup kitchens, in Uncle Jamie's clinic, at the church office where they'd go for information on their disappeared, in the morgue where they'd find their dead. Alba told her she'd run an enormous risk rescuing her. The woman smiled, and Alba understood then that the days of Colonel Garcia and all like him are numbered, because they have not been able to destroy the spirit of these women. The next morning, the woman took her to a close family friend with a horse-drawn cart for hauling freight, asking him to take Alba home. That's how she arrived here. Along the way she saw the city in all its terrible contrasts, huts surrounded by makeshift walls to create the illusion they don't exist, the cramped gray center, and the high district with its English gardens, parks, glass skyscrapers, and fair-haired children riding bicycles. Even the dogs looked happy to her. Everything in order, clean, calm, that solid peace of a conscience without memory. This neighborhood is like another country. Her grandfather listened sadly. A world he had thought good crumbled at his feet. After a moment's silence, he said that since it looked as if they were going to stay here and wait for Miguel, they'd fix this place up a little, and so they did. At first, they spent all day in the library, worried they could return for her and take her back to Garcia. But then they decided the worst thing is to be afraid of fear, as Uncle Nicolas had said, and that they had to use the entire house and start living a normal life. Her grandfather engaged a special company with polishing machines to clean the house. They washed windows, painted, disinfected from top to bottom until it was livable again. Half a dozen gardeners and a tractor got rid of the weeds. They brought in a lawn rolled up like a carpet, an ingenious gringo invention, and in less than a week they even had tall birches. Water gushed from singing fountains. Olympian statues once again stood tall and proud, free at last of bird droppings and neglect. They went together to buy birds for cages that had been empty ever since her grandmother, sensing she was about to die, had opened them and let the birds fly out. She put fresh flowers in vases and platters of fruit on all the tables, as Clara had in the days of the spirits, and the air filled with fragrance. Afterwards, she and her grandfather walked arm in arm through the house, stopping in each place to remember the past and salute the imperceptible ghosts of other eras who, despite all the ups and downs, remained in place. It was her grandfather who had the idea that they should write this story, so that she could take her roots with her if she ever had to leave. They unearthed old albums from forgotten nooks. Here, on her grandmother's table, is the stack of photographs. Rosa the Beautiful beside a faded swing. Her mother with Pedro Tercero Garcia at age 4, feeding corn to chickens in the courtyard of Tres Marias. Her grandfather when young and 6 feet tall. Irrefutable proof that Ferrula's curse came true and his body shrank in the same proportions as his soul. Her uncles Jamie and Nicolas, one dark, somber, gigantic and vulnerable, the other lean, graceful, volatile and smiling. Also Nana and the Del Valle great-grandparents before they died in the accident. Everyone except the noble Jean de Sétigny, of whom no scientific trace remains, and whose very existence she has begun to doubt. She began to write with the help of her grandfather, whose memory remained intact down to the last second of his 90 years. In his own hand he wrote a number of pages, and when he felt he had written everything, he lay down on Clara's bed. She sat beside him to wait with him, and death was not long in coming, taking him by surprise as he slept peacefully. Perhaps he was dreaming that it was his wife who held his hand and kissed his forehead, because in his final days she did not leave him for a second. She followed him around the house, peered over his shoulder when he read in his library, lay down beside him and leaned her beautiful curly head against his shoulder when he got into bed. At first she was just a mysterious glow, but as her grandfather slowly lost the rage that had tormented him throughout his life, she appeared as she had been at her best, laughing with all her teeth, stirring up the other spirits as she sailed through the house. She also helped them write, and thanks to her presence, Esteban Truba was able to die happy, murmuring her name. Clara, clearest, clairvoyant. When she was in the doghouse, she wrote in her mind that one day Colonel Garcia would stand before her in defeat, and that she would avenge herself on all those who needed avenging. But now she had begun to question her own hatred. Within a few short weeks since returning to the house, it seemed to have diluted, lost its sharp edge. She was beginning to suspect that nothing happened fortuitously, that it all corresponded to a fate laid down before her birth, and that Esteban Garcia was part of the design. He was a crude, twisted line, but no brushstroke was in vain. The day her grandfather tumbled Garcia's grandmother, Pancha Garcia, among the riverbank rushes, he added another link to the chain of events that had to complete itself. Afterward, the grandson of the raped woman repeated the gesture with the granddaughter of the rapist, and perhaps 40 years from now, her grandson would knock Garcia's granddaughter down among the rushes, and so on down through the centuries in an unending tale of sorrow, blood, and love. When she was in the doghouse, she felt as if she were assembling a jigsaw puzzle where each piece had a specific place. Before putting it together, it all seemed incomprehensible, but she was sure that if she ever completed it, the separate parts would each have meaning and the whole would be harmonious. Each piece had a reason for being the way it was, even Colonel Garcia. At times she felt as if she had lived all this before, as if she had already written these very words. But she knew it wasn't her. It was another woman who kept her notebooks so that one day she could use them. She wrote, that other woman wrote, that memory is fragile and the space of a single life is brief, passing so quickly that we never get a chance to see the relationship between events. We cannot gauge the consequences of our acts, and we believe in the fiction of past, present, and future. But it may also be true that everything happens simultaneously, as the three Mora sisters said, who could see the spirits of all eras mingled in space. That's why her grandmother Clara wrote in her notebooks, to see things in their true dimension and defy her own poor memory. And now she sought her hatred and couldn't seem to find it. She felt its flame going out as she came to understand the existence of Colonel Garcia and the others like him, as she understood her grandfather and pieced things together from Clara's notebooks, her mother's letters, the ledgers of Tres Marias, and the many other documents spread before her on the table. It would be very difficult to avenge all those who should be avenged, because her revenge would be just another part of the same inexorable right. She had to break that terrible chain. She wanted to think that her task was life, and that her mission was not to prolong hatred, but simply to fill these pages. While she waited for Miguel. While she buried her grandfather, whose body lay beside her in this room. While she waited for better times to come. While she carried this child in her womb, the daughter of so many rapes, or perhaps of Miguel, but above all, her own daughter. Her grandmother had written in notebooks that bore witness to life for 50 years. Smuggled out by certain friendly spirits, they had miraculously escaped the infamous pyre in which so many other family papers perished. She had them here at her feet, bound with colored ribbons, divided according to events, and not in chronological order, just as Clara had arranged them before she left. Clara had written them so they would help her now to reclaim the past and overcome terrors of her own. The first was an ordinary school copybook with 20 pages, written in a child's delicate calligraphy. It began like this: Barabbas came to us by sea. The end. And so, the voices of the Truba family fade into silence, but somehow they never really leave. Thank you for spending this time inside their world. Stories like this ask for more than attention. They ask for memory, imagination, and a willingness to sit with both beauty and sorrow. And if you've stayed until this final moment, you've shared in something that has moved readers across generations. The seed of the House of the Spirits came from a deeply personal place. Living in exile after the political upheaval that transformed Chile, Isabel Allende began writing what was meant to be a farewell letter to her dying grandfather. That letter kept growing. Memories became characters. Family history merged with myth. Private grief expanded into a story about an entire society struggling with power, love, violence, and forgiveness. What emerged was not simply a novel, but an act of remembrance. You can feel those origins throughout the book. The spirits, the prophecies, the old notebooks, the generations speaking to one another across time. They are never just magical details. They become symbols of memory itself. The novel reminds us that history is not something locked away in the past. It lives inside families. It echoes through ordinary lives. And perhaps that is why Clara's quiet wisdom lingers long after the final page. Allende would continue exploring memory, identity, and resilience in works such as Eva Luna, Paula, and The Japanese Lover, but many readers still return to this first novel as the place where her voice arrived fully formed, bold, intimate, and unmistakably her own. Bringing that world to the screen proved far more difficult. For years, Isabel Allende declined adaptation offers before finally trusting Danish filmmaker Bill August with the story. August, already known for films like Pelle the Conqueror and The Best Intentions, approached the novel as an epic family drama, attempting to compress decades of history into a single feature film. The 1993 adaptation gathered an extraordinary cast. Jeremy Irons played Esteban Truba. Meryl Streep brought grace and mystery to Clara. Glenn Close portrayed Ferrula with heartbreaking restraint. Winona Ryder became Blanca, while Antonio Banderas stepped into the role of Pedro Tercero. Hans Zimmer composed the score, Jürgen Persson handled the cinematography, and producer Bernd Eichinger helped assemble one of the most ambitious literary adaptations of its era. Yet the film faced challenges almost from the beginning. A novel that unfolds across generations and blends political history with magical realism had to fit within a few hours of screen time. Entire storylines were condensed. Characters lost layers of complexity. Much of the book's reflective narration and mystical atmosphere became difficult to translate into images. Many viewers admired the performances and production scale, while others felt that the poetry and emotional depth of Allende's novel could never fully survive such compression. Even the production itself carried unexpected complications. Although the story is rooted in Latin America, much of the filming took place in Denmark and Portugal. The casting of predominantly English-speaking stars in Chilean roles became a source of controversy and discussion when the film premiered. At the same time, the sheer concentration of talent in one production was remarkable, creating an unusual meeting point between European filmmaking and Latin American literature. Decades later, the story found a new life through a Spanish-language television adaptation filmed in Chile with Latin American actors and creators. Developed by Francisca Alegria, Fernanda Urejola, and Andres Wood, and produced with Isabel Allende's involvement, the series was able to restore much of the cultural and linguistic texture that readers had long associated with the novel. By expanding the narrative across multiple episodes, it gained the breathing room that a single film never had. Perhaps that's one of the most fascinating things about great stories. Every adaptation reveals something, and every adaptation loses something. The novel remains one experience. The film becomes another. The series becomes yet another conversation across time. And there are small reminders of the book's remarkable journey everywhere. A letter written in exile became a novel translated into dozens of languages. A family saga became a film starring some of the most celebrated actors of their generation. Years later, it inspired a new adaptation in the language and landscape closest to its origins. Few stories travel so far while holding on to their soul. If this retelling moved you, I hope you'll spend time with the original novel. There are moments, voices, and emotions that only Isabel Allende's own words can fully capture. And if this journey sparked a thought, an interpretation, or even a disagreement, I'd love to hear it. Stories become richer when readers share what they saw hidden between the lines. If you'd like to support more cinematic retellings like this one, consider subscribing, leaving a like, or sharing the story with someone who loves getting lost in remarkable books. For now, though, there is nothing left to solve and nowhere left to go. Only the quiet feeling that some stories never truly end. They wait in old photographs, in family memories, in the pages of books resting on shelves, and every time someone opens them, the voices begin speaking once again.